Zhou Yifeng was just an ordinary military enthusiast and college student, but an unexpected misstep transported him into the vast universe of Warhammer 40k. This astonishing twist left him bewildered, but he quickly realized he needed to adapt to this unfamiliar and perilous environment. In the golden autumn, the maple leaves by the roadside danced with the wind. Zhou Yifeng and his roommates were in their dormitory, excitedly discussing the launch of a new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. As military enthusiasts, they were thrilled by the advent of this formidable weapon. Lin Xiaohao, the recognized naval expert among them, was animatedly expounding, "I'm telling you, there's no way this new carrier is just the official Tenthasantan displacement. Look at this photo. The draft is so deep. Once all the equipment is installed, this final version has to be at least 14,000 tons. Yang Song, engrossed in a shooting game, casually chimed in, "Exactly, the official statement said more than 10,000 tons. Adding an extra 5,000 isn't unreasonable." Zhou Yifeng, a seasoned player of strategy games, couldn't help but tease, "You're still playing with water guns while we're discussing carrier-based aircraft. A single missile would obliterate your little gun." As the three bantered, Yang Song's phone suddenly buzzed with an advertisement. "Guys, check this out. They're selling models of the new carrier, limited edition." Instantly captivated, the trio examined the ad closely. "Wow, the detailing on the aircraft is incredible, and the radar looks so lifelike," they marveled. After a brief discussion, they decided to head to a sales point 2 kilometers away to buy the model. Drawing lots, Zhou Yifeng was chosen to make the purchase. Carrying the hopes of his entire dorm, he set off on what seemed like an ordinary journey. However, fate has a penchant for surprises. As Zhou Yifeng walked down the street, the surrounding maple leaves began to eerily swirl around him. In the next moment, he lost his footing, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. His first thought was, "Darn it, who stole the manhole cover?" Then he wondered, "Why is this sewer so bright?" Before he could process anything further, he blacked out. When Zhou Yifeng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a large room filled with mechanical vats and pipes. The floor and black metal walls were etched with intricate patterns and blessing inscriptions. A figure clad in white power armor was inspecting the vats. The figure stopped in front of a vat, scrutinized the readings on a display, and pressed a red button. As the water receded, the vat opened, and Zhou Yifeng tumbled out, landing heavily on the floor. "Welcome to the chapter, brother," said the figure in the white Mark 7 power armor. Zhou Yifeng, still dazed, thought, "Warhammer 40k? Did I just slip and end up in another world? Who would believe this? Heaven or hell? This place is no different from the latter." Despite his inner turmoil, Zhou Yifeng quickly composed himself, deciding that understanding how he arrived and how to return was the logical approach. He even joked to himself, "If I figure this out, I might as well get a Nobel Prize." As Zhou Yifeng was lost in thought, the figure approached him. "What's wrong, brother? Any discomfort?" Zhou Yifeng instinctively replied, "No, sir. Emperor protects." The response surprised him, as if it was a reflex of this new body. The figure corrected him. "Don't call me sir, new recruit. I am Chief Apothecary Rezgen. Just call me Apothecary." Zhou Yifeng quickly responded, "Yes, Apothecary." Rezgen continued, "Follow the servitor for a physical examination to check your vitals." With a wave of his hand, the mechanical door behind him rumbled open, and a servitor stood waiting. Only then did Zhou Yifeng notice his physical changes. He was astonished to find himself exceptionally tall, even taller than the average Astartes. Standing fully upright, he realized he was about 3 meters tall, while an average Astartes was around 2.5 meters. Led by the servitor, Zhou Yifeng arrived at a massive machine. Behind it sat a peculiar figure, not quite reaching Astartes' stature but still about 2.2 meters tall, with minimal cybernetic enhancements. "Honored Astartes, this is the diagnostic machine," the figure said respectfully. "See that silver-gray tubular device? Just lie down on the bed in front of it." Obliging, Zhou Yifeng lay down, thinking, from one vat to another, it seems. The machine whirred to life, emitting a discomforting electrical buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Yifeng's mind felt like it was struck by a sledgehammer as a flood of knowledge surged into his brain. It was as if he was witnessing the rise and fall of human civilization along the river of history. He saw humanity discovering the warp, building starships, and entering a glorious golden age. However, the betrayal of AI and the Horus heresy led to its downfall. He witnessed the Eldar becoming galactic overlords, only to give birth to Slanesh through their hedonism. Zhou Yifeng saw 4 powerful chaos gods Khorne, Sinch, Nurgle, and Slanesh warring in the warp and influencing the real world. Human colonies fell into technological regression and chaos, marking the end of the Golden Age. He witnessed the rise of the Emperor, creating powerful thunder warriors, unifying Terra, and creating the 20 Primarchs and their legions. Yet, the Emperor's most trusted Primarch, Horus, betrayed him, siding with chaos. In the final battle on Horus's flagship, the Emperor defeated the traitor but was grievously wounded, confined to the Golden Throne as a living corpse. Zhou Yifeng saw Robot Guilliman writing the Codex Astartes, limiting chapter sizes to prevent large-scale rebellions. Lastly, Zhou Yifeng observed changes in the Imperium of Man. Ironically, humanity no longer followed the Emperor's scientific truths but worshipped him as a god. The Mechanicus feared repeating past mistakes and shied away from innovation, instead seeking lost technologies. Humanity stumbled along for another 10,000 years. Zhou Yifeng witnessed various enemies of human empires. Astartes, who betrayed the empire to join chaos, the technologically advanced but numerically few Eldar fleets, the highly reproductive and psychic Orks, the ancient Necrons who fell into slumber after mechanical ascension, the all-devouring Tyranids from outside the galaxy, and the emerging Tau. The entire galaxy sobbed in the fires of war. On the battlefield, Zhou Yifeng's soul wrestled with immense history and pure faith in the Emperor. His mere 20 years of memories clashed with 40,000 years of vast history. He screamed internally, "I am a staunch materialist warrior, believing in no gods or demons. Let the nobles, dark gods, and xenos all go to hell. They are just enemies. If we can't negotiate, we fight. If the imperial system can't save humanity, then let communism take over. Protect humanity, protect the people. The Astartes were created to protect humanity and will sacrifice for humanity. Let the red tide sweep across the galaxy." Zhou Yifeng suddenly woke up, finding himself slowly emerging from a metal pod. Nearby, Apothecary Li Xian was conversing with a servitor. "Are you sure the equipment is working properly? Such strong brainwaves are clearly abnormal. Did you really check the valve coil?" the apothecary questioned. The servitor respectfully replied, "Yes, apothecary. I checked it after the last recruit's examination and found no issues. That shouldn't be. All other data is normal, but the brainwaves are off. This is definitely not a sign of psychic activity." The apothecary frowned. His height is also unusual, almost matching the custodian's. Seeing Zhou Yifeng emerge, the apothecary scrutinized him suspiciously. "Recruit, do you feel any discomfort?" "No, completely normal, apothecary," Zhou Yifeng replied calmly, though he was secretly on guard, intending to keep his secret forever. "What the hell? Just crossed over, and this world is already giving me a grand welcome." My head almost exploded, Zhou Yifeng grumbled internally. The apothecary continued, "Come back in a couple of days for another check. For now, as your first and last benefit as an Astartes, choose your name." "A name?" Zhou Yifeng feigned confusion. "Am I supposed to remember my original name?" In theory, the Astartes transformation retains previous memories, but the improved Primaris Astartes transformation seems to have lost this feature, the apothecary explained. "No, I remember. Can I be called Yifeng?" Zhou Yifeng proposed. It has a hint of ancient Terra." The apothecary nodded in agreement. "Here's your report, take it and go. Follow the corridor ahead, and you'll meet your company commander." As Zhou Yifeng walked away, the apothecary pondered. This kid is interesting, a potential psyker? With a cultural gift from ancient Terra? Doesn't add up. He was just a student from a remote colony school before the transformation. But he didn't linger on the thought for long, turning instead to inspect the seemingly faulty examination equipment. After rounding a corner, Zhou Yifeng immediately began reviewing his examination report. It was written in ancient High Gothic from Terra, but fortunately, the knowledge transfer had subtly implanted the language system in him. Primaris Space Marine, Yifeng. Height, 3.01 meters. Weight, 396 kilograms. Genocide functioning normally. Black carapace implanted. Poison gland operational. Zhou Yifeng marveled. "Wow, I'm a Primaris Space Marine. This is an enhanced version of a Space Marine, with 3 additional surgeries, one of which is similar to the modifications of a Primarch, making me larger, stronger, and more resistant to warp corruption. Standing at 3 meters, I'm tall even among Primaris Marines. Could it be the genocide of the salamanders?" Judging by the scars on the apothecary's face, Zhou Yifeng deduced that this might be a successor chapter of the White Scars. He realized he was not just in the Warhammer universe but in the perilous 42nd millennium. The presence of Primaris Marines indicated that the 13th Primarch, the regent of the Imperium, Robot Guilliman, had emerged from stasis and was leading the Imperium of Man once more. This means the incompetent High Lords of Terra can no longer hold sway. The Astartes have the strongest backing in the highest echelons of power, Zhou Yifeng thought with delight. With the author of the Codex Astartes back, we can seek special measures from Guilliman in extraordinary situations, rather than rigidly adhering to old rules. If we can negotiate, things will get done. Zhou Yifeng felt optimistic, believing the future path might not be so difficult. Humanity finally had a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Though the great emperor still sat on the golden throne as a living corpse, the return of his most outstanding son, Guilliman, could refocus humanity's faith on a tangible leader. As long as he stood, humanity's will would not be defeated. However, Future challenges would show him that things were far more complicated than he imagined. Yifeng continued forward, passing through the last mechanical door. A vast space unfolded before him. The enormous training ground included various shooting ranges and square combat rings, with numerous strange mechanical constructs parked around. Directly ahead was the enormous Imperial Aquila emblem, beneath which were the words Green Chapel, followed by records of the chapter's history. On the left wall hung a massive portrait of the Emperor, while the right wall bore a portrait of the Green Chapel's Primarch, Jagatai Khan. Every Astartes, or genetically enhanced super soldier, was modified based on the genetic templates of the 20 Primarchs personally created by the Emperor. Surprisingly, Yifeng found himself in a chapter called the Green Chapel, a successor of the White Scars, known for their Hitandran tactics and love for speed, seemingly at odds with the name Green Chapel. This might be related to their Primarch growing up on a world called Kagaris, known for its fertile grasslands and beautiful white mountains. Standing in the vast training ground, Yifeng found it empty. He wandered around in confusion until he looked up. The entire ceiling of the training ground was replaced by a massive viewing window into space, with a dark band stretching across the sky, flanked by twinkling stars. The stars' positions weren't fixed, they were moving rapidly. Or rather, I'm moving rapidly? Yifeng realized, I'm on a warship. This must be the Green Chapel's flagship. Powerful Astartes chapters, or the original 20 legions, often had their own homeworlds for recruitment and resource supply. However, later successor chapters weren't as fortunate. Unless they had the monumental achievement of saving an entire planet, they typically operated as fleet-based chapters using a warship as their base. Given that he had undergone his transformation on a ship, it was highly likely that the Green Chapel was a fleet-based chapter. So now the question is, where is everyone? Yifeng looked around. Such a big warship? Where is everyone? The apothecary said I'd meet the drill instructor soon, but I've reached the end and there's no one in sight. Am I supposed to be ambushed by the instructor like in those novels, where you fight back and earn their respect before training begins? At that moment, a rumbling sound came from beneath the floor, causing it to tremble. Yifeng was puzzled. What's happening? Are we under attack? In the distance, under the emblem of the Aquila, a mechanical door suddenly opened, and hearty laughter echoed from within. A group of warriors clad in scout armor surrounded a tall Astartes warrior as they emerged. His voice boomed with pride. Ha ha ha, the rookies did well this time. Those chaos scum never saw it coming when we hollowed out that asteroid and hid inside. One volley of light spears took out a transport ship. Who knows how many chaos traitors we killed? His gaze suddenly fell on a dazed figure ahead. Hey, who's the space case up front? Ah, another rookie. Brother Li Xin, good job. Yifeng quickly stepped forward. The boisterous warrior asked, hello, recruit. What's your name? Hello, instructor. My name is Yifeng. Alright, from now on, you're not Yifeng anymore. You're Rookie 13. Oswin has moved to the 5th company, so his number is available. The instructor said curtly. I'm Floris Morojin. Call me Instructor Floris, or just Instructor Flo. Yes, Instructor Flo, Yifeng replied, quietly observing the new instructor. According to Astartes structure, a chapter consists of 1,000 warriors, divided into 10 companies, each with 100 warriors. The first company is the veteran company, following the chapter master, while the 2nd through 5th are battle companies, and the 6th through 9th are reserve companies. The 10th company is the scout company, where new recruits are trained. This Floris must be the commander of the 10th company. Instructor Floris had already approached Yifeng. He was about half a meter shorter than Yifeng, indicating he was not a Primaris Astartes. However, his face was covered in scars, a tradition passed down from the gene-fathered Jagatai Khan of the White Scars. These scars marked him as a seasoned veteran with over 2 centuries of service. Fall in, recruit, get to the back. Instructor Flo commanded, then turned to the others. All right, everyone, follow me. Rookie 9, make a battle report. The rest of you, let's debrief at the holodeble under the Emperor's image. One warrior rushed towards the mechanical door by the shooting range, while the others followed Instructor Flo to the hollow battlefield projection beneath the Emperor's portrait. Yifeng took his place at the end of the line. Suddenly, a slightly shorter Astartes turned around and whispered, Hey, welcome to the 10th company. I'm Rookie 19. Yifeng was about to respond but noticed Instructor Flo's ears twitch slightly. Instead, he smiled and made a gesture of blessing to the Emperor. All right, gather around the holodeble. Instructor Flo said, Relax, we won this battle. 13, come stand next to me. I'll give you your first lesson. Feeling a bit nervous, Yifeng stood next to the instructor. As the holographic projection unfolded, a Chaos Space Marine transport ship appeared in the center, covered in desecration symbols, indicating it was likely a follower of Khorne. The transport ship was preparing to navigate the asteroid belt of the Snark system. From Instructor Flo's position, a Fury-class scout fighter stealthily appeared. This was a smaller version of the Furies, sacrificing size and armament for speed, but equipped with stealth technology, a broad-spectrum auspex, and precision targeting instruments. The hologram showed the Fury fighter hiding behind a large asteroid. Several warriors in sealed scout armor used specialized tools to hollow out the asteroid and conceal the fighter inside. The fighter then used a brief burst of propulsion to move the asteroid and shut down most of its systems, coasting toward the enemy transport ship by inertia. The enemy was completely unaware, mistaking it for an ordinary asteroid. When they got close enough, the Fury fighter marked the enemy ship precisely. The targeting data was transmitted back to the chapter's strike cruiser, which quickly got into position. A volley from the lance batteries shattered the enemy transport's engines from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Following that, Thunderhawk bombers and Fury attack craft turned the entire enemy ship into space debris. All right, that's the whole battle. Instructor Flo said. All participants, share your thoughts? Instructor Flo, I think this was a successful battle, one rookie said. We destroyed the enemy ship with no casualties on our side. Another rookie offered a different perspective. Instructor, while we did turn those chaos enemies into wreckage, we also didn't gain any supplies from it. From a logistics standpoint, we lost a lot of ammunition without any resupply. 27. Watch your thoughts, a warrior immediately countered. Imperial ammunition is meant to be fired at the enemy. It's an honor for it to be used by us. Tell that to the chapter's quartermaster, 27 retorted. You'll realize the severity when you're out of ammo. If I'm out of ammo, I still have my chains word, I still have. Enough of this pointless debate. Instructor Flo interrupted, then suddenly turned to Yifeng. What's your take, Rookie 13? Startled, Yifeng hesitated. Instructor, I didn't participate in this battle, so I'm not clear on the details. I have some questions. Just speak your mind. Here, everyone is a brother. Speak freely, Instructor Flo encouraged. All right, Instructor, with all due respect, I have 4 questions, Yifeng said. First, where did they come from? Second, where were they headed? Third, were they transporting goods or retrieving them? And fourth, where was their escort? Yifeng's questions left many rookies stunned. Instructor Flo looked around and thundered. 13's questions are spot on. As scouts, you must not only gather data on enemy ships, but also understand their strategic intent. You've been blinded by victory. The rookies lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with the instructor. Remember this lesson well, Instructor Flo continued. If this happens again, be prepared to stay in the scout company for the rest of your lives. Instructor Frollo gazed at the wreckage of the enemy's destroyed transport ship, his brow furrowed. Slowly, he analyzed. This was an empty vessel, likely meant for cargo. No escort ship means the cargo was either unimportant or the mission was covert. I leaned towards the latter. The new recruits listened intently, admiration shining in their eyes. The instructor continued. A third possibility is that they encountered the enemy, and the escort ship diverted them. But judging by the fragments, this was a fast, empty ship, typically capable of outrunning enemies, so it's unlikely. He pointed to the star map. The enemy's course is towards the 3rd terrestrial planet. This entire star system shows no signs of life, so they might have established a secret outpost or an armory there. I've already contacted the 3rd company. We should have results soon. The recruits looked at the instructor with awe. Throughout their selection in the Astartes and subsequent modifications, they had been indoctrinated by the chapter's chaplains to fight for the Emperor. This often led them to focus too much on eliminating immediate threats, neglecting important details. Instructor Frollo's gaze fell on Recruit 13. Under everyone's scrutiny, Yifeng felt a surge of anxiety. To ease the tension, he decided to ask a common question. Instructor, if there's no life here, what's our purpose for staying? The instructor was momentarily at a loss, feeling incredibly awkward. He stammered. Patrolling the pack sector is our duty. This was just a routine check. I see. Routine checks are indeed important, Yifeng agreed. Just as Instructor Frollo was about to say more, his communicator buzzed. The 3rd company had discovered a chaos armory on the 3rd terrestrial planet, containing meltabombs and chimera armored vehicles. The chaos cultists and 2 chaos space marines guarding it had been eliminated. Yifeng sighed in relief, successfully diverting the attention. Subsequently, Instructor Frollo led the recruits to the chapter chaplain's chapel, a special chamber. The walls and pillars were inscribed with blessings, and the room was filled with sanctified vessels and statues of the Emperor, permeated with the scent of incense. The chaplain performed a purification ritual on the crew members, with the new recruits in the 2nd group. The Emperor blesses you, Anxyrus Whisperer, the chaplain intoned. The Emperor watches over you as well. Back at the training ground, under the watchful gaze of a portrait of Shagatai Khan, Instructor Frollo ordered the recruits to pair up for combat. The arrival of Recruit 13 was welcomed, as it meant no one would be left to face the instructor or spar with brothers from other companies. This time, it was hand-to-hand combat. Yifeng's opponent was Recruit 5, Gage, a sniper with weaker close combat skills. Number 13. Shall we begin? Gage asked. Ready when you are, Senior, Yifeng replied. Gage threw a punch directly at Yifeng's face. Yifeng instinctively raised his arm to block, which unfortunately obscured his vision. With a thud, Guy's other fist landed hard on Yifeng's waist, causing him to drop to one knee in pain. Number 13. Your opponent left his chest wide open. Why didn't you counterattack? Instructor Frollo shouted. A flash of insight crossed Yifeng's mind, recalling countless combat techniques. He pushed off the ground with one foot, twisting his torso and channeling all his strength into his elbow, delivering a decisive strike to Guy's chest. Gage grunted in pain, his chest throbbing. He twisted his body slightly to reduce the impact and retaliated with a punch aimed straight at Yifeng's face. In this round of the match, although Yifeng was beaten black and blue, his counterattack caused Geiji to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. As a new recruit, Yifeng was positioned at the edge of the team. The other recruits looked over and saw Yifeng's intact half of his face and the fallen Geiji, instantly drawing the attention of the entire training field. The instructor looked at Yifeng in surprise and said, "Number 13, that was a pretty slick move." Yifeng, a bit embarrassed, replied, "I don't know, instructor. It was just an instinctive reaction." Instructor Flo nodded knowingly. As a typical descendant of the White Scars, he understood that the combat instincts of a Genocide warrior are ingrained. Follow your combat instincts. You've got talent. Training continues. In the vast galaxy, countless aliens have their unique forms, and chaos corruption makes them even more unpredictable. The Space Marines face enemies that are not always humanoid, so it's impossible to train extensively for every form of combat. The Green Templar chapter focuses on developing combat instincts and seizing opportunities. Before Yifeng could turn his head, Geiji had already launched a new round of attacks. Are you kidding me? I've been training for a year and a half. I can't let this rookie get the better of me without getting my pride back, Geiji thought to himself. 2 hours later, training ended. Yifeng stood at the back of the line, sporting 2 black eyes and covered in bruises. Although Geiji appeared less injured on the surface, he was silently suffering. This kid hits hard. It looks like I'm not badly hurt, but it's all internal injuries. My stomach hurts like hell. However, thanks to the Astartes' rapid healing abilities, minor injuries heal quickly, often within the time it takes to have a meal. The instructor concluded, "All right, everyone's hand-to-hand combat skills have shown some improvement today. Go eat, and remember my guidance. If I see the same mistakes tomorrow, I'll personally teach you." Everyone except Yifeng shuddered. "All right, dismissed. Go eat." Although Astartes can rely on their power armor self-sustaining systems to fight for 2 weeks without food, drink, or sleep, they still need to eat under normal conditions, and they eat a lot. Besides, new recruits cannot wear power armor yet. Their bodies have been implanted with black carapace to enhance control over the armor, which takes time to grow. Until it fully matures, they cannot properly operate the power armor. Wearing the armor marks their formal service. The recruits dispersed in small groups. Number 19, Uka, who had initially shown Yifeng some kindness, approached him. "Hey, new guy, how's the training?" Yifeng replied, "Hi, I feel like my strength is increasing, or is it just an illusion?" Uka laughed, "Haha, all new recruits feel that way. Come on, I'll show you to the mess hall." Geiji joined them as well. The Green Templar chapter values strength and brotherhood, often forming friendships through combat. While waiting in line for food, Yifeng couldn't help but wonder how crowded this mothership must be to make these super soldiers queue for meals. Through conversations with Geiji and Uka, Yifeng learned they were currently on the edge of the Empire's peaceful sector. To Yifeng's surprise, this was not the 13th Black Crusade led by Abaddon the Despoiler but the 14th. The combined forces of the 4 Chaos Gods and Abaddon had caused a surge of warp energy to erupt from the Eye of Terror, cutting across the galaxy. On the Imperial map, a warp rift extended from the northwest to the eastern central region. This warp rift disrupted communications. Without the Astronomican beacon on Terra, even the most advanced ships dared not cross this great rift. This meant that nearly half of the map was cut off from the human central capital, Terra. The Green Templar chapter's peaceful sector was located in the west, with 99 of their territory below the Great Rift. However, they received a mission to quell a rebellion in a remote world, fighting their way to the far northwest, unexpectedly reaching the one of their territory on the other side of the rift. This area had only one heavily damaged Imperial Fist successor chapter, the Stormwell chapter, and another chapter, the Shadow Blades of the Iron Hands, on a penance crusade. A penance crusade is a century-long mission to prove loyalty to the Empire by fighting its most dangerous enemies, without Imperial resupply. This area had 1 Imperial Forge world and 5 loyal colony planets. Originally guarded by a single incomplete chapter, it now had 3 incomplete Astartes chapters. Since they were in the western part of the peaceful sector, the northern administration of the neighboring Mist sector had no jurisdiction over them. These 5 colonies formed a temporary second council of the peaceful sector to manage internal affairs, indulging in a life of revelry and opulence. The presence of the 3 chapters made them feel absolutely secure, almost rivaling the defenses of Terra itself, becoming an impregnable fortress. Another piece of information that puzzled Yifeng was that their entire chapter had only one strike cruiser. Uka explained helplessly, Archon's sun is always fighting in the dark reaches of the galaxy's outer rim. Upon learning this information, Yifeng felt both fear and relief. As long as no one noticed this remote corner, their small fleet would be absolutely safe. But if anyone did, even 3 incomplete chapters wouldn't hold out. Now, he could only pray, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng's Green Sanctuary warband has been engaged in a prolonged guerrilla campaign in the vastness of space. They call it the Hunt, a term brimming with the wildness and passion unique to the White Scars race. As a rookie, Yifeng primarily undertook reconnaissance missions, occasionally pursuing fleeing enemies. However, for a White Scar warrior, the most crucial skill was undoubtedly piloting. From space fighters to atmospheric land speeders, and even ground-based tactical motorcycles, the warriors of the Green Sanctuary could handle any fast vehicle with ease. After 10 years of rigorous training, Yifeng had mastered all the basic tactics and weaponry, becoming a competent interstellar warrior. This decade was not arbitrarily set, but was closely tied to the Astartes transformation process. The transformation was based on genocide, which could turn a mortal into an Astartes warrior, though the failure rate was high. However, until the final stage of the transformation, even if a candidate failed, the genocide could be retrieved. The acquisition of genocide relied on the mature seeds within the bodies of Astartes warriors. In the 5th year, the first genocide, located in the neck, matured and could be easily extracted by an apothecary through surgery. By the 10th year, the second genocide matured in the chest cavity, but its extraction was more dangerous. Typically, this seed would remain in the body, continuously releasing special biostimulants to strengthen the Astartes. In most cases, only after an Astartes fell in battle would the field apothecary retrieve it. However, the advent of Primaris Space Marines solved this issue. The newly implanted Belisarian furnace replaced the genocide's role of gradually dispersing biostimulants. Even if both seeds were extracted, it wouldn't significantly impact the subsequent enhancement process. More importantly, the Primaris Marines' more robust physique meant that the surgical risks were almost negligible. Another characteristic of the genocide, the inherited combat experience of a previous warrior, was replaced by the Primaris Marines' newly added multilobed brain. This enhanced learning capability allowed Primaris Marines to acquire experience and knowledge more swiftly, bypassing the slow transmission process of the genocide. After fully recovering, Yifeng finally faced the ultimate ceremony to become an Astartes donning the power armor. This ceremony was the most significant milestone for a Space Marine, symbolizing his acceptance as a qualified warrior. Instructor Floor had once said that although the chapter master decreed that the minimum training period for each Primaris Space Marine should be 10 years, Yifeng was the first in nearly a century to graduate perfectly on the 10th anniversary. Training periods varied across different chapters, reflecting the intensity of conflict in their respective regions. In peaceful areas, training could last 50 to 100 years. In the most war-torn regions, like the Flesh-Tearers chapter, recruits might be thrown into battle halfway through their transformation, with only the survivors continuing the process. The ceremony commenced. Servitors chanted blessings and anointed Yifeng with sacred oils. With the aid of various machines, the modular Mark X power armor was assembled piece by piece onto Yifeng. When it came to the most resilient part of the armor, the shoulder plates, drill instructor Floris insisted on engraving 13 in ancient High Gothic on the inner side, to bless the warrior he had long favored. As the fully developed black carapace connected with the power armor servo system for the first time, Yifeng felt unprecedented strength. With just a thought, the power armor moved seamlessly, as if it were an extension of his body. Clad in the imposing white power armor, Yifeng stood at the entrance of the armory. Around him knelt numerous servitors and combat thralls, most of whom were failed but surviving Astartes candidates. They reverently welcomed the chapter's new blood. From today onwards, the moniker Rookie 13 would be passed to another new recruit, and he would officially be known as Yifeng. Yifeng was about to report to the 4th Company. His friend, Gage, had graduated 6 months earlier and joined the 4th Company ahead of him. This was another deviation from the Astartes Codex. Typically, new warriors would be assigned to reserve companies, serving in devastator squads to destroy enemies with firepower. Only seasoned veterans would join assault squads, wielding close combat weapons on the edge of death. But the White Scars adhered to no such rules. Their motto seemed to be, one man, one bike, ride to your heart's content. Walking through the corridors, Yifeng no longer saw the playful new recruits, but genuine Astartes warriors from various combat units. He quickly found the door marked 43, indicating the quarters of the 3rd Combat Squad of the 4th Company. Pushing the door open, 7 pairs of Astartes' eyes instantly focused on him. Gage immediately greeted him warmly. "Oh ho ho, old buddy, you're here. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is my boot camp brother, Yifeng, a skilled raider-type biker." Yifeng glanced around and noticed that, including himself, Only he, Gage, and another unknown warrior were Primaris Astartes. The other 5 were standard Astartes. 3 of them were century-old veterans. Yifeng recalled a story he had heard before his transformation. Astartes were supposed to have individual quarters with personal combat gear storage. But the reality before him was clearly different from the tales. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that rumors often diverged from reality. Gage continued his enthusiastic introductions. Let me introduce you to our squad leader, William. He's been fighting for over 190 years and is steadily approaching the 200-year mark. Pleasure to meet you, squad leader. Yifeng greeted respectfully. William nodded. Good. Another new blood joins our squad. Welcome. How about you take this bed? Of course, I'll follow your arrangement. Yifeng replied without hesitation. Gage then pointed to another warrior. And this is our deputy squad leader, Kshevich. Kshevich coldly remarked. Hello, rookie. I hope you live long enough. Seeing Yifeng's slightly awkward expression, Gage quickly explained. Don't mind him, Yifeng. That's just how he is. This is actually his way of giving you his best blessing. Gage continued introducing the other members. This is Charles, and this is... Yifeng thought to himself that under normal circumstances, Gage, as a sniper, should belong to a suppressor squad, tasked with taking high ground and engaging in anti-material sniping with a jetpack. But the Green Sanctuary Warband had its unique organization. Who among the White Scars wasn't a skilled biker? They could speed on bikes while carrying anti-material sniper rifles, accurately taking out enemy armored vehicles on the move. Yifeng realized he was joining not just a combat company but a new world full of passion and challenges. From today onwards, he would fight alongside these valiant warriors, writing the legend of the White Scars among the stars. At this moment, the Iron Hand's Shadow Venom Strike Force is on a penitent crusade. They are piloting their warships through the interstellar void, targeting the Atreides system, where a rebellion took place 4 centuries ago. Upon reaching the outer rim of the system, they were met with an unsettling sight. The floating wreckage of warships silently testified to a fierce battle that had once raged here. The Shadow Venom Strike Force immediately initiated a scan, and the results shocked them. These were not the remnants of human rebels, but evidence of the presence of Orks. Orks, also known as greenskins, are a fearsome war machine. They possess large heads and mouths that take up most of their face, and their limbs are strong enough to easily crush human armor. What's unique about these creatures is that they are part animal, part plant, and part fungus. They can obtain energy by eating, but they can also photosynthesize like plants. More terrifying is the Ork's method of reproduction. When an Ork dies, if its body isn't burned quickly, it releases numerous microscopic spores. In just a few months, countless new Orks will sprout from the ground. However, the true threat of the Orks doesn't come from their physical prowess, but from their unique Waak energy. This invisible psychic force surrounds each Ork, allowing them to warp the laws of physics to some extent. For example, even a dilapidated motorcycle that shouldn't be operational can miraculously start if an Ork believes it can. This phenomenon is known as the power of belief. Ork society is complex and unique. At the bottom are the deformed small individuals called Gretchen, used for various purposes, even as guidance systems for missiles. Slightly larger ones are called boys, the standard Orks. When an Ork starts thinking, I can be the boss, it can influence the Waak energy around it, gradually becoming stronger. An Ork that becomes a knob generates a massive Waak energy field, attracting more Orks and creating a self-reinforcing cycle. The technological development of Orks is also quite unique. Their technological knowledge seems to be imprinted in their genes, rapidly advancing as Waak energy increases. In a constant state of war, their technological level can explode. This month, they might be using crude axes. Next month, they could have mastered high-energy weaponry. Within a few years, Orks can leap to a level of technology comparable to the space age. Their weapons are characterized by large calibers, immense power, but instability. Even more frightening, the collective intelligence of Orks increases with the expansion of the Waak energy field. 10 Orks together might just be 10 idiots, but a billion Orks can become a billion intelligent minds. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, the Imperium has strict countermeasures. For small-scale invasions, Astartes, Navy, and Astra Militarum forces are quickly deployed to handle the situation. Large-scale invasions might result in the entire planet being sentenced to death, with virus bombs, vortex torpedoes, or orbital bombardments used to annihilate all life. However, for the Shadow Venom Strike Force, which has been on an 80-year penitent crusade and is down to just over 300 members, dealing with an entire planet of Orks is clearly beyond their capability. Even the fuel needed to burn the bodies is in short supply. In this critical moment, they decisively sent an emergency distress signal to other Astartes chapters. The Shadow Venom Strike Force's strike cruiser immediately headed towards the Atreides colony planet at full speed. They must stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, at least controlling the Ork reproduction rate until reinforcements arrive. If they couldn't completely stop the war, they had to limit the enemy's numbers. Their strategy was to assassinate the leaders of Ork clans continuously, preventing their technological advancement during the ensuing chaos. The Green Sanctuary chapter received the emergency communication. Chapter Master Daika quickly recalled all forces, completing the assembly within just 2 hours, though a few younger members were slightly delayed due to routine patrols. The Green Sanctuary's flagship, the strike cruiser Blessed Forest, is well equipped. It features 3 lance batteries for long-range attacks and 8 macro cannon arrays on each side, enough to destroy any enemy ship that dares to approach. Although the number of macro cannons is relatively small, this is because, after the last battle damage, 4 severely damaged macro cannons on each side were replaced with 8 torpedo tubes. The ship's unique feature is the addition of 2 small hangars at the rear, capable of deploying fighter and bomber squadrons. Of course, as the Emperor's Death Angels, their specialty in drop pod assaults is indispensable, allowing them to deliver warriors directly onto enemy ships or planetary surfaces for decapitation strikes. The Blessed Forest activated its Geller field, a protective measure specifically designed to prevent warp demon incursions. The warp engines roared to full power. The chapter master knew the nature of the Orks. They had to race against time. Every minute they arrived earlier at the battlefield meant a crisis averted at a smaller cost. Captain Daika gazed out the porthole at the vast expanse of space, contemplating the imminent battle. As part of the White Scar's successor chapter, they excelled at guerrilla tactics, particularly against foes reliant on supply lines, such as the Chaos Space Marines. However, the current threat was the Orks, a race that didn't require conventional supplies and could sustain themselves through photosynthesis. Daika realized that this battle might require the defensive expertise of the Imperial Fists or the aggressive tactics of the Ultramarines. He pressed the comms button, connecting to the Tech Sergeant's channel. Tech Sergeant, report on fuel and weapon status. Amidst a slight electromagnetic hum, the Tech Sergeant's voice came through. Captain, we have 3,000 tons of promethium fuel, and 5 dreadnoughts are in good condition. In terms of artillery, including support tanks, we have 128 operational cannons. Daika silently calculated. Despite having only 1 mothership, they were well armed. This also explained why the warriors had to bunk together in communal quarters to make room for the weapons. 31 hours until we reach the battlefield, he murmured. Let's hope we're not too late. Daika decided to boost morale. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that many battle brothers might not return from this fight. Meanwhile, Yifeng's squad received their orders, and squad leader William immediately led his team to the armory. Leader, do we really need to carry this much? Geiji asked, already laden with weapons and ammunition like a walking arsenal. As a sniper, he carried a customized laser rifle, a plasma gun, and a shoulder-mounted capacitor cannon. His waist was lined with melta bombs, his chest bore 3 rows of grenades, and his thighs held bolt pistols and tactical knives, with ammo wrapped around his calves. William wrapped more ammo around Geiji's arms as he responded, of course, take as much as you can. If it fits in the drop pod, it goes with us. Leader, what if there's an explosion? Geiji said worriedly. Don't worry, William laughed. It'd be a miracle if an Ork weapon hits you. As long as the shadow blades hold them off and kill their leaders, they won't advance to the tech level capable of breaching your armor. Remember, aim for the biggest Ork. Yifeng's gear was equally exaggerated. He carried a nuclear-powered backpack with an oversized promethium fuel tank, a flamethrower on his left arm, and a double-barreled bolt gun custom-made by William in his right hand. His chest was covered with bolt gun ammunition, melta bombs hung from his waist, and chains, words, and mines were strapped to his legs. Having experienced soul infusion, Yifeng understood the terrifying number of Orks and the squad leader's intentions. However, when William began attaching detonators to his helmet, he couldn't help but ask, Leader, why put detonators on my helmet? You fool, William explained, detonators combined with anything explosive make an improvised bomb. Tie a detonator to a bolt gun round, and you've got a grenade. Yifeng was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to praise his leader's experience or unconventional thinking. Just as William was attaching a grenade rack to his own bolt gun, he suddenly turned towards the door, alert. Captain, Geiji exclaimed. Daika smiled. Good hearing, William. Judging by your setup, planning to take down the Eye of Terror? No need for such a fuss against Chaos Marines, William replied. But for Orks, I want to go all out. Good. Fight well, old friend. Daika patted William's shoulder and turned to leave. He wasn't worried about William. This overpreparedness was a result of his first encounter with Orks and indicated high morale. Daika was more concerned about those silently tending to their power, swords, machine spirits. Those warriors needed the most encouragement. Fully armed, the 4th Company's 3rd Squad arrived at the ship's chapel, where the chaplain was giving the final blessing. Some warriors were already embarrassed, wishing they could disappear. Others carried ammo boxes and weapon cases, with additional supply pods strapped to their backpacks, but none were as heavily laden as the 3rd Squad. Fortunately, they were the last to arrive and quietly hid in the back, not daring to move. The chaplain initially looked surprised at the sight of this peculiar squad, but upon seeing William, he understood. After the blessing, the third squad rushed to the drop pod launch area, hoping to board before the other squads arrived to avoid further embarrassment. As the servitors prepared to open the drop pod doors with ceremonial solemnity, they looked up to meet the murderous glares through the tactical visors of several Astartes, prompting them to hasten their actions. Guai Guai stood steadfastly at the battleship's porthole, his eyes fixed intently on the distant battlefield. His body leaned slightly forward, hands clenched, exuding an aura of readiness. The combat servant standing nearby noticed Guai Guai's posture and muttered under his breath, "No wonder he's an interstellar warrior. The aura of battle is strong with him." Though the servant's voice was soft, it was clearly audible in the silent cabin. Guai Guai didn't turn around upon hearing it. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This subtle expression seemed to silently acknowledge the servant's remark, reflecting both his confidence in his abilities and his anticipation for the forthcoming battle. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavier with this brief interaction. Guai Guai's figure stood tall and resolute at the porthole, as if he were already one with the impending conflict. The combat servant, although silent, couldn't tear his gaze away from Guai Guai's back, his eyes filled with a mix of reverence and a hint of unspoken concern. Commander Daika stood on the bridge, fists clenched, eyes fixed on the wreckage through the viewport. Once a bustling space station in the Astartes system, now it was just floating debris. Even through the vast emptiness of space, the warriors could clearly see the planet's surface, engulfed in a green tide and the thick smoke from massive explosions. "Commander," the communications officer reported, "the bird array scan indicates that this planet has 2 hives, one forge district, one agricultural zone, and a military fortress at the North Pole. Current intel shows the agricultural zone and one hive have completely fallen. The Shadowblade Regiment is holding out in the other hive, awaiting reinforcement. The forge district has been bombed to ruins, likely by the Shadowblade Regiment. The polar military base is still holding, with around 10 million soldiers and 150 million civilians. Survivor numbers in the hives are unknown." The communications officer paused before adding, "They've stated that if we rescue them, they are willing to join the Empire." Daika scoffed. Right now, even if Chaos Space Marines came to rescue them, they'd likely worship the warp without hesitation. "Commander, the Stormwell Regiment has also responded to the distress call and is expected to arrive in 9 hours. "Understood." Daika turned to face the bridge crew, broadcast on all channels. "We will assist the survivors in holding their positions. In 9 hours, we'll rendezvous with the Storm Regiment and launch a full counterattack." In the troop transport bay, Yifeng was unaware of the specifics but knew that the veteran companies, 1st and 2nd, would support the hive, while his 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th companies would head to the polar military base to assist in its defense and await further orders. He consumed his last piece of ration from the external supply tube, knowing that their connection with the ship would be cut off until they established a signal system on the ground. Squad leader William felt uneasy as he glanced around the drop pod. Originally designed for 10, but now holding only 8, with the remaining space filled with munitions. "Will this be enough?" he muttered to himself. "It should be. But what if we run out? Better come up with some backup plans." Meanwhile, at the polar military base, the highest-ranking officer, Christie, had scratched his head bald from worry. As the month's battles worsened, their defensive capabilities were stretched thin. A month ago, the Space Forces had sent a grim report. Their fleet had been completely annihilated by an unknown enemy. The last transmission showed a massive black spherical object colliding with the ships. Just as everyone braced for a last stand, what descended from the sky weren't warships or heavy bombardments, but countless meteors. Upon observing this phenomenon, the planet's ruler, Hammers, sighed in relief. If it was merely a meteor shower destroying the fleet and attacking the planet, the damaged structures could be quickly rebuilt. However, his relief was short-lived. Green-skinned orcs emerged from these meteors, essentially makeshift landing pods, charging at the onlookers with feral cries. The military quickly mobilized, initially wiping out the orcs around the smaller meteors with ease. Despite their fierce resistance, the local soldiers found that the orcs' technology was primitive, barely at an early space-age level. With overwhelming numbers, the human forces soon confined the orcs to 2 adjacent large craters. These craters were peculiar. Mushroom clouds lingered over them, obscuring visibility. Initially, no one paid much attention to these details. At this point, President Hammers made the gravest mistake of his life. To regain the public support lost due to the fleet's destruction and the meteor attack, he decided to launch a large-scale military operation, hoping to secure a glorious victory to solidify his position. Hammers ordered the craters to be surrounded, mobilizing 18 million troops from across the nation to annihilate the enemy. However, during the month-long mobilization, the craters remained eerily quiet. The foolish leaders even proclaimed to the public that the enemy had been scared into submission and wouldn't dare make a move. Naturally, some wise officers demanded immediate attacks or reconnaissance missions, but these suggestions were repeatedly dismissed by superiors. Eventually, the entire military began to slack off. Since higher-ups forbade action, why not enjoy food and leisure in the camp? Thus, after a month of bureaucratic procedures, the Senate leader's son, Melty, successfully replaced General Christie, taking command of the 18 million-strong army. Full-scale assault. Melty ordered. How do we attack? Someone asked. With 18 million men, we can overwhelm them by sheer numbers, Melty replied without hesitation. No specific attack directions, just advance on all fronts. The first soldier to reach the large meteor will be awarded the rank of Major General. And so, a disorganized mass of soldiers marched towards the craters. They had no idea how to fight or what their specific targets were. The only command was, advance and attack. Upon hearing that the first to arrive would be made a general, every unit rushed forward with all their might. The motorized light infantry 18th Regiment was the first to encounter a mountain. Commander, was there a mountain here before? A soldier asked, puzzled. No idea. The map shows this as a plain. The commander replied, frowning. Could it be the large meteor? Commander, a general's rank. The soldier exclaimed excitedly. The commander shook his head. Use your brain. Does a meteor look like this? Our enemy hasn't shown up yet. Be cautious. Wah wah wog. A deafening war cry interrupted the commander, audible even to General Melty sipping to 80 kilometers away. What was that? Melty asked, panic-stricken. He recognized the war cry from the other craters. The adjutant tried to reassure him. Don't worry, General. Nothing can withstand the attack of 18 million troops. But Melty felt uneasy. Even though I have 10 divisions of guards, I should pull back 5 more for security. Adjutant, find the 5 nearest divisions and redeploy them here to strengthen our defenses. In a way, this decision gave the army a sliver of hope. But the light infantry 18th Regiment wasn't as fortunate. Commander, that's not a mountain. It's the enemy. A soldier exclaimed, trembling. Before them, a sea of orcs, like a mountainous wave, charged at them with excitement. What are you waiting for? Turn around and run, the commander shouted. Are you kidding? A junior officer retorted. We've got 1 million men behind us. We can fight them. There might be 4 million in our immediate vicinity, but look ahead. There's at least 1 million of them. Advancing? That's suicide. As they hurriedly rushed back, a terrifying realization dawned on them: they were lost. Surrounded on all sides by green-skinned orcs, it felt like they were trapped in a sea of green. Open fire! Open fire! Amidst the panicked shouts, the guards fired their small pistols continuously. However, the greenskins charging at them were no longer the frail minions of the past, but hulking brutes clad in iron armor. Bullets merely clinked off their bodies, and only powerful explosions could bring them down. Meanwhile, the greenskins had spent the past few days either breeding uncontrollably or digging non-stop. The reason was simple: they discovered they were sitting on a rich iron ore deposit. Greenskin warlord Mizitanpal was exceptionally excited about this. The foolish humans not only refrained from launching an immediate attack, but also stayed put, which played right into his hands. Taskmaster Yalutin, how's your research coming along? Mizitanpal asked. Boss, we've already mined a ton of iron ore and made a lot of good stuff. The boys mostly have iron armor and iron guns now, Yalutin replied excitedly. That's not what I meant. I meant that, Mizitanpal said impatiently. Oh, you mean the big one. It'll be ready to roll out in a month. Yalutin immediately understood what the warlord was referring to. Good. Have the boys dig a pit around the perimeter and bury themselves, Mizitanpal ordered. Although the other greenskins didn't quite understand the command, they complied. Mizitanpal explained, idiots, wait until the food passes by, then pop out from the ground. The food won't be able to escape. Weawaraf. All the greenskins let out an excited war cry at the brilliant idea. Meanwhile, human commander Melty was in despair. 18 million troops had lost over 7 million in an instant, and were now surrounded by the enemy in a large pit. Just as he was at his wit's end, his deputy's voice brought him back to reality. Commander, wake up. We still have the Guard Division and 15 elite mechanized divisions. Melty snapped back to reality and immediately ordered the 15 divisions to launch a fierce attack on the weakest point of the greenskin encirclement. After 2 days of intense fighting, they finally broke through, but at a heavy cost. Out of the 18 million troops, 12.21 million were killed, 3.67 million were injured, and only a fraction managed to retreat to the Arctic military base. Of the 15 brave divisions, only 36 soldiers survived. Over the next month, the greenskins swept through the planet like an unstoppable force, occupying most of it. The new commander of the Arctic military base, Tristy, was busy sheltering refugees, reinforcing defenses, and gathering food for a long-term battle. However, good and bad news came in quick succession. The agricultural food zone fell, but the garrison troops retreated with the remaining food. The Mikia hive was captured, The Imperial Space Marines responded to the call for help. The Forge District was lost with almost no survivors. The Space Marines arrived, but ammunition supplies were critically low. One group of Space Marines diverted to aid the Malenko Hive. Another group, known as the Green Chapel, also responded to the call for help. The Forge District was used by the Greenskins to manufacture more advanced weapons. The Space Marines destroyed the Forge District but suffered heavy losses themselves. At that moment, the Green Chapel chapter arrived. Drop pods launched from the Blessed Forest strike cruiser, streaking across the sky like meteors. Yifeng felt the immense acceleration enough to be fatal for ordinary humans, but merely a slight discomfort for Primaris Space Marines. The drop pods landed precisely on the snowy peaks near the Arctic military base. Squad leader William was the first to charge out, followed closely by Yifeng. To their surprise, they did not immediately face the greenskin horde, but were greeted by thunderous cheers. "Oh my God! Our saviors are here! Look at how mighty they are, like gods descending from the heavens. Look at their weapons and armor. They'll surely crush the greenskins." The soldiers at the base shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. After a long period of hopeless and oppressive battles, the soldiers spared no effort in using the few words of praise they knew. On the defensive line of the Arctic fortress, the warriors of the 3rd Squad became the beacon of hope for those who had been struggling in the darkness. These soldiers, laden with grenades, explosives, and bullets, felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments, especially when others praised their fully armed appearance. Squad leader William was the first to react, swiftly commanding Deputy Squad Leader Kshevich to lead the team in establishing a defensive position, preparing to hold out for 9 hours until reinforcements arrived. The Arctic fortress was not merely a long wall but an integrated military stronghold built into the entire Arctic mountain range. The walls cleverly connected various cliffs, and tunnels and firing ports permeated the mountain's interior. This design not only shortened the defensive line but also provided shelter within the mountain against powerful attacks like orbital bombardments. At the core of the fortress, the Void Shield made it impregnable, turning the Arctic fortress into a stronghold capable of both defense and offense, suitable for long-term occupation. Typically, the 3rd Squad's defensive position should have been in the tunnels filled with firing ports directly below them. However, Squad leader William made a surprising decision. "Set up the position on top of the peak," William said firmly. Kshevich asked incredulously, "What did you say, Squad leader? Are you out of your mind?" William looked around at the soldiers and said with determination, "On the ship, we were warriors of the Green Sanctuary, part of the Khan's army. But here, on this planet not blessed by the Emperor's light, we represent the Emperor. Set up the position at the highest point, so the soldiers can see us fighting, slaughtering the greenskins. Let everyone in the fortress see that their hope is here, at the top of this mountain." These words ignited the fighting spirit of all the members of the 3rd Squad. They immediately sprang into action. Powerful chainsaw axes quickly carved out sturdy shelters in the mountain. The Astartes methodically unloaded their equipment and secured it in optimal positions. Sniper Geyer was the first to rush to the highest peak, setting up his custom sniper rifle and beginning to pick off the big greenskins with precision. Among the White Scar warriors, few could remain calm and not run wild after the battle began, like Geyer. The greenskins' only weakness was their hierarchical structure. When a big greenskin was killed, the ordinary greenskins around it would quickly lose their fighting spirit and scatter, losing the powerful Wayag energy, until they found a new leader or became one themselves. This phenomenon was humorously referred to as "boss is dead, run away." Geyer's precise shooting soon paid off. As one big greenskin after another fell, the surrounding greenskin positions quickly descended into chaos. When the warriors who had been fighting for so long and the civilians who had been praying for days on end saw the arrival of the Astartes and witnessed the swift defeat of the enemy, a thunderous cheer erupted from behind. "The gods have come to save us. Thank the heavens for their mercy. Glory to the gods." These cheers, filled with gratitude to the divine, made Geyer a bit uncomfortable. We're the ones saving them, yet they thank the gods. He couldn't help but complain. If they're so grateful to their gods, we might as well leave and let their gods handle it. Squad leader William immediately stopped Geyer's inappropriate remarks. "They are just pitiful people without faith. Why can't the gods they speak of be the Emperor? They just need guidance. After the battle, the ecclesiarchy will lead them to worship the Emperor as a god." Yifeng stood silently by, contemplating everything. He couldn't help but wonder, should people really pray to the Emperor and wait for him to save humanity? Why couldn't humans pick up weapons and fight for themselves? If the Emperor was truly omnipotent, then what was the point of the Astra Militarum and the planetary defense forces? These thoughts were too dangerous to voice, especially at such a critical moment, as they could easily be seen as heretical. However, a seed had been planted in his heart, a seed of humanity taking control of its own destiny, a seed of proletarian unity. Astartes bolters continued to fire, their gunshots echoing over the Arctic military base. Despite the distance, The adept space marines stood on the cliff, precisely picking off the charging orcs. The orcs seemed to sense that this enemy was different and began to retreat gradually. After tens of days of fierce battles, the Arctic military base finally welcomed a brief moment of peace. Squad leader William stood at the edge of the cliff, his face grim under the power armor's mask. The orcs' organized tactics made him uneasy. This was unusual. Quickly analyzing in his mind, he suspected that a cunning orc warlord was orchestrating the attacks from behind the scenes. William immediately reported his findings to the chapter master through the communicator. He knew that only by eliminating this orc warlord could they put an end to this prolonged war. At that moment, Deputy Squad Leader Kshevich hurried over. Squad Leader, Fortress Commander Tristy wants to hold a military meeting to discuss the next strategic plan. William nodded. You go ahead. Kshevich turned to leave, offering a disquieting farewell. Hope you're all still alive when I return. It sounded more like a eulogy, causing Yifeng to frown. Taking advantage of the rare breathing space, William gathered all the squad members for a post-battle review and debrief a lesson Yifeng had learned in boot camp. Looking at the weary but still vigilant warriors before him, William couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. If the Stormwall chapter had arrived first, holding the fortress would have been routine. If the Green Temple chapter had come later, they could have freely raided the Orc-occupied territories. Coupled with the mechanized prowess of the Shadow Poison Blade chapter, the Orc army should not have been a formidable opponent. However, the reality was that these Astartes, accustomed to high-speed assaults, had to hunker down behind rocks to defend the position. While not impossible, everyone felt uncomfortable, like caged beasts. All right, let's hear from everyone, William said, surveying the group. Geyer, you had the best vantage point. You go first. Geyer pondered for a moment. Squad leader, I think that while sniping the warlord can effectively repel the orcs, it's merely a temporary fix. A new leader will soon emerge from the scattered orcs, grow into a warlord, and launch another attack. William nodded, turning to another warrior. Charles, your thoughts? Charles spoke bluntly. I think we need to adjust our firepower allocation. At our current rate of resource consumption, we can hold out for about 9 hours. But considering the strategic counterattack later, our goal is to annihilate the orcs completely. If we factor in supply issues, we should conserve ammunition. Hearing this, William felt a surge of urgency, wishing he could immediately empty the fortress's arsenal. As a staunch advocate of firepower, he was deeply worried seeing most of the fortress's cannons fall silent. He even devised a backup plan, burying the remaining shells from the fortress on the battlefield to be detonated by Geyer's sniper rifle during the next orc assault. A warrior suggested, I think we should prioritize using the heavier weapons, like grenades and mines. Reserve some melta bombs for the counterattack to destroy enemy fortifications. We can use up the cumbersome weapons during this phase. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Astartes specializing in blitzkrieg and decapitation strikes, they knew the weapons best suited for their tactics. During a ground defense, it made sense to use up those heavy, less mobile weapons first. At this point, Yifeng spoke up. I have an idea that could extend our defensive line. He began to outline a plan based on the 3-3 infantry tactic. Squad leader, look. Yifeng pointed to a distant peak. Geyer's position offers an excellent view, covering our entire defensive line. Orc artillery can't reach that height, so deploying just one laser gun there is a waste. He continued, if we deploy a heavy plasma cannon or long-range plasma gun there, we could annihilate the warlords and their surrounding orcs, eliminating entire orc tribes. Yifeng looked around to ensure everyone was listening. The only orc weapons that can threaten that height are missiles and aerial units. We could leave one Astartes with a bolter for anti-air defense, deploying 3 Astartes at the peak. The squad members looked at Yifeng in surprise. The tactic was highly reasonable and could effectively decimate the orcs' forces. Yifeng, in his first battle with the 3rd Squad, had already demonstrated extraordinary tactical acumen. He went on, see there, the right cliff has a protrusion that can attack beneath the wall, a spot the peak team can't cover. I suggest deploying an Astartes with dense firepower there. Yifeng's gaze fell on a silent warrior carrying a twin-linked explosive bolt gun from a dreadnought, a weapon typically mounted on the massive dreadnoughts, equivalent to 5 or 6 Astartes in size. Dreadnoughts are killing machines, piloted by severely injured Astartes who are permanently fused with the machine until they die in battle. The physical damage and connection to the dreadnought cause extreme pain, alleviated only by killing. Dreadnoughts come with various armaments, including long-range twin-linked explosive bolts, heavy flammers, plasma guns, and graviton weapons, as well as melee weapons like terror spears, siege claws, siege drills, and various chainsaw weapons. The equipment removed from a dreadnought is so massive it requires separate deployment slots. Yifeng pointed out that such cumbersome heavy weapons were perfect for that firepower point. There's a cave on the left side of that protrusion, Yifeng continued. We can expand it, stationing Geyer inside. It can connect multiple firing points essentially, dig deep and fight hard. He scanned his comrades. 10 meters above these two fire points, we can set up an observation or fire support point to cover any gaps. This forms a triangular firepower formation. As for the remaining two, Yifeng added, I suggest they go down to the wall. They can use grenades to kill enemies and handle any orcs that climb up the wall, which caused significant human casualties earlier. Astartes are better suited for close combat with these wall-climbing orcs. Even the experienced squad leader William had to admit it was an excellent, feasible plan. I agree to adopt Yifeng's plan. William nodded. I agree too. Me too. The other warriors chimed in. Finally, the sniper position was taken over by Geiji, while Yifeng stayed at the observation point above him. The silent warrior set up a dual explosive gun at the cliff's edge, the metal stand screeching against the rock. The deputy leader led 2 veteran soldiers to occupy the peak above, skillfully setting up defensive installations. Despite everyone's objections, the leader took the 3rd original Star Marine down to the city wall, claiming it was to train the new recruit in close combat skills. Meanwhile, the green-skinned warlord, Mishtenbal, was patrolling the iron mine base. His footsteps echoed through the metal corridors until, with a squelching sound, an unfortunate snotling was crushed underfoot. Mishtenbal was in a foul mood. This was the 6th snotling he'd accidentally stepped on that morning. What was once a smooth offensive had become increasingly difficult due to the pesky Star Marines. Initially, Mishtenbal had used the iron mine's resources to craft primitive weapons and armor, leading his army to slaughter numerous human forces and rapidly capture the agricultural district. This was mainly because a month of tactical smog had enveloped the Great Crater, leaving the greenskins starved and unable to photosynthesize. Desperate, they had even gnawed the grass bare. After seizing the agricultural district, the greenskins replenished their food supplies and were in high spirits, ready to attack the hive world. However, after just 2 skirmishes, Mishtenbal realized this hive was no pushover. He knew that if another hive sent reinforcements, his army would face dire straits. In the face of this predicament, Mishtenbal decided to seek help from his gods Gork and Mork. These green-skinned deities were infamous for their cunning and brutality. For example, Mork would sneak up and club you over the head before giving you a thorough beating, while Gork would pummel you first and then club you when you try to get up. Immense whack. Energy surged skyward, and the next morning, Mishtenbal announced he had received a divine revelation. He commanded his army to launch a grand assault on the hive's eastern defenses while sending small greenskins to infiltrate through the sewage pipes. The complex network of pipes and various interceptors were no match for the sheer number of greenskins. However, unexpected things always happen. When a group of greenskins was halted by a barricade, a small mech boy arrived with a homemade whack bomb. Under the watchful eyes of the other greenskins, he blew the barricade to smithereens. The massive explosion not only sent several greenskins flying, but also cracked the pipe walls above. Instantly, the mech boy earned immense admiration, and the whack energy field around him grew exponentially. The mech boy quickly evolved into a big mech, his body massively enlarging as he pried open the cracked iron plates above. The deafening whack battle cry echoed through the sky, startling the underhive workers who were laboring overtime to produce weapons. Can you imagine the chaos outside while these lowest-ranked workers toiled 17-hour days? Can you picture their terror when the ground shook and the floor cracked as they ate their instant lunches in a corner? Can you fathom their horror when, while checking which boiler had malfunctioned, a massive green head suddenly popped up from beneath them? The big mech led the greenskins out of the hole, quickly clearing the surrounding enemies. In the wake of massive admiration, he even earned a name Peoza. Although the name wasn't particularly flattering, it suited his personality well. You see, a named greenskin is a rare breed, akin to royalty among their kind. When the human army arrived at the factory, the sight was chilling. Soldiers armed with las guns cautiously searched the blood-stained workshop. The greenskins, however, lacked such patience. They pulled out an array of ramshackle, bizarre weapons and began fiercely attacking the human forces. Where did these weapons come from? This was a weapons factory. And who was leading the greenskins? None other than the big mech Peoza, no longer the mech boy who sluggishly crafted guns. He was now humming a tune, deftly assembling missiles. From the hole, a seemingly endless stream of greenskins poured out, yelling wildly. Observing from the southern battlefield, greenskin warlord Mishtenbal noted that the hive city had plunged into chaos. Although the eastern troops hadn't moved, parts of the northern, southern, and western defenses were reallocated to the western underhive. He made a swift decision, ordering the southern strike team to reveal their arsenal. The cannons, armored vehicles, and makeshift iron planes crafted from the iron mine were all brought out, quickly reducing the defenses to rubble. Although the hive city had a void shield for protection, which diverted attacks to the warp, it could overload and fail under heavy bombardment. It also couldn't block slow-moving weapons, like the greenskin iron planes. These crude aircraft penetrated the void shield, rapidly dropping numerous unstable handmade bombs and hordes of snotlings onto the city walls. Yes, snotlings. As long as they caused chaos on the walls, the big mech could seize the opportunity to storm the walls. The hive world Machia was invaded, and in the ensuing days of battle, the human forces were forced to retreat to the high ground while the greenskins took over the factories. They began using the factory's equipment and materials to produce more weapons, continuing their assault in a relentless cycle. The big mech Peyoza was busier than ever, having already created 7 or 8 kill cans. These armored suits, comparable to Space Marine power armor, looked like giant metal cans with mechanical arms. Yet, they only required a few snotlings to pilot them, wreaking havoc on the battlefield with rockets and massive chainsaws. However, due to the continuous protests from the ordinary greenskins, Peyoza had started working on even more terrifying weapons, the dreadnoughts. These new weapons would be piloted by actual greenskins instead of snotlings, promising to unleash even greater carnage on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the greenskins' technical prowess should not be underestimated. Painboys replaced the injured limbs of their warriors with mechanical parts and crammed them into terrifying cyborg shells. Mechboys dream of creating colossal war machines like the Gorkanaut or Morkanaut. When such a behemoth appears on the battlefield, it inevitably draws the admiration of all greenskins and challenges the mightiest foes. A few days later, Hive City Mickey fell. Its population of 5 billion was entirely wiped out, becoming food for the greenskins. The warlord Misthamper led his army to the Foundry District, which held the best war supplies and the weapons he coveted. Despite fierce defensive firepower, the Foundry District's defenses were undermanned due to the foolish decisions of the Hive nobles. After a brutal battle, the greenskins captured the district. Amidst the cheers, Bombzappa was promoted to Big Mech and began constructing the Morkanaut. However, the Shadowblade warband soon reclaimed the Foundry District, leveling it to the ground. This marked Misthamper's first setback, but he was undeterred. He already had a Morkanaut gifted by the Big Mech, ready to deploy when the time was right. Misthamper knew he had to accelerate his offensive, forcing the enemy's elite to engage and then crush them with the Morkanaut. Meanwhile, at the Arctic Fortress, Yifeng was carrying out his defense duties with boredom. He mechanically aimed and fired, occasionally taking down incoming missiles or eliminating stragglers climbing the walls. The fortress was virtually impregnable, and they only needed to hold out for 3 more hours until reinforcements arrived. The soldiers' morale was high due to the significant drop in casualties, with some even daring to stand on the walls and shoot. In stark contrast, the situation in Hive City Malenko was much more dire. The Shadowblade warband stationed there was severely outnumbered. They continually demolished buildings, tunnels, and pipelines to impede the greenskins' advance. They set traps and heavy weaponry amidst the ruins, praying the Void Shields would hold out a bit longer and hoping for the timely arrival of the Storm Warden warband. Yifeng swiftly changed his position and leaped onto the city wall. The defensive situation on the wall was not dire. An experienced veteran and an original Astartes were enough to handle the current technological level of the Ork assault. However, the pile of Ork corpses at the base of the wall had unexpectedly provided a natural ladder for the attackers. Yifeng brought a Promethium-fueled flamethrower precisely to tackle this tricky situation. Traditional liquid chemical incendiaries were inefficient, and the people on this planet, cut off from the Empire, lacked an adequate supply of efficient promethium fuel. The area below the wall was also in a dead zone for artillery, so relying on lightning strike fighters and thunder-heavy bombers for bombardment was not an option. As Yifeng pulled the trigger, the flamethrower burst into a fierce tongue of fire, instantly igniting the piled-up bodies. If any followers of the Mechanicus were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim that this was the machine spirit's delight, a human emissary of the Omnisia. Ork bullets rained down on Yifeng's shoulder plates, clinking off harmlessly, while his bolter retaliated mercilessly. The battlefield was filled with the mixed scents of bolter gun oil, grenade maintenance fluid, and roasted mushrooms. The cacophony of weapon discharges, explosions, and screams created a frenzied symphony of war. Amidst it all, squad leader William's shouts reminded Yifeng to lower the flamethrower's power to save fuel. However, this relatively easy situation was soon disrupted. Perhaps the Orks realized the high casualty rate here or simply lost their patience. Squads of makeshift armored vehicles assembled by mechboys roared toward the wall, followed by their heavy missile trucks. If those erratic, grot-guided explosives that even the Orks couldn't predict could be called missiles. These missiles flew so slowly that the Void Shields couldn't shunt them into the warp. Yet these seemingly laughable weapons became a significant threat to the wall's defenses. Fortunately, the Orks on this planet hadn't focused much on aircraft development, leaving their aerial capabilities rudimentary. Among the Orks, a particular group obsessed with conquering the skies viewed flying as the most Wayawaraf endeavor. These mechboys would dedicate all their energy to crafting various flying machines. As long as it could get off the ground, they would eagerly test fly it, even without any landing gear. In the later stages of Ork civilization, these fanatics would become fearsome aerial killers, capable of challenging many common Imperial atmospheric vehicles. Facing the Orks' thick-skinned, big-filled gifts, The Astartes adhered to their tradition of accept all, kill all. They immediately called for air support. Lightning strike fighters and thunder-heavy bombers swiftly took off, destroying the fragile aerial blockade of flying orcs and makeshift aircraft, then launched a fierce attack on the orc ground armor. However, after the first wave of dense bombardment, for surviving armored vehicles suddenly lit up with psychic shields. These shields, infused with massive Warhammer energy, could withstand any attack but had a significant flak stream instability. As expected, one of the vehicles spontaneously combusted, quickly disintegrating into a pile of scrap metal, steel rods and cans, sending the orcs inside fleeing in panic. At this moment, the seasoned William sensed something amiss. He shouted, "Ifong, drop the Prometheum flamethrower and grab your chain's word. The enemy is about to break through." Before his words had fully echoed, the remaining 3 armored vehicles rammed into the wall at full speed. With a thunderous explosion, debris from the vehicles flew into the air, including the terrifying dreadnoughts hidden inside. These blood-splattered machines, protected by invincible shields, crashed heavily onto the wall, sending fragments of stone flying, injuring several human soldiers. Before the debris could settle, the dreadnoughts began their slaughter. Multiple mechanical arms equipped with chainsaw axes and cutting blades swung wildly, instantly taking the lives of all nearby human soldiers. Rockets roared from their backs, firing in all directions. For the orcs, aiming was unnecessary since they couldn't hit their targets anyway. They opted for blanket fire. Die, xenos. William charged first. There were precisely 3 Astartes on the wall, enough to take on 1 dreadnought each without needing to split targets. Ifong mercilessly emptied a whole magazine of bolter rounds into the nearest dreadnought, causing its walk field to flicker. Even trapped inside the dreadnought, the orcs' war cries were clearly audible. Weaag! Beast! Meet your end! Ifong roared. When it came to volume, Astartes had built-in amplifiers. Others heard only a deafening series of shouts and instinctively looked towards the loudest source, vaguely seeing 2 similarly sized metal giants clashing. The dreadnought facing Ifong had 5 mechanical arms, one of which was a claw for grabbing objects, while the other 4 wielded a chainsaw axe, a siege drill, and 2 cutting blades. Ifong quickly adjusted his angle to exploit his advantages. The enemy's chainsaw axe glanced off the Astartes' toughest shoulder plate, while 1 cutting blade left a fiery gash. Seizing the opportunity, Ifong swung his chainsword, severing the siege drill, the only weapon capable of quickly breaching Astartes' armor. With the blow landed, Ifong didn't stop his charge, moving past the dreadnought and attaching a big baby to its rocket launcher. The enemy was furious. Not only had it failed to cleave this white-armored Astartes in half, but its weapons had also missed. It turned to chase, but Ifong didn't look back, sprinting away. Damn, who set such a long timer on the melta-bomb? He cursed internally. Everyone saw the 2 metal giants, one chasing the other, with the white one clearly faster. Suddenly, a massive explosion turned the pursuing dreadnought into a brilliant firework. Human forces erupted in cheers, thanking the gods, some even debating whether it was divine protection or retribution against the enemy. Ifong didn't stop. He charged towards another dreadnought engaged with an Astartes. It's clear that this dreadnought is suffering from a severe case of firepower inadequacy anxiety. Among its 3 mechanical arms, 2 are equipped with twin-linked heavy bolters, while only 1 has a grasping claw. The deafening rat-a-tat of gunfire fills the air, bullets raining down like a storm, causing significant casualties even among the surrounding troops. Facing this mechanical menace, the Primaris Space Marine was agilely maneuvering, dodging its relentless fire. He fired his bolter repeatedly, searching for a weakness. Ifeng's left shoulder plate was recently damaged, but he did not retreat. He lowered his body, aimed his right shoulder at the enemy, gripped his chainsword tightly with both hands, and charged at the colossal machine. When the orc gunner spotted Ifeng, it let out an excited roar, Weaag, as if it had finally found a worthy opponent for a direct fight. However, its joy was short-lived. Ifeng, already at full speed, broke through the barrage almost unscathed. His chainsword, operating at full power, pierced directly into the dark red metal behemoth. Another Astartes seized this opportunity, swinging his power axe down onto the dreadnought's head. The combined force of their attacks split the massive machine in 2. Team leader William's situation was similarly successful. The dreadnought he was facing was already down, oil spilling everywhere. The 3 quickly reformed their formation to suppress the orcs at the base of the wall. Although the war boss had been taken out by the fire team on the mountain, the momentary lack of firepower allowed numerous orc boys to reach the base of the wall. 2 Primaris Space Marines immediately grabbed the crates of grenades delivered by the human army and began hurling them down without hesitation. William crouched excitedly by the split orc dreadnought, scavenging bullets from its destroyed twin-linked heavy bolters. He firmly believed that the orcs' unstable large bullets could be turned into grenades with the addition of a detonator. Why risk hand-to-hand combat when you can just cover them with firepower? This was William's creed: bring more firepower, bomb more. Yifeng didn't forget the mission at hand and shouted, Charles, shorten the detonation time on the Melta bombs. Just as the grenades were running out, Thunderbolt fighters roared in. This time, they weren't just providing air support but also escorting transport ships. The fighters opened fire on the Orks, covering the landing of 5 bulky transport ships at the military fortress. The transports quickly unloaded their cargo: mortal auxiliary troops, Chimera armored vehicles, Leman Russ tanks, and of course, the Green Templars' favorite, bikes. Although the Codex Astartes limits the combination of mortal and Astartes forces, a strike cruiser always has some mortal regiments for support. These temporarily conscripted ground troops seem to bypass the rules. After all, who strictly follows the Codex these days? The full-scale counterattack had begun. Meanwhile, a Nova-class frigate appeared at the edge of the Atreides star system. Equipped with lances and 2 sets of weapon arrays, it lacked the capability to deploy Astartes units, raising questions about its compliance with the Codex Astartes. However, the strong stance of several founding chapters eventually ended the debate. The Nova-class frigate quickly advanced towards its target planet, ignoring the surrounding debris. Following closely behind, 3 battle barges and a strike cruiser emerged from the Mandeville Point, entering the system. Such a fleet size would make any other chapter envious. Green Templars, Shadowblades, do you copy? Over. A voice crackled through the communicator. Green Templars here, Shadowblades are right beside us, came the swift reply. Stormwell chapter has arrived in orbit around Atreides. Drop pods are ready. Shall we proceed with the original strategy? Copy that. Drop pod guidance points are set. Proceed as planned. Chapter Master Kargus Bell of the Stormwell chapter, clad in tactical dreadnought armor of earthy yellow with dark green gauntlets and boots, led the way. As a successor of the Imperial Fists, their chapter emblem featured a nebula design beneath the iconic fist. Following him was a full company of veterans, nearly all donned in tactical dreadnought armor. After years of recovery, the Stormwell chapter's numbers had grown from over 400 to nearly 700. Although the Imperium mandates that a chapter should not exceed 1,000 Astartes, in the current war-torn era, a chapter boasting 700 Astartes was considered fully combat-ready. Kargus Bell surveyed his chapter's impressive force, his heart swelling with pride. Though he had never witnessed the grandeur of the 200,000 Astartes legions during the Great Crusade, in the current Codex Astartes era, his elite force was capable of crushing any enemy of the Imperium. He harbored a dream: to earn the title of savior on some distant world and have the Imperium grant them a homeworld. From then on, the chapter would no longer wander. Even the most perilous sector could be transformed into a haven of peace and tranquility under his command. Except for the specially assigned warriors, 680 Astartes had already boarded the drop pods. Today, they would make their mark. The entire force was mobilized. In the sky, drop pods descended like a meteor shower. The Will of the Storm chapter deployed 680 Astartes to the upper hive, successfully linking up with the remnants of the Shadow Poison Blades and the elite forces of the Green Temple. Including the previously stationed units, the total number of Astartes on this planet exceeded 1,600. Meanwhile, a large contingent of mortal auxiliary troops was transported to the Arctic fortress to relieve the Green Temple's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th companies. The Astartes of the Green Temple mounted their familiar anti-gravity bikes, ready to bring death to the enemies of the Imperium. On the other side, the Ork war boss, Mishtanbal, was furious. These space marines were far more formidable than he had anticipated, especially the towering warriors whose combat prowess was astonishing. Worse yet, judging by the recent meteor shower, it seemed there were more and more of these damned space marines. This was a significant setback to his Warag across the galaxy plan. You Luton, Mishtanbal roared. How much longer for that big fella to be ready? 3 days, at most 3 days, Yulutin replied. Mishtanbal immediately ordered, boys, let out all the Kilkins. Let those Tinkins taste some real fun. His roar echoed through the iron mines. A horde of Killikins boarded their makeshift armored vehicles, howling as they sped into the distance. The prelude to an apocalyptic revelry had begun. What about Peyoza? Mishtanbal asked again. Hasn't he been whining about his Gorkanaut mech? Is it ready? Let him take it out for a proper wad. Ever since the war boss snatched away his prized Malgold Kong, Peyoza had poured his grief and rage into developing the Gorkanaut. Fortunately, the war boss recognized Peyoza's talent and provided him with plenty of teethy Ork currency enough to trade with scavenger boys for high-quality materials. Yulutin, Mishtanbal continued, relay my order. All the dreadnoughts are to stand down and sleep for 3 days. Boss, Yulutin hesitated. If they go out now, they're just going to get themselves killed. The enemy's orbital cannons are no joke. If we use that big fella's shield to protect the dreadnoughts, it'll be a different story. Mishtanbal grinned savagely. In 3 days, he'll personally lead them out for a wewa af. The massive Ork horde set out. The long-restrained Psyker Boys were also unleashed, joining the Warag frenzy. Psyker Boys are a rare and special group among the Orks, highly sensitive to warp energy and capable of rudimentary psychic powers, comparable to low-level sorcerers. However, their control over these powers is extremely unstable. Their frail bodies often cannot withstand the immense Warag energy they attract, causing them to explode during their awakening. Once excited, even by something as simple as a nearby mech boy creating a particularly Warag invention, they can easily lose control and cause psychic explosions. At this stage, Psyker Boys instinctively use their powers to detonate all nearby life forms, including fellow Orks. Hence, they are usually stationed far from the main camp to prevent absorbing too much Warag energy and exploding. Of course, this is just Mishtenball's explanation to other Orks. Whether he truly fears being blown up remains unknown. Once a Psyker Boy learns to control his powers by Ork standards, of course they can reliably unleash powerful psychic lightning. More importantly, they become stable Warag energy batteries. An experienced Weirdboy, as they are commonly known, can significantly boost the overall Warag energy of a battle. Even if a regular Ork dies, the energy they carried is subconsciously absorbed by the Weirdboy, keeping the total Warag energy nearly constant. This means that even with heavy Ork casualties, the Warbus's invincible Warag energy shield remains largely unaffected. Therefore, the appearance of psychic lightning among the Orks often signals the start of a major offensive. Mishtenball had thrown a smokescreen at those Tinkin shrimp, all to buy these crucial 3 days. In 3 days, it would be the Space Marines' end. Thinking of this, Mishtenball also joined in the Warag with excitement. Tin cans, your end is near. Mishtenball laughed maniacally, eagerly anticipating the impending grand showdown. The members of the 4th Platoon's 3rd Squad mounted their anti-gravity bikes, each of the 8 riders on their uniquely modified vehicles. Yifeng had altered his Promethium fuel flamethrower to have dual nozzles, mounted on both sides to avoid the flames from obstructing his vision at high speeds. Geiji had secured a laser gun, opting temporarily for a bomb launcher, and had borrowed half of Yifeng's dual bomb launcher. An original Astartes warrior handed his dual explosive bolt gun to a human auxiliary and equipped himself with a plasma cannon. Yifeng found the warrior's name, Shi Zhengxiang, rather peculiar and awkward to pronounce. Contrary to his usual behavior, the squad leader William only carried a bomb launcher and thermal grenades, distributing several to each member. He patiently explained the essentials of tactical assault to the 3 newly joined Astartes. It wasn't about scattering the enemy lines but identifying and destroying key targets, calling for orbital bombardment if necessary. This mission was a rare opportunity for real combat training, encapsulating the essence of the entire chapters and even the Legion's combat strategies. As soon as William finished speaking, the 8 anti-gravity bikes roared down the steep cliff. No one slowed down. Their thrusters were at full power. William led the charge, followed closely by Charles, while the deputy squad leader Kshevich adjusted his position due to Yifeng's heavy equipment. The first 3 bikes formed a wedge formation, piercing through the enemy's weak point. William almost never used his bomb launcher, instead wielding his chainsword to cut down any Orks that got too close. "Conserve your ammo, brothers," he reminded. "These ordinary Orks aren't worth wasting our firepower on." Yifeng also turned off his flamethrower. Their speed far exceeded that of the Orks. In no time, the 3rd Squad had broken through the Ork horde and was speeding across the vast ice plains. Their reconnaissance area was Sector A9C1, mostly flat ice with occasional small snow drifts. According to the analysis from the ship's avian drones, there seemed to be no Ork activity on the surface, but there were strange energy readings underground. The 3rd Squad needed to be wary of any hidden subterranean entrances beneath the snow. The high-speed ride triggered the combat hormones within the Astartes. Though the White Scars led by the Khan appeared wild and crude on the surface, they were wise and perceptive warriors. Even the Great Emperor praised them as natural scouts. While ferocious combat was a trait of all Astartes, White Scars were especially known for their keen senses, able to spot even incoming projectiles. They also cherished the environment, avoiding the use of permanently destructive weapons like nuclear bombs or warp fissures, earning them the nickname Children of Nature. Meanwhile, the Imperial Fists and their successor chapters demonstrated immense combat resolve. They were among the least susceptible to the corrupting influence of the Chaos Gods, originally tasked with the eternal defense of Terra. Unfortunately, they were nearly wiped out in the last battle for Terra, and the current Imperial Fists were mostly new recruits, lacking the traditional chapter culture and special rituals. The Iron Hands' parent chapter, the Steel Hands, suffered from severe internal division, with 10 clans each acting independently. They had no chapter master but were led by a council of the 10 clan leaders, which prevented large-scale betrayal but exacerbated internal conflicts. They widely believed that flesh is weak, machine ascends, heavily modifying themselves and maintaining close ties with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Different doctrines within the Mechanicus also fueled further discord within the chapter. At this moment, These two chapters were fighting the Ork horde on the Hive City's front lines. After receiving a large influx of war machines from the Storm's will, the Shadow Poison Blades could finally engage in a full-scale war. As experts in mechanized warfare, they previously had to scrimp and save due to a lack of resources, unable to launch even a single firepower barrage. The first to support them, the Green Chapel, also lacked heavy war machines and siege equipment, making the initial defense of the Hive City extraordinarily difficult. Now, with the Storm's will providing dozens of Venomblade tanks and Leman Russ tanks, along with ample machinery and ammunition, the Iron Hands Primarch Ferrus Manus excitedly commanded the human auxiliaries. These auxiliaries, who hadn't seen combat in ages, displayed impressive combat skills, with artillery precision rivaling the ace gunners of the Death Corps of Krieg, quickly destroying enemy heavy armor targets. Watching the rapidly advancing front lines, the Storm's will couldn't help but marvel. Achieving such terrifying momentum with just over 200 Astartes and long-practiced human auxiliaries seemed like a feat that would have required at least 800 Astartes or 3 times as many human soldiers. At that moment, the Ork war boss in charge of the offensive, Peoza, arrived at the front lines, piloting his freshly built gargantuan Squiggoth, leading a group of killer cans. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. The fearless Gorkanaut unleashed a storm of death from its right-hand Megashuta, its 18 barrels spitting out a torrent of firepower that turned the leading Leman Russ Eradicator tank into Swiss cheese. With its left hand, the Gorkanaut grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it with precision towards the rear line, crushing a Chimera armored vehicle into scrap. The Stormwell warriors were furious at the sight. A single Gorkanaut dared to act so arrogantly? They immediately called for an orbital bombardment. This was their trump card for taking down Titan-class war machines, equipped with a massive invincible force field that could envelop the entire area, making it impervious to regular firepower. The Iron Tide quickly concentrated their firepower, continuously bombarding the ground in front of the Gorkanaut. The barrage soon excavated a deep trench. They then released smoke grenades and retreated in an orderly fashion. All Astartes and infantry units moved behind the tanks, which deployed their reinforced anchors normally used for precision strikes, now serving as barriers against the impending shockwave. The Orks paid no mind to the enemy's maneuvers. All they wanted was a Foolin' W each. However, the Gretchen piloting the Killicanstamid little creatures remained at a distance, providing fire support rather than charging recklessly. They followed the Gorkanaut, staying within the protective aura of its Wyag field. The regular Orks had no such reservations. They charged into the trench without hesitation. Smoke grenades? No problem, just charge. For the galaxy's most fun-loving race, fighting was the ultimate joy. Suddenly, a massive lance of light descended like the Emperor's holy sword, causing the sky and earth to tremble. This was followed by macro-cannon bombardments and strategic strikes, with enormous shells blasting the ground thousands of meters into the air. Another lance of light concluded the assault. This was no simple melee. It was the combined full-force strike of 3 battle barges and 3 strike cruisers. The results were mixed. The good news: the charging Orks, along with their followers and Gretchen, were vaporized. The bad news: the Gorkanaut, though buried underground, survived. The good news: the Gretchen and the Killikans fled in terror. The bad news: the fleet's orbital strike needed to recharge and couldn't attack again soon. The good news: the Gorkanaut's force field was destroyed, emitting thick black smoke. The bad news: the strike's power caused significant friendly casualties. The situation was evenly matched, which meant victory was within reach. Chapter Master Kargaz Bell decisively ordered a charge. Purge the xenos, for the Emperor. The Astartes roared and charged towards the enemy lines, determined to deliver the Emperor's wrath. The Shadow Blades quickly directed the Leman Russ tanks and Venomblade tanks into combat. Rapid fire, triple burst, go. Under the command, a storm of firepower rained down, buying time for the Astartes to advance. Despite the Gorkanaut's tough hide, the powerful kinetic shells made it hard to aim, causing its Megashuta to spray wildly. Leading the charge were the Stormwill's ironclad tactical dreadnoughts. These elite veterans, clad in the most resilient Terminator armor, could withstand several direct hits from the Megashuta, especially now that it couldn't aim properly. 100 meters, 75 meters, 50 meters, 25 meters. The artillery ceased, and both sides prepared for close combat. The Gorkanaut raised its power claw, while the Astartes Vanguard switched from ironclad to Vanguard Terminators. Originally Mark 8 power armor, the Vanguard armor was one of the few that could mount shield modules on its towering pauldrons. Though abandoned due to its high cost and the introduction of Mark 10 power armor, some Mechanicus members believed it could be modified for use as a low-cost Terminator suit. At this moment, the Astartes in the second row discreetly reached for the melta-bombs at their waists. Both sides refrained from unnecessary shooting. The Gorkanaut's power claw smashed down, crushing one Terminator warrior, and with a casual swipe, sent another flying. The Astartes swiftly counterattacked. Melta cutters opened a breach in the armor, and 2 melta bombs were tossed inside. Chapter Master Kargaz Bell decapitated several fleeing Gretchen, escaping through the breach. As the Melta bombs detonated, the breach widened enough for the Terminator warriors to enter. The Chapter Master led the charge into the Gorkonaut's interior, his chainsword roaring like a dragon, clearing a path for his warriors. 9 veteran Terminators stormed into the 16-meter-tall mechanical colossus, while the others focused on disabling the Hellstorm Megashuta. Their objective was clear: decapitate the biggest Ork boss and end the war. Even as the Astartes infiltrated the mech, the Power Claw continued its rampage, crushing one Astartes and swatting away several others attempting to enter the breach. Inside, the Astartes faced a swarm of Ork boys, mech boys, and Gretchen. Most were unarmed, carrying only wrenches and hammers, like lambs to the slaughter. A few mech boys wielded makeshift pistols, but they barely scratched the Terminator armor. Coward hiding behind your machine. Face me in combat. Chapter Master Kargaz Bell taunted. He was confident no Ork war boss would refuse a duel with the strongest opponent. However, the mech boy piloting the Gorkonaut had other thoughts. I'm not the boss. I'm just a mech boy with a little hammer. Building this mech, he muttered. As the most self-preserving Ork profession, a big mech's equipment might not be the most powerful, but it was certainly the most stable and safe. Pauja pressed a yellow button forcefully, causing the entire mech to emit a piercing alarm. However, the Astartes inside, battling with cables and wires, remained oblivious. They had made a fatal error in their thinking. Given the technological level of the Orks, they instinctively assumed that the leader of this invasion, the Ork warlord, must be piloting this massive, powerful, charged idle mech. Unperturbed, Pauja calmly opened the panel beside the dashboard and unhesitatingly pressed the biggest, reddest button. With a loud bang, the giant head of the Gorkonaut mech was suddenly ejected. The Astartes, who were trying to disable the Power Claw, stared in astonishment at the flying head, unable to comprehend the situation. The big mech isn't here? When did the Chapter Master get so crafty? They wondered. Only the experienced Tech Marine sensed something was wrong. Run! He shouted, pulling the Apothecary of the Storm chapter behind him while clad in his ironclad Terminator armor. But it was too late. A deafening explosion ensued, with a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky, visible even from the orbiting starships. The captains of the 3 battle barges, poised for the next bombardment, urgently contacted their Chapter Master to understand the situation on the ground. The energy core of the Gorkonaut had been detonated by a preset bomb, causing a catastrophic explosion. The blast instantly obliterated all the Orks, Grots, and Space Marines in and around the mech, reducing them to fragments. Meanwhile, the head of the Gorkonaut, carrying Pauja, soared through the air. Suddenly, metal plates near its ears fell away, revealing a pair of parachutes. A small propeller popped out from the top of the head. This makeshift, flying head escape pod clattered its way toward the Ork stronghold, the Iron Mine base. Pauja had achieved the most glorious whack of his Ork career, outshining even the current Ork warlord, Mistenpaul. I blew up a bunch of tin cans. Ha ha whack! His battle cry echoed across the dim skies of Atrus. In the ruins, the arriving Space Marines immediately commenced a rescue operation. They tirelessly extracted the mangled remains of the Ranger-pattern Terminators from the debris. Although these Terminator suits, enhanced with thick armor on Mark 8 power armor, were cost-effective and agile, their protection was insufficient. The search area extended far beyond the original position of the Gorkonaut, as the powerful shockwave had scattered the Astartes. The Shadowblade chapter, providing artillery support from the rear, quickly joined the rescue efforts. Their semi-mechanized bodies were better suited for digging through the wreckage. Suddenly, a Stormwall warrior shouted, "Here, over here." With the communication channels in his helmet filled with static, he had to remove it and yell. Soon, an Astartes clad in ironclad Terminator armor was uncovered. Despite being the last Terminator to enter the mech, this mighty veteran was severely injured and unconscious. The apothecary and several trainee apothecaries immediately began emergency treatment. The rescue operation continued in full swing, with the scattered Astartes gradually rejoining. Thanks to their enhanced healing capabilities, minor injuries quickly healed. After a brief rest, they joined the rescue efforts, as their Chapter Master was still missing. Finally, Chapter Master Kargaspel was found. The front of his ironclad Terminator armor had been shattered, and the inscriptions of blessings on his inner armor and the intricate Aquila emblem on his outer armor had failed to protect him. Instead, these fragments had become deadly, embedding deeply into his flesh, with dark red blood flowing everywhere. The apothecary swiftly used a stasis field to secure him and called for an emergency evacuation to the chapter's flagship in orbit. The final tally was shocking. All 6 Ranger-pattern Terminators who entered the Gorkonaut had perished. 3 ironclad Terminators, including the Chapter Master, were critically injured. 3 Ranger-pattern Terminators and 2 regular power armor Marines nearby were killed, and 11 Ranger-pattern Terminators, 3 ironclad Terminators, and 18 regular power armor Marines were severely injured. The severe casualties of these 46 Astartes plunged the entire Stormwell chapter into a state of intense fury. With the chapter master and a company captain gravely injured and unconscious, second company captain Scarlo temporarily assumed command. When Green Chapel chapter master Dika, who was hunting down the fleeing kill cans, learned of the disaster, he immediately ordered all his over 100 Astartes to spare no ammunition and eliminate every visible enemy. "We will not rest until this vengeance is exacted." His roar reverberated through the communication channels. Mistenpaul was savoring the freshly made mushroom soup. The mushrooms, cultivated in the deepest part of the iron mine, were large and thick, making them the perfect choice for the soup. As he enjoyed the delicious meal, he couldn't help but criticize the green-skinned chef's skills, thinking they were wasting such quality ingredients. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility. A massive metallic head had fallen in the courtyard of the mining area. From inside the head, a dazed and dizzy Powboom struggled to crawl out. In no time, the greenskins, mistaking him for an enemy, swarmed out, snarling and charging at Powboom. Before long, Powboom was tied up like a giant dumpling and thrown onto the floor of the council hall. Mistenpaul looked down at the unexpected visitor from above and asked, "Did you really blow up a bunch of big cans?" Panting heavily, Powboom replied, "Absolutely. The leader of those big cans had a shiny golden pattern on the front. I saw him and 8 other big cans walk into my Gakko's dreadnought, and then it exploded. They're definitely dead, with at least half of the surrounding cans down too." Mistenpaul understood the power of explosions. Even from the iron mine, with enhanced vision, he could see the mushroom cloud towering tens of kilometers high. He thought to himself that even with his strong physique, surviving such an explosion would be nearly impossible. "Well done." Mistenpaul's voice echoed through the entire iron mine base. "Untie him and reward him with 2,000 teeth." This was no small amount, enough to buy over 20 fearful iron cans from other tech big guys. But Mistenpaul's tone shifted, however. "You lost Gakko's dreadnought. Even though it was your doing, you must be punished. Go and research something that can fly. We've been bombarded by those space cans too much lately. It's time we fought back." Rewarding and punishing justly was a leader's basic quality, especially since this news had put him in a good mood. Trading a mecha idol for a warlord was a great deal. "Oh, and," Mistenpaul added, "make sure my Mogo Kong gets one of those flying heads too." Mistenpaul began calculating the remaining time. The Greenskin army had already delayed for a day, and hitting their command center hard could buy another day. The Psychic Boys hadn't yet engaged the enemy, so they could delay their actions a bit more. If Yulutin sped up, they could drag it out for 3 days. Victory was almost certain. Powboom left the Warlord's council hall and returned to his lonely abode. His tech boys and big tech guys had disappeared with Gakko's dreadnought, leaving him alone again. But now he felt renewed, inspired by Mistenpaul's words. Just a flying head wasn't enough. He needed to create even more impressive flying machines. With the 2,000 teeth he had just received, he was filled with ambition. No more hiding. He was now an undeniable tycoon. Meanwhile, far away in the snowy plains, the 4th Company's 3rd Squad was about to reach their designated location. The small avian servitor mounted on the motorcycle displayed strange energy readings at the extreme limit of its underground scan. Deputy Leader Kshiwich activated the custom sonar on his motorcycle. In the vast expanse of snow, the Astartes wandered above the mysterious energy source, unable to find an entrance. Someone questioned, "Could it be ancient buried wreckage? You mean there's no way down from here? So what do? Blast our way in? Are you crazy? You don't use melta-bombs like that. How about we call in the Mortal Auxiliary to dig?" William immediately dismissed the suggestion. Gage proposed, "I think we should call for an orbital bombardment from the fleet." "Gage, have you lost your mind?" Someone retorted. "You don't even know what's down there, and you want to bomb it? What if it's a large reactor or a bomb? You could blow up the entire area." "Exactly," Yifeng agreed. "Where did you get this bad habit of wanting to blow everything up?" At that moment, Gage stared straight at Yifeng, as if to say, "You think I taught myself this? I'm not that explosive happy." Someone had a sudden idea. "Do you think it could be an ancient STC template?" "No way, absolutely not." Someone immediately rejected, explaining the significance of an STC template. The standard template construct STC was a relic from the Golden Age, housing almost all ancient human technology. It could combine different technologies as needed, essential for designing colony structures and building shelters and power plants. Over time, most STC templates have been damaged, lost reliability, or become incomprehensible. Even fragments of an STC template were treasures sought after by the Mechanicum, who would spare no effort to extract useful ancient technology. A fully functional STC template was believed to exist only in legends. Finding one could restore humanity's peak technology, reclaiming their dominance in the galaxy. "Do you think the people on this planet are fools?" Someone questioned. "Wouldn't they have scanned their own planet?" An STC template signal should be consistent and stable. Given the current situation, this signal likely started recently. Could it be an awakened Necron tomb? As the discussion heated up, a shaky call came through the communication channel. ZZZ, ZZZ. Can you hear me? Third squad, can you hear me? Third squad here. Repeat. Third squad here. Go ahead. Third, ZZZ. Assemble at A5C8. ZZZ. Proceed to B2C1. ZZZ. Enemy gravely injured. ZZZ. Chapter Master. ZZZ. Attack with full force. The communication seemed heavily disrupted, with Captain Jean Ku's voice cutting in and out. The sudden news left everyone no time to debate the communication issue. What? The chapter master is gravely injured? Don't jump to conclusions. It might be a new order after hearing about someone's injury. Regardless of who is injured, we must head there immediately. Everyone pushed their anti-gravity motorcycles to the limit, a sense of foreboding filling their hearts. Whoever was mentioned in the all-company communication was undoubtedly a significant figure. The 73 Astartes of the 4th Company quickly reached the rally point. When William's squad arrived, the other Astartes had already established defensive positions. Captain Jean Ku stood in the command center, his expression grim. The communication system had just been restored, and he urgently inquired about the latest battle situation. William, the Stormwell chapter master has fallen into an enemy trap and is severely wounded. The veterans of the 1st Company have suffered heavy losses. The report came through with a heavy tone. Members of the 3rd Squad fell silent upon hearing the news. The battle had been going smoothly until this sudden blow caught everyone off guard. Chapter Master Dayika's orders soon followed. Stay alert and move to the B2C1 area to rendezvous with the main force. That's the stronghold of the Greenskin Warlord. Captain Jean made a decisive call, issuing new orders. Wherever more than 15 Astartes gather, establish a defensive position immediately. In locations with over 30, construct anti-bombing shelters. From now on, hold your ground and fight tough battles. Someone questioned, Captain, our advantage lies in our numbers and superior equipment. 7 battleships are currently conducting orbital bombardments on the Iron or area. With 1,600 Astartes, can't we take down a greenskin invasion? Captain Jean responded sternly, if we fail, we all go on a penitence crusade. 73 motorcycles roared to life, heading straight for the B2C1 area. Along the way, they destroyed several greenskin foundries and mushroom farms, showcasing their swift and fierce combat style. The young Yifeng gained valuable combat experience during this operation. Meanwhile, the Stormwell chapter and the Shadow Poison Blade chapter were advancing rapidly. They tore through any greenskin forces they encountered, whether it was killcans, weird boys, or other bizarre armored creations. The Emperor's retribution has come for the vermin of the Iron or area, they shouted. Chapter Master Dayika of the Green Chapel led his veteran forces in swift attacks on several key greenskin strongholds, including the Weird Boys, quarters, mech boys, workshops, and makeshift airstrips. Following closely were numerous human soldiers equipped with Prometheum flamethrowers and mobilized troops from the Arctic fortress, all sworn to avenge their fallen comrades. All Astartes were closing in on the Iron or base from 3 sides, determined to annihilate the enemy completely. Deep within the greenskin base, Warlord Misthample faced a dire situation. Boss Misthample, the big bomb is ready, reported Ultan. Well done, Ultan, Misthample praised. The relentless orbital bombardment had left the base teetering on the brink of collapse. If it weren't for the 5 backup invincible force fields prepared in advance, they would have been obliterated. Everything around the base, except for the force field-covered spherical space, had turned to ash. From a distance, the entire base looked like a giant watermelon perched atop a slender rock pillar. Despite their eagerness for battle, the greenskins dared not make a move under such intense bombardment. Misthample led Ultan to the lower levels of the base, where they had been constructing an enormous killing machine since their arrival. Elsewhere, Peyoza was basking in the admiration of the mech boys. The surging YAG energy made him grow rapidly in size. He had just fitted Mauga Jingang with a flight device, and his mind was already brimming with new grand designs. Peyoza recalled his journey. From an ordinary mech boy on an asteroid ship, dreaming of building his own meteor drop pod. From a passion for making bombs to a desire to craft his own fighter jets. Now, with the Warlord's authorization, he could finally realize his visions. However, without realizing it, Peyoza no longer regarded the Warlord's words as absolute commands. The YAG energy surrounding him had grown so powerful that it could trigger a massive greenskin frenzy, yet he remained blissfully unaware. War is brutal. In this campaign to purge the Orks with the assembled force of 1,600 Astartes, nearly 100 of the Emperor's Angels of Death have already fallen. Each sacrifice represents a significant loss of resources for the Imperium of Man. The Astartes surrounded the Iron or base, and the servitors aboard their ships spared no effort in scanning the entire planet 3 times, confirming that the largest YAG energy field was located here. The Ork warlord, their target, was hiding within. At the center of the massive crater, a spherical base stood out. Known for their defensive prowess, the Imperial Fists, those sons of Dorn, were about to redefine the meaning of their legion's name with their own hands. They are the Imperium's mightiest fist, poised to strike a devastating blow against the Imperium's most loathed enemies. Daika, the chapter master of the Green Templars, stood atop a massive boulder. He took a deep breath and roared at the enemies before him. "You worthless orcs, cowering in your hovels. Your ancestors were slaughtered by our pre-march on Ullanor, and the head of your pathetic warlord, Erlak Urg, still hangs in our museum. I hunted you to the ends of the galaxy before, and I can wipe you out now. Come on, cowards, face the Emperor's wrath." Orbital bombardment had ceased. Even the Stormwell chapter, wealthy beyond measure, could not sustain such intense bombardment indefinitely. With the Stormwell chapter master gravely injured, strategic command fell to Daika, the Green Templars chapter master. Seizing the moment, Daika ordered 6 ships to fire simultaneously. This volley successfully disabled the Orks' final invincible energy field. The fleet needed 20 minutes to reload, while the Orks could potentially repair their field generator in just over 10. In this brief window, the Space Marines and the Ork warlord would engage in their final showdown. No more words were necessary. The dreadnoughts were finally awakened by Misthamper. Thousands of kilocans encircled Misthamper's Gargant, eager for battle. Their polished blades and massive cannons were a testament to their formidable combat capabilities. The Weird Boy, the Ork's powerful psyker, Sanchil, was maintaining the potent YAG energy, amplifying the Gargant's invincibility field. This rare gathering of elite Ork forces was now bearing its fangs. Commanded by Shadowblade, the Leman Russ tanks and Venomblade tanks had already established numerous artillery positions. Rocket-extended munitions, doomsday cannons, and Venomblade cannons rained down like a torrential downpour, desperately trying to break the enemy's field. In the skies above, Lightning Strike fighters and Thunderstrike heavy fighters joined the firepower frenzy. The human auxiliary forces were doing everything they could to support the Space Marines. The Astartes were not to be outdone, who said only Orks could use psychic powers. The librarians of both the Stormwell and Green Templars removed their helmets and combined their powers. Black clouds churned in the sky, and after a moment, a powerful psychic lightning bolt struck down, overloading the Orks' invincible field. A bloody melee ensued. Thousands of Astartes charged the enemy from all directions, creating a spectacular scene. Known for their speed, the Green Templars were almost instantly at the forefront of the battle line. Yifeng followed closely behind Squad Leader William, with Deputy Squad Leader Kershevich by his side. Their bolters fired rapidly, and the enemy's return fire was relentless. Although Ork weapons lacked precision, the sheer volume of fire from thousands of kilocans required no accuracy, just overwhelming force. The Gargant, a colossal melee war machine, swung its chainsaw axe with a roar, and its massive flail created gusts of wind as it spun. The ironclad Terminators led the charge. As a relatively rare unit in the Green Templars, they stepped up at this crucial moment. Despite heavy casualties, they successfully created the optimal combat distance for their comrades. Veterans from various Astartes chapters were the first to break into the enemy lines. In this deadly close-quarters combat, a son of the White Scars coldly remarked, "Sorry, but when it comes to speed, I've never lost." Blades whirled and spears of fear darted between metal and flesh. On the battlefield, the wielder of the Power Meteor Hammer fell before he even had a chance to swing his weapon. Around the ancient scepter, fragmented storms and dancing lightning intertwined, showcasing the reckless authority of the great god of machinery. The chainsword in Yifeng's hand roared with excitement, the machine's spirit within reveling in unprecedented joy. Anger and determination coexisted on his face. The ancient charging techniques from the Gene Master Shagatai Khan's origin star were displayed. As the two armies clashed, blood-stained swords and blades barely had time to dry. Yifeng's chainsword danced through the air, severing over 40 mechanical arms and injuring 18 slaughterbots. However, victory came at a cost. The chainsword got stuck in a strange modification on one of the slaughterbots. As Yifeng tried to pull it free, it gave the enemy an opening. A heavy blow landed on his tactical helmet, and a sharp blade nearly cleaved his head in two. Fortunately, the helmet's quality held firm, and the blade only lodged into the flesh of his scalp. The crisis was not over. An assault drill attacked from the left. Thanks to Charles's timely intervention from behind, a chainsaw axe swing severed the enemy's mechanical arm. Yifeng dodged the attack, quickly grabbed his burst gun, and continued running and shooting. During a brief lull in the battle, Shijing Xiang helped Yifeng remove the blade stuck in his head. The helmet's crack extended to his eyebrow, with one tactical goggle pitch black and the other stained red with blood. His shoulder armor was covered in knife marks and bullet holes, telling the tale of intense combat. Without his chainsword, Yifeng wielded the burst gun, shooting at the slaughter bots while charging forward. His valiant performance was unparalleled even among the Astartes, and Chapter Master Daika would surely praise him as having the potential of a company commander. The charge of the Green Templar squad pierced through the enemy lines. An Everest member of the Shadow Venom Blade chapter tossed a dark gold chains word to Yifeng, praising, "A fine sword for a hero. Young man, you have the potential to become a chapter champion." Yifeng responded briefly, "Thank you for the sword and your blessing. I will use it to vanquish all enemies of the Emperor." The second charge began, targeting the support for the 3 Shadow Venom Blade clan leaders and a squad of Stormwall warriors engaged in a fierce battle against the Maogo King Kong. The Maogo King Kong was like a mobile heavy firepower fortress with a death cannon in its left hand, a buzzing ray gun in its right, and a roaring multi-launch mortar on its back, its firepower overwhelming. However, several seasoned veterans broke through the lines and reached the Maogo King Kong's feet. The clan leaders of the Shadow Venom Blade used the small siege drills on their mechanical arms to breach the outer shell, then scorched the interior with promethium fuel flamethrowers. The situation was dire, and Chapter Master Daika ordered a retreat. The Greenskin Warlord Mistample sensed the danger and quickly pulled the emergency lever, causing the Maogo King Kong's massive mechanical head to shoot backward and upward. 11 seconds later, a vast psychic force enveloped everyone, instantly teleporting them a kilometer away, temporarily escaping the chaos of the battlefield. In just 12 seconds, 4 heavy shipbreaking torpedoes struck the Mauga Jin gang, reducing it to molten scrap in an instant. Although the orbital bombardment required over 20 minutes to reload, the warship could continue attacking by turning its side. The seasoned captain made a swift decision, ordering the ship to pivot and aim at the ground. Precision issues? A 300-meter kill radius easily compensated for a 50-meter deviation. The bombardment continued, stripping away the rock on the surface of the iron mine base, revealing the metal walls below. The green-skinned warlord, Mishtanpal, didn't wait for the flying wing to deploy. He leaped from a height of 400 meters. Landing amid the flying debris, he performed a daring aerial jump and hit the ground hard. Even with his robust physique, he couldn't avoid breaking a leg. Undeterred, he painfully crawled into the underground space of the base. In a blink, Yifeng reached the rear of a Lehman Russ tank on the front line. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed overhead, growing larger by the second. A colossal projectile smashed the tank, and the powerful shockwave sent Yifeng and the surrounding soldiers flying. Detecting the danger, Daika immediately ordered, "Enemy Gargant detected, change strategy, everyone fall back 10 kilometers." The Gargant, a towering 26-meter war fortress, was one of the Orks' ultimate weapons. Its immense size rivaled only by the Imperium's Reaver-class Titans, and fully suppressing it required Warlord-class Titans. It was heavily armed, with an almost indestructible Mega-Ork Void shield powered by ample Wyak energy. Without at least 2 Knight-class Titans, no one could claim victory with certainty. Emperor's Big Shorts. How is there such a monster here? The auxiliary troops were stunned, as the battle grew increasingly bizarre. Daika decisively called for 2 Librarian Grandmasters. "Can you perform another psychic teleport? How many can you transport?" "For the same scale as before, yes, but we need a 10-minute rest, during which we can't use our psychic powers. You understand what I mean, right?" "Of course, this is what we excel at." Daika immediately ordered a full retreat, with no rally point, instructing everyone to run. "Brothers who teleported earlier, let's do what we do best. Let's go, boarding action." The 2 Librarian Grandmasters once again unleashed their psychic powers, preparing to execute the deadliest tactic in space warfare: direct teleportation into the enemy warship. This time, the target was the Gargant. Yifeng was bewildered. "I just wanted to test my new sword, and now I'm in the suicide squad?" He worried that the Wyak field interference might cause the teleportation to materialize him inside a wall. "Whatever, better crouch down. I doubt there are 3 meter-high corridors inside the Gargant." In a flash of psychic energy, 13 warriors appeared inside the Gargant. "Listen up," the squad leader commanded. "Mission 1. Protect the 2 Librarian Grandmasters for 10 minutes. 2. Disable their invincible force field device. 3. Kill the Ork Warlord, optional." 11 Astartes responded. One might have already fallen. Yifeng found himself on the 2nd level. The Gargant had 6 levels, with only the 4th and 5th being 4 meters high. The rest were 2.7 meters. Luckily, he had crouched down, or he would have been dead already. The surrounding Ork mechboys and grots stared at him in confusion. Without hesitation, Yifeng opened fire with his bolter, scoring 8 headshots and 2 heart shots out of 10 rounds. Not bad. Limited by the corridor height, he swung his chains word to wreak havoc, searching for a breakthrough but only exposing some wires. A few Ork knobs charged with massive choppa, and Yifeng generously gave them a magazine of bolter rounds. "Melee? Only an idiot wouldn't use a gun," he muttered, a firm believer in William's philosophy of firepower supremacy. Following the direction the orcs had come from, Yifeng reached a mechanical valve. He quickly cut it open with his chainsword. Inside was a gruesome scene of orc body parts and a ruined assault cannon. The path to the upper levels was riddled with drilled holes through iron doors. Must be the handiwork of the Shadow Blades chapter's elites. Follow the battle trail, find some strong allies. Yifeng climbed to the third level, encountering a massive steel beam blocking the way. Probably blown up to stop intruders. He tested it. While his chainsword could cut through, it would take too long, so he looked for another route. Turning a corner, Yifeng entered a room. He kicked the door open, greeted by a strong smell of mushroom soup. Several grots cowered under a table, and a lone orc boy charged with a cleaver. Boom. Say hi to Gork and Mork for me. Yifeng casually cleared the kitchen, finding a way to the upper level at the back. Yifeng pushed open the small door, only to find the tip of a power sword immediately pointed at his helmet. Startled, he quickly jumped back a step, holding his chainsword defensively in front of him. Ouch! His head hit the low ceiling, reminding him just how cramped the space was. A power sword is not only a formidable energy weapon, but also a symbol of status. Many officers, seasoned veterans, and champions in various squads prefer to carry one. Once activated, its energy field envelopes the blade, capable of cutting through most metal armor and flesh with ease, making it a deadly tool for breaching defenses. Yifeng stared at the imperial power sword that had inexplicably appeared in the hallway, puzzled. Slowly approaching, he realized it belonged to the unfortunate veteran who had failed to jump. A hand and the sword protruded from the wall, the rest of the body embedded within. Though there was no blood, the scene was more eerie than the blood-soaked battlefield he had just left. He took the sword. Its golden blade indicated that its owner was of high status, likely custom-made. Yifeng hoped someone outside would recognize the sword and identify the unlucky soldier. He discarded his empty bolt gun, silently praying that squad leader William wouldn't ask about the embarrassing incident. As he bent down to enter the hallway, the tempting smell of mushroom soup made his stomach growl. Even though Astartes can fight for 2 weeks without food or water under extreme conditions, the allure of good food was still hard to resist. Yifeng forced himself to focus on the task at hand, shutting off the scent receptors in his helmet, though the cracked visor made it a futile effort. He crouched and climbed the stairs, wondering why the path seemed so long. Turning another corner, he saw a thin door at the end, which opened easily with a gentle push. A massive green head turned towards him, and their eyes met in mutual surprise. Yifeng was confused. The kitchen was supposed to lead directly to Mistenpal's command room. The 5th level had a ceiling over 4 meters high, and the green-skinned warlord stood at an imposing 3.8 meters tall, with muscular arms thicker than Yifeng's head. Yifeng straightened up, his 3-meter frame riddled with bullet holes. In his left hand, he held the golden power sword, and in his right, the dark gold chainsword. A meltabomb adorned with sacred blessings hung at his waist. His gear signified his extraordinary status. His left shoulder guard had a massive crack. His right was riddled with bullet marks, and the most striking feature was the huge scar running from the top of his helmet to his brow. One eye was as dark as ink, the other a strange, blood-red hue. Mistenpal sized up his opponent, who was much taller than the average space marine, guessing he might be a company champion, or even a chapter champion or master. He glanced at his still-healing right leg, considering his options for escape. Yifeng, equally alarmed, hadn't expected to encounter the big boss. Thinking quickly, he decided to bluff. I am the keeper of the Green Sanctuary, heir to the will of Ferrus Manus, inheritor of Rogel Dorn's legacy, and son of Jagatai Khan, Yifeng. Though it was an exaggeration, it wasn't entirely a lie. He knew he had to give it his all to find a chance to escape. With both hands gripping his weapons, he was ready for battle. The power sword glowed brightly, and the chainsword roared. Good, the machine spirit is pleased and charged. I have the advantage, Yifeng reassured himself. Wayag, blood for blood, Mistenpal roared. There was no need for more words between enemies. In an instant, they both struck, and the battle began. The green-skinned warlord, Mistenpal, found himself in a dilemma. Piloting the massive gargant, he had been confident about facing off against 1,000 interstellar shrimp in a glorious WGH. But an unknown duel made him hesitate. Besides, his recent wounds hadn't fully healed, adding to his concerns. Though he prided himself on being the biggest, strongest, craftiest, and most ferocious among the greenskins, Mistenpal was no fool. He knew that if one Astartes could get in, a second could follow, and no one could withstand 1,000 cans fighting in turns, not to mention their tradition of ganging up. As for numerical superiority, at this moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. Retreating was even more challenging. Mistenpal was currently at the head of the gargant, with the powerful beam weapon, Gork's gaze, above him. His eyes fell on the small door to his left leading to the ejection escape pod. Hesitating, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should circle around to the 4th floor and escape directly to the 6th floor? While the battle was ever-changing, Mistamble's mind was quicker. As he pondered, a giant two-handed axe swung toward Yifeng. Facing the crisis, Yifeng's mind flashed with memories of short kung fu videos he had watched. After all, the boot camp hadn't taught him how to deal with green-skinned warlords. That was a job for veteran soldiers. Besides, he had never learned to wield a two-handed sword, only mastering the single-handed sword. Suddenly, inspiration struck Yifeng. He gripped his sword with both hands and swung it from left to right, smashing into the giant axe. This move was inspired by a famous scene from a grand fantasy historical drama where Guan Yu fought Qin Xiong. The axe was deflected, hitting the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng's chainsword sliced along the axe handle, forcing the warlord to withdraw his hand. Simultaneously, Yifeng's left-hand power sword thrust toward the green-skinned warlord's belly. Mistamble reacted swiftly, kicking the big axe, causing the handle to lift and fling Yifeng's power sword away. Both sides retreated, Yifeng's hands numb, astonished by the greenskin's immense strength. Mistamble was even more shocked. This opponent was unlike the usual die-hard enemies. His attacks seemed to hit nothing, yet the other had twice threatened his vital spots. Yifeng tried to analyze the situation, realizing that his opponent's strength and speed far exceeded his own. His only advantage might be wielding two weapons. He decided to look for a counterattack opportunity in the moment after his opponent's strike, silently wishing his roommate Yang Song were here, a master who could beat Sekiro. The two clashed again, with the green-skinned warlord launching the first attack, slashing diagonally with his giant axe. Yifeng had a sudden idea, using his single-handed sword to brace against the side of the axe, propelling himself upward to the left. He adjusted his angle, pushing forward to evade the attack, appearing ghostly in his movements, though he was merely adjusting after being hit. Sword dance, twin blossoms at night. Yifeng shouted, trying to intimidate his opponent. In midair, inspiration struck Yifeng again, recalling the green-clad kung fu boy from Naruto. He began to spin, his right-hand chainsword whistling toward Mistamble's head. The warlord sensed the killing intent and quickly ducked. But Yifeng's attack wasn't over. He crouched while spinning downward, his left-hand power sword aiming at the warlord's knees. Mistamble realized too late that the head strike was a feint, the real target being his legs. Reacting quickly, he exerted force with both hands, muscles bulging, and used the axe handle embedded in the floor to perform an unexpected pole dance. Seeing this, Yifeng seized the moment to pull out a melt-a-bomb and threw it under the warlord's axe. This move thoroughly frightened Mistamble, turning his pole dance into a pole vault, his muscles exploding as he leaped far from the bomb. Though the melt-a-bomb didn't hit directly, it melted a large hole in the floor, turning the upper part of the axe into molten iron. The once 3.6-meter tall axe with a 1.6-meter blade was now reduced to just 0.9 meters of sharp edge. Mistamble was drenched in cold sweat. This opponent's combat skills were too advanced. His attacks were always cleverly deflected, while the other's assaults were deceptive and deadly. Worse, his weapon was now damaged. He urgently needed a way out. At that moment, Mistamble's gaze fell on the hole created by the melt-a-bomb, and an idea formed in his mind. Mistamble stared at the gaping hole in front of him. His mind made up. He decided to launch an all-out attack on his opponent, even if it meant throwing his axe, just to buy a moment. He planned to jump into the hole, reach the 4th level, pass by the ancient reactor core, and then ascend to the 6th level's escape pods. Perfect plan, you genius, he thought smugly. Meanwhile, Yifeng was already gasping for breath. The green-skinned enemy's strength was astonishing. Catching the massive axe with one hand had pushed him to his limits, leaving his entire arm sore. He too noticed the large hole blown open by the thermal bomb and began to strategize. I'll pretend to be knocked back, adjust my angle to land near the hole, and then jump down to escape. No, to regroup with my team. Yes, the squad leader said to regroup. As he thought this, he moved slowly around Mistamble like a martial arts master, eyes locked on his opponent, swords crossed, searching for a vulnerability. The warlord was unnerved by Yifeng's piercing gaze, feeling like he was about to meet his doom. Now, immediately, stick to the plan, he screamed internally. Weawaraf. Mistamble roared, raising his massive axe to strike Yifeng. Yifeng prepared to use the same tactic, leveraging the attack to switch their positions. After all, the hole was now behind the green-skinned warlord. Unexpectedly, the axe didn't come down as anticipated. Instead, Mistamble delivered a swift kick. What Thean ambush? You don't play by the rules, you have no honor. Yifeng was hit squarely, feeling like his organs were rearranged, and the sturdy armor on his chest cracked. Before he could recover, the axe came down again. Terrified, Yifeng crossed his swords to block the strike. The axe still cut through his right shoulder armor, slicing into flesh and stopping only at the bone. If the axe hadn't been partially melted by the thermal bomb, Yifeng's entire shoulder might have been severed. Pinned down by the axe, both of Yifeng's swords were trapped. If the green-skinned warlord continued his assault, the consequences would be dire. However, when he looked up, the warlord was nowhere to be seen. The massive green figure was limping toward the hole, and then jumped down. Yifeng was momentarily bewildered, his mind racing with questions. What's going on? It wasn't entirely Miss Stample's fault. He had turned to flee even before his axe made contact with Yifeng. Looking back, no way against such a skilled opponent. Every second counted. He had tested Yifeng several times, nearly getting stabbed by the power sword. There was no way he could rely on one strike to kill his opponent. Miss Stample had a clear objective: escape through the hole without looking back. Yifeng quickly realized. Limping? Injured leg? He threw his axes trying to escape. An injured leg means he's severely wounded, and without a weapon, he's as good as dead. Thoughts raced through his mind. Seizing the enemy's flag, leading the charge? No, killing the enemy commander is called, yes, decapitation strike. This is a monumental achievement. Summoning strength from who knows where, Yifeng stood up instantly, ignoring the blood gushing from his shoulder. He rushed toward the hole. The axe was still embedded in his shoulder and couldn't be removed quickly, but with the enemy about to escape, he couldn't afford to worry about it. His power armor's injectors activated, flooding his system with pain inhibitors and adrenaline. Feeling reinvigorated, Yifeng, with the axe still lodged in his shoulder, jumped into the hole. Below, the green-skinned warlord was smashing open a door to the reactor room with his iron fist. When he looked back and saw Yifeng, his heart sank. Oh no, it's that relentless ghost. He had envisioned many scenarios of being chased but hadn't expected his opponent to ignore the axe attack entirely. Now standing there with the axe still in his shoulder, bleeding profusely, swords in hand, glowing with a fierce light. I'd rather face any other enemy than this one. Terrified, Miss Stample smashed through the reactor room door and bolted toward the next staircase. The reactor room was bustling. All the Astartes, except Yifeng, were gathered around the invincible force field generator. The tech sergeant of the Storm Legion stood on the corpse of the great tech boss Yalutin, contemplating how to overload the strange green-skin device. Suddenly, the heavy door on the other side of the reactor room swung open, and a panicked, massive green-skinned warlord burst in. What the hell? A green-skinned warlord? Everyone immediately went on alert, some raising guns, others brandishing swords, ready to buy the tech sergeant time to destroy the force field. But they quickly realized something was off. The warlord was limping, unarmed, and instead of charging at them, he was fleeing toward another door. The warlord paid no attention to the group, his eyes fixed only on the door ahead, as if crossing it would ensure his survival. While the others were puzzled, a hellish roar came from the door the warlord had just exited. Coward! Stand and fight! A towering space marine in green power armor burst through the door. In his left hand, he held a radiant golden power sword, a treasured relic passed down through generations of the Storm Legion. In his right hand, he wielded a dark gold chainsword, symbolizing either a Shadowblade clan leader or the champion of the warband, its blade humming fiercely. His helmet had a massive crack, one eye glowing a sinister red, adding to his fearsome appearance. His left shoulder armor was scarred with sword and bullet marks, his chest armor nearly shattered, covered in cracks. Most terrifying was his right shoulder armor. Along with deep bullet holes, a massive, partially melted axe was embedded in it, with blood still oozing out. Yet these injuries didn't slow the Space Marine's charge. If anything, they made him look like an unstoppable demon from hell. Who the hell is this badass? Isn't that our company's golden sword? But he's not our captain. A Shadowblade clan leader suddenly spoke up. I know him. The dark gold chainsword I lent him. A warrior from the Green Sanctuary, named Yifeng. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Daika, the captain of the Green Sanctuary Battalion. Daika was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling in his mind. When did our battalion have such a brave warrior? In his memory, Daika had only two impressions of Yifeng. The first was 10 years ago when the chief apothecary reported abnormal brainwave activity from a new recruit. Despite repeated checks by the tech sergeant confirming no issues with the equipment and subsequent tests showing everything was normal, Daika didn't pay much attention. The second time was not long ago when he saw the graduation list of new recruits, and Yifeng's performance was outstanding. He was secretly pleased to have such a promising talent. Facing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Daika forced himself to stay calm and said, yes, he is a warrior from our 4th company. Don't look at me like that. Every one of our warriors is as brave and fierce as he is. Despite the doubt written on everyone's faces, the truth was evident. Yifeng indeed chased down the greenskin warlord, not only defeating him but also gravely injuring the warlord. Daika was shocked and couldn't help but think, how did this kid get teleported here? Weren't only battle-hardened veterans supposed to be involved in this fight? He felt a tinge of shame, realizing that this new recruit was not only braver than the veterans but incredibly powerful. After all, not many battalion commanders could single-handedly take down a massive greenskin warlord. The legendary battalion commander Calgar of the Ultramarines had such illustrious achievements. But who was Calgar? He was a veteran Astartes who had fought for countless years. And Yifeng? This was merely his first battle. Daika thought to himself, this young man definitely has the potential to become a battalion commander. At that moment, the greenskin warlord Mistamper was about to reach the iron gate of hope of life. Yifeng reacted swiftly, hurling the power sword in his left hand with full force. Mistamper heard the whistling sound of the blade behind him, and the power sword instantly pierced through his left thigh. None of the observing Astartes intervened. They knew the outcome was decided. This was Yifeng's moment of glory, defeating the greenskin warlord single-handedly. Mistamper fell heavily to his knees, blood gushing out like a fountain. Just as he was about to turn his head, a bloodthirsty chainsword sliced through his body. After throwing the power sword, Yifeng had quickly switched the chainsword to his uninjured left hand and struck without hesitation. The massive head flew into the air, landing heavily against the iron gate of hope of life before rolling back. Yifeng picked up the head and locked eyes with it. The greenskin's strong vitality meant Mistamper wasn't entirely dead yet, but he was on the brink of death. Yifeng coldly said, "You, with your narrow vision, sitting in a well and looking at the sky, daring to underestimate the heroes of the world? Don't you know I can take the head of a general amidst thousands of troops as easily as picking something out of a bag? Secure victory first, then talk." He didn't give a long-winded speech like villains in TV shows, leaving no chance for a comeback. But he couldn't help but think to himself, this feels so cool. He continued, "Go back and tell your bosses. The sea has no bounds and the sky is the limit. I am the peak of the mountain path. Everyone better watch out or else humph. Don't say I didn't warn you." Daika watched with increasing satisfaction. He looked around and realized that the spectators were all leaders from various battalions. Look at what this kid said, both imposing and elegant. Daika felt a sense of pride. If anyone dares to say our white scars are as barbaric as those world eaters again, he'll have Yifeng come out and shut them up. With his last bit of strength, the greenskin warlord roared, "Space Marines," before he passed away. Yifeng hung Mistamper's head on his waist and turned to retrieve the golden power sword. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the surrounding audience. Yifeng froze for a second and awkwardly said, "Good morning, everyone?" Yifeng stood on the battlefield, a wave of shame crashing over him. He wished he could dig a hole and disappear, as a crowd of onlookers silently gathered around him. Meanwhile, Daika felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, itching to sprint for miles and slay 300 greenskins to calm his nerves. At that moment, the tech sergeant's invincible force field was on the verge of collapse. With the massive Wayawayaf field of Mistamble dissipating, their psyker leader was missing, and the field's energy had significantly weakened. A slight push from the tech sergeant would cause it to crumble. Suddenly, Daika, the chapter master, noticed something strange flying into space. The space cruiser's communication signal was already weak and could cut out at any moment. Preliminary assessments suggested the fast-moving object posed no threat. "Ignore it," Daika ordered. "Is the orbital bombardment ready? The lance will be in position in 26 seconds. Fire as soon as it's ready," the chief librarian reminded. "Chapter Master Daika, we are ready. We should evacuate." "No need to state the obvious," Daika responded impatiently. "We've destroyed what needed destroying and killed the warlord. Time to go. Everyone, prepare for psyker teleportation." Yifeng swiftly drew his golden power sword, and with a burst of psychic energy, the assault team appeared at their position 10 kilometers away. The Green Temple 4th Company had already retreated there per the chapter master's orders, establishing defenses around an Emperor's Blade heavy tank. The sudden psychic beam drew everyone's attention to the returning assault team. Yifeng found himself teleported to a unique spot atop the 10-meter barrel of the Emperor's Blade tank. All eyes were on the towering Astartes. His scarred armor, proud stance, blood-soaked blade, and the massive greenskin warlord's head hanging from his waist. The librarian quickly grabbed a field recorder from a mortal assistant and aimed it at Yifeng. At that moment, the Emperor's divine retribution, a colossal lance, struck behind Yifeng, seemingly splitting the sky in two. The ancient wreck below exploded, sending debris flying. "Wow, that was amazing!" the surrounding warriors exclaimed. "Perfect shot." Tristi, the commander of the Arctic military base and now acting governor of the planet, had purged the opposing nobles and firmly controlled the military. This photo was the ideal propaganda material to inspire hope and unity among the surviving humans worldwide. With tears in his eyes, Tristi pleaded, "Honorable Astartes, if possible, I hope this great warrior can give a speech. Our people are eager to meet their savior. Our gratitude is beyond words." He recounted the previous battles, emphasizing how the Astartes had saved the people from disaster. It is said that this mighty Astartes in the photo single-handedly defeated the greenskin warlord, who fled in disgrace, only to be chased down and slain. This legendary battle could fill volumes of epic tales and would be an instant bestseller. Trieste believed people now needed two figures, one to channel their joy of survival and another to vent their grief and anger over their losses. If all goes well, he will return to the Arctic base in 10 days, and I can make the arrangements. Yifeng returned the two swords to their original chapter, and the massive axe was taken down, destined for permanent display in the chapter museum aboard the Blessed Forest. The greenskin warlord's head, after sterilization, would be preserved as a specimen in the Atres Planet Museum. At this moment, Yifeng had removed his shoulder armor and completed the bandaging. Although minor injuries for an Astartes would heal quickly, the axe stuck in his shoulder during the chase had prevented the wound from healing. However, just a day later, his arm was already moving freely. Yet, Yifeng felt uncomfortable with how others now treated him. Other chapter brothers would offer a few words of praise when they met. But his combat squad was different. Squad leader William was determined to teach Yifeng all his skills and groom him into a chapter champion. Deputy leader Kshevich began a ritualistic blessing routine. Charles felt immense pride in saving the savior of Atres planet. Shi Zhengxiang considered applying to train under the chief apothecary to become an apothecary apprentice. And Gage spent his days studying Yifeng's head, suspecting it had been damaged by a fearsome ironclad. In truth, Yifeng himself was confused. No matter how he looked at it, Mistenball's death seemed too strange, even though he had indeed killed him with his own hands. Despite the severe injury to the Orc warlord's foot, it wasn't enough to completely destroy his fighting spirit. However, his decision to drop his axe and flee had deeper reasons. While Yifeng and Mistenball were locked in fierce combat, the Orc army in the ancient ruins was being slaughtered by elite Astartes. With the annihilation of his loyal subordinates, Mistenball lost control over his Orc forces. Though still physically imposing and powerful in the short term, the lack of sufficient Whack energy caused his hormone levels to plummet. These hormones were crucial for the Orc's ferocity, courage, and cunning. At this moment, his intelligence was no different from that of an average brute. Meanwhile, an unexpected entity took over the leadership of the Orks, the space-bound Boomblasta. This newly appointed boss was contemplating how to wield his newfound power. Ultimately, he made a decision true to Orc nature: to whack across the universe. Piloting a super-fast spaceship, Boomblasta sped out of the star system, heading for the far reaches of the cosmos. The battle was over, but the Astartes of the Green Chapel's 4th Company, 3rd Squad, did not return to their ship. Instead, they continued to race across the white wasteland. They had an important task: to investigate the strange energy signals in the A9C1 area. The squad rode their buzzing bikes to the target location and quickly set to work. They activated tactical beacons for marking and then called for reinforcements. Soon, the mortal auxiliary forces stationed at the Arctic military fortress arrived on the scene. They operated massive excavation machinery and brought demolition equipment, detection devices, and a suit of power armor. Meanwhile, the Green Chapel's transport ships delivered several valuable large machines. These ancient machines, forged in the factories of Mars and blessed over millennia, seemed more powerful than ever. A group of mortal auxiliary soldiers escorted a large iron crate to Yifeng. Their officer respectfully said, "Honored Astartes, we bring you power armor replacement equipment on the orders of Chapter Master Dika. If it is convenient, we can proceed with the replacement ceremony now." Typically, power armor replacement requires the specialized armor rooms on a starship. However, the modular design of the Mark X power armor allows for partial replacements without such hassle. Yifeng followed them into a black metal crate, which housed a makeshift armor room with boxes of spare parts. They first replaced the left and right shoulder plates and the helmet. For the shattered chest plate, they didn't replace it directly but added a front chest component from a Knight Terminator armor as a second layer of reinforcement, completely covering the original chest plate. As Yifeng was getting his equipment replaced, the excavation work made significant progress. The so-called permafrost provided an ideal cooling environment for the large machines. Through their efforts, a large pit was quickly dug. However, an urgent alarm sounded from the bottom of the pit. Yifeng quickly checked the alarm detector and found that the radiation levels were extremely high. He immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the site. Under such conditions, ordinary mortals could no longer continue the work. Fully armed mortal soldiers capable of resisting nuclear radiation were currently elsewhere, using promethium flamethrowers to clear areas previously attacked by Orks. Faced with this dilemma, Yifeng even considered suggesting to Dika the formation of a mechanized army similar to the Mechanicus Scutarii. This would involve comprehensive mechanical modifications, different from the methods of the Dark Eldar. He thought of recruiting from those with strong wills, such as disabled individuals or veterans severely injured in battle. For now, though, the immediate problem needed solving. Yifeng decisively ordered, "Astartes, get to work. Take turns using the flamethrowers to melt the permafrost, then dig with power drills and mechanical shovels." Through their relentless effort, they dug another 16 meters down. Finally, they reached something. "What is this?" One Astartes exclaimed. "It's white and has a strange texture." Another chimed in, "Not sure, but it seems quite large from the exposed part. A third added, and exceptionally tough. My power drill stopped when it hit it, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Yifeng ordered them to continue digging, expanding the exposed area of this strange object. Even after uncovering an area of 15 square meters, they still couldn't see its full size. Deputy Leader Kshevich observed carefully and speculated. It seems to be an Eldar ship. Whatever it is, it's definitely not small, Yifeng said. We've been digging for so long, and we still don't know its full extent. Notify the Hazardous Materials Squad for support. There were indeed fully armed hazardous materials squads among the mortal troops, the most renowned being the Death Corps of Krieg. Their home planet had been ravaged by nuclear war, leaving its surface covered in deadly radiation. Additionally, there were almost entirely mechanized units like the Mechanicus Scutarii, whose bodies were mostly devoid of organic parts. As the report of the suspected Eldar ship reached the Blessed Forest, a series of inquiries followed. Kshevich finally confirmed. I am Kshevich, and I can confirm this is an Eldar ship. Half an hour later, a transport ship landed in the distance. Due to uncertainty about potential threats from the ship, it didn't get too close. Some radiation sources could even disable electronic equipment. The newly arrived troops began the arduous excavation. They chanted slogans unfamiliar to the Astartes. Labor brings happiness. I work. I am proud. The will of the laboring people is strong. I strive. I am happy. They worked tirelessly, first digging a 15-meter diameter hole, then expanding it to 25 meters, then 35 meters, finally stopping at 150 meters in diameter. Kshevich suddenly changed his expression, exuding an aura of focus and solemnity. It's confirmed to be an Eldar ship, he stated solemnly. William explained. Kshevich is our squad's Eldar expert. Yifeng asked, Kshevich, in your opinion, can our meltabombs breach this ship? Kshevich shook his head. It's unlikely. With our current weaponry, we either won't damage it at all or would need an orbital bombardment from 6 warships, which would probably destroy it completely. Then how do we get inside this ship? Yifeng pressed. No need to get inside, Kshevich replied. The issue is below. Its fuel likely leaked, causing the strange energy reactions. The newly arrived Astartes recruits eyed the deputy leader suspiciously, while the seasoned veterans swiftly moved to the underside of the spaceship, their gazes fixed on the white hull of the ship, where a gaping hole revealed black pipelines beneath. A strange red substance was seeping from the pipes, corroding the ship's exterior and the surrounding soil, leaving alarming marks. The Astartes warriors immediately sprang into action, spreading out to record geological data and carefully collecting samples. Despite their ignorance about the cause of the Eldar ship's sudden leak, they understood the importance of gathering data for expert analysis. So, what do we do now? A new recruit asked. Isn't it obvious? Pack everything up, a veteran replied decisively. As the report about the Eldar spaceship was filed, the entire operation accelerated. Support poured in like a tidal wave, with personnel and machinery arriving in full force. Massive transport ships landed at the site, ready to pack up the entire 140-meter-long spacecraft. The packing process resembled a nesting doll game, with one container fitting into another, eventually forming a colossal structure with a diameter of 230 meters. Even the surrounding soil was not spared, all packed up and taken away. What began as a small squad mission for the third group had morphed into a bustling large-scale operation. Despite the heavy workload, everyone wore expressions of excitement, as if attending a grand party. Battle Group Leader Dika's thoughts ran deeper than anyone could imagine. According to their report, this spaceship had likely experienced a recent fuel leak. This raised a series of probing questions. What had corroded the Eldar warship's outer shell? Could it be repurposed as a weapon against the Eldar? When exactly did the ship arrive here? Geological surveys of the surrounding area were also needed. More importantly, the overall performance of the Eldar spaceship far exceeded that of human warships. What kind of technology did it employ? Could the tech priests successfully decode it? Unlike the shattered fragments they usually encountered, this was almost a complete Eldar ship. Considering the Eldar had suffered a massive extinction due to the birth of Slaanesh, the surviving Eldar now lived on large space arcs, forming a fleet-based civilization. Their sparse population hindered technological development, with many tech branches lost due to a lack of talent. The entire Eldar civilization was experiencing a technological regression similar to humanity's Dark Age. Could this Eldar spaceship's tech be more advanced than current Eldar technology? The sages of the Green Sanctum pondered deeply. The Astartes warriors of the third group enjoyed a rare respite, merely listening to reports from the mortals and patrolling the area. Only Deputy Leader Kshevich showed unusual interest, circling the spaceship hundreds of times over the past few days. Hey, Gage, a warrior whispered. Do you think we should call the chaplain? Kshevich seems a bit obsessed. Indeed, Gage responded. Could it be Eldar sorcery? Should we try hitting him on the back of the head with an emperor statue? Not a good idea, another warrior interjected. What if he turns into a lone berserker like Yifeng after getting hit? Let's not talk about Yifeng. Gage interrupted. It's a sensitive topic. Anyway, we're done here. The battle group leader has ordered us to return to the Arctic base immediately. As the massive metal containers were transported away, 8 anti-gravity bikes roared to life, speeding northward and disappearing beyond the horizon. Inside the Arctic base, 2 battalion leaders and several key figures from various combat groups were holding a special meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with everyone's expression betraying a deep desire for the Sunto-distributed spoils of war. The representative of the Shadow Poison Blade Battalion spoke first, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. We were the first to reach the battlefield and suffered the most losses. We demand to retain all our current supplies. Any objections? No sooner had he finished speaking than the representative of the Stormwell Battalion retorted, "Stop fooling yourself. The supplies you used were borrowed from us. As a legion on a penitential crusade, you shouldn't be receiving any allied supplies. That's the rule." The elders of the Shadow Poison Blade fell silent. They knew all too well that according to the rules, they were not entitled to any supplies, and the green skin equipment captured in this war was completely unusable. The sacrifice of 69 warriors seemed utterly futile. The Stormwell Battalion took the opportunity to emphasize their contributions. Our sacrifices were just as significant, and we provided the main ammunition. When it comes to primary credit, it belongs to us. The representative of the Green Sanctuary was not to be outdone. It was our warriors who took down the Green Skin Warlord. They had the achievements of Yifeng as their backing, completely disregarding the contributions of others. Outside the conference room, the entire populace of Atres regarded Yifeng as their savior. Though their homes had yet to be rebuilt, the printing and sculpture businesses were booming. Images and statues of Yifeng were everywhere, becoming new symbols of faith. The debate continued, with each battalion emphasizing their contributions. Just as the atmosphere was about to spiral out of control, Daika received a communication from Yifeng and made a decision. "Everyone," Daika's voice cut through the noise, bringing silence to the room. "We've had an unexpected Finda nearly 150-meter-long Eldar ship." This news hit the room like a bombshell, instantly shifting the dynamic. Everyone knew the immense value of this ship. Even if damaged, selling it to the Mechanicum could bring in several warships. Amidst the heated discussion, Daika proposed a seemingly fair distribution plan. The Shadow Poison Blade would retain their current supplies and receive a combat barge. The Green Sanctuary would get a combat barge, a frigate, and supplies, while the Stormwell would receive the Eldar ship and all usable greenskin equipment. Though the leader of the Stormwell Battalion was reluctant, he had to admit it was a relatively fair plan. The other battalions also agreed, and the meeting concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yifeng and his comrades were on their way back to the Arctic military fortress. To their surprise, the once ravaged fortress was now teeming with new life. Colorful flags and balloons adorned the walls, neon lights flickered, and various goods were displayed on vibrant lift platforms. To avoid the enthusiastic crowds, they chose a concealed route. Flying over the previously defended peaks, they noticed that the old trenches had been transformed into platforms. Finally, the 8 of them reached the rendezvous point. Inside the fortress, Tristi was overwhelmed with work. With the Astartes guarding the fort, defense was no longer a primary concern. Most of the temporarily recruited soldiers were sent back to rebuild homes and restore food production. All manpower and resources were directed towards social reconstruction, with military vehicles repurposed to transport building materials. However, as the reconstruction progressed, a new problem emerged. People now had jobs and income but nowhere to spend it. Food remained scarce and was rationed, and the production of other goods had yet to begin. People had money but nothing to buy. This unexpected economic issue posed a new challenge to the society just beginning to recover from the war. The scavenging business outside is booming, but these survivors only want food and scoff at money. In this desolate land, money can't protect them or fill their stomachs. Tristi had a sudden inspiration and realized this was the perfect time to spread their faith. To demonstrate their newfound loyalty to the Empire, he immediately ordered the mass production of images and statues of the Emperor. A clan leader from the Shadow Poison Blade warband even generously provided battlefield footage recorded from his helmet. However, despite depicting the warriors' unwavering bravery and determination, these images failed to garner the expected admiration. The survivors, having endured the horrors of the most terrifying wars, had developed an extraordinary resilience. What they yearned for wasn't admiration for the defending warriors or the gruesome battlefield scenes, but unequivocal and absolute victory. "We want a grand celebration," the people shouted. Flags and balloon factories sprang up, and the citizens celebrated their hard-won victory with exuberant enthusiasm. Understanding the will of the people, and with the approval of the Astartes, Tristi announced a grand celebration to be held on October 27th, marking it as an annual Victory Day holiday. Daika was making final arrangements for the Astartes' participation in the festivities. The Space Marines would hold a grand parade outside the fortress, showcasing their formidable military might. This not only served to deter any remaining dissenters on the planet, but also reinforced the people's faith in the emperor, who had sent troops to rescue them from their dire straits. On the day of the celebration, vibrant floats, thrilling circus acrobatics, and traditional dances with cultural flair would be performed from the city gates to the central parade ground. Although this part had little to do with the Astartes, they could still pause to enjoy the spectacle. Afterward, representatives from various sectors would give speeches and congratulatory messages. Tristi strongly suggested that Yifeng wear his damaged armor for the speech, even considering preserving the power armor. However, this was impossible as every reparable piece of power armor would be reclaimed by the Astartes. Nonetheless, thanks to Yifeng's mediation, a shoulder plate damaged by an axe was kept as a memento. Following the speeches, there would be a segment for mingling with the public. The invited Astartes could choose to engage with important human figures on the temporary viewing platform atop the city walls, or watch the spontaneous performances below. If they wished, they could also interact with the crowds, though they might be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens for days. Upon his arrival, Yifeng pondered the content of his speech. As a staunch materialist proletarian warrior, he longed to deliver an inspiring speech. However, due to the influence of the mental imprint organ within him, he couldn't openly oppose the emperor. The mental imprint, also known as the Litany of Devotion, is a unique organ among the Primaris Space Marines that not only greatly enhances their resistance to the warp but also maintains their loyalty to the emperor. Yet, Yifeng found a loophole. The emperor, now a silent, immobile living corpse on the golden throne, had many views Yifeng agreed with. He decided to focus on these aspects. Outside the central command, flags fluttered and crowds gathered. The victory celebration over the Orks officially began. The parade outside the city wall started first. Many Astartes insisted their purpose was to kill enemies on the battlefield rather than perform in front of humans. So many warriors had already set out to hunt down the remaining Orks. With insufficient numbers, many human auxiliary troops were included in the parade. Leading the parade were 20 Astartes Terminators, whose presence alone could quell a typical human colony uprising. They were followed by 700 regular Space Marines from 3 chapters, then the Lehman Russ Heavy Tank Formation and the Imperial Poison Blade Tank Formation. As the tanks rolled by, Lightning Strike Fighters and Thunderhawk gunships flew overhead. Finally, there was a convoy of exhibition vehicles displaying disinfected Ork corpses and weapons, showcasing the spoils of victory. After the parade, military vehicles converted into floats drove from the city gates to the sides of the parade ground, with performers and clowns adding a festive atmosphere. Geyer and his comrades stood on the mountain they had previously defended, observing everything through binoculars. Most Astartes were still not used to interacting with so many ordinary people. The warriors of the Imperial Fists or Salamanders were better at this, but those from the White Scars or Night Lords, who were accustomed to scouting, raiding, decapitation strikes, creating chaos, and being hunted, found it hard to adapt to such a joyous atmosphere. As for why they hadn't gone after the Orks, it was to catch a glimpse of Yifeng. Finally, Yifeng took the stage. He wore his damaged power armor, and though he didn't have his dual swords or the giant axe-embedded shoulder plate, the crowd quickly recognized him. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, spreading through the broadcast screens to all corners. Yifeng held the microphone, waiting patiently for the cheers to die down. "Do not cheer, my fellow humans," Yifeng began. The crowd was stunned, and even the distant Astartes exchanged puzzled glances. An angel of the Emperor, a god in the eyes of the local humans, calling them fellow humans? The human world is in great peril, Yifeng continued. The crowd was even more confused. Hadn't they just won a victory? How could there be danger now? The leader of the human empire, the great emperor, is protecting humanity from terrifying enemies, but he has exhausted his strength and can no longer guide us. Geyer silently unshouldered his lost gun. Was this a sign of rebellion? The green-skinned beast's roars echoed throughout the star system as they brutally slaughtered humans. On the battlefield, the Orks wielded crude weapons, bellowing savagely as they tore human soldiers to pieces. Traitors who had turned to the warp betrayed humanity, causing massive losses. Chaos warriors emerged from twisted portals, their weapons radiating malevolent energy, each strike claiming hundreds of lives. In the echoes of ancient times, the Necrons and Eldar attacked us with technology far beyond human comprehension. The silent, metallic warriors of the Necrons advanced, their weapons emitting a green glow that turned human soldiers to ash. The Eldar ships, elegant yet deadly, wielded weapons that resembled works of art but could effortlessly tear through human armor. Emerging factions like the Tau, the Tyranids from the Dark Cosmos, and various other aliens all sought to devour our territory, consume our flesh, and exterminate humanity. The Tau's mechanical armies surged like a tide, the Tyranids' bioweapons were nightmarish, and the aliens lurked in the shadows, ready to pounce on unsuspecting humans. Humanity was under constant threat from these terrifying creatures worldwide. The entire human race was on the brink of collapse. War engulfed every corner, burning countless homes and claiming innumerable lives. Survivors cowered in the ruins, dreading the next attack. Amidst this chaos, an Astartes warrior stood up. His armor was scarred from battles, his gaze resolute. "What should we do?" he asked the crowd around him. "Tell me, brothers and sisters." The quiet human audience looked at each other, some even covering their faces in tears. They hadn't realized humanity had fallen into such dire straits, especially hearing it from an Astartes, their most trusted savior. Fear and despair spread through the crowd, with some beginning to sob and others clutching their loved ones tightly. In the command center at the rear, several high-ranking officers were baffled. "What's he doing?" a general asked, frowning. "Has he been influenced by chaos?" Another commander shook his head. "Don't panic, just listen." Dayika spoke up. Though he didn't know what Ifeng was planning, he had great trust in him. "At home, we can be strict, but outside, we must show trust," he muttered. "A parent's role is to be their child's support." In the crowd, a 13-year-old boy suddenly shouted with all his might, "Aren't you here for us?" His voice was sharp and full of hope, standing out in the silent crowd. Ifeng ripped off his helmet and slammed it onto the ground. The metallic clang echoed across the square. "Take a good look," he pointed to his face, his voice filled with anger and frustration. "I am also human, just an enhanced one." The Astartes had already begun to move, surrounding the area with swift and coordinated actions, as if executing a pre-planned operation. One warrior grumbled, "Feels like a Xiantian scheme." Ifeng continued to question, "Why are you still standing here? Why are you still able to hold celebrations? Why haven't you become fodder for those damned orcs?" His voice grew louder, filled with passion. "Is it because of our Astartes efforts? Of course, but can we protect so many people alone?" He turned to the crowd, his gaze piercing. "What about the blood and tears of the auxiliary troops? What about the ordinary workers who provide us with supplies, who save food from their mouths, the soldiers who sacrifice themselves on the battlefield? Have you forgotten them? Cowards!" The crowd was in turmoil, with many shouting back, "We haven't forgotten. We're not cowards." The wronged audience tried to defend themselves. Ifeng continued, his voice full of challenge, "Not cowards? Then tell me, why, when I asked what we should do, not one of you answered, 'Kill them all'?" The Astartes stopped their actions, some breathing a sigh of relief. "Phew, false alarm, really scary." Ifeng's voice rang out again, filled with passion and strength. "Let me ask you, how did we win this war? We are space marines from other planets, using powerful machinery from Mars, from Lucius, from Griffin 4, from countless forge worlds across the universe." He looked around, his eyes sweeping over everyone. "Our auxiliary troops come from the Segmentum Obscurus, from the Segmentum Tempestus, from the Ultima Segmentum, from human worlds across the universe." The combined human forces from across the universe became a torrent that utterly destroyed the invading orcs. Ifeng's voice grew more intense. "We are not fighting alone. Millions upon millions of humans stand behind us. Our combined strength is invincible. The orcs want to slaughter us. Chaos and the Necrons want to join the fray. Then let's fight." The crowd, now filled with fervor, raised their fists to the sky. Their eyes burned with determination, faces etched with resolve. Ifeng saw that the people's fighting spirit had been ignited, but they still needed confidence. He began to recount humanity's glorious history. "Our ancestors once destroyed a vast orc empire, driving them to the most desolate parts of space with our warships. Our forebears defeated the Chaos Legions, driving them to cower in the Eye of Terror." His voice was filled with pride. "We have annihilated the Necron pyramids, consigning them to eternal rest in their tombs. We have shattered Eldar ships, destroyed the massive fleets of the Tyranids, and hunted down every alien that dared to appear, leaving them no escape." Ifeng's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. "Now, if they dare to return, we will show them with our fists and firepower that we can defeat them once, and we can defeat them 1,000 times over." The crowd erupted in a thunderous war cry. Ifeng felt the moment was ripe, his voice rising again, filled with power and determination. "One person may not win, but what about 10? If 10 can't win, then 100? Behind us are billions of human comrades. If we all stand united, we will fight on the seas, on the land, in the underground tunnels, in space, on ships, in space stations. We will keep fighting until our enemies are completely annihilated." His final words thundered across the square like a storm. "Humans of the entire galaxy, unite and liberate the entire galaxy." On October 27th, 501 of the 42nd millennium, the planet Atres marked a significant day. Under the authorization of the Provisional Peace Sector's Second Council, the IG Interstellar Army was officially established, designated as the Atres First Army, also known as the First United Human Army. Tristi was appointed as the second commander, while a statue of the first commander, Ifeng, stood there, revered by all. At the same time, The Planetary Defense Forces PDF of Atries were also founded. Yifeng was invited to the city walls, temporarily serving as a VIP viewing spot. Tristy likened the scene to a high-profile celebrity meet-and-greet, with leaders from various sectors and several Astartes warriors engaging in cordial conversations. Not far off, the captain of the 5th Company of the Stormwall chapter was in a heated discussion with a leader responsible for ammunition production, negotiating the possibility of exchanging supplies for Astartes in return for imperial tax privileges. The atmosphere below the city walls was even more vibrant. People celebrated, sang, and danced, expressing their joy to the fullest. Although many factories had not yet resumed production, there were still plenty of treasures and specialties accumulated earlier. After all, these items were useless during their escape and were disregarded by the Orks. Now, scavengers from the wilderness were bringing them back wave after wave. However, Tristy was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Rubbing his temples, the speeches by Yifeng and Tristy's previous propaganda had been so effective that countless people had gathered below the city walls. They expressed their admiration for Yifeng in the most primitive way, offering their most precious possessions. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but now, during their escape, people had brought almost nothing with them, regardless of their social status. As a result, all sorts of peculiar gifts started to appear. The guards had already gone down to manage the crowd, clearing a no-go zone. But faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, they had to compromise, allowing representatives to organize the gifts and pile them below the city walls. Tristy could only use his extensive experience dealing with nobility to explain to Yifeng, "Honorable Yifeng, the people's love for you is profound, which often leads them to do extraordinary things. After all, they are mere mortals, far less strong and rational than you. Please do not blame them." Yifeng's response took everyone by surprise. He jumped directly off the city wall, landing steadily in the cleared area. The guards fell into chaos, trying to maintain order while also wanting to get an autograph. Yifeng calmly said, "Everyone, please don't rush. Can the representatives come forward?" A modestly dressed woman hurried over, about to kneel, but Yifeng stopped her. "Stand up, ma'am. I just mentioned that uniting humanity does not involve making others kneel." The adjutant on the wall quickly noted down this statement. Facing the mountain of gifts, Yifeng fell into deep thought. From gold watches and silver jewelry to plain white shirts and even shoelaces, each item carried the people's heartfelt sentiments. He had an idea and said to the woman, "I have a personal request for you." After the celebration, the various chapters embarked on their respective journeys. The Shadow Venom chapter was the first to leave, continuing their penance crusade. They had just acquired a combat barge and were eager to test it. The Stormwall chapter, after exchanging a large amount of plutonium fuel with the Green Templars, also departed, anxious to head to the Forge World for trade to avoid Eldar attacks. The Green Templars remained to clear out the remaining Orks on Atries. Each of the 3 chapters had their own missions. Stormwall guarded a broader region, Shadow Venom continued their penance crusade, and the Green Templars, as descendants of the White Scars, continued to act as scouts in the darkest corners of Imperial intelligence. Both the Green Templars and Shadow Venom were accustomed to life beyond the Astronomican's beacon. The Astronomican shines like a beacon in the warp, meticulously crafted by the Emperor as a navigational tool. Without it, fleets would easily lose their way in the vast emptiness of space. The Librarians play a crucial role as auxiliary navigators during voyages, which is why they typically do not engage in battle at the outset of conflicts. The Storm Wardens are renowned for their defense of Imperial cities, but their Librarians are somewhat lacking in navigational skills. This often results in them being the last chapter to arrive on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Green Chapel chapter members diligently continue their cleanup operations, meticulously eliminating the remaining Orks. In the deeper reaches of the cosmos, rebellious planets have received word of the Orks and Astartes' arrival. They quickly mobilize, forming a vast coalition to resist the impending Astartes assault. At this moment, Zhi is boarding the Storm Warden's combat barge, Resolute Splendor. This warship, meticulously crafted by the Mars Forge, is classified as a barge but is actually a type of amphibious battleship. Though its long-range firepower is not on par with that of an Imperial Navy battleship, it rivals that of an Imperial cruiser due to special modifications. The true strength of the Resolute Splendor lies in its exceptionally robust defense systems. Equipped with 2 Geller fields, a modular void shield, and a sectoral void shield, it can maintain integrity even if one shield fails. The hull is forged from ultra-dense alloy, as sturdy as the gates of the Imperial Palace on Terra. The ship's weapon systems are equally formidable: 2 lance batteries at the bow and stern, 12 macro cannon batteries on each side, and a massive bombardment cannon on the dorsal side for orbital strikes. Crucially, it has 2 large hangars capable of deploying 3 companies of Space Marines to board enemy vessels within minutes. Zhi leads the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies back to the Blessed Forest to commence the relocation. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and Scout companies will transfer to the Resolute Splendor, while the 4th and 5th companies remain on the Blessed Forest. This deployment ensures that half the Space Marines can quickly engage in battle, while the remaining forces effectively defend against enemy boarding actions. Including recent battle losses, the Green Chapel chapter currently has about 600 Astartes, 400 of whom can be swiftly deployed via the existing fleet. Dayika is quite satisfied with this, viewing the new frigates as merely the icing on the cake. On the ground, the Ork extermination campaign has progressed to the southernmost polar regions. Ifong is currently being chased around by squad leader William, undergoing various skill training. From special shooting stances to advanced swordsmanship, power armor emergency repairs, makeshift ammunition preparation, and even battlefield cooking, William is eager to impart all his knowledge to this potential chapter champion. Although Astartes typically do not require cooking skills, they can gain information by consuming the flesh and blood of their enemies. Ifong has developed a keen interest in it. He even starts adding unusual ingredients to Ork meat stew, such as high salt content rocks and unidentified plants, much to William's bemusement. A month and a half swiftly passes, and the Green Chapel chapter completes the Ork cleanup mission, preparing to continue their journey. During this time, Chapter Master Dayika has been actively seeking suitable new recruits, and the Chief Apothecary has added a dozen new projects to the enhancement program. With the final preparations complete, the Green Chapel chapter is ready to embark on a new expedition, facing unknown challenges ahead. Today, at the Arctic military base, the Green Chapel will officially commence its launch ceremony. Although such ceremonies are typically held at the space station, it is being held here due to the space station's destruction. Tristy stood solemnly before Commander Dayika. Commander Dayika, on behalf of all humans on the planet Astartes, I want to thank your battalion once again for your support. Astartes will never forget your kindness. Dayika nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. No need for thanks, Mr. Tristy. Our purpose is to punish the enemies of the Emperor. Now, we warmly welcome the Astartes system into the Empire. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the base entrance. A woman carrying a large bundle was arguing with the guards. Please let me in. This is an important task given to me by Lord Ifeng. I'm not lying, the woman pleaded urgently. The guard responded impatiently. I've heard that excuse 18 times in the past 3 days. What are you carrying? A bundle of rags. Couldn't you bring a better gift to at least make it look presentable? The woman was on the verge of tears. But this is exactly what Lord Ifeng requested. Hearing the noise, Dayika turned to Tristy. Let her through. Tristy waved a hand, and although the guard grimaced, he allowed her to pass. You're lucky there's a big shot here today. Dayika looked at the bundle in the woman's hands with a bemused expression. What is this pile of patched-up rags? The woman insisted, sir. This is truly what Lord Ifeng asked for. Just then, Ifeng strolled down from the adjacent wall, having just finished chatting with Captain Zhanka of the 4th Company. Oh, you're here. The woman hurried to Ifeng, raising the bundle above her head and bowing deeply. Lord, this is what you requested. Ifeng took the bundle and opened it to reveal a robe. Considering he was wearing armor, the garment could only be used as a cloak. At that moment, Gage approached and joked, Hey Ifeng, did you steal some poor hive dweller's bedsheet? Tristy's adjutant had already taken out his notebook, noting a pattern. No matter how absurd the conversations between Ifeng and the Astartes were, whenever it involved humans, Ifeng's words were exemplary. Ifeng responded seriously, What do you mean? A tattered bedsheet? 2 months ago, the brave people of Astartes fought against the greenskins wearing these very rags. Now, they generously offer what little dignity they have left to me as a gift. What does this symbolize? It symbolizes that we are an army supported by the people. It symbolizes the people's love and trust in us. As he spoke, Ifeng spread out the robe, made from various stitched-together garments, and draped it over himself. White shirts, handkerchiefs, cut-up suit sleeves, and hats were all sewn together with strips made from shoelaces and belts, creating a unique patchwork cloak. Ifeng solemnly declared, Clad in the people's will, we shall fight for the people, for all of humanity, and for the liberation of the entire galaxy. The people's will is our guiding light. If one day I perish, wrap my body in this cloak. Long live the people. On December 14th, 42K502, the Green Chapel Battalion departed from the world of Astartes. On December 26th, Ifeng's speeches were published and quickly became a global sensation. In the turbulent warp, a powerful red energy coalesced into the shape of the cloak. On July 9th, 42K503, a massive statue of the descending god Ifeng was erected on the peak of the Arctic fortress where he once fought. On December 10th, a spiral-shaped museum was built in the crater of the final battle. Visitors could descend the spiral staircase to the bottom, surrounded by relics, remains of green skins, and recorded images of the heroic battles fought by the Astartes and humans. At the bottom stood a massive memorial, its base a statue of the greenskin warlord, Mistamper, on all fours. The sides of the memorial listed the names and numbers of the Astartes and human units that perished in the war. The back listed the names of all Astartes and human units that participated and survived. The inscription on the front of the memorial read, "Eternal glory to the Atreides warriors who sacrificed their lives resisting the Orks. Eternal glory to the Astartes and human auxiliary forces who supported Atreides and perished. Eternal glory to all the people who contributed their blood and sweat to Atreides." Daika is leading his warriors through intense training sessions, aiming to swiftly adapt everyone to the combat style of the Resolute. At the same time, he is working hard to improve relations with the mortal crew members aboard the ship. These ordinary people, recently drafted from the Stormwall Battalion, feel abandoned and are deeply demoralized. To boost morale, Daika has organized a series of activities: tactical training, motivational speeches, and unit reorganization, among other measures. The few veterans managing these affairs are nearly exhausted. Daika himself has given 3 speeches and even deployed 10 Astartes warriors on the frigate to show his commitment to the mortal crew, solemnly promising never to treat them as cannon fodder. After some time, Daika believes the morale has stabilized. He decides to lead the fleet to a rebellious planet for a live-fire exercise. Consulting the star charts provided by the Empire before the warp storm, Daika discovers 7 rebellious colony planets and 2 rebellious forge worlds nearby. After careful consideration, he chooses the closest target, the Taste System. The Taste System contains 6 planets, with Tastes 2 being particularly harsh, featuring year-round high temperatures and dense tropical rainforests filled with dangerous creatures. Despite this, it has a population of 800 million. Due to its remote location and harsh environment, this planet seceded from imperial rule 2,000 years ago, a fact largely ignored by the Empire. The cost of taxation far outweighed any potential gains. When Tastes 2 was still loyal to the Empire, its tithe consisted mainly of peculiar animal bones and pelts. The tithe is a standard tax for ordinary imperial colonies, requiring 1/10 of their wealth, including minerals, food, and even new recruits for planetary defense forces. As long as the tithe was paid, the planetary governor could manage the planet as they saw fit. The Taste System originally had a 3rd colony, but it was issued an exterminatus order for unknown reasons. Since then, the Empire has not sent anyone to collect taxes from this unprofitable system. At this moment, 7 heavy cruisers and over 100 frigates have gathered on the outskirts of Tastes V. These ships were primarily built by the 2 rebellious forge worlds. Although they have the capability to construct more or stronger warships, the colonies maintain a balance of military power by mutually restricting each other, limiting each planet to a small fleet. Will they really come here? This place is so poor. I think they're more likely to raid our homeworld, a commander asked skeptically. You don't understand the Empire, another replied. The Departamento Munitorum doesn't care if a place is rich or poor. As long as they see territory not under their control, they'll send forces to conquer it. Plus, they follow the principle of proximity, advancing step by step, so this is likely their first stop. Wasn't this place handed over to the Adeptus Administratum after being conquered because it was too poor? The Administratum is the department that truly cares about money. The Empire's logic is crystal clear. Due to planetary gravity, most fleets in their warp travel on the outskirts of a star system. It is expected that the enemy fleet will appear near Taste 6. The rebels have formulated detailed tactics, using long-range firepower deployed on Taste V to bombard the enemy while setting up a blockade line of frigates between Taste V and 6 to delay their approach. When the enemy breaks through the blockade and reaches Taste V, the rebels will retreat to Taste 4 and continue long-range bombardment, adopting a Hitandran strategy. Additionally, the rebels have prepared a special gift. Though they lack battleships, each cruiser is equipped with 3 sets of ultra-long-range lance arrays, normally a battleship weapon. To accommodate this, they had to sacrifice. When the lances are operational, only one of either the void shields or the power engines can be active. However, in an ambush, this disadvantage is less apparent. They believe that a salvo from 21 lance arrays can destroy any enemy ship, even a battleship. In the dark void of space, numerous small probes monitor the outskirts of the system. Suddenly, a probe with a flashing red light quickly transmits data back. The entire rebel coalition immediately goes to full alert, with alarms echoing through the ship's corridors. Quick, target the coordinates. Akalov, the first to log in to the 7-man military council, swiftly issues orders, with other commanders joining in. As a rift tears open the fabric of reality, a warp vortex appears at the edge of the system, a crimson swirl seemingly ready to devour everything. Forget the frigates, target the large vessels. Akalov's orders are clearly relayed to every coalition member. After a frigate emerges, a massive battleship jumps out of the warp. Fire! Fire now! The lance arrays fire almost simultaneously, breaking the void shields of the battleship just as it exits the warp, reducing it to a fiery wreck. Why is it a battleship? Are we facing the Imperial Navy? I thought it was supposed to be some Astartes chapters. Before anyone could process the situation, 2 strike cruisers followed, emerging from the warp. The lances aren't ready yet. Akalov immediately ordered, first-line frigates, engage them. Do not target the strike cruisers with the lances. Not target the strike cruisers? Then what? A bearded officer on the council started to question, as another battleship jumped out from the warp behind them. All cruisers simultaneously abandoned their propulsion systems, and the void shields quickly deployed. However, this move was still a step too late. A battleship at the enemy's rear, having received the warning from the front, immediately targeted and fired as soon as it appeared. Four powerful lance arrays locked onto the same target in an instant, unleashing a devastating attack on a heavy cruiser. Although the cruiser narrowly avoided a fatal hit through evasive maneuvers, its two forward lance arrays were severely damaged and rendered useless. Now, this once mighty warship was left with only its aft lance system and reactor barely functioning. One member of the Seven Council suddenly coughed up blood, his face turning pale. The severe damage to their family's cruiser meant that for the foreseeable future, they would either be annexed by other factions or struggle to survive, losing their influence. Lance arrays charged, the fleet commander announced over the comms. Fire. Target that battleship. The powerful lance arrays launched another attack. Despite being reduced to 14 shots, they successfully overloaded the enemy's void shields. 5 remaining lances pierced the battleship's armor, with one even striking the ammunition hold of the main cannon. The resulting explosion rendered another enemy battleship inoperable. Now we just need to deal with these 2 battle barges. Everyone in the fleet collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a massive rift tore open in the warp, and a battle barge, accompanied by 5 heavy cruisers, emerged. Damn it! More reinforcements. Akalov, though not an imperial general, keenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Which Astartes commands so many battleships? This isn't the Great Crusade. He decisively ordered. Scan their ship keels immediately. The Rebel Alliance's escorts took a huge risk to scan the enemy ships in detail. The results were startling. These aren't imperial ships. There's no keel data. They look like chaos vessels. Chaos. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Chaos has never ventured into this backwater. Why are they here now? Who cares where they came from? Akalov gritted his teeth. As long as there are no more reinforcements, we still have a chance. Seeing another of their cruisers heavily damaged, Akalov ordered it to retreat and directed the fleet to launch a salvo, successfully destroying an enemy cruiser. All ships, abandon lance charging, Akalov commanded resolutely. Divert all power to void shields and propulsion. Head for Planet Taster 4. By now, over 70 of the original 100 escort ships had been lost. The only good news was that there would be no massive casualties in the short term, as the damage primarily came from enemy Astartes boarding actions. The enemy now needed to retrieve their warriors before launching another attack. What? Which group of space marines? Confused voices filled the comms, but severe interference prevented further details. Akalov swiftly directed 5 warships to hide behind the 4th planet, shutting down their void shields to begin recharging. 2 heavily damaged cruisers, at the fervent insistence of their weeping council officers, were forced to leave the battlefield. Akalov knew these ships had little chance of escaping safely, but could at least serve as bait to buy the main fleet valuable time. The enemy still had 3 battle barges and 4 heavy cruisers. Akalov calculated that he had, at most, 2 more salvos before the escorts would be completely annihilated. With 5 cruisers against 3 battle barges and 2 heavy cruisers, the odds were grim. Lance arrays charged. At that moment, 2 heavily damaged ships were targeted and destroyed by the enemy. The officers who lost their cruisers hurled the vilest curses at Akalov, even wishing for the Chaos Fleet to annihilate them all. Akalov cut off their comms without a word. The battle proceeded as Akalov had planned. After a fierce attack, an enemy cruiser was destroyed. However, in the retreat, a cruiser had its void shield breached and was left adrift in space. Thanks to several escorts that heroically shielded it, the crippled cruiser managed to limp to the vicinity of the 3rd planet. The remaining 30 escorts were retreating toward the main fleet. Officially termed a strategic withdrawal, everyone knew it was a full-blown rout. The 5 heavy cruisers' lance systems were ready to fire, but worry was etched on every face. They knew the Imperium might accept surrender, but chaos would show no mercy. Their only hope now rested on Commander Akalov's ability to pull off a miracle. The fleet slowly moved toward Planet Taster 3. Akalov issued a familiar command. Standard procedure, focus fire on the first heavy cruiser we see. 3 enemy battle barges were closing in, having broken through the ancient defense array around the 4th planet and entered the orbit of Taster 3. The rebels first saw the massive silhouette of a battle barge. Hold steady, don't panic. Akalov's voice echoed over the comms. Suddenly, an enemy heavy cruiser appeared in their sights, chasing down an isolated escort. Fire! Akalov ordered decisively. After intense exchanges, the battle seemed to have shifted slightly. 3 enemy battle barges and 2 heavy cruisers remained, while 2 of their own heavy cruisers and 89 escorts had been lost. Considering the initial enemy advantage, this was a respectable outcome. But Akolov knew the enemy still held a numerical superiority, and the situation remained dire. As the fleet instinctively prepared to retreat to the second planet, Akolov suddenly halted them. All combat units, land on planet Taster 3, he ordered sternly. After firing, warships immediately activate void shields and propulsion systems. Land. Everyone looked at Akolov in disbelief. We can't let the war reach the second planet. Better to let Taster 3 be scorched again. But our fleet. Akolov cut off their doubts. Two fleets target one battle barge. After firing, engage void shields and propulsion, then close in for direct combat and ram them. Voices of opposition rose. That's suicidal. Akolov's expression was grave. We can't win this war, but we can still make the enemy pay dearly. With what? Someone questioned. All 7 houses' fleets are here. Do you expect our planet's defense systems to take down a battle barge? I strongly oppose this plan. Of course not, Akolov replied calmly, but the Imperium can. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, according to the latest intelligence, the Imperial fleet should be nearing this star system. But doubts quickly resurfaced. Even if we help them, won't the Imperium execute us as rebels if they defeat Chaos? Akolov smiled bitterly. You're too naive. The Chaos ships we destroy will be our offering. We can root out the ringleaders of the rebellion and maybe even secure a Navy admiralship. Some members of the Seven Council began to support Akolov's plan. Akolov looked around, his tone firm. Gentlemen, we face certain death in space. Our only chance lies on planet Taster 3. Move out. Soon, a large number of landing craft and supplies began descending to the third planet. All fleet personnel and anti-boarding units were busy dismantling onboard defensive weapons, loading everything they could onto the landing craft. Commander Akolov, someone asked, aren't you coming? Akolov shook his head. I'll stay on the ship to relay the final battle status to the Imperial forces. The more detailed my report, the better their chances of victory. General Akolov stood on the bridge, his expression resolute. His adjutant approached and advised, General, let the communications officer handle this. You don't need to trouble yourself. Akolov shook his head, about to speak. But the adjutant suddenly struck him with the butt of his rifle, knocking him out. He quickly ordered, take the commander to Planet 3. We still need him to direct the ground defenses. The adjutant thought to himself, these stubborn traditionalists always want to go down with their ships, thinking it's the highest honor. It's baffling how this outdated notion from Old Terra has persisted for millennia across the stars. He calmly analyzed, if Akolov dies, how long can those incompetents hold out on the ground? Just then, enemy assault barges appeared on the horizon. The last 4 heavy cruisers of the Rebel Alliance moved to intercept. Another enemy assault barge seemed hesitant, maintaining its distance under the cover of 2 heavy Chaos cruisers. The intense firefight began. The void shields of the 2 assault barges were breached, but they demonstrated remarkable close combat abilities. A single shot from their massive cannons could overload the void shields of a rebel cruiser, and a volley from their 12 macro cannon arrays could disable a heavy cruiser. Chaos Space Marines boarded the cruisers, only to find eerie silence. No enemies, no resistance, no weapons, not even lights. Their chains' words, blessed by the dark gods, roared. But there were no targets to strike. Suddenly, the void shields of the cruiser collapsed from overload. The power core was blocked by excess energy, and temperatures soared. The 2 remaining heavy cruisers rammed into the assault barge, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blast was devastating. The side of the assault barge facing the rebel fleet was melted away, and all 12 macro cannon arrays were rendered inoperative. The explosion of the void shields briefly created a warp rift, which was quickly closed by the anchoring effect of Planet 3, but not before several pieces of equipment were sucked into the warp. The last rebel heavy cruiser met a similar fate. Unlike the other ships, it didn't fire its macro cannons. All its ammunition had been transferred to Planet 3. Akolov's adjutant stood on the nearly empty bridge, composing a message to the Imperial fleet in the warp. The Chaos fleet has attacked the Astartes system, he wrote. We fought bravely and destroyed 3 heavy cruisers and 2 battleships. The enemy still has 1 intact assault barge, 2 intact heavy cruisers, and 2 assault barges with 1 weapon array completely destroyed. We are nearly wiped out and will retreat to Planet 3 to continue the fight. If anyone receives this message, avenge us for the sake of humanity. At that moment, Chaos Astartes breached the defenseless corridors of the ship, reaching the bridge. Akolov's adjutant turned to face the Chaos Space Marines, a sardonic smile on his face. So, it's you, the scum of the World Eaters. Before he could finish, the last rebel heavy cruiser activated its self-destruct mechanism, the deafening explosion taking with it half a company of Chaos Astartes. Humming a tune and eating his meal, with just an hour left before their arrival, Task Force Commander Zhi Qing of the Taster system was abruptly called back to the command room by the communications officer. He hastily put down his utensils, strode across the bridge, and pushed open the heavy metal doors of the command room. The communications officer wore a grave expression, and urgent messages flashed on the screen. The Ika glanced at it, his pupils narrowing sharply. The Taster Rebellion world had formed an alliance and was seeking aid from the Imperial Astartes, facing an assault from a massive chaos fleet. This can't be, the Ika muttered to himself, his fingers quickly sliding across the control panel to pull up the detailed report. Each line of text deepened the furrow in his brow. How could such a remote star system attract such a formidable chaos force? He took a deep breath to calm himself. As a descendant of Chagatai Khan, his instincts told him that this information was likely true. The Ika decisively grabbed the communicator and swiftly contacted the Shadowblades and Stormwall task forces. Brothers, we have a big mission ahead. Ready to return to the Emperor's throne? His voice carried a mix of excitement and caution. The Ika then ordered an emergency meeting. Company captains, chief apothecaries, tech marines, and librarians filed in, their expressions serious. The Ika briefly outlined the situation, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. What do you think? The librarian spoke first, closing his eyes as if sensing some invisible force. I believe it's true. I can feel a significant warp threat approaching our task force. The captain of the 6th Company, a renowned berserker, slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Interesting. Very interesting. The more absurd it sounds, the more real it feels. The tech marine offered a more cautious suggestion. We should scout from a distance first. Let the escort ships pave the way. Everyone nodded in agreement and began estimating the enemy's strength. Considering the enemy had 3 barges, they initially estimated at least 1,000 foes. However, given that 2 of the combat barges were reported heavily damaged, some suggested lowering the estimate to 600. As the discussion continued, the Ika finally asked, when can the Shadowblades arrive? We need support. They said they'll be here in 2 hours, the communications officer replied. Meanwhile, the Shadowblades were riding a wave of success. They had not only secured supplies from the Stormwall task force, but also unexpectedly captured a combat barge. During a routine patrol, they discovered a high-gravity planet with xenomorphs as hard as stone perfect for weapon manufacturing. The Mechanicus, upon learning this, were ecstatic and immediately signed a contract with the Shadowblades, promising ample supplies. This boosted the confidence of the Shadowblades, who were down to about 200 members. When they received the distress signal from the Green Chapel, they agreed to assist without hesitation. Hold on, we'll be there in 3 hours. On the other hand, the Stormwall task force took a cautious approach to the upcoming battle. Their commander, Scaro, believed the enemy force might be larger than estimated. To ensure victory, they decided to request additional support and contacted the nearest Dawn Angels task force. Although the Dawn Angels indicated it would take a week and a half to arrive, Scaro felt somewhat reassured. He assessed his forces, a newly acquired combat barge, along with an existing strike cruiser and another combat barge, providing a considerable support force. Recently, the Stormwall task force had signed a long-term contract with the Mechanicus Forge World Stroloff. The contract included immediate provision of a combat barge, and, over the next 100 years, 2 more combat barges, 8 strike cruisers, and various regular supplies. The enthusiasm behind this contract stemmed from the Mechanicus fervor for a nearly intact Eldar ancient ship. News of this had caused a stir across the entire Forge world of Strolov, drawing top-tier tech priests, muggos, and missionaries, nearly bringing the Candlelight planet to a standstill. The Mechanicus Archmagos had to take measures, designating the relevant areas as restricted zones and limiting access for senior leadership, sparking new conflicts as departments vied for the first entry slots. Initially, the Stormwall task force had demanded 5 combat barges and 3 strike cruisers. However, due to material shortages, they eventually had to lower their demands to 3 combat barges and more strike cruisers. The Grand Library of the Will of the Storm established a direct psychic link with the Grand Library of the Green Sanctuary, significantly speeding up their rendezvous. Now, it will only take 5 hours. On the other hand, because the Green Sanctuary split its psychic link to connect with the Will of the Storm, their arrival time increased from 1 hour to 2. As for the Rebel Coalition on Planet 3, their fate is no longer a concern of the Empire. At this moment, the Green Sanctuary issued a full mobilization order. Astartes warriors and their human auxiliary forces moved like a well-oiled machine, swiftly and orderly. In the armory, the members of the 3rd Squad of the 4th Company wore expressions of disappointment. They had lost the draw and missed the chance to pilot the thrilling, howling space fighters for reconnaissance missions. However, they were secretly relieved that their leader, William, did not engage in his infamous and grueling equipment checks this time. Facing the imminent threat of the Chaos Warriors, William reminded them sternly, remember, they are super soldiers just like us. They may have lost their sanity, but the power of the warp greatly enhances their physical abilities and psychic resistance. Be especially wary of their librarians. Their psychic attacks are far more ferocious than our standard librarians. He glanced around. Choose your weapons based on the enemy intelligence. Yifeng chose a modified bolter. This weapon used a drum magazine instead of the traditional clip, greatly increasing the duration of sustained fire. In the past, even Astartes found it difficult to handle such a heavy weapon. But now, as a Primaris Astartes, Yifeng's enhanced physique allowed him to wield it proficiently. He carefully adjusted the ammunition configuration of the bolter, mixing vengeance rounds and kraken penetrator rounds. Vengeance rounds have partial melta properties, and their penetration power even surpasses kraken rounds, but continuous firing could overheat the weapon. By mixing the ammunition, Yifeng cleverly reduced the risk of overheating. Next, Yifeng's attention turned to the plasma pistol. This weapon could only effectively damage power armor in its standard mode, but if overcharged, it could deal lethal damage even to Terminator armor if it hit the head, especially when paired with vengeance rounds. However, an overcharged plasma pistol required a considerable cooldown period, and forcibly using it could cause the weapon to explode. Ingeniously, Yifeng combined the two weapons. He mounted the plasma pistol above the bolter's drum magazine and set it to fire only in overcharge mode, creating a specialized anti-chaos space marine weapon. Given the weight of his primary weapon, he chose a relatively lightweight power sword for close combat. In contrast, Zhi Qing's equipment choices were more traditional. He had a pistol at his waist and was meticulously cleaning his power axe, making final preparations for the upcoming battle. The Fourth Company was not in an optimistic situation. Their ancient strike cruiser, the Blessed Forest, would face two enemy heavy cruisers, which were likely guarding a damaged battle barge. This meant that when Yifeng and his team approached, they would not only face the heavy cruiser's firepower but also potential attacks from the battle barge. Facing the impending danger, Yifeng decided to follow an ancient but practical tradition, eating as much as possible before the battle. Better to die full than fight hungry, he thought, stuffing high-energy rations into his mouth while silently reciting the old adage. Meanwhile, the Green Sanctuary had exited the warp, appearing in the dark void far from the Tarsus star system. They activated their sublight engines, skimming the light speed line as they rapidly approached Planet 6. Various reconnaissance craft spread out like agile hunting dogs, conducting reconnaissance throughout the star system. The Green Sanctuary was well-versed in such missions. The Green Sanctuary's battle barges and strike cruisers cautiously hid behind the wreckage of two battleships. The sight before them was shocking even to their experienced eyes. From here to Planet 3, the space was densely packed with the wreckage of battleships, cruisers, and frigates, like a vast metal graveyard. A cold smile appeared on Dereka's face. These arrangements were originally meant for us, he muttered to himself. Who would set up such a large-scale ambush here for no reason? Whether the Chaos Fleet comes or not is uncertain, but the public broadcast of thanks from the world of Atres probably scared these rebel planets. The reconnaissance craft soon reported back, confirming that the Chaos Fleet had indeed suffered heavy losses, and that the previous communications were accurate. The report also indicated that the enemy might be followers of Khorne, and the reconnaissance craft were conducting closer inspections. The reconnaissance craft deftly maneuvered between the wrecks of various frigates. Most of these frigates had their reactors destroyed, while a few had their command bridges completely obliterated, a typical Astartes boarding operation. The reconnaissance craft silently hid on the dark side of Planet 4, beginning a more in-depth investigation. They discovered an enemy heavy cruiser bombarding Planet 3 fiercely. Meanwhile, 3 other battle barges seemed to be assaulting Planet Tarsus too. One heavy cruiser was on guard around the battle barges, indicating that these enraged enemies needed a massive slaughter to vent their fury. Dereka carefully watched the footage sent back by the reconnaissance craft and began formulating a battle plan. This is a perfect opportunity, he said. We can prioritize an assault on that lone heavy cruiser near Planet 3. He couldn't help but praise, honestly, the new recruits under Flores did well. The reconnaissance mission was completed excellently. Dereka noted that these new recruits idolized Yifeng, constantly discussing which aspects they had surpassed Yifeng's records as a recruit and where they still needed to improve. This made Dereka feel nostalgic. Yifeng not only has the makings of a champion, but also the potential to be a chapter master. Due to different routes, the Shadow Dagger might arrive in an open starfield without the cover of wreckage, making it hard to hide their presence. Therefore, Dereka suggested, the moment they appear, we launch an immediate assault. Historically, the White Scars were known for their expertise in rapid assaults, decapitating enemy leaders. However, this strategy proved less effective against the Chaos Space Marines. Leaders like Abaddon, who could unite various factions, ensured that even if a head was cut off, the body wouldn't immediately crumble. For instance, when the chapter master of the Storm was severely injured by a Got's dreadnought, the second-in-command quickly took over and continued the fight. During the strategy meeting, the commanders devised a meticulous plan. We'll first strike the heavy cruiser on Planet 3 and then engage their battle barges. Once the Storm arrives, we aim not only to defeat them but to annihilate their forces, one commander pointed out on the holographic display. The Green Temple's strike cruisers would advance behind the battle barges, eventually flanking the heavy cruiser. The battle barge's mission was to destroy the enemy's defense turrets, creating an opening for the strike cruisers' boarding actions. Meanwhile, the battle barges would head straight for the enemy on Planet 2. The Shadow Poison Blade fleet would launch a surprise attack from another direction, forming a pincer movement. We only need to hold the enemy for 2 hours until the storm will arrive, then we can quickly encircle and destroy them, the commander concluded. The Green Temple fleet cleverly used the wreckage of battleships as cover, silently approaching the backside of Planet 5. They then used the heavy cruiser's debris to slowly move closer to Planet 4. Various reconnaissance drones patrolled the space, and the enemy's vigilance seemed lax. This was understandable after defeating a formidable foe in a desolate star system. It was hard to imagine another threat looming. As for that star prophecy, the commander sneered, it's as useless as praying to the false emperor on your deathbed. Suddenly, the silence of space was shattered by a powerful warp surge. The Shadow Poison Blade's battle barges were the first to emerge from the portal. The Chaos Space Marines quickly detected the intruders, and the forces on Planet 2 swiftly assembled, boarding their battle barges. 2 heavy cruisers immediately changed course, heading straight for the Shadow Poison Blade fleet. At that moment, the Green Temple fleet seized the opportunity when the enemy's heavy cruiser on Planet 3 turned, launching a fierce attack. Although their long-range firepower was inferior to standard cruisers and battleships, it was enough to delay the enemy's actions. The enemy commander, though initially stunned, quickly responded by ordering all fleets on Planet 2 to head straight for the Shadow Poison Blade. Enjoying a base swap, are we? The enemy commander mused. I'll first deal with your strike cruisers and battle barges on the periphery, letting the heavy cruiser on Planet 3 hold your main force. This way, your losses will be greater. However, the Green Temple's battle barge hit its mark, with overloaded bombardment cannons piercing the enemy's void shields. After an exchange of fire, the barge suddenly changed course, heading straight for Planet 2. Their goal was to form a pincer with the Shadow Poison Blade, using a strategy of advance and retreat to keep the battle outside boarding range and buy time for the Stormwell's arrival. At this moment, Yifeng boarded the assault pod. This specialized 10-seat vehicle, equipped with a powerful melta device at the front, could instantly breach the hull of enemy ships. 2 battle brothers from the 3rd Company joined the squad, filling the seats. With a slight mechanical hum, the Astartes assault pod detached from the blessed forest. After a brief glide, the pod accelerated. The enemy's remaining Closian defense turrets struggled to intercept but were quickly cleared by Starhawk bombers. The powerful melta device easily burned through the enemy's hull, delivering these deadly guests to the dinner table of this bloody banquet. William, as always, was the first to burst out of the assault pod, his bolter unleashing a torrent of firepower in an instant. The scorching rounds traced fiery orangered arcs through the air, wiping out the surrounding Khorne cultists. These poor souls, tormented by the whispers of the warp, had lost all sanity. Their bodies smeared with blood, horns sprouting from their heads, and skin turned a hardened red. The most devout even grew black tails. They saw combat and slaughter as their sole purpose, but to the Astartes, they were nothing more than slightly larger insects. The 3rd squad of Space Marines swiftly eliminated the nearby cultists. Advance, Zarilo, lead us, ordered a 5th Company Marine carrying a service skull. Even machines couldn't be trusted on this warp-corrupted ship. The Space Marines had to remain ever vigilant. The squad moved forward, opening a door to reveal a staircase. More Khorne cultists emerged from all sides, wielding various weapons, including plasma cannons and melta-guns that could threaten even Astartes. Yet, under the keen senses of the sons of Jagatai Khan, these blood-soaked cultists moved sluggishly and soon fell in a blaze of blood and fire. The 10-man squad quickly crushed the guards at the base of the stairs and kicked open the door to the stairwell. Suddenly, a barrage of fire engulfed William at the front. Squad leader Kshevich yanked him back, revealing William's armor riddled with bullet holes. A simplified Vulcan megabolter. Smoke grenades. Following the command, the stairwell was quickly filled with smoke. Yifeng swiftly switched his tactical visor to AXA mode, seizing the opportunity to sidestep in and obliterate the turret with an overloaded plasma pistol shot. Kshevich and Shizhengxiang followed closely, charging out of the stairwell into a hall filled with defensive installations. Yifeng and Kshevich, flanking left and right, swiftly turned the cultists into mincemeat. As enemy gunfire pinned down the trailing Marines, Yifeng used a melta bomb to sever a support column, creating cover for his teammates. Geiji wielded his bolter expertly, taking down foes with precise headshots, maintaining an impressive performance. Yifeng held his fire, using his power sword to provide cover on the flank, cutting down any cultists attempting to outmaneuver or charge. Shizhengxiang cleared the enemy machine gun nest with an overloaded plasma shot, then charged forward with a power axe, followed by another 5th Company Marine. As the squad finished clearing the enemies and prepared to advance to the power room, a massive explosion echoed ahead, sending a blue ion wave that briefly disrupted their helmet communications. ZZZ. Repeat. Squad 7 has completed the power system destruction. All units, advance to the bridge. Came the voice of 4th Company Captain Zhangke amidst the sounds of fierce combat. The team quickly changed routes, encountering multiple iron doors lowered along the corridor. Zhi Qing's plasma pistol left only glowing marks on the door. High-density alloy door. Use meltabombs, ordered an Astartes, swiftly moving forward to plant the explosives. Yifeng stood guard at the rear, ready to face any threats from beyond the door. The explosion blew a large hole in the iron door, molten metal dripping from the edges. An Astartes from the 3rd Squad charged through, only to be met with a hail of fire from Chaos Astartes on both sides, his legs blown off and head shattered by bolter fire. 2 grenades flew from the door, forcing the Marines to retreat. Standing further back, Yifeng turned sideways, his right pauldron hidden beneath a ceremonial robe gifted by the people of Atres. "The people are with me," he whispered, positioning his right pauldron forward. As the grenades exploded, he simultaneously activated the overloaded plasma pistol and pulled the trigger of his bolter. The 2 Chaos Marines emerged from the blast, but their guns never had a chance to aim at Yifeng. An overloaded plasma shot struck the Astartes on the left in the shoulder, sending the warrior flying with the sheer force, leaving his fate uncertain. Simultaneously, the Astartes on the right was hit squarely in the helmet by a vengeance round and a Kraken penetrator, collapsing instantly. The battlefield was in constant flux, where the roles of attacker and defender could switch in the blink of an eye. Yifeng didn't hesitate, firing 10 explosive rounds at the fallen Chaos Warrior until his upper body was completely obliterated. The Chaos Warrior futilely tried to shield himself with a piece of metal, but the armor-piercing rounds easily penetrated the flimsy defense, exiting through his back. The Astartes who had retreated to the rear quickly returned fire. Yifeng shot while retreating, both sides firing blindly, unable to see their targets. His shoulder armor launched 3 explosive rounds, absorbing 2 hits from enemy fire before he finally made it back behind cover. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and 3 types of smoke grenades were launched from the enemy's position. Even the advanced tactical visors of the Astartes needed time to adjust. Veteran William reacted swiftly, starting to fire within 2 seconds. He issued orders. Zhi Qing, Kashevich, prepare for close combat. Barely 2 seconds had passed before a thunderous war cry echoed through the corridor. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Yifeng immediately opened fire. A body the previously headshot Chaos Space Marine was thrown forward, absorbing most of the bullets meant for Yifeng and Geyer. Hot on its heels were several World Eaters Astartes. These World Eaters were once the 12th Legion of the Imperium. Their Primarch, Angron, had implanted butcher's nails in their heads, greatly enhancing their combat prowess, but also making them bloodthirsty and brutal. Now, devoted to Khorne, their ferocity had reached new heights. Wearing ancient Mark III power armor, several World Eaters wielding chain swords charged forward. Zhi Qing and a veteran from the 4th Squad quickly moved to flank, but Zhi Qing's power axe was easily blocked by a chain sword. On the other side, a World Eater sent the veteran flying with a single blow. Yifeng seized the opportunity, firing an overloaded plasma shot that blasted the incoming Chaos Warrior back down the corridor. "For the brass throne!" roared a World Eater with horns sprouting from his head, his chain sword glowing with a sinister red light. This warrior, adorned with blue helmets on his back, slashed through the power sword of the 4th Squad veteran with 1 strike, and the second strike cleaved into his chest. Before he could deliver a 3rd blow, Vice Leader Kashevich arrived just in time, his silver power sword moving with the agility of a stormy sea bird. Group Leader William also drew his chainsword, rushing to assist Zhi Qing. At that moment, Khorne cultists appeared at the rear. Geyer and a 4th Squad veteran quickly moved to secure the 2 rear corridors. "Reload!" Yifeng shouted into the comms. 2 Astartes from the 5th Squad immediately stepped up. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted from the corridor, and the enraged World Eaters, now blocked, began to spray their bolters wildly. A 5th Squad warrior was unlucky enough to take a headshot. Zarilo quickly retaliated, taking down an enemy in the smoke the same one Yifeng had blasted earlier. Though Zarilo's shot didn't hit the head, the nearly unarmored chest couldn't withstand the explosive impact. A piece of bullet-riddled metal flew out from the corridor, heading straight for Zarilo. As the 5th Squad warrior ducked, a World Eater charged out, knocking him aside. "Zarilo, assist Kashevich, I've got this one," Yifeng shouted, pulling out his twin pistols and firing frantically. The opponent dodged swiftly, rolling towards the direction where William was engaged with another World Eater. Yifeng couldn't risk shooting, fearing friendly fire, and instead drew his silver power sword. The World Eater, clad in a patched-up Mark III power armor, sneered at Yifeng. "Ha! A Primaris Astartes, still wet behind the ears." The World Eaters had betrayed the Imperium during the Horus Heresy 10,000 years ago, joining Chaos. Though they had fought for millennia, many veterans still survived, and new recruits were constantly being created from Genocide in the Warp. Judging by his tone, This World Eater was one of those ancient veterans. To these battle-hardened veterans, a Primaris Marine with less than a century of service was indeed like a newborn. "I'll be the end of your millennia of warfare, scum," Yifeng coldly declared. "Kid, don't get too cocky." The World Eater's chain sword glowed red, the blessing of Khorne making their attacks immensely powerful. Like the Orks, they could channel and enhance their weapons with devastating psychic energy. "You dishonorable traitor, taste my blade." Yifeng swung his power sword, clashing violently with the chain sword. The strength of a Primaris Astartes far exceeded that of a regular space marine, and for a moment, he was evenly matched with the Khorne-enhanced World Eater. Yifeng kicked him hard. The opponent tried to block, but was at a disadvantage in height and was sent sprawling. Yifeng pressed the attack with a thrust. The World Eater hurriedly retreated, and Yifeng followed up with another swift strike. Seeing the enemy retreating repeatedly, Yifeng couldn't help but taunt, "Still retreating? You're a disgrace to the World Eaters, a Khorne worshipper afraid to fight." Infuriated, the World Eater swung a horizontal slash. Yifeng deftly ducked and shouted, "Spread wings and nod." His sword aimed straight for the World Eater's heart. The sudden shout startled the World Eater, who dodged with a clumsy roll. "What kind of fighting style is this? So bizarre." The World Eater muttered in astonishment. Yifeng chuckled inwardly, reminiscing about his college days. If he hadn't overslept on the day of course selection and missed out on the basketball elective, he wouldn't have ended up in the Taiji sword class. "I took that Taiji sword course seriously and even got an A," Yifeng thought proudly, his attacks becoming even more fierce. Just as Yifeng was practicing the 49 forms of Chen-style Tai Chi sword with the World Devourer, Koshevich and Zarilo found themselves in a fierce battle. Despite being seasoned veterans, they struggled to gain the upper hand against an enemy who seemed to be a former grand champion of an ancient legion. Koshevich's swordsmanship was exquisite, and Zarilo was battle-hardened. But the enemy's powerful attacks kept them at bay. Zarilo made several attempts to decapitate the foe, but the enemy's massive horns always managed to block the fatal blow in time. Finally, Koshevich seized an opportunity and executed a leaping slash, severing one of the enemy's horns. The World Devourer, now off balance, flew into a rage and charged at the deputy leader, seemingly intent on impaling him with the remaining horn. At this critical moment, a gunshot rang out, and the World Devourer's left knee exploded. It was Gage, who had taken advantage of the Mark 8 power armor's capabilities to precisely target a weak point in the ancient Mark 3 armor. Even with a shattered leg, the worshipper of Khorne erupted with unrelenting battle fury. His chainsword, imbued with crimson Khorne energy, struck back, not only shattering Zarilo's power sword, but also severing his pinky finger. Seeing this, Koshevich acted swiftly, slicing off the enemy's right arm that held the sword. The gravely injured World Devourer still refused to give up, raising an iron fist to crush Koshevich's skull. However, Gage's second shot rang out, blasting the enemy's fist to pieces. Koshevich then delivered the final blow, ending the valiant foe's life. Meanwhile, Yifeng's duel with another World Devourer appeared flashy but was full of lethal intent. Each fierce attack was deftly neutralized by Yifeng, whose counterattacks always aimed for critical points. Ultimately, Yifeng executed the move, Neza Explores the Sea, forcing his opponent into a desperate gamble. As the World Devourer raised his sword for a powerful strike, Koshevich seized the opening and cleaved the helmet in two. With the battle over, William helped the injured Shi Zhengxiang back to tend to Zarilo's severed finger. Koshevich quickly issued orders. Shi Zhengxiang, Zarilo, and Charles would stay behind to establish a makeshift defense against further enemy advances. He took Zarilo's portable bird drone and led Yifeng, William, and Gage forward. Through the passage ahead, a massive staircase led to the enemy ship's command center. The four exchanged knowing glances, ready to launch their final assault. The battle barge of the Shadow Venom Blade Warband held the front line like an indomitable shield. Under its cover, the strike cruisers waited patiently, like cunning predators, for their lost cannons to recharge. Once ready, they bared their fangs, launching deadly strikes at the opposing heavy cruisers before quickly retreating back under the protection of the battle barge. This tactic pleased the clan leaders of the Shadow Venom Blade, filling them with a sense of assured victory. Their eyes gleamed with satisfaction, already envisioning the lucrative returns from this engagement. However, the commander of the opposing heavy cruiser was caught in a dilemma. He had to protect the intact battle barge, but couldn't move recklessly. Staying in place meant enduring continuous attacks, while sending the damaged barge to the front risked a fatal strike from the lurking Green Chapel warships at the rear. The commander was bewildered. Why not retreat when transporting such valuable cargo, especially after resupplying from the planet Taste 2? The enemy strategy was clearly aimed at pushing them to the system's edge, where slipping into the warp would allow them to easily escape. In the warp, how could Imperial ships compete with the Chaos Fleet under the protection of the Dark Gods? Yet, orders were orders. The heavy cruiser had to hold its ground, enduring relentless bombardment. After an hour, the situation was dire. The macro cannon arrays and las cannons were heavily damaged, and the void shields had undergone 4 emergency repairs. Each ion storm caused by overload claimed numerous crew lives. Just when the Shadow Venom Blade warband thought victory was within reach, a warp disturbance emerged from behind them. Dika's heart sank. Reinforcements for the enemy. A battle barge and 2 strike cruisers emerged from the void, their guns aimed directly at the Shadow Venom Blade fleet. The battlefield situation reversed instantly. The Shadow Venom Blade warband was now caught in a pincer attack, becoming the hunted. Dika anxiously asked about the arrival time of the Stormwall warband, receiving a grim reply: 47 minutes. Facing such a critical situation, the Shadow Venom Blade warband made a shocking decision. Ignoring the fire from behind, their battle barge and strike cruisers charged directly at the enemy's 3 vessels. In this life-or-death moment, the remaining 4 clan leaders held their final discussion. They knew that even if they won, it would cost them nearly their entire warband. But with no other choice in the face of a pincer attack, they made a desperate decision. The Shadow Venom Blade warband issued an astonishing order. All Astartes prepare for boarding action. Fighters launch full-scale bombardment on the enemy's undamaged battle barge, and all ships charge at full speed towards the enemy-guarded barge. It was a suicidal assault. Dika witnessed it all, his jaw clenched. The Green Chapel's battle barge also abandoned defense, charging directly at the enemy. A brutal close-quarters combat was about to erupt among the 5 most powerful warships in the galaxy. Meanwhile, Yifeng and his 3 teammates successfully infiltrated the enemy ship. They navigated through corridors filled with wreckage and gore, reaching an area of intense combat. Dozens of corpses, both Chaos Astartes and Green Chapel warriors, lay strewn across the ground. The last 5 Chaos Astartes, out of ammo, raised their blood-red chainswords and charged at the son of Shagatai Khan. Under Captain Zhang Ke's command, the Green Chapel warriors maneuvered skillfully, looking for an opening. Yifeng and his team swiftly joined the fray. Geyer and Yifeng's ion pistols precisely hit a World Eater's thigh, and the enemy was soon overwhelmed by explosive rounds from all directions. Another World Eater managed to close in on a 4th Company veteran, but his chainsword got stuck in the veteran's shoulder plate. Seizing the opportunity, William and Kshevich each struck, severing the enemy's arms. Yet, the World Eater refused to yield, raising his mutated dragon claw to kick the 4th Company warrior. The veteran's arm was torn apart by the blow. Kshevich's blade sliced through, sending the enemy's head flying. Despite their victory, the 4th Company veteran who lost his arms was beyond saving. The apothecary rushed to provide aid, but the injuries were too severe. Even the emergency drugs within his power armor couldn't save his life. The apprentice apothecary swiftly retrieved a white ointment from the armored box behind him and skillfully applied it to his comrade's wound. He reassured him, "Hey buddy, don't lose hope. The shadow blades are nearby. Take a rest for now. Once the battle is over, we'll get you a mechanical limb. What do you want? A quad-barrel grenade launcher or a super-powered claw?" The injured warrior let out a harsh laugh, more grating than death itself. "You better hurry up and finish the fight. I can't wait to get some serious firepower. Save your energy, don't speak," the apprentice apothecary sternly reminded him. Turning to the others, he barked, "Are you all just standing around? Captain Janku has already led the charge. Get moving." For Astartes quickly advanced. The mortals in the command room attempted to resist but were swiftly cut down. Even those who tried to self-destruct couldn't get close to the Astartes. "Tech Sergeant, get over here and extract the ship's logs," one of the Astartes called out. The apprentice tech sergeant immediately stepped forward, his shoulder armor covered in sword marks, indicating fierce close combat. A mechanical arm quickly interfaced with the ship's network. It seems the enemy is protecting something important. The data here is destroyed, but it's certain that the item is in their intact combat barge. They accidentally arrived in this star system while preparing to resupply some offerings for the blood god. Janku quickly gathered useful items from the surroundings. "This ship has been cleared. Everyone, proceed to the designated evacuation point. Apothecaries and tech sergeants, recover equipment and genocide." Yifeng and his team had just arrived and were now heading back. The warrior who had lost both arms had stopped bleeding and was heading to the hangar with the apprentice apothecary. Once everyone regrouped, they made their way to the hangar. The hangar had a large breach, and the transport ship had to use thermal welding to reconnect the enemy ship's hull to prevent the vacuum from worsening the condition of the injured soldiers in power armor. For the first time, Yifeng felt the transport ship was a welcome sight. Many of his comrades who had been chatting earlier were now reduced to corpses. The heavy casualties made Yifeng understand the Stormwall warrior's rage after being ambushed by the Gorgon dreadnought on Atres. Out of the 100 Astartes who boarded, 55 were dead, 7 severely injured, and only 38 were fit for the next assault. They had killed 76 World Eaters. Janku silently thanked the Emperor that the enemy did not have Primaris Astartes. If Khorne had corrupted them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He couldn't fathom why this heavy cruiser had so many Chaos Astartes. Originally, this cruiser was meant to bombard the third planet and deploy 65 World Eaters to eliminate the remaining ground forces. Only a squad of World Eaters officers was supposed to be aboard. The Blessed Forest had no time to concern itself with the survivors on the third planet and left immediately to support the main fleet. Suddenly, an Astartes exclaimed, "Where's our ship? The huge combat barge? Damn it, why are 5 barges clustered together?" Meanwhile, the Stormwell chapter was giving a pre-battle speech when an urgent astropathic message arrived in the command room. The chapter master was passionately addressing the warriors. "Last time, we gave the greenskins a heavy blow. Now, our eternal enemies, the vile traitors who have succumbed to chaos, the Chaos Astartes, have appeared. What shall we do? Kill them all." The warriors responded in unison. "The Green Chapel and the Shadow Blades are once again ahead of us. We can't always let them lead the charge. As warriors of the Emperor, we must—" "Chapter Master, urgent communication from Scaro's personal channel," an officer interrupted. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Dismissed. Chapter Master Scaro, upon learning of the dire situation, immediately contacted the tech sergeant guarding the engine room. "Can we increase our travel speed? At any cost. We can overload the engines to cut the time down to 21 minutes, but we won't be able to conduct warp travel for 5 days afterward." "Do it. The battle has changed, and time is of the essence. Full speed ahead." The opponent was also Astartes, with both sides having 4 combat barges and 3 cruisers. It would come down to who could hold out the longest. The Stormwell fleet accelerated, pushing beyond standard cruising speeds, causing the Geller fields to become unstable. Occasionally, strange warp entities would appear on the deck, only to disappear with eerie laughter. For instance, a strange cloak stitched from rags was now slapping those odd warp creatures. Scaro dismissed the concern about 5 days without warp travel. Even if they could never warp travel again, the incoming reinforcements from the Angels of Dawn could extract them. "Victory is all that matters," he declared firmly. If the Stormwell chapter had previously been like a submarine navigating the deep sea, now they were a speedboat racing across the surface, skimming through the warp and real space. Their rapid advance created massive warp ripples, noticeable even to the demons in Khorne's realm. As the sons of Imperial fists burst from the warp, they were met with relentless fire and lance strikes. A single combat barge and a strike cruiser? Do they underestimate us? "All ships, charge and annihilate them," Scaro ordered. 2 combat barges didn't decelerate, maintaining their insane speed, followed closely by the strike cruiser. Since the 5 combat barges had clustered together, the Chaos support fleet had tried to join the fray but had also heard the warp whispers of an Astartes fleet approaching at breakneck speed. The Chaos support fleet sent only 1 strike cruiser into the battle, while the other Chaos ships lay in ambush, ready to strike the reckless Astartes fleet. At this moment, the Green Chapel and the Shadow Blades were beyond caring. Dika, leading a veteran company, and the Shadow Blades had boarded the enemy's intact Astartes combat barge. Over 500 Imperial Astartes clashed with over 400 World Eaters in a brutal melee. They received Zhi Qing's communication. There must be something incredibly important hidden here. Even if they can't acquire it, they must destroy it. The battlefield descended into chaos, like a pot of boiling porridge. The 2 damaged combat barges quickly organized their crew, some boarding their own ships for support while others launched counter-boarding attacks on Shadow Poison Blades barges. Seeing this, Green Temple immediately redeployed a company of Astartes from their garrison combat barge to board the now vulnerable damaged barge. Meanwhile, Yifeng's ship, the Blessed Forest, faced off directly against an enemy strike cruiser from the support fleet. The battlefield split into 3 main segments: the primary battlefield with 5 combat barges and a heavy cruiser locked in combat. A secondary battlefield where Stormwell's 2 combat barges and a strike cruiser exchanged fire with the enemy support fleet, and the close-quarters duel between the Blessed Forest and an enemy strike cruiser. With only about 120 Space Marines left on the Blessed Forest, they still deployed 70 assault troops for boarding actions. Due to heavy casualties from a recent boarding, Yifeng and others were assigned to defend their ship. The duel between the 2 strike cruisers was straightforward: close-quarters boarding, weapon arrays exchanging fire, and the side that could eliminate all enemy Astartes would be the victor. Enemy boarding pods deeply penetrated the Blessed Forest's hull, creating massive breaches with macro cannon fire. Zhi Qing's voice echoed over the comms. "The enemy is approaching the bridge. Stop them." Yifeng, William, Kshevich, Charles, and Gage formed a mobile unit, quickly moving to the corridor between the lounge and the bridge, the enemy's inevitable path. William calmly directed them to stuff debris into the ceiling's wiring ducts, planting a bomb there. They blasted open the top half of a metal door to use as cover, setting up a defensive position in the narrow corridor that could only fit 3 people side by side. Yifeng, Gage, and William formed the first line of firepower. Yifeng wielded a combined bolter and ion pistol, Gage used a large plasma rifle of relic grade, and William chose his favorite twin-linked bolter. Shevich and Charles prepared their Astartes version fierce spears, with energy concentrated at the tips, capable of piercing through cataphractii terminators. The floor's vibrations signaled the enemy's approach, and everyone gripped their weapons tightly. This meant either a Terminator dreadnought was leading the charge, or a large squad of Chaos Astartes. The enemy sensed the ambush, but pressed on undeterred. A black and gold Terminator appeared first around the corner. Gage and Yifeng fired instantly, the powerful ion streams overloading the cataphractii Terminator's deflector shield, followed by a barrage of shots that shattered its frontal armor. Both sides froze. Damn, a Primaris Space Marine? Holy crap, Shadow Moon Wolves? Various types of explosives rained down as the towering Terminator of the Shadow Moon Wolves collapsed in the corridor, becoming a massive corpse. The remaining warriors quickly used this body as cover, engaging in a fierce firefight with Yifeng and his comrades. The name Shadow Moon Wolves carries a storied history. As the 16th Legion of the original 20 legions, they were once one of the Emperor's most prized units. They were the first to venture into space, capturing the lunar base in their debut battle, earning the name Shadow Moon Wolves. This regiment had close ties with the White Scars, and together, they launched a joint assault on Ullanor, decapitating the leader of the massive Ork Empire. It was after this battle that their primarch, Horus, was named War Master by the Emperor, commanding the entire expeditionary force. Renamed Sons of Horus, this was the highest honor. However, fate played a cruel hand, and they eventually rebelled under the influence of the Chaos Gods. Horus led half of the Astartes rebels in a bloody march to Terra. In the final showdown, the Emperor and Horus, empowered by the 4 Chaos Gods, engaged in a titanic duel. The Emperor emerged victorious, but at a great cost. Gravely wounded, he was placed on the Golden Throne's stasis field, becoming a silent, immobile living corpse. After Horus was utterly defeated, the Sons of Horus fled into the warp. Today, most have joined Abaddon's Black Legion. The name Shadow Moon Wolves has vanished from the Warhammer universe for 10,000 years, yet Yifeng uses it without hesitation. Aren't the Shadow Moon Wolves a non-aligned chaos force? Someone asked, puzzled. Shouldn't they be openly fighting the Imperium under Abaddon? Why are they supporting Khorne now? Did Khorne lose a bet to them, or something? Who knows? Another voice replied. Stay sharp. These Sons of Horus have another Terminator armor. I saw him expose his right arm just now. Despite the intense firefight, the Green Sanctuary held the advantage thanks to their pre-built fortifications. Especially crucial was Geyer's powerful ion rifle, which dealt fatal damage to the Terminator. When the ironclad Terminator was blasted to pieces by Geyer's rifle, the Shadow Moon Wolves had to retreat, leaving behind the body of a regular warrior. At that moment, an urgent call came through the communicator. William, can you hear me? This is Zelalo. We're under heavy attack at the chapel. We need reinforcements. William glanced around at the Astartes. Yifeng immediately stepped forward. I'll go. I'm a Primaris Astartes. Given the current battle situation, only deploying a Primaris Astartes could ensure effective support without causing their own lines to collapse. Yifeng quickly took the fearsome spear from Geyer, detached the ion pistol and holstered it, grabbed a few melta-bombs, and prepared to set off. Charles took Yifeng's bolt gun, giving him a victory sign. Go hold the chapel, hero of Atrus. Yifeng chose another corridor, moving through the kitchen area towards the chapel. As he was about to arrive, he keenly detected unusual sounds, the running footsteps of several Astartes. His powerful White Scar's instincts gave him the upper hand. He quickly hid in a storage room, set up a melta-bomb, and readied his fearsome spear. The footsteps grew closer. Uncertain if the newcomers were friend or foe, Yifeng was ready for battle. His right hand gripped the spear high above his head, poised to strike, while his left hand hovered over the ion pistol, ready to draw. Suddenly, a dark golden helmet appeared. An enemy. Without hesitation, Yifeng thrust his spear, striking the enemy's head. Although an Astartes' head is usually protected by massive shoulder guards, making it hard to hit from the side, Yifeng, as a Primaris Astartes, stood half a meter taller than a regular Astartes. With the spear raised high, he almost struck directly from above. After the successful strike, Yifeng quickly dropped to the ground, firing an overloaded ion pistol shot at the rear enemy. A violent explosion followed, likely from hitting the enemy's ammo pouch, causing a chain reaction. Yifeng didn't dare check the situation, quickly pulling back his spear and retreating into the room. The enraged Shadow Moon Wolves threw several grenades and bombs, preparing to charge under the cover of explosions. However, Yifeng's melta-bomb detonated first, causing a violent explosion behind the Chaos Astartes, sending the last Shadow Moon Wolf flying. Seizing the moment, Yifeng rushed out, spearing the first enemy he encountered. The Primaris Astartes' immense strength easily broke through the opponent's defenses, shattering their chainsword and power armor chest. The remaining 2 Astartes were caught in a dilemma. Ahead were their own grenades, and behind was a massive Primaris Astartes who had just speared one of their brothers. In this critical moment, They had no choice but to turn and open fire. Bolt gun shots rained down, but Yifeng skillfully used the corpse of his fallen foe as a shield, continuing his charge. The grenades exploded, the powerful shockwave hitting the two Astartes from behind. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but at this moment, it pushed them closer to Yifeng. Before the two enemies could draw their power swords, the bullet-ridden corpse was already in their faces. Yifeng pressed his advantage, pushing both enemies into the crater made by their grenades. After this series of actions, Yifeng quickly retrieved his spear and prepared to leave. Before departing, he made sure to finish off the enemies overturned by the Melta bomb with another spear thrust. 1 against 5, killed 3 and scared off 2. Rounded up, and I'm the company champion, Yifeng thought triumphantly. In fact, a seasoned Primaris Astartes could easily serve as a company commander among regular Astartes. They only lacked time and experience. The Emperor's custodes were not exaggerating when they praised the Primaris Astartes. They indeed possessed some of their Primarch's blood, making their combat prowess extraordinary. When the two unfortunate Shadow Moon wolves climbed out of the seafood storage below, Yifeng had already vanished. At this moment, Yifeng's emotions were mixed as he sprinted through the corridor, surrounded by severed limbs, many still clutching enemy weapons. Despite the temptation, he couldn't pick up any of these weapons. Under the influence of the warp, they could have unknown negative effects on him, typically requiring multiple blessings from the Mechanicus before reuse. Yifeng kept running, feeling frustrated by the valuable weapons he couldn't pick up. When he finally reached the chapel, the scene before him was shocking. The battle had reached a fever pitch, and the carnage was extreme. The portraits and statues of the Emperor have all been destroyed. The interior of the chapel is in shambles, with shellfire leaving craters of various sizes on the walls covered in blessing graffiti. The chaplain has gone with Zhi Qing to the Resolute Grace, leaving a novice priest to defend the chapel. His legs have been blown off, and he leans against the shattered statue of the Emperor, still firing his bolter, though his aim is no longer reliable. Yifeng quickly joined the fray, his overloaded ion gun landing a precise hit on the opposing Terminator, blasting it away. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the space battle had also escalated to a frenzy. The massive bombardment cannons of the storm will tore through the void shields of the enemy strike cruiser, with the macro cannons firing incessantly. Vortex torpedoes launched at close range ripped the enemy ship apart, though a few assault pods managed to board. The Sons of Horus assault barge focused all its firepower on the largest storm will assault barge, even initiating a mass boarding action. Another storm will assault barge, however, remained unscathed, unleashing its firepower on other enemy ships without restraint. This situation actually favored the Stormwill's defense. Scarrow led the veterans of the First Company, originally prepared for boarding actions, to join the defense of the assault barge. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed their minds. Evade quickly. The Sons of Horus assault barge rammed into the Stormwill's ship. The strike cruiser managed to dodge thanks to its quick reactions, but two heavily armored assault barges collided. The Shadow Moon Wolf used some foul means, causing a cataclysmic explosion 10 times more powerful than a simultaneous void shield and power core detonation. The newly acquired Stormwill assault barge was instantly reduced to rubble. Sons of Horus, you will pay for this, roared Kagazbel, the newly thawed dreadnought and former chapter master, as he charged into the battlefield. Unlike tactical dreadnought armor, this dreadnought was a massive killing machine, resembling a giant mechanical box 3.8 meters wide and 4 meters tall, equipped with the sturdiest shields and the most terrifying single-man weapons. Piloting a dreadnought requires the pilot to sacrifice most of their flesh, converting all nerve connections into interfaces with the dreadnought. This grants the pilot complete control but also subjects them to constant, immense pain. Only relentless killing can somewhat alleviate this agony. During peacetime, dreadnoughts are frozen or placed in stasis fields to prolong the pilot's life and reduce their suffering until an enemy attack occurs. In this life-or-death moment, all of the Stormwill's dreadnoughts were awakened. 11 colossal machines, armed with devastating firepower, stood guard throughout the assault barge, shredding enemy Terminators to pieces. Of the Green Sanctuary's 5 dreadnoughts, 4 were already engaged on the assault barge. The last one remained on the strike cruiser, piloted by former chapter master Mordrekin. Zhi Qing left him there in case something happened to himself or the assault barge, ensuring someone could temporarily lead the chapter. At this moment, Mordrekin was already in action. These massive machines find it difficult to board enemy ships via assault pods. Without special machinery or warp teleportation from a major librarian or a ship, they usually stay on their own vessels or transfer via transports. Mordrekin moved with a lumbering but unstoppable gait, his 6-barreled Hurricane bolter and Melta gun firing in succession. An enemy in Cataphractii Terminator armor charged at him, with 5 heads both Astartes and Orks mounted on his power pack, clearly a battle-hardened champion. Upon my return, I will slay the false emperor. The enemy roared. Mordrekin sneered. 2 seconds. If you last 2 seconds, I'll write my name backward. His overwhelming firepower obliterated the enemy and the bulkhead behind him. Mordrekin muttered to himself, without a heavy tank in front, you dare to yap in front of me? I used to pilot a dreadnought and take down an entire renegade night house. He paused, adding, not that it matters. Everyone who knew the truth is long dead. Meanwhile, Yifeng successfully ambushed a Terminator, reveling in the satisfaction of being a sneaky combatant. Suddenly, a burst of bolter fire pierced through the left wall, heading straight for him. Damn! Yifeng cursed as 3 bolter rounds hit him, blowing apart his left shoulder pad and breaking his fierce spear. He quickly dropped to the ground, pulling out his plasma pistol, only to find it still overloading. Forget it, he muttered, deciding not to gamble with it and instead pulling out a melta-bomb to throw. Then he recognized the shooter. Hey, white armor. Isn't that our dreadnought? Oops, sorry kid, couldn't hold back the firepower, the dreadnought pilot said. Hey, you're pretty big. Big? Look at yourself, Yifeng retorted. Well, it's been at least a century since I last fought old frozen goods, the dreadnought pilot joked. How do I explain this? Can't start from when I was implanted with pre-march parts. That would take 9 chapters and 18 episodes. Custodian experiment, Yifeng answered succinctly. The old dreadnought was wondering why Yifeng was taller than a regular Primaris, but Yifeng assumed he had never seen a Primaris before. Good lad, I have high hopes for you, the dreadnought pilot praised. Yifeng thought to himself, I understand, but why does my seniority keep dropping? With their combined support, they quickly cleared the enemies in front of the chapel. Yifeng began scavenging weapons from the battlefield. Hey, this power sword is still usable. Oh, there's a melta-bomb. Hey, kid, you hear me? The dreadnought pilot called out. Why is the old man calling me? Yifeng asked. What old man? Call me former chapter master Ma, never mind. Battle Brotherno. Just call me old man. The dreadnought pilot almost promoted Yifeng to his peer. Although everyone in the chapter called each other brothers, it was different with this newcomer. Go. Lure some enemies for me to kill, the old man ordered. What the hell? Yifeng exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the enemy before him. Instead of the expected green-skinned orcs, he faced the far more terrifying Chaos Space Marines. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his heart pounding. This is no joke. If I shoot too slowly, I'll be dead. And you want me to draw them over here? The old man listened, and then acted without a word. He cranked the volume of the dreadnought's loudspeaker to its maximum. For the Emperor. His voice boomed like thunder. You treacherous scum, prepare to die. The deafening sound echoed all around, startling even the priest who was bandaging his legs. Soon, the clatter of footsteps could be heard from all directions. Several Terminators from the Shadowmoon Wolf Pack were the first to charge out, shouting, "Death to the false Emperor." But they were instantly torn apart by a barrage of heavy fire. Watching this, Yifeng couldn't help but think, the old man sure knows how to attract attention. As he spoke, Yifeng kept tossing melta-bombs. Hiding behind cover, he sneered. Try dodging this grenade. Taking cover behind the dreadnought, Yifeng occasionally peeked out to fire his plasma pistol. This dreadnought is more reliable than an Emperor's Blade super heavy tank. No worries, he said confidently. The battle raged on. A battered assault barge entered the system's outskirts. Stormwell Chapter Master Scarrow was furious, slamming his fist into the table and shattering it. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace, he roared. Despite their numerical advantage, they had lost 2 ships in a one-for-one exchange with the enemy. Although their strike cruiser had avoided the enemy's self-destruction, the enemy's master tactician had teleported 6 dreadnoughts and 100 Chaos Astartes onto the cruiser. Scarrow made a swift decision, ordering all Astartes on the cruiser to board their fighters and drop pods, then commanded the ship to self-destruct. In the violent explosion, some of the warriors in the drop pods were also lost, leaving only 77 Astartes recovered. It was the most decisive yet devastating decision in the history of the Stormwell chapter. Former chapter Master Cargaspell watched as the old ship he had commanded for years went down in flames, taking many enemies with it. His feelings were conflicted, and he couldn't help but curse Scarrow. Meanwhile, Yifeng and his team successfully defended the Blessing Forest. However, the boarding party that had attacked the enemy ship seemed to have failed as well. Both sides were busy fortifying their defenses, preparing for the next assault. Suddenly, the enemy ship lost its will to fight and quickly retreated. At that moment, a massive bombardment cannon strike destroyed the unshielded strike cruiser. Cargaspell's roar echoed through the comms channel. Your scrap metal can't protect your filthy bodies. Die, scum. The battle momentarily paused. Yifeng hurried back to his original position, hoping to reunite with William, Shevich, Gage, and Charles. But the sight before him was heart-wrenching. The corridor was littered with severed limbs, fragments of melta-guns, and broken ion pistols, with blood pooling everywhere. Is anyone there? Yifeng called out, his voice trembling, requesting to regroup. But the comms channel was met with suffocating silence, leaving him feeling hollow inside. Though the enemy had been repelled, the Green Sanctuary Space Marines were helping each other back to the bridge. Heartbreakingly, only 9 Astartes had survived. 4th Company Captain Jean Ku's body was missing, and the 5th Company Captain had perished during the boarding action. Morkin broke the heavy silence. Is the Tech Marine still alive? A warrior missing a leg weakly responded. I'm an apprentice Tech Marine. Morkin immediately assigned a warrior who appeared less injured. Go, carry him, and check the reactor and void shields. See if the ship can still move. On the bridge, they watched the Stormwell Chapter's assault barge fly overhead towards the main battlefield. Soon, good news arrived. Report, the ship is operational. There's also an unconscious warrior with both legs blown off who needs an apothecary. An apprentice apothecary rushed frantically to the reactor room upon hearing this. Former Chapter Master Morkin, gazing at the departing assault barge, rallied the crew. Everyone, stay sharp. Since I joined the Green Sanctuary, I've never taken such a hit. Catch up with the assault barge and rescue your Chapter Master. I'm not dead yet, and Daika won't die before me. With that, the Blessing Forest set course for the main battlefield. The entire crew of Astartes unanimously agreed to rename the strike cruiser to the Vengeance Sword. Even the ship's machine spirit seemed to approve. The core strategy of the assault is an inherent talent etched in the genes of the Sons of the White Scars. Amidst this chaotic battle, the core is always where the numbers are greatest. Daika, leading the veterans of the First Company, uses his vast experience and keen battlefield intuition to swiftly advance towards the center of the warship. 2 fearless dreadnoughts follow closely behind, while another 2 lead a company of soldiers to search for the Shadow Poison Blade battle group. In the heart of the battlefield, the World Eaters uncharacteristically hold their ground instead of charging with a roar. As the Shadow Poison Blade forces board, Chaos Space Marines from other battle barges also jump in to support, trapping the Sons of Ferrus Manus in the middle. The Green Templars follow closely, with enemy reinforcements forming a multi-layered battle structure. Over 1,300 Astartes are packed into the battle barge, with fierce fighting and fallen bodies everywhere. The battle continues to escalate as Scarlo leads 300 Stormwell warriors in a furious charge. Daika easily crushes the enemy's initial defenses. The hastily assembled Chaos World Eaters are no match for the Hellbeast Dreadnoughts. Their hastily constructed lines quickly crumble under the assault of the 2 Dreadnoughts. Passing through a wrecked dormitory area, Daika successfully reunites with the remnants of the Shadow Poison Blade group. Another Green Templar unit emerges from the rest area, and the 2 sides finally converge. By now, the Shadow Poison Blade numbers have dwindled to less than 80. Their expertise in frontal siege tactics has cost them dearly against the crossfire of multiple enemy dreadnoughts. Due to a significant battle 40 years ago that depleted their dreadnoughts, and the lack of replacement since, they are left with only 2 dreadnoughts, whose firepower is no match for the defending forces. Fortunately, the World Eater's extreme belligerence works in their favor. The Shadow Poison Blade constructs defenses on the spot, and a few taunts provoke the enemy into abandoning their defensive stance. Skulls for the Skull Throne, blood for the Blood God. If they were facing the cunning Sons of Horus, they would have employed various flanking and encirclement tactics, and possibly even bombarded the area directly from another battle barge. But now, the reinforcing enemy forces are being stubbornly held off by the Green Templars, while their main forces are being scattered by the Stormwell battle group. Despite the World Eater's commander, Brussels, repeatedly emphasizing the need to hold the line, he cannot prevent sporadic war-hungry fighters from charging forward recklessly. Thankfully, the Hellbeast Chaos Dreadnoughts remain relatively stable, or perhaps they've long lost their sanity, bound firmly by sturdy metal chains. However, this doesn't resolve the current predicament. I've been taking hits here for so long, waiting for you Sons of Horus to come and support me. Now that you're here, help me retreat already. Why insist on an ambush? Of all the targets, you chose the Imperial Fists? You're just asking for trouble. The Sons of Horus had no idea they were facing the Imperial Fists. This reckless behavior in the warp is akin to a space wolf pilot drunk at the helm. Strategically, they seem to have ruled out the possibility of encountering Rogel Dorn's sons. What now? There's only one choice. Fight to the death. If this ship can break through, it must be at any cost. All Astartes on the warships are boarding this crucial battle barge. Everyone knows the importance of this vessel. Let the other ships be destroyed then. Dreadnought Morkin watched as the Stormwell's battle barge joined the fray, with many warriors boarding the opposing ship. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. If only I were a librarian, I could foresee this. Morkin caressed the ancient warship, which he had swindled from the Salamanders during his tenure. It had served as the flagship for many years. Without battles to fight and not in stasis, Morkin was in immense pain, both physically and mentally. For the Sons of the White Scars, entering a dreadnought was unbearable. They were warriors of the wind, and being confined in the slow-moving dreadnought was worse than imprisonment. Yifeng sat alone in the armory. Now he could freely take any weapon he wanted. No Willem wrapping him in ammo, no Geiji fighting him for the same chainsword, no Koshevich testing the feel of a power sword, and no Shizheng Xiang quietly cleaning a chain axe in the corner. Everything was gone, vanished. Yifeng stood alone in front of the weapon rack. He took down a bolter and holstered it at his waist, bringing along various types of ammunition. I don't care what enemies lie ahead. I will tear them all apart. He also strapped on a power sword and melta-bombs. Though it seemed excessive to other Astartes, it didn't matter. He had been specially trained by Willem. The jetpack was also essential. The armory had only one familiar ion pistol left, the green one Willem always told them not to use. It was said to be a gift from the former chapter master after Willem's significant victories. Yifeng gently stroked the gun, murmuring, "Did you know? Willem is dead, and I'm the only one left in the third squad. Let's go avenge them, shall we?" Though there was no sanctified oil, the machine's spirit was pleased, and victory was assured. Everyone gathered at the assault pod. Even the severely injured warrior who had just woken up made his way there. They were the last reserve force on the battlefield, the only remaining hope for the Imperial side. The vengeful sword had just one operational assault pod left, perfect for the 9 remaining warriors. As for the old chapter master Morgan, his massive dreadnought body couldn't fit into the assault pod. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides was close enough. An apprentice tech marine stripped a barely functional fighter of all its ammunition and attached the old dreadnought to it. The only 2 surviving loyal pilots of the strike cruiser would carry out this suicide mission, dropping the old dreadnought onto the enemy battle barge with no possibility of return. Although the apprentice tech marine couldn't immediately fit the injured warriors with mechanical limbs, he employed ancient technology from Terra's 2K era wheelchairs. Dreadnought Morgan's gaze swept over each warrior, their faces etched with anger and defiance. When his eyes fell on Yifeng, his pupils contracted sharply. Could this be fate? That green ion pistol had been passed down from Morgan's chapter master to him, and after he became a dreadnought, it was handed to the next chapter master. Later, in a fierce battle against the space undead, Morgan was awakened from his ancient cryogenic slumber. He witnessed the chapter master fall under the relentless assault of the space undead. Desperate, the nearby space marines picked up the iconic green ion pistol and fired wildly at the enemy. Since that day, the weapon had vanished, until it reappeared today. Morgan's complex gaze fell on Yifeng, as if seeing 2 possible futures for the chapter. Either he would become the next chapter master and continue their legacy of glory, or the Green Sanctuary would perish, leaving no hope. The real-time holographic battle map flickered with intermittent signals, depicting a gruesome scene. 2 enemy assault barges and a heavily damaged cruiser rammed directly into our 3 assault barges. Various enemy forces, piloting transports, assault pods, and drop pods, swarmed like locusts toward the hangar of our last assault barge. The Emperor loves to play it rough, doesn't he? Morgan sneered. Then no one leaves. He decisively ordered, after the assault pods launch, do not engage acceleration mode. Once the pods are fully deployed, the avenging sword will ram directly into their hangar. This command shocked everyone. If the power core or void shield emitter of either ship was struck, the resulting explosion could trigger a chain reaction, leading to mutual destruction. Even if the critical areas were missed, the smaller ship would likely be obliterated. Old chapter master, Daika is still on that assault barge, someone reminded him. I know, Morgan replied calmly, which is why we're not ramming the power core. He's been in there for 50 minutes. If he's not worthless, he'll have reached the core area by now. He looked around and said firmly, listen up, we have only one path to survival. Capture that assault barge and kill every enemy. This is a fight to the death. Do you understand? Victory belongs to the Emperor. Silently, everyone boarded the assault pods, fully aware that although this battle might not be the largest naval engagement in history, nor the one with the most Astartes involved or killed, it would undoubtedly be the most brutal. Meanwhile, Daika had regrouped with the Shadow Blades and was planning their next assault. The Grand Hall ahead was complex in terrain, making it difficult to flank or attack from above. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, nearly toppling even the dreadnoughts. Daika sensed an opportunity and roared into the comms channel. Now, everyone, charge! The 2 Green Sanctuary squads and the Shadow Blades, led by 2 dreadnoughts, launched a ferocious assault. The Librarian Grandmaster unleashed a long-prepared psychic net, overwhelming the enemy's defenses. Though limited in power, it successfully obscured the enemy's vision, providing excellent cover for his comrades. In battle, the brave prevail. Despite our numerical advantage, the World Eater's ferocity in melee combat was formidable. Crimson blades loomed close, and life and death hung in the balance. Power swords clashed with chain axes, and bolters and grenades flew everywhere. Even the dreadnoughts engaged in close combat, activating power fists and flamethrowers against the enemy's Hellbrutes. Daika led the charge, his sacred chain sword glowing green. This relic, existing since the chapter's founding, unleashed terrifying power, cleaving his foes in half. In his other hand, he wielded a mastercraft power claw from the Salamander's chapter, a weapon that had accompanied him for countless years, now seemingly possessed with a will of its own. A massive world eater, or rather, a small demon came hurtling toward Daika. This ancient world eater was almost fully demonized. Wings sprouted from its back, its tail grew spikes, its horns were longer than its comrades, and its claws were so elongated that it couldn't wear power boots. Its left arm had mutated into a cluster of bizarre claws, while its right arm, still intact, wielded a red glowing power sword. Daika showed no fear, leaping to strike. Their swords clashed violently, and Daika took the opportunity to aim his power claw at the enemy's lower body, only to be blocked by a raised leg. After an exchange of blows, Daika landed back on the ground, his chain sword spinning faster, dissatisfied with the stalemate. The demonized world eater, enraged by losing a claw, roared, "Servant of the false emperor, meet your master with your nail clippers." It dove again from the sky. This time, Daika didn't leap. Instead, he crouched slightly, hiding his powerful chain sword behind him and positioning his power claw in a reverse grip. As the moment of impact approached, Daika spun his body, his chain sword meeting the enemy's power sword. Both fighters used their full strength, their descending strikes colliding midair. Daika's reverse power claw slashed at the enemy's mutated left arm, tearing through numerous claws, but two of them managed to entangle his power claw. The demonized world eater rejoiced, its glowing horns poised to strike. "Hey, scum," Daika suddenly said. "If your horns break, do you lose a lot of power?" Without waiting for an answer, two blades hidden in his power pack sprang forth, slicing off a small piece of the demon's horn. The world eater roared in fury, and strange objects flew toward Daika from afar, only to be intercepted by the Green Sanctuary's librarian Grand Master. The demonized world eater spun faster and faster in the air, its entire body glowing red, making it difficult even for space marines to aim. As Daika prepared to face the enemy, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Countless bolter rounds rained down on the airborne big target. For the Emperor, for the Golden Throne. A group of Stormwall chapter warriors charged at the enemy with unmatched ferocity. These Stormwall warriors had just boarded the ship when they encountered enemy reinforcements. Preparing to establish a defensive position, they were suddenly caught in a chain of explosions, as if someone had rammed a ship directly into them. This unexpected turn of events allowed the Sons of Rogel Dorn to launch a collective assault, breaking through the enemy's dense defensive formation. The battlefield descended into chaos as fearless warriors and their indomitable close combat mechs unleashed a terrifying display of power. Their attacks were like a relentless storm, clearing the surrounding enemies in an instant. An ancient veteran piloting a Shadow Venom mech delivered a powerful energy punch, shattering an incoming Devourer captain into fragments. Immediately afterward, the veteran unleashed his final missiles at the enemy's Hellbeast mech, illuminating the battlefield with fire. The Sons of Rogel Dorn brave warriors of the storms will charged ahead, breaking through enemy lines even faster than the Daikas and encircling the Devourers at the center. The three factions finally converged on a pile of Chaos Space Marine corpses. Despite their high spirits, only about 400 survivors remained, each one bearing the scars of battle on their armor. The formidable Devourers showcased unparalleled prowess in close combat, killing over 380 Imperial Space Marines with a defensive line of just 260 men. Even the Primaris Marines struggled to withstand their onslaught. The battlefield was littered with shattered armor and weapons, stained with blood. The Stormswall warriors quickly assembled a massive bird-like device. They had no other choice, as other ships collided in suicidal maneuvers, trying to take as much loot as possible. The device's screen flickered, revealing the enemy's final stronghold with about 200 Devourers remaining. Strangely, the bridge and the reactor were deserted. "Damn it! What are they transporting that needs this many troops?" one warrior cursed. "Just break in and find out. This time it's 400 against 200. The advantage is finally ours," another voice responded. Daika frowned, contemplating tactics. This was the enemy's final core. Even if they surrounded them completely, there were only two attack routes, and heavy machinery couldn't be moved for a direct assault. It was truly a fight of many against few. But the enemy held a fortified position, making the situation tricky. Nothing more to say, Daika finally decided. Blast their front defenses with ion cannons and plasma guns, then charge under the cover of smoke grenades. The enemy was no pushover either. They had concentrated almost all their ammunition here, with plasma and melta firepower equally formidable. The fiercest clash was imminent, with the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and ozone. Meanwhile, Feng led a 10-man squad to the enemy ship's assault barge. Due to the overwhelming power of their own retribution sword, they had to enter through a damaged storage area on the opposite side. They could have chosen to assault through a macro cannon array closer to the battlefield, but that would risk direct hits from enemy melta-weapons, causing catastrophic explosions. The squad emerged from the storage area, easily dispatching a group of unprepared Khorne cultists. Yifeng pushed forward in a wheelchair, with another warrior holding a bolt gun and melta bombs for him. The sound of rumbling and the scent of blood filled the corridors. They could finally hear snippets of Daika's commands through the comm channel. However, the situation around them grew eerie. Blood on the floor began to boil, enemy limbs started to decay, and even the hardest bones were disintegrating. The air reeked of an increasing blood stench. Old Captain Mordrekin was the first to sense something wrong. Daika, can you hear me? Stop them now. The comm channel was abruptly cut off, leaving only unsettling whispers of the warp. Hellish black flames erupted on the surrounding bulkheads, burning fiercely while the temperature plummeted. The ship echoed with sorrowful cries, battle roars, and maniacal laughter. Damn, they succeeded, Mordrekin cursed. The sacrifice of 2,600 Astartes, 8 assault barges, 5 strike cruisers, 2 battleships, 12 heavy cruisers, and countless lives on Tarsus too. Quite the grand ritual. A powerful psychic wave swept through the assault barge, causing the heads of almost all mortals to explode instantly. The intense warp energy made all the space marines feel unbearable discomfort. Yifeng and Mordrekin were the first to react. The Primaris Astartes, with their implanted litanies, had strong resistance to the warp, while Mordrekin relied on emergency injections from his dreadnought to stay conscious. Kid, you brought the psychic bombs, right? Load them all, Mordrekin ordered. Astartes, prepare to slay the demons. Yifeng and his team charged forward, with Mordrekin leading the way. His power armor emitted a low rumble as he kicked through 4 walls scorched by strange flames. The sound of the walls shattering echoed in the narrow space, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Corcorim, the powerful demon who was once defeated in ancient times by the great demon Cabana, and had his horns cut off, was now reveling in immense joy. Since that defeat, he had never enjoyed such a grand sacrificial ceremony. This demon, who roamed outside the Emperor's beacon, caused massive slaughter in the Far East Star region, and triggered several planetary disasters at the edge of the Misty Star region, was savoring the taste of over 2,000 Astartes for the first time. Corcorim tore through the warp and descended upon the altar that summoned him. Around him were numerous Astartes, and nearby was the planet Tastrite II, home to billions of lives. He felt an insatiable hunger, craving to drink blood, suck marrow dry, and let fire and death reign over the land once more. Daika and Skaro looked up at the towering figure before them, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, with the head of a dragon and the body of a man, wings unfurled. His red skin interlaced with black spikes exuded a chilling aura. Both felt a shiver run down their spines, and a single thought flashed through their minds. Without the Grey Knights here, we need experts. The Grey Knights are the Astartes specialists in dealing with demons, most of them psychers clad in massive grey power armor. Legend has it that before the Emperor faced Horus, he foresaw that even if Horus was defeated, the Empire would still be plagued by chaos demons. Thus, Chancellor Malkador, under the Emperor's command, selected the finest psychers from across the galaxy to form this specialized Astartes squad to combat chaos demons. The existence of the Grey Knights is top secret. Any unauthorized mortal who sees them is eliminated. Led by their psychic Grand Masters, the Grey Knights patrol the Empire's territories, but unfortunately, they had not patrolled here. The moment Corcorim appeared in the real world, the terrifying warp surge destroyed most of the nearby Astartes. Even a previously injured Shadow Blade clan leader fell completely, his armor shattered by the warp energy's impact. Corcorim's roar shook the heavens, and every swing of his flaming sword claimed the life of an Astartes. The blade's hum as it cut through the air was accompanied by the Astartes' screams. Daika swiftly brandished his relic chainsword, glowing with green psychic energy, to meet the attack. However, even this sacred weapon could not withstand the demon sword symbolizing annihilation. Daika was sent flying, crashing heavily into the bulkhead, with his armor screeching in protest. Kargaspel's dreadnought fired continuously, its barrel spewing orange-red flames. But since most carried Kraken penetrator rounds or vengeance bolts instead of Psybolt ammunition, these non-psychic rounds had little effect on the warp demon. Bullets striking Corcorim only sparked, causing minimal damage. The death toll in this battle would likely sustain the demon in the real world for some time. Hoping to delay until the real world expelled him back to the warp was unrealistic. They had to fight. At this moment, the psychic Grand Masters of the various chapters became the beacon of hope. All Astartes and Dreadnoughts stood before the Grand Masters, hoping the psychers from the 3 chapters could jointly defeat the demon. Corcorim roared, spewing intense psychic flames from his mouth. The black fire burned fiercely, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. The psychic Grand Masters quickly raised a psychic shield, shimmering with blue light, barely holding off the flames. Corcorim mercilessly slashed at the shield. The massive flaming sword shattered the psychic barrier, sending blue energy fragments flying. An Astartes standing too close was caught in the blast, dying instantly as blood poured from his shattered armor. Skaro was rapidly moving, trying to flank the demon, but Corcoran suddenly took to the air, his seemingly withered brown wings spreading wide, displaying immense power. He intended to slice through the ceiling and crush the Astartes below. Several old dreadnoughts instantly saw through his plan. The blue flames from their triple missile launchers lit up the sky as the missiles roared towards Corcoran. Though the explosions did little damage, the powerful shockwave brought the demon crashing down. Immediately, thick bolts of psychic lightning struck different parts of Corcoran. Sparks flew, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone. The Khorne demon finally took some damage, realizing that among these kin warriors were those with the power to kill him. Corcoran charged into the crowd, his roar's shockwave causing some Astartes to stumble back. Several Astartes wielding fierce spears bravely stepped forward, only to be slain by the demon's sword. Black flames rose from their bodies, and Corcoran reveled in the slaughter, his eyes gleaming with madness. The dreadnought's relentless fire drew his attention. Corcoran quickly advanced, slashing at a Stormwell dreadnought. The brave dreadnought tried to counter with his Promethium fuel flamer and seismic claw, but they were cut through like butter. Metal fragments and sparks flew as the dreadnought's remains crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the six-barrel launcher on the dreadnought's right shoulder fired all its Cybolt ammunition. Blue-white energy spheres streaked towards Corcoran. The Stormwell Psychic Grandmaster, hiding behind, also took the chance to launch a ball of psychic lightning at the same spot. Corcoran's agonized roar created strong psychic ripples, causing the nearby Stormwell Psyker's head to explode literally. Blood and brain matter splattered, staining the ground red. The demon's black, sharp tail suddenly lashed out, sending Skaro, who was trying to approach from behind, flying. Skaro crashed into the same wall as Dika, both of their armors showing significant dents. Corcoran's left shoulder had a gaping hole, the surrounding area charred by lightning. He roared in pain, his voice filled with rage and hatred. Flames whirled around Corcoran, and a fierce wind, seemingly from nowhere, combined with dark flames to form a massive firestorm. This violent, wide-range psychic attack was difficult for even Terminator-armored space marines to withstand for long. The flames licked at their armor, the intense heat causing the metal to warp. Several elite Astartes, mostly Iron Knights in Terminator armor, charged at the Khorne demon, shouting, "For the Emperor! For the Skull Lord!" Corcoran interrupted the short can's battle cry with an even more deafening roar. The ground trembled slightly under the impact of his voice. Several ancient relics managed to strike Corcoran's thigh, releasing a surge of psychic energy. The intense pain made the demon instinctively halt the firestorm. These relics embodied the Astartes' faith, with the stronger ones even forming entities in the warp. Though the chilling flames finally ceased to drift in the air, the battle was still grim. The Khorne demon shattered an ancient warrior with a single swipe, scattering armor fragments and flesh. His flaming sword swung continuously, occasionally killing Astartes who couldn't evade in time, their screams echoing. The Psykers had gathered their strength, readying for a combined psychic attack. They waited for the right moment, eyes fixed on Corcoran's every move. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, that's a big demon. How come your horns got chopped off?" "Oh, a loser, I see." Corcoran's eyes instantly turned blood red, fury surging through him. He turned his massive head, searching for the source of the voice, growling deeply, ready to tear the speaker to pieces. The wall behind him, scorched by flames, was kicked to pieces, sending debris flying as Morkin and Yifeng were the first to step onto the battlefield. The psionic explosives designed to slaughter chaos demons and the anti-psychic weapons mounted on the ancient dreadnought opened fire instantly. A barrage of bullets struck Torquerim's back, splattering black blood like a fountain. Seeing an opportunity, several Psykers unleashed massive psychic lightning bolts aimed directly at Torquerim's head. The Khornate demon received a psychic warning from the warp and quickly folded its massive wings to shield its body. A harrowing scream echoed throughout the area, its power rivaling the warp surge it had caused upon its appearance. Ordinary Astartes dropped unconscious instantly, their souls returning to the Emperor. Torquerim's enormous wings were completely severed, crashing to the ground and losing their ability to fly in the material realm. Yifeng continued to fire relentlessly, his bolt gun spewing flames as he emptied 3 full magazines, his right arm heating up from the recoil. He charged towards the 2 chief librarians who had unleashed the psychic explosion, intent on protecting them. The situation on the battlefield deteriorated rapidly. Fewer than 30 Space Marines remained standing, only able to muster sporadic fire that couldn't halt the enemy's advance. 2 ancient dreadnoughts from the Green Chapel marched forward. Though their power claws and melta-guns couldn't withstand the demon's flaming greatsword, they managed to hinder its movements. One dreadnought was instantly cleaved in half, but the other unhesitatingly threw itself onto the demon. The flaming greatsword was briefly immobilized, allowing the chief librarian of the Green Chapel to seize the moment. Wielding the chapter relic, the soul staff, he struck the flaming sword with all his might. The soul staff shattered instantly, releasing a psychic tidal wave that hurled the cornate demon away. The flaming greatsword, filled with unquenchable hellfire, also shattered, its black flame-wreathed fragments scattering across the ground. Yifeng rushed to the side of the chief librarian known as the Storm Seer, only to find him lifeless. The Astartes' ammunition was nearly depleted, with only the newly arrived veteran chapter master Mordkin's dreadnought still having ample firepower. As for the Wheelchair Legion, they had all perished upon the demon's last scream. The remaining Space Marines formed a protective barrier around the last librarian of the Shadowblades. The last functioning Shadowblades dreadnought and Mordkin created a crossfire, hoping to buy time for the librarian. Yifeng, wielding an ion pistol, fired a holy overload ion shot at Torquerim's head, then drew his power sword and charged. The demon looked down contemptuously at the slightly taller white-clad warrior, casually flicking its tail to swat Yifeng against the wall like the two chapter masters before. But Yifeng was no ordinary warrior. He was a man who upheld the will of William, known as the Mini Arsenal. Using his jump pack, he deftly dodged the tail swipe. "Hey, I can fly. You can't anymore," Yifeng taunted. If Mordkin still had a physical body, he would be rubbing his temples in frustration. Of all things, you had to learn taunting? He had no choice but to assist Yifeng in distracting the enemy. The severely wounded cornate demon charged at them, roaring and flailing. They attacked simultaneously from above and below. The demon opened its maw to bite Yifeng, while stomping towards the old chapter master. Just as it was about to reach Yifeng, a sharp pain shot through its tail. Daika and Scaro, two comrades who had finally awakened from their hard beds, had arrived, wielding their chapter relics. Without jump packs, ordinary Astartes couldn't leap high, so the two chapter masters aimed to sever the demon's deadly tail. In pain, the demon bit down, shattering Yifeng's sword. Yifeng kicked its face, using his jump pack to pull away. He crashed into the bulkhead, his right arm straining to support him, feeling like it was on fire. Mordkin dodged the demon's stomp, thrusting his melee weapon into its leg, but without psychic enhancement, the damage was minimal. The black tail, though not fully severed, bled profusely, staining the floor. When Yifeng landed, he tripped over a limb, falling hard. "What tripped me?" "Oh, an old friend?" He picked up a golden power sword and quickly spotted another crucial piece of equipment in the hands of a fallen Shadowblades clan leader. He rushed to the corpse and picked up a dark gold chainsword. Suddenly, an object flew towards Yifeng from behind. He instinctively ducked, and it smashed into the wall ahead. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Chapter Master!" Daika's half-torn body was pinned to the wall, still clutching the chapter relic, the other half missing. With a thunderous roar, the Shadowblades chief librarian unleashed another charged psychic lightning bolt, striking the cornate demon and charring its skull. The demon retaliated with a black fireball, engulfing the last librarian in flames. Yifeng strapped the Green Chapel's glowing green chainsword to his waist, holstered the green ion pistol on the other side, and wielded two old friends. He removed his helmet. In front of this monster, helmet or no helmet made no difference. A hit to the head meant death either way. Yifeng laughed, a genuine laugh that echoed like a demon from hell. The battlefield had only 6 warriors left standing: Torquerim, Yifeng, Scaro, Dreadnought Mordkin, an apothecary from the Stormwell chapter, and a tech marine from the Shadowblades. Human emotions could project into the warp. When many people regarded a weapon as a relic, its machine spirit would be influenced, manifesting uniquely in the warp. Theoretically, such relic weapons could effectively harm a demon. If one relic wasn't enough, then 2, 3, or even 4 might be. Yifeng stood defiantly in front of the enemy, challenging Torquerim. Both moved simultaneously, the demon extending its claws while Yifeng brandished his dual swords. In this fight, Tai Chi sword techniques were useless. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, and the principle of using minimal force to move massive weight was futile. The powerful claw came crashing down, but Yifeng reacted instantly, following the principle of proximity. Whatever part of the enemy was nearest, he would strike. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the swipe, and his chainsword roared as it slashed into the arm of the corn demon. The dark gold blade spun relentlessly, tearing into the enemy's flesh. The corn demon howled in pain, whipping its injured tail in retaliation. Even on the verge of breaking, its tail remained formidable. Yifeng activated his jetpack, launching straight at Corcorim's face. "You won't get another chance," he roared. Corcorim screamed again. Scarlo, wielding the relic of the warband, slashed at the demon's leg, causing it to lose balance. As Yifeng's twin blades descended toward its head, the demon ducked in desperation, resulting in the swords getting lodged in its horn remnants. "Worm, how dare you humiliate me?" Corcorim bellowed. Yifeng couldn't retrieve his swords and had to let go, retreating and leaving the blades stuck in the demon's horns. The demon, its right leg in agony, seemed about to sit down but suddenly lunged at Scarlo with surprising speed. The Stormwell warband leader, poised for a diving slash, was caught off guard and struck down. Cough you. Scarlo, gravely injured but alive, struggled to speak. Silence. Wail beneath the brass throne. The corn demon snarled, grabbing Scarlo and hurling him at Mordrekin. Unable to dodge due to his slow movement, Mordrekin was hit directly. A plume of black psychic flame engulfed them both, reducing them to molten metal. Yifeng didn't stand idle. He reactivated his jetpack, grabbing his glowing green chainsword. A surge of mysterious energy erupted, carving a massive wound from Corcoram's shoulder to waist. Corcoram ignored the pain, unleashing a barrage of black hellfire to isolate the tech sergeant and apothecary from the battlefield. Boy, it's just you and me now. To reward your bravery, I'll allow you to name yourself, the demon sneered. I am the savior of Atres, the slayer of Mistenpal, the son of the living Primarch Shagatai Kanifeng. This time, Yifeng swore he wasn't exaggerating. I am the Corcoran began, but Yifeng had already fired an overloaded plasma pistol shot. Honor? What's that? Something to eat? Yifeng mocked. Blinded, Corcoran swung its arms wildly. When it finally stopped, it saw Yifeng standing still. What's the matter? Frozen in fear? The demon taunted. I've discovered your weakness, Yifeng calmly replied. What? I, a mighty corn demon, who slaughtered nearly all of you, have a weakness? Why didn't you say so earlier? Before Yifeng could answer, Corcoram's tail smashed into his right shoulder pad, sending him flying. Weakness? What weakness? The demon roared. Didn't you notice? My right arm is uninjured. As Yifeng spoke, he was already jetting towards the demon. This adventure confirmed one thing for Yifeng. The patchwork robe really worked. Though he had taken significant kinetic impact, the demon's psychic enchantments and amplified strength had no effect. From the moment he encountered the demon, his right arm had been heating up, with the robe being the only difference. Yifeng, chain's word in his right hand, swiftly removed the robe from his right shoulder with his left, wrapping it around the incoming claw. One precise strike to the head, and the powerful chain's word slashed from the demon's left eye to its mouth. This time, Corcoran was genuinely afraid. It couldn't comprehend why Yifeng could ignore its damage, as if unaffected by its attacks. You claim your power comes from war, blood, and death? So why, after so many died outside, hasn't your power increased or your wounds healed? Yifeng questioned. Your power comes from the fear, resentment, and regret at the moment of death. But unfortunately for you, our warriors' wills are ironclad, and our brothers disregard death. Yifeng continued, if there's a power that can counter yours, it must be a power that surpasses the fear of death. I like to call it the spirit of invincibility. This robe gathers the will of people across the galaxy, dedicated to defeating enemies and liberating the universe. It fears no hardship, dreads no death. This is the spirit of invincibility. With the protection of the people, what do you have to fight me with? Meanwhile, in the warp, the little robe, busy blocking Corcoram's power, wished it could roll its eyes at Yifeng, thinking, how did you manage to guess everything wrong? The way of the people lies in inclusiveness, in perpetual renewal, and in the principle that water can both carry and capsize a boat. Death is a part of people's lives, but it is not the entirety. Those who attempt to suppress the people through death will ultimately fail. Yifeng had not fully grasped this principle yet, but he was on the path. Corcoram glared at Yifeng, who was wearing a patchwork robe like a cloak. The demon lord, enraged, picked up a broken steel beam and hurled it at Yifeng. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting such a move from his opponent. What followed was like a bizarre game of chase. Corcoram, wielding the steel beam, pursued Yifeng through the ruins, with Yifeng constantly leaping and dodging. The demon lord realized he could use physical objects from the real world to attack his opponent and began throwing various debris at Yifeng. A damaged dreadnought, measuring 4.5 meters long, 4 meters high, and over 2 meters wide, was effortlessly lifted by the demon lord and hurled at Yifeng like a pebble. Yifeng narrowly dodged it, retreating to the wall and gasping for breath. The demon lord spewed a jet of black flames, instantly incinerating the wall's foundation. The towering wall collapsed, threatening to crush Yifeng. Corcoram, caught up in the thrill, almost tore down the ceiling to hurl at Yifeng. He grabbed all sorts of strange items, remnants of a Hell Beast Devourer's dreadnought, the corpse of a Terminator warrior, shattered alloy barricades, anything he could find. Meanwhile, the surviving tech sergeant of the Shadow Blades and the chief apothecary of the Storms were searching for relics of their chapter. They believed these relics could harm the demon lord. After gathering a few items, the tech sergeant suddenly shouted, "Apothecary, over here! Someone's still alive." The apothecary rushed over. It was the Grand Librarian of the Shadow Blades. Although he had been struck by Corcoram's fireball, A thin psychic shield had absorbed some of the damage. However, he was still gravely injured and unconscious. How's he doing? Can we save him? The tech sergeant asked urgently. It's critical. The apothecary replied with a frown. The injuries are severe. Without a ship and medical equipment, can you fit him into a dreadnought here? The tech sergeant looked around at the scattered dreadnought wreckage and sighed. We have the materials, but this environment, the demon isn't dealt with yet, and everything around us is burning. It's too dangerous now, the apothecary decided. You start emergency treatment. We'll figure out how to banish the demon. They found themselves in a dilemma. They needed the librarian's help to banish the demon, but treating the librarian couldn't alert the demon. They could only perform emergency treatment on the librarian and then take the collected relics to confront the demon. With the firewall impassable, they had to take a detour through another entrance. They treated the librarian as best as they could, picked up the clinking relics, and ran down another corridor, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. However, the path to the other side was blocked by debris, and even the ceiling had collapsed. With no other choice, the two tech-savvy Astartes began clearing the wreckage, hoping to at least open a passage. On the other side, Yifeng discovered that his jetpack was nearly depleted and had to change his strategy. Corcoram's downward swing smashed the steel beam into the ground. Yifeng seized the opportunity, charging along the beam toward the demon's right foot. Seeing this, Corcoram clapped his hands together like swatting a fly. Yifeng had a sudden inspiration, launching his jetpack skyward to gain momentum, then descending rapidly to land precisely where Scarrow had previously struck. His chainsword gleamed green, severing the demon's right foot completely. Corcoram crashed to the ground, black blood spurting from the severed limb. Seizing the moment, Yifeng's chainsword glowed even brighter as he leapt for a final strike at the demon. However, he was suddenly flung away by a swinging steel beam. Yifeng hit the ground hard, feeling several ribs crack, and his power armor's front plate shattered. Medications quickly administered within the armor stabilized his condition. Corcoram, using his tail for support, began to advance step by step. This time, let's see what tricks you have left, the demon lord sneered, raising the steel beam to crush Yifeng. Just as the steel beam was about to fall, Yifeng activated his jetpack again, skimming along the ground beneath the demon. He aimed for the bloodied tail, where Daika and Scarrow had left a gap. Yifeng spun, his chainsword carving a perfect arc. This time, Corcoram completely lost balance, with black blood gushing from the severed tail and right foot. Both lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, big guy, Yifeng taunted. You never learn, do you? I just cut off your right foot with this move, and now you hand me your tail. Got a problem with your brain? Maybe you should see Nurgle. Ha, ha, Corcoram retorted. That steel beam hit wasn't light. Can you still move, little fly? And so, they engaged in a fierce exchange of trash talk, debating ideology and personal attributes in a friendly manner. The atmosphere was heated, with memorable lines flying, even dragging the Emperor and Khorne into the fray, causing them no small amount of embarrassment. The subspace entity known as Terrakarim lost its rapid regeneration ability in the real world. Without enough mortal worshippers performing sacrificial rituals and lacking living chaos followers, the barrier between reality and subspace became unusually thick. Terrakarim struggled to sit up, aiming to launch a fireball at Yifeng. However, Yifeng's holy ion pistol fired first, accurately hitting the demon's skull, causing the fireball to miss its target. Quickly, Yifeng pulled out a bandage from his left waist and tied it to the other end on his right shoulder, temporarily dressing his wound. Both adversaries struggled to stand. Although the Khorne demon lost its mobility, it could still spew flames at Yifeng. Yifeng had no choice but to keep moving, looking for an opportunity to strike. Terrakarim realized that Yifeng's combat capability was insufficient and could only inflict significant damage by attacking existing wounds. Recalling the gaping hole in its left shoulder caused by the yellow canister, the demon guessed that Yifeng might aim there next. The demon began to strategize on setting a trap. Yifeng was also weighing his tactics. Without a third hand, he couldn't compensate for his lack of firepower by adding more weapons. He charged again, his jetpack propelling him at high speed, dodging the demon's swinging steel beam and slashing at the left shoulder. Terrakarim was secretly pleased, quickly retreating with its left arm until it sat against a wall. Its right hand pulled out a damaged dreadnought. Just as Yifeng's sword struck the left shoulder, the massive dreadnought was hurled at him. The demon intended to trap Yifeng in the hole in its left shoulder, with the wall on one side and the discarded dreadnought on the other, leaving him no escape. However, Yifeng had anticipated this. The attack on the left shoulder was merely a feint. Instead of pulling out the green glowing chainsword stuck in Terrakarim's left shoulder, he activated his jetpack's final burst, leaping directly onto the demon's head. The jetpack immediately overloaded. Using both hands, Yifeng gripped his golden power sword in his left and his dark gold chainsword in his right, struggling to extract his weapons from the demon's horn. Terrakarim roared in panic. Without hesitation, Yifeng slashed downward after retrieving his swords, reopening the wound from the demon's left eye to its mouth, making it even larger with the powerful relics he wielded. Terra Karim opened its mouth wide, ready to spew flames to block Yifeng's retreat. Yifeng quickly dropped his golden sword, pulled out his ion pistol, and fired into the demon's gaping maw. The pale blue ion shot entered the demon's mouth before it could release the flames. Subsequently, Terra Karim's entire head exploded violently, black smoke billowing, obscuring Yifeng's view of its face. Just as Yifeng thought the demon was finally dead and prepared to start his post-battle banter, a massive steel beam burst through the smoke, hurtling towards him with a fierce wind. Terra Karim's voice rang out again, explaining that as long as subspace energy existed, it could continue to control its body, regardless of the physical damage in the real world. Yifeng realized that this enemy had no obvious weaknesses. The only options were to completely immobilize it or wait for its subspace energy to dissipate, allowing its soul to return to subspace. Meanwhile, Terra Karim felt perplexed. Such severe injuries should have triggered Khorne's blessings for healing, but its connection to subspace was growing weaker. The battle continued. Yifeng inwardly sighed, lamenting the plight of ordinary people in the Warhammer 40k universe facing such formidable foes. He had to keep fighting. Though the demon's fireballs and subspace roars had failed, the steel beam was still formidable. Without the aid of his jetpack, Yifeng resorted to close combat. He nimbly dodged Terra Karim's attacks, looking for opportunities to counter. The demon roared furiously, demanding Yifeng come out and face death, while Yifeng skillfully used the terrain, darting under the demon's legs, frantically attacking its left leg with his dark gold chainsword. Seeing its left leg about to be severed, Terra Karim desperately thrust the steel beam. While Yifeng didn't have time to sever the demon's leg, he still had his ion pistol. A precise shot caused Terra Karim to lose its left leg, leaving only its two arms functional. The demon was baffled. Why did Yifeng seem completely unaffected by subspace corruption? Typically, an ordinary human would be severely corrupted just by looking at it. Yet this human remained unscathed. Yifeng was also puzzled, unsure whether his status as an Earthling granted him some form of immunity in this world. The battle raged on, but after a heavy toll, the Space Marines finally gained a decisive edge. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the demon. Since its appearance, it had been relentlessly battered, its left shoulder burned through, wings blown off, horns severely damaged, right foot, left leg, and tail successively severed. However, this sympathy was quickly suppressed by the mental conditioning, as dwelling on it too much could lead to a literal headache. When two skilled Astartes warriors finally breached the passage, ready to sacrifice themselves in a final assault, they witnessed an unforgettable sight. Yifeng, wielding dual swords, continued his furious assault despite the blood gushing from his chest and his robe soaked black. Terra Karim's head was obliterated, fragments scattered everywhere. Its right foot, left leg, and tail were severed and strewn about, and the floor was stained black with its dark blood. The ferocious original Space Marine swung his power sword, each strike accompanied by a roar. "This blade is for Geyer," he shouted, the sword slicing through the air. "This blade is for Squad Leader William." Another blow landed heavily. "This blade is for Instructor Frohl." The sword gleamed coldly. "This blade is for Deputy Leader Koshevich." The sound of metal clashing with flesh echoed across the battlefield. "This blade is for Captain Dika." The blade embedded deeply into the enemy's body. "This blade is for the Elder Mordkin." The final strike was delivered with immense force. Under this relentless assault, the left arm of the great demon finally gave way and snapped. Now with only one arm, the demon posed no further threat. Terra Karim was furious. He had struggled to reach the real world, only to be denied even a proper meal. After this battle, he would need 200 to 300 years of recovery in the warp. "I am a great demon," he roared, forged by Khorne himself. "Why can't the power of the brass throne heal my wounds?" The two warriors seized the opportunity, pouncing on the wounded demon like hunters on injured prey. The chief apothecary of the Stormwall chapter shouted, "Captain Scarrow, I will avenge you." With that, he charged forward. The Tech Marine of the Shadow Venom chapter followed closely, brandishing various sacred relic weapons he had collected. They fought from day to night, and from night to day. In space, the wreckage of the battleship had been drifting for over 30 hours. When they finally stopped, the demon's torso and the previously severed tail had been chopped into mincemeat. The three warriors collapsed in exhaustion. The chief apothecary had previously treated Yifeng's wounds, but the intense battle had reopened them. He had to bandage Yifeng again. As the hellfire subsided, the heavily injured Terra Karim retreated to the warp, not forgetting to curse Yifeng before leaving. The three Astartes struggled to their feet. The chief apothecary and the Tech Marine decided to take a risky move, to place the chief librarian of the Shadow Venom chapter into a dreadnought. Although extremely dangerous without proper equipment, they had no other choice. Yifeng searched the battlefield alone. What could be so important that over 1,000 Chaos Astartes were guarding it? He scoured the command center, the power furnace, and the storage room, finally returning to the final battle hall. He began to analyze. The treasure must be hidden in the most heavily guarded place, which would be here. But now, the hall was empty, everything shattered, with only the altar used to summon the great demon remaining in the center. Yifeng continued to think. The treasure must be hidden in a sturdy, solid place. He looked around. The walls were crushed, the ceiling had fallen, and various covers were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, he noticed that neither explosions, the demon's attacks, nor falling steel beams had done much damage to the floor. It must be underground, he declared confidently. So, Yifeng began to meticulously search the entire battlefield like a plowing ox. The chief apothecary and tech marine watched in astonishment, marveling at his diligence. Just as they finished the surgery and awaited the awakening of the chief librarian dreadnought, Yifeng had already cleaned up the battlefield, neatly stacking power swords and power armor. Finally, Yifeng found an entrance beside the altar. He called the two technical experts over, admitting that as a newcomer, he couldn't tell what the real treasure was. The mechanical door slowly opened, revealing a downward passage. Despite his concern for his patient, the chief apothecary's curiosity drove him to follow. In the basement, rows upon rows of glass jars caught the apothecary's attention. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "My God, so many genocides!" The chief apothecary moved swiftly, performing a series of complex operations at a speed that seemed to leave afterimages. Yifeng watched in awe, thinking that this guy didn't run this fast even during the fight. Genocides, pure genocides, over 120 of them, the chief apothecary said excitedly. No wonder they left the Eye of Terror and came here. The tech marine asked, which Space Marine chapter do they belong to? The chief apothecary replied, it seems like they're from the Shadow Moon Wolves. As they discussed, they realized that so many pure genocides from the Shadow Moon Wolves were like looting the Imperial stockpile. But soon, they understood that these alone wouldn't warrant over 1,000 Chaos Astartes for escort. There must be something else, Yifeng said. Keep searching. Over 120 pure genetic seeds of the Shadow Moon Wolves were being guarded by 500 Astartes, which seemed like a reasonable deployment. However, the sudden appearance of more than 1,700 Chaos Astartes on the battlefield raised alarms. Yifeng commenced his plowing operation, followed closely by the chief apothecary, who meticulously inspected every suspicious area. Don't touch that, the chief apothecary warned, pointing at what appeared to be an ordinary pipeline. That's a nutrient supply line. They carefully navigated around various equipment and finally discovered a mechanism disguised as a new recruit's transformation tank. As the mechanism was triggered, the tank slowly opened, revealing a staircase descending downward. Whoa, Yifeng exclaimed. It's a hidden entrance to a subspace ship. The tech marine of the Shadow Veil Blades was ecstatic, waving his arms in excitement. Omnicia, Emperor bless, my fairest Manus, this is incredible. His joy was palpable. Seeing this, Yifeng gave him a bear hug. Calm down, brother. Now tell me, what are these blocks? We can't make heads or tails of them. The tech marine took a deep breath, trying to steady his excitement. STC. These are STC fragments. 5 whole pieces. His voice trembled with excitement. At that moment, the chief librarian of the Shadow Veil Blades awoke in his dreadnought, activating his tactical vision. The sight before him was startling. 3 space marines had somehow procured an image of the Emperor and were kneeling in reverence. The chief librarian breathed a sigh of relief. At least these warriors hadn't been corrupted by chaos. Where is the bloodthirster? The chief librarian inquired. His voice transmitted through a crude, grating speaker, sounding like harsh electronic noise. The tech marine quickly responded. It has been slain. He transmitted the battlefield footage recorded in his tactical helmet to the dreadnought. Although the wall of flames obscured the exact moment Yifeng defeated the bloodthirster, the footage clearly showed the trio slicing it into pieces. Upon hearing this, the chief librarian finally relaxed. As agreed, the Angels of Dawn will arrive in a week. We need to hold out until then. He began organizing defensive preparations. Though unlikely, the enemy might send scout ships. We must remain vigilant. Just then, Yifeng called out excitedly, Chief Librarian, guess what we found? Upon learning of the astonishing spoils of this battle, the chief librarian silently walked over to the image of the Emperor and joined in the kneeling reverence. In that moment, the prayers of the 4 space marines seemed to transcend time, recounting their unparalleled achievements to their ancient ancestors. Meanwhile, in the warp, a trembling robe concealed an exit, remaining utterly still. Countless bloodthirsters roamed nearby, and even a Lord of Change had made an appearance. The eerie scene was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Back on the battlefield, the apothecary of the Stormwell chapter was overwhelmed with work. Seeing his fallen comrades scattered around, his heart ached. How many have died here? How many genocides need to be recovered? He murmured. Damn, I can't carry them all. Resolute, he decided, they're all our brothers. I can't leave anyone behind. We must take them all. He turned to the tech marine of the Shadow Veil Blades. Brother, find a way to help me carry them. Faced with this daunting task, the tech marine brainstormed, gathering the fallen apothecary's backpacks and some power packs, and began his crafting endeavor. The seasoned tech marine proudly presented his latest invention. Gentlemen, behold the ultimate solution tailored for battlefield apothecaries. He pointed to the colossal contraption before them. Equipped with dreadnought-grade mobility wheels, it accelerates and brakes like lightning. 15 apothecaries' storage packs combined into one, offering immense capacity. Cryogenic preservation ensures the genocides remain viable for centuries. 15 nuclear-powered packs linked together provide ample energy and long-lasting endurance. The overall design is inspired by the Terra 3K shopping cart, with 15 styles to choose from and even custom options. He added with pride. Some say it looks like a pushcart train? Fantastic! To ensure every precious genocide is safely transported, we've indeed borrowed from the multi-segmented, independent powertrain design that dates back to Terra 2K. All components are linked together, with added thin metal guards. One of a kind, unparalleled. Faced with this massive train, the chief apothecary of Storm will insisted on loading all the collected genocides, over 700 in total from 3 chapters, and the newly discovered Shadow Moon Wolves into it, never letting it out of his sight. The tech marine of the Shadow Veil Blades glanced at his other masterpiece, a heavily armored tank designed to protect the STC fragments, and felt somewhat embarrassed. The chief librarian looked at the entire scene helplessly and sighed. Let's have a meeting. Chief librarian, are you still concerned about the appearance of the dreadnought? The tech marine cautiously asked. Reassembling those shattered parts was a miracle in itself. At least we preserved your life. We can work on a proper overhaul once we return, all right? Yifeng glanced around, his eyes settling on the small circle formed by a toy train and a large tank. 4 people sat within it, each with a different expression. His thoughts drifted back to the first lesson at the Green Cathedral boot camp post-war analysis. It was an unforgettable class. The overall outcome of the battle, Yifeng began, his voice tinged with weariness. We lost 1,400 Astartes, but we killed about 1,700 Chaos Astartes. Among them, over 1,300 were World Eaters, and about 400 to 500 were Shadow Wolves. We also banished a Khorne Demon Prince back to the warp. He paused. As for the enemy's mortal casualties, we won't count those. Yifeng's gaze swept over everyone present as he continued. Now, we might be facing a rescue fleet from the Rebel Alliance, coming from planet Tarsus 3. Or it could be a reconnaissance ship from the Black Legion or Khorne. Perhaps even other factions looking for genocide or STC fragments. His voice grew firm. I suggest we adopt guerrilla tactics. Tech marines and apothecaries, protect your cargo. Ill lure the enemy, and the librarians will take them out. Turning to a comrade nearby, Yifeng asked, are the routes to outer space clear for the arrival of the Angels of Dawn? Receiving a positive response, he nodded. Good, just keep one path open. Yifeng's tone suddenly became serious. Remember, the Angels of Dawn must not know about these items. Say they're our own genocide, and that the big iron box is a chapter relic. They must not see it, even if it costs us our lives. He flashed a sly smile. As for their payment, dragging so many wrecked warships to a forge world is a fortune. They want a running fee. They should be paying us. Yifeng looked around at the others, his expression turning solemn. Everyone, regardless of our past differences, we are now one team. We must stand united, no internal conflicts. If there are any issues, let's resolve them now. He took a deep breath, meeting the eyes of the other 3. I oppose the Codex Astartes. The statement hung in the air, the others looking at each other, but no one voiced any opposition. Yifeng continued, his voice filled with determination. A chapter of 1,000 warriors is insufficient for the current situation. If we are to establish new chapters, we must not be limited by this number. We need to start with tens of thousands. Seeing the others' shocked expressions, Yifeng raised an eyebrow. You might ask how well get Gilliman's approval. But I ask, why do we need his approval? I am the son of Jagatai Khan. You are the sons of Rogel Dorn and Ferris Manus. Our loyalty is to our primarchs, or directly to the Emperor. At this point, Yifeng frowned, clutching his head. Ah, the thought stamp hurts. If I shout, Corpse Emperor, will my head explode? He chuckled wryly, rubbing his temples. Yifeng's gaze swept over everyone, his tone sharp. Besides, who really follows the Codex to the letter? The Dark Angels claim they do. Do you believe them? The Blood Angels never admit to the Death Company, but haven't you seen them in action? And you, Techmarine Anos, your Iron Hands and their successors like the Shadow Blades, aren't they still using the clan system? He then turned to Apothecary Situval. The Black Templars are yours. Do you know how many of them there really are? A silence settled over the 4. Feng resumed, his voice low and firm. The emperor said he is not a god, that we should believe in imperial truth and science. Did the ecclesiarchy follow that? Did the mechanicum? A cunning gleam flashed in Feng's eyes. Maybe this is Tsinch's plot. Making humanity believe innovation is harmful, clinging to old technology, causing our tech levels to regress. He shrugged, throwing dirt. Tsinch does it. Why can't I? Turning to Apothecary Situval of the Storm Will, Feng's tone grew serious. The issue with the ecclesiarchy is that people need faith to resist the lure of chaos. Ask yourself, if someone prays desperately with no response, but then receives gifts from worshipping a chaos god, no matter what they are, it proves their god exists. Which side do you think people will lean towards more easily? Feng stood up, pacing within the small circle. If we don't regard the emperor as a god, isn't it harder to resist chaos? Think back to when the emperor was just a man on Terra. In those dark times, what philosophy did he use to rally so many to his cause? He stopped, his eyes blazing. It was because the emperor promised a grand vision, to unite all humanity across the galaxy, to build a vast human empire. This is a vision of making humanity great again. Why can't we follow this vision? Why can't our people follow this vision? Feng's voice grew passionate. I would rather see people die charging with the cry for the liberation of the galaxy than be slaughtered while praying in a chapel. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on the others' faces, Feng knew they were no longer questioning his loyalty to Guilliman and the Imperium. He continued, at its core, warp resistance is about strong faith. As long as you don't believe in chaos gods, it doesn't matter what you believe in. The issue is, how do you know your god isn't a disguised chaos god? Hence, the emperor becomes the best choice. Feng's eyes shone with determination. I want to end noble rule, change the current system. Give the lower classes a path to rise. Let the capable reach their full potential. Give the weak a chance to grow stronger. Implement compulsory education, so everyone can decide their future. His voice turned low and powerful. Human leadership must be composed of those who have weathered storms, who rise through competition, not inherited by decayed nobility. Everyone must receive comprehensive education, so that people understand warp entities are just another form of alien, not invincible. Finally, Feng concluded, we are not asking them to stop believing in the emperor, but to stop seeing him as a god. Let them see the emperor as a great man, a pioneer guiding humanity forward. In a distant corner of the galaxy, 3 Astartes warriors were engaged in a heated discussion. Feng, Grand Librarian Mororis, and Chief Apothecary Situval from the Stormwill's chapter sat around an ancient metal roundtable, whispering about a plan that could overturn the empire. With his hands planted firmly on the table and eyes blazing with intensity, Feng said, think about it. Shouting, God Emperor save me, and the great emperor's vision guides us are essentially the same. But isn't this a betrayal of the human empire? Mororis frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. I am loyal only to the emperor. What does the human empire have to do with me? The current human empire has long betrayed the emperor's ideals. Feng nodded in agreement and continued to outline his plan. We can start by liberating a few rebellious planets, keeping the ecclesiarchy out, and see what happens. The power of the 4 chaos gods comes from the dark side of sentient beings. If we can reduce humanity's dark side, wouldn't that indirectly weaken their power? Situval furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by the idea. Seeing this, Feng pressed on. With their power diminished, it would be easier for us to defeat them. Once defeated, positive energy would naturally increase, creating a virtuous cycle. Mororis pondered aloud. If we really go through with this, the Assassinorum would have enough leverage to negotiate with Guilliman. He's good at negotiations, unlike the Lion, who is so autocratic. Feng excitedly added, exactly. If you have 1,000 men, they'll think about killing you. With 10,000, they'll meticulously plan how to kill you. With 100,000 Astartes, they'll have no choice but to negotiate with you. With 1,000,000 Astartes, you are the emperor's most loyal warriors. As their discussion deepened, Feng proposed a bold plan. First, we increase our numbers to 1,000, then apply to form a new chapter. Exploit the loophole that new recruits and apothecaries not in power armor don't count as combatants. We can create logistics units, battlefield medical companies, and even place them as commanders within mortal fleets and armies. In battle, they wear power armor. Otherwise, who knows our true numbers? Mororis and Situval were stunned, but Feng grew more enthusiastic. To maintain loyalty on reclaimed planets, we can station new recruits to uphold faith, purging the nobility under the guise of maintaining order. By the time the empire reacts, our Astartes will be everywhere. Situval finally interrupted. This isn't a Spiro-Themant idea. It's a carefully plotted rebellion. Surprisingly, Mororis was the first to agree. I support it. Since the emperor stopped governing, the empire has become what it is now. We might as well try. It will take the empire over a century to react in these remote regions. Yifeng and Mororis took turns persuading Situval. Their whispers were more unsettling than the whispers of the warp. Situval was caught in a painful mental struggle, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. This is betraying the Empire. No, the Empire betrayed the Emperor. My head is going to explode. Eventually, under Yifeng and Mororis's persuasion, Situval reluctantly agreed to attempt the plan, but only on a few planets for now. Just then, a flash of white light streaked through the warp, interrupting the battle between the Bloodthirster and the Lord of Change. The Chaos Gods fled in disarray, except for the Keeper of Secrets, who stood firm, determined to defend the node. As the white light faded, the warp fell into a rare silence, and in the distance, a fleet could be seen approaching. In the warp space, a fleet suddenly emerged, colliding with multiple wreckages of warships. The foremost frigate panicked, and even started to drift. Members of the Dawn Angels chapter stared in shock at the scene before them. The entire star system was filled with shattered ships, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Reconnaissance spacecraft quickly dispersed, beginning to explore the vast starfield. However, the area was so extensive that the entire system needed thorough inspection. Amidst the debris, Yifeng, who had been sitting outside his warship for a whole week, finally saw a living person. He was so moved that he nearly cried, muttering to himself, "We haven't had a decent meal in a week and a half. This is so touching." The mighty dreadnought of the Grand Librarium responded immediately upon receiving the transmission. It waited for a scout craft to approach, then raised its hand and unleashed a psychic explosion. The immense flash of lightning illuminated the surrounding vast area. The scout craft, detecting the anomaly, flew over quickly, and the 4 stranded men were finally rescued. The Genoprimarch of the Dawn Angels chapter is St. Gillies. During the Horus Heresy, their primarch died heroically, leaving a profound impact on the genocide of all his sons. They develop a craving for blood, which can restore and enhance certain functions when consumed, a condition known as the red thirst. These Astartes, when extremely unstable emotionally, may fall into a trance, imagining themselves as St. Gillies during his final battle. Their combat prowess would surge but ultimately lead to their inevitable death, a state known as the Black Rage. The red thirst can be mitigated, but once in the throes of the Black Rage, there is no salvation. Warriors in this condition are retrieved by stasis fields and form the Death Company. They appear on the most perilous battlefields, showcasing the final glory of St. Gillies' sons. The Dawn Angels chapter firmly believes that this is merely the darkness before dawn, and that the Emperor will return. They create art themed around the Emperor's return to stabilize their emotions, making it easier to control themselves, thus keeping the number of Death Company members relatively low. This time, the Dawn Angels deployed a massive force for the rescue. The entire Death Company was mobilized, 3 battle barges headed to the front lines, and countless other ships followed, almost like an all-out effort. Such a large-scale operation raises questions about whether the Nebulous sector is exceptionally wealthy or if the Stormwell chapter and Dawn Angels chapter share a common purpose. The transport ship soon arrived, taking the 4 men back to the main ship's hangar. Dawn Angels chapter master Musuriad gave them the highest honor. "Welcome, the most valiant warriors of the Imperium. Allow me to salute you." The Dawn Angel Scouts' final investigation revealed that the area contained the wreckage of at least 2 battleships, 8 battle barges, 12 heavy cruisers, 5 strike cruisers, and over 100 frigates. The avian servitors even indicated around 3,000 Astartes corpses floating in the void. Seeing the makeshift patch on Yifeng's shattered chest plate, everyone recognized him as a warrior who fought to the end. The chief apothecary vowed to bring back the genocide of his brothers at any cost. The Techmarine sealed all the chapter relics, and the warrior encased in the dreadnought armor fought heroically until he was critically injured. Reflecting on this, the Techmarine, who was initially the least respected, suddenly became the most revered. All Dawn Angels expressed their highest respect to the 4 men. The entire Dawn Angels fleet stayed in the area for a whole month, collecting all valuable wreckage, not even sparing fragments of frigates. They built makeshift group Geller fields, which, though not very strong, were sufficient to prevent the warp from corrupting the machinery. Meanwhile, the Astartes cleared the Cornate cultists from the planet Tosti-E2 and rescued a few half-starved unfortunates on Tosti-E3. Finally, they set off for the Forge World Stroloff. During these days, Shadowblade's Grand Librarian Dreadnought Morolris had entered stasis, falling into a half-sleep state. Despite his strong request to replace his dreadnought armor, it was decided for safety reasons to wait until they reached a secure location for the surgery. Chief Apothecary Stewall spent his days staring blankly at the Genocide Vault door. Despite the Dawn Angels warriors' attempts to console him, they had little effect. He sat on a small bench for several days. Techmarine Anos stood guard over the chapter relics without leaving. Yifeng, on the other hand, was in the mess hall, eating non-stop as if he intended to consume all the food of the chapter. After entering the warp, the Dawn Angels had little to do, so they decided to watch a movie together. Shadowblade's Techmarine Annos handed over his helmet video recordings with the treasure hunt parts edited out to the Dawn Angels. Chapter Master Musuriad, upon viewing them, immediately ordered the entire chapter to learn from these exemplary warriors' deeds. Since Shadowblade was the first to breach the enemy's battle barge, except for a small part where Yifeng dueled with Corcorim, most other segments were recorded. From then on, Yifeng was free to eat and drink in the mess hall. Another Groxburger and some stewed antelope meat, please. By the way, where are my two brothers? Send them some too. The order swiftly reached the kitchen, and the stock of antelope meat and Grox meat was soon depleted by more than half. The logistics personnel began to worry about whether they could replenish these supplies on the Forge world, where it was said that people only cared about building machines and survived on 2 bites of protein bars and corpse starch blocks a day. The logistics department was anxious, and the chapter chefs were overwhelmed with work. 2 head chefs took turns to supply Yifeng's meals, their hands nearly exhausted. Chef Farron complained, "Are you raising an Ogren? The speed at which he eats is unbelievable." Ogrens, commonly known as big lugs, are a subspecies with massive physiques but low intelligence, created by special planets. In truth, Yifeng didn't need to consume so much energy. He was simply filled with sorrow. Generally, Astartes engage in meditation and prayer to the Emperor to maintain a pure mind and dispel negative emotions. But for Yifeng to kneel before the Emperor, he'd need at least 2 STC fragments as an exchange. Apart from religious practices, the methods Astartes use to maintain their inner balance vary by chapter. Their powerful metabolism renders ordinary alcohol and tobacco ineffective, with only a few exceptions like the specially brewed beverages of Fenris having any effect. Yifeng alone could drink enough to incapacitate an entire chapter. Other common pastimes hold no meaning for them. In this context, Yifeng turned to gourmet food. He transformed his worries, confusion, and sadness into a voracious appetite, often calling for more bowls of food. This behavior sparked numerous rumors. Some claimed it was due to a genetic seed defect, while others considered it a unique chapter trait. There were even whispers that consuming food could be converted into formidable strength. When Yifeng finally stopped eating and left the dining hall, word spread quickly throughout the chapter. Many Angels of Dawn swarmed around him, pushing him towards the training grounds. Facing their challenges, Yifeng humbly stated that he was just an ordinary Primaris Space Marine, proficient only in Tai Chi sword techniques. A friendly sparring match with the squad leader ensued. Yifeng stood his ground, effortlessly deflecting his opponent's attacks using continuous Tai Chi sword moves. The bout lasted for half a day, ending with the squad leader's exhaustion. Yifeng, with the demeanor of a master, advised everyone to ponder how to break through his defenses before gracefully departing, leaving his comrades in awe. Returning to his spacious single quarters, Yifeng finally enjoyed a moment of peace. However, it wasn't long before hunger struck again. When the massive fleet arrived at the Forge world of Strolov, the tech priests were drawn to a gigantic spherical object. It was a makeshift structure assembled from the debris of space warships, resembling the creations of Ork warbands. Fortunately, the identification codes of the Angels of Dawn's ships prevented any potential misunderstandings. Strolov began a new wave of large-scale production. Tech Bishop Phineas seriously considered expanding the recruitment of technical personnel while secretly contemplating whether to cancel the previous orders from the Storm Will. Chapter Master Mustruide of the Angels of Dawn had a cordial meeting with Bishop Phineas. Following the meeting, the Angels of Dawn generously gifted 2 combat barges and promised to deliver 200 sets of Terminator armor within a century. This gesture sparked strong resentment in Situal, who recognized these assets as once belonging to the Storm Will. Despite their inner turmoil, the 4 maintained diplomatic decorum, expressing their gratitude to the Angels of Dawn. As they watched the Angels depart, they secretly plotted how to leverage these remnants for greater profit, even hoping the Angels might get lost in the warp, allowing them to take over the subsequent orders. The primary distinction between a battle barge and other warships lies in the construction of its keel. The use of rare materials and exceptional forging techniques make the keel the most critical part of the entire shipbuilding process, accounting for 80% of the project's difficulty. Mechanicus Bishop Phineas had just seen off the Dawn Angel chapter when he hurriedly welcomed the 4 members of the Stormwell chapter. Chief Apothecary Situval, accompanied by 2 comrades, arrived to discuss modifications to the multiparty contract. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the Stormwell chapter, Situval, as the sole survivor, still held the valid contract. Phineas breathed a sigh of relief. Although the near annihilation of the Stormwell chapter was a significant blow to the Empire, the Mechanicus, and regional stability, it actually lightened the Mechanicus's burden from a contractual perspective. The original century-long supply contract now only needed to support 1 person, significantly reducing resource consumption. The parties amicably finalized the contract. As a gesture of goodwill, the High Bishop of the Mechanicus generously provided the 4 members and the mortal auxiliary forces aboard their battle barge with a batch of weapons and equipment. After the meeting, everyone went their separate ways. Phineas immediately began expanding the Mechanicus Guard, issuing recruitment orders to various sages and priests. Although the Mechanicus had just secured a substantial deal and funds were plentiful, the urgent need to bolster defense forces was clear, especially given that almost all Astartes in the region had perished and the security situation had deteriorated sharply. Protecting the precious Eldar ships was a top priority. The Forge world of Strolov boasts two top-tier forging areas. One, a massive orbital space forge that leverages zero-gravity environments to reduce the cost of naval warship construction. The other, located in the planet's deepest excavations, where lake-like lava provides endless thermal energy for forging large machinery and even some incomplete god machines. The most precious Eldar ships are hidden in a research area adjacent to the underground forge, where breakthroughs in cracking the Eldar ship's hull materials are reportedly being made. Yifeng and his two companions return to the battle barge gifted by the Dawn Angels. Similar to the resolute valor gifted to the Green Chapel by the Storm Will, the morale among the mortals was low, saddened by their perceived abandonment. However, the 120-year-old human captain, Aga Ri, still mustered his spirits to welcome the new angelic masters. He had commanded the Dawn's light battle barge for 40 years and was now ready to embark on a new chapter in his life. Aga Ri greeted the newly arrived Astartes with respect, only to be met with an attitude of equality from Yifeng and his team, which left him bewildered and momentarily fearing he had been corrupted by chaos. Yifeng patiently explained the philosophy of treating everyone equally, emphasizing that it helps enhance the army's faith and cohesion. Following Yifeng's instructions, Aga Ri contacted the captain of another warship, the Vigilant Guard. The leadership teams engaged in a friendly and cordial discussion, during which Yifeng delivered an inspiring speech that left everyone deeply moved, occasionally pinching themselves to ensure they weren't dreaming. Despite the chief apothecary's advice to proceed gradually, Yifeng insisted on implementing the new philosophy starting from the leadership. Once preparations were complete, they decided to set off for the Second Council of the Temporary Peace Sector to discuss the details of rebuilding the chapter. Upon receiving the notification, the Second Council of the Temporary Taiping Sector plunged into chaos. The councillors were shocked, some wept uncontrollably, while others were overwhelmed with grief. An elderly councillor, sobbing, exclaimed, "All three Astartes battle groups are gone. How are we supposed to defend our 5 planets now?" Another councillor, shoveling food into his mouth, complained, "What if the enemy attacks us? I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly." He shouted to a servant, "Where's my wine? Pour it now." Despite the turmoil, the council convened an emergency meeting. After careful discussion and consideration, they unanimously passed a resolution to fully support the rebuilding of the battle groups, no matter the cost. One councillor explained, "We have no support from the Empire here. With so many enemies dead, won't they come for revenge? It's terrifying." Even before Yifeng and his team arrived, recruitment drives were in full swing across the planets. Videos showing the Astartes decimating enemy forces and killing over 1,700 foes played continuously on large billboards. The damage inflicted by the Rebel Alliance on the enemy was entirely erased from these videos. These clips came from the galaxy-famous Loudmouth Dawn Angels battle group. They had a habit of broadcasting their victories across the galaxy whenever they believed they had achieved a significant win. The selection activities were fervent, especially in noble schools where entire institutions mobilized. If a student became an Astartes, their school and family would gain immense social prestige. Soon, 3,000 promising young individuals were selected, awaiting further screening by the Astartes. Meanwhile, aboard the battle barge Dawn's Light, speeding through the warp, Yifeng, Techmarine, and Chief Apothecary Situval sat in a spacious, well-lit conference room. They lounged on soft sofas, with a coffee table laden with various snacks and drinks before them. The trio was engaged in a heated debate over the new battle group's name and colors. Situval was the first to suggest, "How about combining the names of our 3 battle groups and calling it Stormblade Saints?" The Techmarine countered, "Why not Green Wind Venomblade instead?" The two argued back and forth, finally turning to Yifeng, asking, "Yifeng, what do you think we should call it?" Yifeng pondered for a moment before decisively saying, "Crimson Tide." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yifeng explained, "Think about our mission to liberate the galaxy. Where does our strength come from? From uniting all of humanity. Blood and fire will spread across many worlds, and the vivid crimson will make the entire galaxy tremble. We will bring more blood than some warped deity, but with each world we conquer, our power will grow." Yifeng continued to elaborate on his vision, painting a picture of Underhive dwellers receiving opportunities for advancement, universal literacy, and the freedom to choose their work. He believed that with the support of the people, they would become stronger and ultimately form an unstoppable tide. The Chief Apothecary and Techmarine fell into deep thought. They knew Yifeng made sense, but still hoped to preserve some remnants of their former battle groups. Finally, Situval broke the silence, hesitantly saying, "This name may not directly connect to any of our battle groups, yet it encompasses all of them. As long as one is willing to fight for humanity, the Crimson Tide Battle Group Alliance is willing to invite them. But I still think it might not be the best choice. The Crimson Tide, commonly known as the Red River, became the name of this newly formed Astartes chapter. 3 leaders sat around the conference table, the air thick with the tension of negotiation. Is it appropriate for everyone to call us Red River Astartes in the future? Yifeng began, his gaze unwavering. I insist on using this name for the chapter, and in return, the Green Templar will not retain any symbols or exclusive patterns in the subsequent discussions. The Techmarine and the Chief Apothecary exchanged glances, weighed the pros and cons, and nodded in agreement. With the chapter name settled, the discussion moved on to the armor's color scheme. Since we're called the Red River, let's just use red, the Techmarine suggested. The Chief Apothecary shrugged. Well, we can't have a purple color scheme, can we? It would be like spreading false intelligence to deceive chaos. The 3 of them straightened up as the discussion on the chapter emblem officially began. Yifeng proposed an ingenious design. Combining elements from the Storm Will chapter, a successor of the Imperial Fists, and the Shadow Poison Blade chapter, a successor of the Iron Hands. One hand holding a sickle, the other a clenched fist with a hammer, with the sickle and hammer crossed. The Shadow Poison Blade uses black, symbolizing the industrial black of the fist and hammer, Yifeng explained, and the Storm Will uses earthy yellow, representing the agricultural yellow of the hand and sickle. Isn't that too complicated? Do we really need the sickle and hammer? The Techmarine questioned. Yifeng persisted. Why fear complexity? The Imperium can handle this. The sickle represents the food we rely on, and the hammer is the symbol of industry. These are the 2 sectors with the most people, the poorest, and the ones with the least opportunity for advancement. They are the ones we must unite. Eventually, the 2 conceded. Fine, you're the mastermind. You decide. As long as we have the fist and the hand, it's good enough. Yifeng then suggested, let's use a silver-gray background. This surprised the other 2, as it meant Yifeng was voluntarily giving up the Green Templar's emblem. Silver-gray signifies the Shadow Moonwolves, Yifeng explained. The Techmarine frowned. Is that necessary? Their chapter did rebel. Could this pose a future threat to our chapter's stability? Yifeng countered. What does their rebellion have to do with these Genocide descendants? We don't have to tell them. We'll just say they are the sons of Shagatai Khan. Equality begins within our ranks. If they can't trust their brothers who grew up just like them merely because of Genocide origins, how can you expect them to trust people from all over the Imperium? The discussion continued for several hours, finally reaching a consensus. The armor color scheme would be primarily red, with white patterns accentuating the legs and helmet. The shield would retain the Stormwill's standard design and patterns, while the Techmarine's mechanical prosthetics would keep their original emblem. After the meeting, the Techmarine returned to the STC template. The Chief Apothecary went to check the materials for the new recruits' modifications, and Yifeng headed to the mess hall. The Angels of Dawn chapter, seeing Yifeng's praise for their food, decided to send Chef Faline to them. This diligent chef's arm muscles had noticeably increased, promising further growth. 2 battle barges were navigating the warp, soon to arrive at the planet Scarviath, temporary seat of the Second Council of the Pax Imperialis. Key figures of the council were already waiting at the spaceport, and a large number of reporters had been invited to witness the historic moment of this invincible army, guardians of the Imperium of Man, the Emperor's Angels returning in triumph. As the 2 battle barges slowly descended onto the spaceport, all eyes were drawn to them. The big screens displayed close-up shots of the ships, and the reporters excitedly narrated. These ships are magnificent, representing the undefeatable might of the Imperium. Representatives of the Second Council of the Temporary Taiping Starfield and Planetary Governor Otiste warmly welcomed the 3 warband delegates at the spaceport. His chubby face and twitching little mustache made one wonder how he managed to maintain such a physique in an era where body modification surgeries were so advanced. Among the 3 delegates, 2 were tech-savvy and 1 was a novice. They seemed somewhat uneasy in the presence of these seasoned politicians and chose to remain silent whenever possible, only relaxing slightly when they entered the private meeting room. Honorable Angel, Otiste inquired eagerly, what are your plans next? As the representative, Yifeng replied, we aim to form a new warband. Given that we currently can't reach the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, should we submit our application to you first? Otiste waved his hand with a smile. Of course, but the process doesn't need to be that complicated. Just provide us with the relevant information about the new warband, and we'll handle the rest. We fully support the establishment of your new warband. If you need anything, feel free to contact us. A tech sergeant pulled out a long, rectangular storage device. The relevant information is stored here. Otiste immediately handed it to his personal servant to be taken away, and then turned to Yifeng. So, you are the new warband leader, Master Yifeng? Yifeng modestly replied, I'm acting as the leader for now. Otiste was thrilled. Master Yifeng, it's an honor. Meeting a warband leader is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This wasn't mere flattery. For an ordinary person, meeting a warband leader was as rare as winning the lottery. Even for a planetary governor, such an encounter was extremely uncommon, especially since he would personally bestow the title. Taking the opportunity, Yifeng made a request. Governor Otiste, we are currently facing some supply issues, such as military equipment and living necessities for our auxiliary forces. Done. Otiste interrupted exuberantly. We'll cover everything. Just let us know what you need, and we'll ensure you're satisfied. His tone was brimming with arrogance and confidence. Yifeng continued, Governor Otiste, thank you and the Second Council of the Temporary Taiping Starfield for your support. Our new warband is in the process of recruiting new soldiers. Do you have any recommendations? This hit the mark for Otiste, who responded excitedly, Honorable Yifeng. We've already gathered 3,000 outstanding young candidates, all well-educated and trained elites, not just pampered aristocrats. You'll need to set the specific selection process. Yifeng glanced at their two combat vessels, one equipped with 40 new recruit incubation units and the other, a specially modified warband mothership, with 60 units. He frowned. 3,000 seems a bit few. Otiste was overjoyed. Too few? We can add more. We have plenty of noble offspring. Don't worry about the numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng decided, include people from the middle and lower hives as well. Issue a notice that in 1 week, we will conduct the selection in the hottest part of the desert on this planet. Participants are only allowed to bring clothing and a half-liter bottle of water. The selection will last 3 days. During this time, I won't care about their survival. Only those who reach the marked area will proceed to the next round. Otiste was taken aback, including the middle and lower hives. Yifeng interrupted. What, do you doubt their loyalty? Or are you trying to deny them the chance to serve their country? Otiste quickly clarified, that's not what I meant, sir, but their overall capabilities. I'll assess their capabilities in subsequent tests. You don't need to worry about that, Yifeng insisted. Just issue the notice and ensure no one cheats. Remember my requirements. Only ordinary clothes and water. Do you understand what ordinary means? If you're unsure, let my auxiliary forces assist. The recruitment notice caused an uproar in all 3 hives. In the human empire, becoming an Astartes warrior was an unparalleled honor. This recruitment drive was seen as a golden opportunity for many. Unlike previous recruitments that were limited to noble schools in the upper hive, this one had no educational requirements, only age mattered. From official school organizations to gang members and thieves in the lower hive, everyone was eager to seize this chance to change their fate. Hey, Xiaolan, are you going to try out for the selection too? A frail little girl asked timidly, her voice barely audible in the dim corners of the lower nest of the Morningstar hive. This was the lowest level of the entire planet, where the air reeked of decay and despair. The residents scavenged through heaps of garbage to find food, barely scraping by. Most joined gangs to survive, while a few became drifters, barely clinging to life in the alleyways. Xiaolan, a 12-year-old thief, was part of an underground gang. His eyes shone with a determination that belied his age. I refuse to keep living like this. A life where you can see the end from the start is nothing more than rotting wood in a muddy swamp. I want to control my own fate. What do you think you can change, kid? Isn't staying alive good enough? The owner of the steam bar, known as Old Man, suddenly appeared, startling the 2 children. He looked at Xiaolan with a complex expression. Just being alive is the greatest luck. Haven't you seen enough bodies on the streets? The death rate for the Astartes selection is 1,000 times worse. Do you know the acceptance rate? Less than 0.001. With your scrawny body, you think you can compete with the pampered noble kids? It's a death wish. Xiaolan didn't back down and retorted. Nobles? Have they ever faced the brink of death? Have they ever had to react in life-or-death situations? Have they ever rolled in the mud or scavenged for food in trash heaps? I go through this every day, and I refuse to continue like this. The owner fell silent. As a former star soldier, he had seen too much death and had chosen to numb himself in this bar. But the survival instinct in this child reminded him of his younger self. Are you really not afraid of dying a painful death? Think about your friends. Think about this little girl. No matter what happens to you, you'll never see them again. The owner tried to dissuade him. Xiaolan replied firmly, how is my current life any different from being dead? If I leave, the food I've saved might help them survive a bit longer. The owner finally relented. All right, I'll talk to the Crimson Blood Gang. You just go. You have a week to climb up and run to the desert's edge. If you want to go, you need to leave now. Xiaolan shared his few pieces of corpse starch with the other children and packed his meager belongings. The owner gave him some protein bars as a blessing. Without any extra farewells, Xiaolan chose the most dangerous but quickest route, crawling through the pipes to the outside world. Meanwhile, in a regular school in the Middle Nest, students were learning the Emperor's edicts. Most were destined to inherit their parents' mundane jobs, leading ordinary lives. However, the news of the Astartes recruitment spread like wildfire, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. Almost all the boys were fired up, as if they were already space marines, ready to fight for the Empire. The girls complained about why the Astartes didn't have the technology to transform females, limiting their ways to serve the Empire. Only a boy called Calculator, Anka, remained calm. After a series of complex calculations, he concluded that his chances of being selected were nearly zero. He believed participating in the selection was akin to suicide. Anka's friend, Flossa, tried to persuade him. Anka, come on. The school said they would organize free buses and provide all the meals. Anka stubbornly replied, it won't make a difference. I trust my data. The school's offer doesn't improve the odds at all. Flossa argued, did you factor in the unique aspects of the chapter and human psychology in your calculations? I think your calculations are flawed. In the end, Anka boarded the school bus to the desert's edge to witness the variables beyond his data. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion of Duke William in the upper nest, a young boy was pleading with his mother. Mother, please let me join the selection. It won't disgrace the William family. The noblewoman firmly refused. No? Do you know how high the death rate is for the selection? You are my only child. Even if you do nothing, your future is assured as the Duke. You have everything you could want. Why take such a risk? The boy insisted, Mother, no man of the William family is a coward who fears death, especially not when it comes to dying for the Empire. The title of Duke isn't what I desire. I only wish for my soul to rest under the golden throne, young William said firmly, his eyes shining with determination. Didn't you say I could choose my own future? My decision is to become an Astartes. His mother looked at her stubborn child with worry in her voice. Silly boy, how can you be so sure you'll become an Astartes? Last time, the chances of dying during the selection were 89, and many who survived were left permanently disabled. However, William ignored his mother's pleas and ran off. His mother sighed helplessly and called into the shadows. Chi Wei Ding, keep an eye on him and don't let him run off. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure wearing special black goggles emerged from the darkness and then disappeared again. William, meanwhile, was calculating his next steps. He realized his trial had already begun. He had to evade all the family's watchful eyes and reach the desert's edge for the selection process. To disguise his true intentions, he casually told a servant, take me to the toy room. As the heir of a duke, William had been subjected to intense elite training from a young age. Although he had an abundance of toys, he rarely had time to play with them. At this moment, Duke William was meeting with important figures from other planets and wouldn't return until the Astartes left, giving young William the perfect opportunity. Led by the servant, William arrived at a building that resembled a small castle, his toy room. It was filled with all sorts of toys. William dismissed the servant and entered alone, beginning to devise his three-stage escape plan. The first stage was to find a plausible way to leave the estate. The second stage was to shake off any surveillance and erase all traces of himself. And the third stage was to prepare a water supply and reach the desert's edge before the family could react. It was a daunting task, but William was convinced that anyone who couldn't handle this had no right to become an Astartes. In the toy room, William created a huge commotion, tearing apart toys and scattering parts everywhere. Behind these seemingly crazy actions, he was meticulously searching for items that could aid his escape. After a thorough search, he gathered 5 real gold coins, a miniature player that could simulate the sound of a maglev engine, and a roll of highly elastic silk thread. He also took clothes from a seemingly ordinary doll and wore them under his own clothes. After causing a ruckus, William casually walked out of the toy room and instructed the servant, hey, clean this up. I'm hungry, bring me some snacks. The servant respectfully led William to a luxurious garden ahead, where he rested in a small pavilion and was served a plate of exquisite cookies. These cookies were made from the milk of a creature called Stag on the edge planet Pharisis in the Calixus sector of the Nebula Star region. The cookies were sweet and delicious, their fragrance cleverly locked in. Various translucent jelly-like snacks were also presented, each color representing an extreme sensory delight. As William tasted the jelly-like snacks, he discreetly hid the cookies in his pocket. These cookies might become his only stable food source after he escaped. He made a silent vow. This journey would either end in success or death. Meanwhile, Chapter Master Yifeng was overwhelmed by various high society banquets. As a chapter master, participating in these political activities was necessary to gain more support from the major nobles. At one banquet, Yifeng skillfully negotiated an agreement with Duke Conger, who controlled the food supply, trading a small advertisement space for 20 years of food provisions. During a week-long selection promotion, Yifeng tirelessly traveled between 3 hive cities, giving speeches and attending meetings non-stop. Although an Astartes could fight continuously for 2 weeks without sleep, speaking non-stop for 27 hours, the length of a day on this planet, was a challenge even for Yifeng. Meanwhile, the tech marine was busy on the battle barge, crafting a custom enhancement analyzer to prepare for decoding STC fragments. The apothecaries were also extremely busy, planning to dock 2 warships together and establish a temporary corridor connecting the new recruit modification zones on both ships. The chief librarian snored rhythmically nearby. Back to young William, he was making a fuss about going to a toy store himself. Using the excuse that most of the toys in the toy room were broken, he insisted on choosing toys himself rather than having craftsmen make them. Despite the inconvenience of going out at this time, as the stable upper hive had no toy stores, only the middle hive did, and the streets there were crowded with people heading to the desert. However, Duke William's influence quickly cleared a street, turning it into a dedicated toy street. Young William darted from one toy store to another, trying to shake off the annoying head steward and bodyguards. Finally, he found a perfect toy store, directly connected to the wall of the adjacent snack street. William keenly noticed that toy streets and snack streets were usually located where there were many children, and the best spot was undoubtedly near a school. At this moment, the snack street was already packed with people, with school buses lined up in a row. Students were saying goodbye to their parents and boarding the buses under the guidance of teachers. On both sides of the street, reluctant parents and enthusiastic vendors created a lively scene. William's eyes roamed over this busy scene, searching for a potential escape route. Ice creams shaped like Astartes, guaranteed to win dumplings, and Lucky Rice Cake, super placing the good luck snacks sold before exams with Astartes would surely boost sales. Little William pushed open the door of the Astartes specialty store. As his bodyguards were about to follow, he raised a hand to stop them. "You are not worthy to appear before the great space marines, even if they are just models," Little William declared arrogantly, causing the bodyguards to exchange puzzled glances, thinking they were just toys. The chief steward hesitated for a moment, but followed Little William into the store, while the other bodyguards dispersed to guard the front and back entrances. Little William pondered silently. The plan had reached its most difficult stage: how to shake off the troublesome chief steward. Meanwhile, down in the underhive, Xiaolan finally crawled out of the foul-smelling sewage pipe. Covered in grime, he followed the river upstream until he found a relatively clean spot. Eagerly, Xiaolan jumped into the water and took a refreshing bath. After his bath, Xiaolan wrung out his clothes, had a quick meal, and prepared to continue his journey. His starting point had been earlier than others, beginning in the underhive. He could no longer follow the river. To reach the desert's edge, he had to cross a dangerous plain. Xiaolan picked up a long stick and sharpened one end with a rock, making it both a walking stick and a spear for protection. He knew that for an unarmed person like himself, the beasts lurking on the plain could be deadly, even though they posed no threat to those sheltered in sturdy mechanical constructs. On the other side, Anka and his friend Frosa were waiting for the bus when they saw someone swinging across the street from a rooftop on a thread, like a human swing. Anka calculated silently. Based on his flight trajectory and the thread's elasticity, there's an 89 chance he'll fall, a 6 chance of landing on his feet and twisting an ankle, and an 88 chance of scraping his elbow. Sure enough, a moment later, a boy of about 12 or 13 emerged from the alley, his elbow noticeably scraped. He looked around as if searching for something. "Stop staring. We need to get on the bus," Anka reminded. He and Frosa boarded the bus last, just as the teacher was about to close the door. Little William darted in like a gust of wind. "How did you?" the teacher began, but Little William quickly handed him 2 gold coins. "Sorry, teacher. I'm late because I had to convince my great-grandfather," Little William explained. Oh, go find a seat," the teacher said, momentarily stunned. Little William, dressed in clothes he had taken from a doll, blended into the middle hive atmosphere as best he could. He walked to the back of the bus, where the view was wide, and street cameras were less likely to catch him. Anka and Frosa were sitting in the last row. "Hi, I'm Wilfred. Just catching a ride," Little William greeted. The 2 kids eyed him with interest, soon engaging in a casual conversation. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was facing the most dangerous crisis of his life. "I can't eat this," Xiaolan thought in despair. He had expected the wilderness to be perilous, but he hadn't anticipated encountering a giant creature, a creature with a massive horn on its head and a body seemingly encased in blocky bone armor, looking extremely terrifying. Their eyes locked, and Xiaolan's hair stood on end. His years of experience in the underhive taught him never to show fear, or he would be in extreme danger. Instinctively, he gripped his spear and assumed a defensive stance. However, to his surprise, "I didn't know its armor was as flimsy as paper," Xiaolan realized. The seemingly fearsome creature turned out to be harmless. It was a pseudo-armored rhino, a creature whose horn was hard but whose body armor was merely for scaring off predators, a camouflage herbivore. Relieved, Xiaolan carefully bypassed the giant and continued his adventure. Yifeng stood in the vast expanse of the desert, feeling bored as he glanced around. Under the scorching sun, several mortal assistants stood ready, surrounded by ample supplies of water, food, and emergency medical kits. To ensure fairness, a massive multi-layered screen was erected in the sand, displaying real-time surveillance footage from various locations. In the sky, an emergency rescue flight team, funded by noble families, was on standby to save their children if necessary. This time, Otis did not appear. Instead, The local Ministry of Civil Affairs official was present a meticulous and humble man. Unfortunately, his appearance was far from charming. His back was attractive, but his face was enough to scare off an army. Yifeng had no choice but to turn away and focus on the surveillance screen to avoid the unsettling sight. The selection was about to begin, but it seemed unlikely that anyone would arrive soon. The desert was vast and teeming with dangerous beasts. While the heat of the day limited their activity, the night would be a nightmare for contestants unable to find shelter. Yifeng sighed and decided to take a short nap, guessing that few would reach the central area in the first couple of days. Meanwhile, the desert's outskirts were teeming with people. Rough estimates suggested that at least 10 million individuals were evenly distributed around the desert. While the nobles of Upper Nest had mostly decided on their participants, those from Middle and Lower Nests were full of determination, seeing this as a golden opportunity to change their fate. The challenge was extremely difficult. Even the most seasoned travelers, using starlight to navigate, could barely reach the center in 3 days, let alone 12 to 14-year-old children. Enka, Little William, and Frosa were already in position, having been the last to disembark from the same vehicle, resulting in them being placed next to each other. They decided to meet up as soon as the selection began to avoid having their water supply stolen. For Xiaolon, it was the first time in his life he had eaten so well. The poor boy arrived at the selection site, panting heavily, with only a few minutes to rest before the most important competition of his life began. The author thoughtfully introduces the main predators in this desert. First, the Silrica rock scorpion, a massive black scorpion resembling a rock. It is active both day and night, though its daytime movements are limited to simple bites. Often disguised as large rocks, they open their deadly jaws when someone approaches. At night, their pincers and venomous tails become terrifyingly lethal. Next, the Silrica python, an enormous, non-venomous snake that relies on its size to solve problems. It feeds similarly to ancient marine whales, swallowing large amounts of sand and filtering out its prey. If you hear a rumbling sound in the desert, be cautious, this indicates a nearby python. Lastly, the desert wolf pack, mutated wolves with highly intelligent minds, skilled in ambush tactics. If you find yourself surrounded on 3 sides by sand wolves, the 4th side likely hides wolves beneath the sand. In this situation, your best bet is to flee to rocky areas, as their specially evolved claws find it excruciating to walk on rocks. Besides these predators, the desert also offers some resources for sustenance. The chameleon lizard has entirely become a herbivore. Its blood and meat are good food sources, but be cautious if not consumed quickly, it may attract desert wolves. These lizards have excellent camouflage abilities, blending into their surroundings and making them hard to spot. Bone forest trees look like vertebrae and have a strong drought tolerance. A single bone forest tree can grow into a small forest covering 20 meters. They produce grayish-white fruits that, though sour, are edible for humans. Digging slightly below the sand, you might find a rare mushroom called little sand mushroom. These mushrooms are exceptionally delicious, even when eaten raw. However, finding these tiny protrusions in the vast desert is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, someone arrived. Xiaolon, who had come from Lower Nest, cautiously entered a patch of bone forest trees. Unfamiliar with these peculiar plants, he wasn't sure if they were plants, animal bones, or some kind of trap. After confirming they were just plants, he broke off several bone forest branches to conceal himself. He planned to move at night and sleep through the scorching daytime. Meanwhile, Little William, Enka, and Frosa chose to travel during the day. Unable to read the stars, they used the sun to navigate. Suddenly, a rumbling sound surrounded them. "Shoo, don't make a sound. It's a Silrica python," Little William whispered. All 3 were well educated, especially Little William, who had received elite training. They knew much more than Xiaolon, who had just emerged from Lower Nest. "Frosa, don't move your feet. It determines its prey's direction by the sound of sand," Enka reminded. The rumbling gradually faded, and distant screams could be heard, though too faint to discern clearly. The trio cautiously moved their feet, ensuring there was no reaction from the sand below before speeding away from the danger zone. "Hey, Little William," Frosa couldn't help but share his whimsical idea. "What if we catch a python to take us straight to the center? From my calculations, this plan is nothing but a pipe dream." Enka tilted his head back to gaze at the scorching sun, silently determining their direction and ignoring Fu Luosa's words. Fu Luosa, knowing Enka's character well, scoffed. "You're being too dismissive. You never actually calculated anything. If you had, you'd be spouting specific numbers." Young William, fully aware of the difficulty of this assessment, chose to stay silent. The 3 decided to travel day and night, taking only a brief rest during the second day, hoping to reach their destination as quickly as possible. "Save your breath," Enka suddenly spoke up. "We're running low on water." Silence fell upon them, as they trudged forward like a pack of wolves in the desert. For those taking the assessment, this selection process was akin to wandering aimlessly under Korn's gaze. Yet for the wolves living in the desert, this was just another day. Despite the occasional airplane circling overhead, ready to provide rescue, there were always moments when help arrived too late in this vast sea of sand. Among the millions of participants, some would inevitably die of thirst, heat stroke, or fall prey to predators. The deaths were as varied as they were gruesome, like a cruel feast. The desert was no longer the domain of wolves. Humans, the true social animals, outnumbered the desert's wolf packs by far. Even the resilient Silurica stone scorpions, who roamed the desert's core, sensed the anomaly and began to flee towards the perimeter. At that moment, Yifeng was leisurely enjoying a feast of roasted meat. Holding a piece of roasted python in one hand and a Silurica stone scorpion claw in the other, he ate with gusto. Come on, it's the first day of the exam. You've all worked hard. As the leader, I'm treating everyone to a barbecue, he called out heartily. Don't eat the scorpion though. It's hard to digest. Stick to the python. The staff, pleasantly surprised, expressed their gratitude profusely. A special envoy from the Ministry of Revenue respectfully thanked Yifeng before politely tasting the food. This made the usually rough Yifeng feel a bit embarrassed, and he toned down his voracious eating. As the strongest in the desert, Yifeng easily dispatched the challenging beasts. The thick scent of blood spread, attracting the wolves from the desert's center. Unaware of the abundance of food on the outskirts, they wandered hungrily. Yifeng looked at his newly acquired wolf pelt cushion and nodded in satisfaction. This wolf pelt is really soft. It'll be comfortable to sleep on. The overwhelming scent of blood enveloped the desert's center, causing the surrounding creatures to flee. Such a strong smell surely indicated some impending disaster or the arrival of a powerful being. The unfortunate participants at the perimeter faced an overwhelming number of beasts on the first day. However, Xiaolan, who was buried under the sand and bonewood, slept soundly and remained unaffected. William, Anka, and Fu Luosa huddled behind a sand dune, trembling as herds of beasts surged past on both sides. Even William was completely bewildered, muttering to himself, "They never taught us this in class. Are the scientists too scared to venture into the desert's core? No way, the beasts can't do anything to human machinery. What are the scientists afraid of?" He thought for a moment. If the beasts are all running out, what's happening inside? The assessment center? There must be Astartes stationed there. If they caused this, it's probably part of our test. The Astartes selection is truly rigorous, even from the first stage. On just the first day, many candidates from the middle and lower hives had already fallen. The hospitals were packed with dehydrated and injured people, and some were even disabled. If more Astartes were scattered throughout the desert, it might help, but with only Yifeng around, it was a daunting task. Yifeng, munching on his barbecue, kept an eye on the screen. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow caught his attention. Interesting, a little mouse has slipped in. With a casual wave, an Astartes transport ship swiftly descended. Let's go meet this little mouse. Meanwhile, Zhi Qing was speeding through the desert, distressed. I lost the William family's heir. If I can't find him, I'll have to take my own life. Now the mistress has sent a group of experts to either bring back young William or kill me. He scanned his surroundings. Damn, where do I start looking in this vast desert? Maybe I should stake out near the center? Zhi Qing knew that from the spot where young William went missing, most of the vehicles transporting candidates into the desert headed in that direction. So, heading towards the desert center gave him the best chance of finding young William. With this thought, he sped up, crossing dunes and bonewood, heading straight for the center. Xiaolan, who had been sleeping, was suddenly stepped on. Groggily, she got up to see a figure in black speeding away. She sighed in relief. Good thing I had enough bonewood covering me, or I'd be dead from that step. She looked at the sky. It's getting dark. I've rested enough. Time to move. Yifeng searched the desert from his transport ship. Although he saw many candidates, he couldn't find the shadow he was looking for. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There you are. Bold, aren't you? Floating across the desert? Without hesitation, he fired a missile. The powerful heat enveloped Zhi Qing, who quickly dodged in panic. By the Emperor's false teeth. What the hell? Running along and suddenly a missile? He looked back at the massive crater left by the explosion, where the sand had melted and was cooling into glass. Suddenly, a gust of wind roared overhead. Zhi Qing instinctively rolled aside. A white metal giant crashed down, creating a massive pit. Captain Yifeng made a grand entrance. Clutching his explosive rifle, his sharp gaze scanned the intruders dressed in black who had crashed the Astartes recruitment site. Quite bold, aren't you, barging in here? Yifeng said coldly. Without a reasonable explanation, you'll be hanging from the comms pole outside the desert. Zhi Qing looked at Yifeng bitterly, knowing trouble was afoot. These angels of the Emperor were no easy match. He struggled to explain. Our family's eldest son escaped to join the selection. We're in a rush to bring him back. Yifeng frowned, Participating in the selection was his own choice. Once he has joined, no one outside the desert is allowed to interfere. Zhi Qing grew anxious. Sir, he is the heir to the Duke. If we really can't, before he could finish, he sprang into action. His specially enhanced body burst forth with superhuman speed, a tactical knife aimed directly at Yifeng's vital points. Smoke bombs erupted from his belt, and a mix of red and black smoke quickly enveloped the area. Zhi Qing wielded the knife in his right hand and flung a barrage of shurikens with his left, all aimed at Yifeng. Bang! The explosive rifle's response was swift and decisive. A body slowly collapsed, blood soaking into the sand. The shurikens clanged harmlessly against the power armor, not leaving a single scratch. Yifeng scoffed. Fancy tricks, brave of you. He turned to the back. Hey, you onlookers, what's your plan? For more black-clad figures emerged from the dunes, clearly part of the same group. One of them threatened. You realize that by crossing us, you'll lose all ammunition supplies? 4 shots from the explosive rifle answered them. Yifeng sneered. I don't know who you report to or how high your rank is, but it can't be higher than mine. Who are you threatening? There are less than 1,000 Astartes captains in the entire empire, while your planets have at least 1 million inhabitants. Killing one of your guards, or even wiping out 100 noble families wouldn't affect the empire in the slightest. Yifeng ordered. Hang these bodies under the no cheating sign outside the desert. Attach a wooden plank that says, I stand for 3 things. Fairness, fairness, and the Emperor's toilet plunger's fairness. The regular soldiers behind him quickly moved to handle the bodies. Though the work was tiring, they felt a sense of satisfaction working under a true leader. Nightfall came, and Xiaolan moved swiftly through the desert. The feast and sleep during the day had left him full of energy, while the desert wolves rested from overeating. Only the rumbling sounds of giant pythons echoed across the desert. Xiaolan encountered many remains but faced no danger, wondering if the beasts only roamed during the day. To fend off the biting cold, he kept moving to avoid freezing. Elsewhere, little William and his 2 companions navigated the desert. They discovered that the broken bones of the bone forest could guide them, so they snapped off pieces to determine their direction, moving closer to the center despite their meandering trail. Little William, I'm out of water, a companion said, causing the tension to rise. William had collected some water from the corpses they'd seen earlier. I'll share half with you, but who knows if we can survive the next 2 damn days. It's not the hottest time yet. Drink a bit tomorrow at noon. William proposed a strategy. We'll keep walking until tomorrow morning, then find a place to sleep before noon to avoid the hottest period. By my calculations, this gives us a 67 chance of surviving to reach the center, but only a 4 chance of making it within the time limit. 4 is enough, his companion said firmly. We have to take this slim chance. The sun rose and set once more, with the desert's day and night cycle continuing as usual. Little William, Anka, and Fuluosa crawled out from a pile of bone wood, having spent the night there following Xiaolan's strategy. Despite eating a few small sand mushrooms they found while digging, the 3 were still ravenous. We need to find more food, little William said, scanning the surrounding bonewood. Maybe we can make hunting weapons from these. Anka frowned. But carrying weapons will consume more energy. I've calculated the odds, it's almost 0. We can't handle fierce beasts, and small animals don't need weapons to catch. Just then, Fuluosa let out a scream as a lizard, the size of a hand, darted from under her feet towards the pile of bonewood. The lizard's body shifted between the sand's earthy yellow and the bonewood's pale white. Little William reacted quickly, striking the lizard dead with a stick. You got lucky, Anka commented. But luck doesn't last forever. The 3 stared at the lizard's corpse, hesitant to act. Fuluosa asked uncertainly, Are we really going to eat this? We don't even have fire. Think of it as sashimi, little William said. Like the Phylaxi beast sashimi. Seeing Anka and Fuluosa's puzzled looks, he explained. It was a gift from our business partner in Pharisis. Our family has tasted it before. Little William took the lead, tearing off a lizard leg and peeling away the tough skin. Blood dripped onto the sand, absorbed instantly. Anka and Fuluosa reluctantly followed, but the texture of the raw meat made them want to gag. They chewed the tough, pungent lizard meat with difficulty. Do people usually eat this? Anka asked, trying to suppress his discomfort. Little William shook his head. Not often. If we had some magic vinegar sauce and a knife, it would be better sliced and dipped. The lizard was quickly consumed. The 3 continued searching for food, moving cautiously through the dense bonewood, avoiding the desert's rumbling sounds and large rocks. Can we use this lizard skin? Fuluosa asked. Maybe make goggles? Anka shook his head. Too gross. I'd worry about an eye infection. Little William interjected. Enough chatter. At this rate, we won't reach the desert's center. Though they had covered 2/3 of the distance, their condition was deteriorating. What should we do? Anka and Fuluosa both looked to little William. Despite being the youngest, He had become their anchor. Little William spoke firmly at dawn. Drink all the water, discard any extra weight, and push forward with all our strength. We have no other choice, only our willpower can guide us. His eyes reflected the bold spirit of his grandfather, the Grand Duke William. May our ancestors and the Emperor watch over us. Meanwhile, at the William family mansion, Lady William the matriarch was in a furious rage, smashing jars and vases. Useless. All of you are useless, she roared. Little William's decision to secretly join the Astartes trials had already troubled her, and the sight of the elite family warriors' bodies hung outside only added to her distress. The other servants were silent and fearful, not daring to provoke the enraged matriarch. Suddenly, a strange whisper echoed in her mind. The great William family cannot tolerate such humiliation. Revenge is necessary. Yes, they must pay, Lady William muttered. We can't let this slide. They must recognize our power. The whisper grew more insistent. How about crashing their ships? The William family has plenty of merchant vessels. Just disguise one as if it's about to dock, then ram it. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound interrupted her thoughts. She looked down to see her long-worn jade pendant shattered on the ground. This piece of jade, an ancient family heirloom, had been passed down for countless generations. Lady William suddenly snapped out of her rage, breaking into a cold sweat. She knew the significance of this jadeite was a gift from a great psychic to their ancestor after a monumental victory. The white jade, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, had grown smoother with generations of prayers to the Emperor. But now, it shattered like raindrops on an umbrella. The chaotic demons nearly invaded her. Ignoring the broken jade on the ground, she knelt among the fragments and began reciting prayers to the Emperor. The guards around her stood like statues, too afraid to move, and swiftly contacted others. The moment Duke William received the news, he transformed into a raging lion. The other nobles, sensing his fury, quickly found excuses to leave. William paced back and forth in the empty reception hall, seething with anger. That foolish woman, he fumed inwardly. I should have let her sink with that damned wreck into the abyss of the warp. Didn't she promise to pray to the Emperor day after day? And now she's interfering with the Emperor's angelic recruitment. William knew well that in the presence of that being, he was nothing more than a humble lapdog. He couldn't shred his enemies with claws, so he had to mend their relationship at any cost. Composing himself, William stepped out of the meeting room. Duke Franklin immediately teased, "Wow, Duke William, you look like you've tasted my wife's homemade pie." Trying to stay calm, William replied, "Oh, come on, Franklin. Save your wife's delicacies for yourself. I just got word that my son disobeyed orders and want to join the Astartes selection." Ha! No man of the William family would stand behind others. Franklin rolled his eyes. "Please, your earlier expression made us wonder if we stayed a moment longer. This raging lion would devour us whole." Being an old neighbor, Franklin knew William too well. Whatever had angered him this much must be as significant as losing 10 ships worth of cargo. When Yifeng received the news that William was willing to supply 10 ships worth of ammunition to his mortal auxiliary troops, he was puzzled. Typically, those trying to curry favor would send exquisite art pieces or a couple of ship supplies. But 10 ships worth of ammo? Ammunition? Yifeng mused, glancing covertly at the official tallying the numbers in the distance to ensure she hadn't noticed his reaction. All right, those 5 hanging outside are yours, right? The money's been paid, so let them go, even if they're corpses. Yifeng sighed inwardly. A bunch of rough men together, eating, drinking, and making merry without a care, suddenly faced with a refined female official, made everyone self-conscious. If it had been a stunning beauty, they might have restrained themselves to avoid embarrassment. But this one just made them feel awkward. The official in the distance was meticulously recording the arrival's details. Though it was only the 3rd morning, several outstanding candidates had already arrived. One was the son of a hunter surviving in the desert, specializing in hunting the rare Serica rock scorpions for valuable materials sold to weapon merchants, sometimes even digging up desert mushrooms for the upper hive. He had been surviving in the desert with his father since the age of 7. Another was a gifted upper hive noble, possessing physical abilities far beyond his peers from a young age. He drank all his water at the start, discarded all burdens, and walked continuously without sleep to reach the destination. The information and rankings of these individuals were meticulously recorded. Even if they didn't become Astartes, returning successfully would grant them immense prestige and high social standing. The school of that recently arrived noble would likely become the most popular among noble schools next year. At noon, the scorching sun baked the earth. Xiaolan had reached his limit. His body, ravaged by life in the lower hive, couldn't endure such intense travel. Last night, he had found the shed scales of a Serica giant snake by the rocks. He selected the thinnest scales and tied them to his feet with torn clothing. These scales were perfect for moving in the desert, preventing his feet from sinking into the sand and allowing him to glide across it, significantly increasing his speed. However, hunger and thirst clung to Xiaolan once more, leaving only his unyielding will to drive him forward. What does it matter? He thought bitterly. I've always been like this: no parents, no support, no property, no food, no water. I have nothing to lose, so I might as well give it my all. Xiaolan's life, though short, had never ceased running from wild dogs, from those who stole his food, from the thugs and gangs everywhere. Now, he was fighting for a chance at a future, using the skills he had honed throughout his life. Although he had covered 4/5 of the journey and was among the faster participants, the remaining distance was entirely a test of willpower, which was fortunately his greatest strength. Occasionally, he saw other participants, indicating that those who had entered the vast desert had begun converging towards the center. Everyone was too exhausted and lacked supplies to pay attention to others. To his left, far on a sand dune, William and his two companions were also nearing their limits. They slid down the dunes, using the motion to rest briefly. Their clothes were worn through in many places by the sand, and they now used fabric from their pants to cushion themselves. As the participants neared the desert center, Yifeng's formidable presence had driven away the dangerous beasts. While this meant no threats of attacks, it also meant no chances to obtain supplies from the beasts. The sun continued to exert its power, posing the greatest test to human will. The endless desert, intense heat, and unknown distance constantly tormented the participants' minds. People continued to collapse, some even within 3 kilometers of Yifeng's marked circle. Those who arrived were mostly exhausted and required immediate medical attention. Although the total number of participants was unknown, by sunset, only 1,300 had made it. With 2 hours left until midnight, the number might still change. The sound of rescue planes roared continuously overhead, and as time dragged on, more people struggled to hold on. Little William was practically dragging his 2 companions along, his clothes soaked with sweat. Enka, the techie of the group, was the first to run out of energy, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. With William and Frosa's support, he managed to stagger forward a bit more. Not long after, Frosa also began to falter, her breathing becoming rapid and labored. William gritted his teeth, each step feeling like he was walking on blades. He spoke little, knowing that every word cost precious energy. The sun had long set, and the desert was shrouded in darkness. Anxiety gnawed at William's heart. He had no idea how much time they had left. His mind raced before he finally resolved to make one last desperate effort. We're almost there. Look, William suddenly croaked, his voice hoarse. Enka and Frosa looked around in confusion. William, where? I don't see anything. Where? William retorted. Can't you smell the aroma of roasted meat? It's just ahead, let's go. Despite the pitch-black night, the two saw William suddenly dash forward, as if infused with new strength. The hope that surged from nowhere lifted their spirits, and they followed closely behind him. They scrambled over a sand dune, and William's eyes suddenly lit up, actually saw a light ahead. Victory is just ahead. Enka, Frosa, do you see it? The Emperor and our ancestors are watching over us. William's voice trembled with excitement. The 3 of them tumbled and crawled toward the final destination. A massive skeleton gradually came into view. It was the remains of the Serica giant serpent, encircling the endpoint. The sizzling sound of roasting meat and the sight of ample fresh water greeted them, and the aroma filled the air. William's heart pounded like ancient war drums, and it felt as though a crimson river surged within him. He imagined the watchful eyes of the William family ancestors, the steadfast resolve and fearless courage passed down through generations, now erupting within him. William pressed forward, as if 1,000 troops marched behind him. Enka and Frosa truly smelled the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat this time. Despite having trekked through the desert for days and being severely dehydrated, their mouths miraculously began to water. The blazing fire behind the massive skeleton no longer seemed just like the finish line of a race, but rather the golden throne of a great emperor. The 3 of them, like loyal subjects, pressed forward at any cost. Just as they were only a few steps away from the enormous skeletal ring, the bell signaling the start of a new day suddenly tolled, its powerful sound echoing across the desert sky. Dong dong. No, the 3 collapsed to the ground in despair, their throats too parched to produce anything more than meaningless, hoarse cries. Had they really come so close, only to miss the Emperor's favor by a hair's breadth? Hello, medical personnel are on their way. Please state your name. A voice called out nearby. The 3 were so exhausted they could barely keep their eyes open. The special envoy from the Ministry of Household Affairs understood and said, You've passed the assessment. You're several meters past the line. This skeleton is just where we roasted the meat. Upon hearing the word passed, the trio lost consciousness and were rushed to the medical bay. Along with them was a scruffy kid from the lower hive, and the medics had to work a bit to remove the snake scales from his feet. The preliminary round of the new recruit selection had finally ended, with over 1,600 contestants making it through to the next elimination round. Among them, nearly 1,000 were noble children from the upper hive, undeniably the true elites. There were even performances that surprised Yifeng. A super-strong contestant defeated a lone male desert wolf and rode it almost to the final circle. A child from the middle hive, despite being directionally challenged, still reached the center within the allotted time. And some seemingly unremarkable contestants who presented Yifeng with several sand mushrooms upon reaching him. Yifeng nodded to himself, quite impressive. The facilities on the outskirts of the desert were gradually dismantled, including the bodies and wooden signs. All entrances were officially decommissioned, with only the medical area seeing constant air traffic. Duke William finally breathed a sigh of relief, having received the news that his son had been successfully selected, at the cost of 10 shiploads of ammunition. He thought to himself that even if it took another 10 shiploads, it would be worth it. Duke William hurried home, taking large strides through his grand entrance. His wife had been kneeling on the gravel, atoning to the emperor, for 2 days. Seeing her husband return, she finally relaxed and confessed everything. Upon hearing about the intrusion of warp demons, even Duke William's face turned pale. Local psychers were quickly summoned to conduct necessary inspections, sparing neither people nor cats in the vicinity. Duke William gazed at the shattered relics of his ancestors with deep emotion. He ordered his wife to stand up and commanded the flattening of the back garden to build a colossal statue of the emperor. Clergy from the local ecclesiarchy arrived swiftly, engaging in in-depth discussions on investment, statue design, and subsequent promotional efforts. With great bravado, Duke William declared that they should proceed with the construction. If his son could become a space marine, he would even build an enormous statue of the emperor in the center of the desert, visible from space. Nonetheless, he harbored concerns and dared not act recklessly, focusing instead on organizing support troops among the commoners for swift emergency response. Meanwhile, Yifeng, mindful of the poor physical condition of many selected boys, decided to grant everyone a 30-day rest period. Each boy was assigned to live alone, with food supplies delivered by robots. This served as both a hidden trial of their ability to endure solitude and a measure to protect these exceptional children from possible assassination attempts. Yifeng reviewed the files of the selected candidates, paying particular attention to Xiaolan's case. The boy suffered from severe malnutrition, had blisters on his feet, and numerous abrasions all over his body. Based on his blood loss alone, it seemed impossible for him to have reached the end, which was truly puzzling. Yifeng continued to ponder the subsequent assessments, weighing whether to recruit candidates who were exceptionally loyal or disloyal. He then examined the records of other outstanding candidates. Kazanov was notable for his robust physique and unique ideas. Gorgon, a scion of a noble family, excelled academically. Enka was dubbed the Little Computer for his remarkable analytical skills. As Yifeng was deeply engrossed in designing the assessments, William awoke in a small, enclosed room. The room contained only a bed, a table, and a toilet, without even a chair. An electronic screen on the wall was displaying an introduction to the current situation. William suddenly realized that he had passed the test and was now in a new phase. I made it. I passed the test. I'm moving on to the next round. Young William almost jumped for joy, his eyes glued to the screen. He couldn't contain himself before even finishing the first line. This was a tremendous honor for the William family and a testament to their loyalty to the emperor. In that moment, William's ambition soared, envisioning himself purging chaos and restoring the grandeur of the human empire. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he continued reading the screen. It displayed an assessment of his physical condition: overworked and malnourished. The next task was simple: rest here and wait for the next round to begin, with no specified waiting time. If he wished to withdraw from the selection, he only needed to press the red button at the top of the screen. William looked around and found himself in a completely enclosed room with its own ventilation system, devoid of any time display. Day and night were determined solely by the light switch. He noticed that food had been delivered through a mechanical slot, neatly arranged on the table. A week's supply of nutrition bars and emergency water pouches. As an upper hive noble, William had never encountered such emergency food. He took a bite and immediately frowned. Ugh, it's awful and dry. He quickly grabbed a water pouch and gulped it down. Despite the Spartan environment, William decided to follow the instructions. He ate and drank until he was full, then carefully stored the remaining food and pondered what to do next. I should exercise, he muttered to himself. So, he began various exercises on the bed until he was exhausted and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, other candidates were spending their time in their own enclosed spaces. Enka was engulfed in extreme boredom, passing the days by eating, drinking, and counting time. Little did he know, he had a significant advantage in this seemingly simple assessment. Frosa, Enka's friend, remained unconscious. Xiaolan, on the other hand, was immersed in immense happiness. For this young man who had struggled for survival in the lower hive, this life felt like paradise. No need to scavenge for food, No risk of getting caught and beaten for stealing, just lying in a comfortable bed with food delivered to him. Yifeng had set a clever trap here. Due to the enclosed environment, everyone was unable to accurately judge time. Every 6 days, a 7-day supply of food was delivered, throwing many people's biological clocks into disarray. Most didn't notice the anomaly by the second delivery, but by the third, even those trying to keep track of time began to lose their sanity. However, William managed to avoid this trap with his strict exercise timing. He maintained a rigorous schedule of exercise, eating, and sleeping each day. Anka fell into deep confusion. His time calculations were precise, but the food delivery frequency made him question whether this was really a test, even suspecting that escaping the small room might be the true objective. Xiaolan continued to enjoy what he considered a heavenly life, occasionally thinking of his old friends in the lower hive, especially the one nicknamed Wild Rat who dreamed of eating until he burst. Meanwhile, some candidates paid no attention to these subtle changes, simply following their instincts, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, and rejoicing at the extra food. As the selection process continued, Otis, the actual ruler of the planet, faced tremendous pressure. The large-scale selection had led to numerous deaths, causing public discontent. People dared not direct their anger at the Astartes, so Otis bore the brunt of their fury, leaving him both pleased and troubled. The good news was that Yifeng was now staying at his residence, and from this moment on, Otis would regard that room as sacred. He secretly planned that whenever distinguished guests visited, he would accommodate them in the second-best room. When asked why, he could boast about the room's association with Commander Yifeng. This way, guests would naturally recognize Yifeng's esteemed status and willingly accept the less luxurious room, thereby elevating Otis's own standing. Thinking of this, Otis couldn't help but feel pleased. He resolved to take good care of Yifeng, believing that as long as the commander stayed a while, his own prestige would continue to climb and his position would become more secure. To him, the public's discontent was of no concern. Yifeng was currently residing in a lavishly decorated guest room. The intricate carvings and opulent gold accents reflected Western artistic tastes, with hints of German and French influences. Coming from the ancient Eastern kingdom of 3K, Yifeng had a whimsical thought. How would an imperial portrait look if painted in traditional ink wash style? Just as Yifeng's thoughts were drifting, his communicator suddenly buzzed. The message indicated that during the fourth food distribution, someone had pressed the red button to withdraw from the selection process. It had only been 19 days, and already a noble from the upper hive had given up. For him, returning home to inherit the family business seemed like a good fallback plan, especially with the political capital gained from participating in the desert selection. Yifeng sighed to himself, noting that the best often lacked resolve. Boys from the upper and middle hives still had alternatives, but none of the 100 or so lower hive children had quit. Of course, everyone had different motivations. Take Xiaolan, for instance. He was simply trying to get by one day at a time. The high-quality food during this period had significantly improved his previously malnourished body, so he no longer looked like skin and bones. Following this, several more boys from the upper hive withdrew to prepare to inherit their family businesses. By the fifth food distribution, dozens more had pressed the red button. The repetitive monotony, oblivious to the passage of time, was driving these energetic youths to the brink of madness. When the sixth and final food distribution occurred, over 100 noble boys chose to withdraw. Even Yifeng was surprised by this. Those who had shown such resolve in the desert now seemed so fragile. Could it be that having an escape route was the biggest hindrance? The best children from across the planet, aspiring to become Astartes, couldn't even last 30 days? Pondering this, Yifeng visited the selection's black room area at night to personally check on the children's conditions. Among the 1,500 or so remaining candidates, most had disrupted biological clocks. Only a few, including Anka, maintained stable physical conditions, while the rest had suffered severe mental and physical strain. Yifeng announced, "Congratulations on passing the second round of selection. I believe you have proven your ability to endure a life of endless days and nights and solitude in space. Next, we will conduct psychic tests to assess your loyalty to the Emperor and your resistance to the warp." A squad of soldiers then guided the candidates to the designated area. Someone asked in confusion, "Rest? Didn't we just rest?" But no one answered their question. Numerous psychers had been invited to simulate the warp's fluctuations, even mimicking the temptations of chaos gods. Of course, this wouldn't involve blatant blasphemy against the Emperor, as that would land the psychers in the Inquisition's hands. Their task was to draw out the boys' inner desires, covering family conflicts, friends and foes, cravings for food and power, and impulses for combat and violence. The vast space was filled with psychers' amplification devices, ensuring that all candidates received consistent psychic waves for a fair and just assessment. Powerful psychers were on guard, reportedly borrowed from an IG general, likely a psycher mentor. The boys found seats and prepared to meditate. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Everyone knew this could be the final hurdle to becoming an Astartes. Yifeng sat on the high platform, his expression concealed by a white helmet. To his left lay a power sword and a blast gun, and a psyker stood to his right. He scrutinized the warriors below like a Gene Primarch, and a heavy silence enveloped the entire area. Below, psykers from various families and organizations were ready, invited to assist Yifeng in the testing. The candidates took their positions. The noble children from the upper hive quickly sat down and began to meditate, while those from the middle and lower hives seemed uncertain, hesitating before mimicking the others. Many of the lower hive children had no idea what to do, sitting idly and occasionally glancing around. Xiaolan simply closed his eyes to rest. During the last break, he had been wolfing down his lunch. When the iron door opened, he realized his leisure time was over and hurriedly stuffed nearly half of his weekly food ration into his stomach. Now, his belly was round, and he had leftover food chunks in his pocket. As the enormous bell tolled once more, the psychers simultaneously activated their powers, transmitting psychic shocks to the subjects' minds through amplifying devices. White electrical arcs flickered on the linear devices, and every boy began to suffer intense headaches. The initial phase of the test primarily measured resistance to the warp, with loyalty tests to follow later. A blue psychic glow interfaced with the Devician action taken by a high-ranking psyker under the command of the IG general. This psyker, cloaked entirely in black with only a gloved hand visible, gripped the amplifying device. His task was to protect the boys, severing the white psychic energy if they could no longer endure, to prevent brain damage. Time passed, and each boy's brain endured immense pressure. Some bled from their orifices yet persisted, while others fainted, their mouth blood dried and blackened by the psychic heat. The blue psychic energy disconnected the unconscious from the device. White light flickered ominously on some boys' brains, threatening to explode at any moment. With each boy carried away, the remaining ones felt increased pressure. Some boys' hair caught fire, yet they bit their lips in silence. Anka's friend Frosa was carried out, his eyebrows nearly singed off. Though he was unconscious, his endurance to the third round had already attracted significant attention from various factions. As time went on, over 900 candidates had been removed. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng signaled most of the psykers to cease emitting white psychic energy. Just as the boys breathed a sigh of relief, these psykers each locked onto a target and began to murmur. William was the first to be targeted by a psyker. Powerful psychic energy invaded his mind, bringing forth past memories. A beautiful garden, a Gothic pavilion, and young William distractedly watching a holographic display. His mother suddenly appeared, scolding him for his inattentiveness, emphasizing that as the future Duke William, he must master this knowledge. Young William complained that learning was dull, and his mother explained that their status meant they could not afford to fall behind. Eerie whispers from the void questioned why William had to bear this burden, comparing him to carefree children next door. William argued that his parents meant well, but the whispers retorted that they cared only for family interests. The scene flashed to his mother berating him for not learning a key point, and his father's coldness upon returning home. The whispers continued to suggest that no one truly cared about William himself. The scene shifted to a festival, where William forced himself to socialize. Others praised his performance, but no one noticed his fatigue. The whispers pointed out that no one cared about William's true feelings. Throughout the changing scenes, young William remained silent. Another psyker approached Xiaolan, intrigued by this peculiar lower hive boy. Xiaolan had just endured severe headaches, gritting his teeth to maintain his comfortable life. Yet, just as he felt relief from the pain, the world spun, and he found himself back in the lower hive. Xiaolan curled up in a corner, flanked by two burly men. "You reckless little thief, daring to steal Master Rong's wallet. You've got a death wish, don't you?" Two burly men roared, raining punches and kicks on Xiaolan's frail body. They beat him as if he were a lifeless dog, showing no mercy. "You filthy rat, despised even by the Emperor himself." The insults kept coming. One of the men paused, panting, "Boss, he looks like he's about to give out." But the other man delivered a few more vicious kicks, sneering, "So what if he dies? Who's going to care about a worthless brat like him?" Once they confirmed Xiaolan was no longer moving, the two men left begrudgingly. After a long while, Xiaolan managed to stir. Clutched tightly to his chest was a half-eaten starch block, smeared with blood. Xiaolan took a painful bite, thinking to himself, when they get the wallet back, they'll only check the valuables inside. They won't notice the other things. He smiled bitterly, "At least I've got something to eat." Suddenly, a cold voice whispered in his ear, "You're just a lowlife from the slums, always starving. Why put yourself through this?" In an instant, memories of past suffering flooded Xiaolan's mind, each one manifesting as physical pain. His head throbbed, his feet ached from blisters, hunger gnawed at him. His hands were broken, and scars on his thighs stung. The agony was so intense it could make anyone else faint, but to him, it was all too real. The scene shifted again. Xiaolan hid in a corner, eagerly unwrapping a protein bar he had just acquired. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the darkness, snatching the food away. Today's tribute is short, so I'm confiscating this, a gruff voice said. Instinctively, Xiaolan reached out to grab it back, only to be met with a brutal beating. I said it's confiscated. Still daring to fight back? You need a lesson. The blows rained down, leaving young Xiaolan in a pool of blood. That sinister voice echoed again. You'll always be a suffering wretch, living in perpetual hunger. However, when the word hunger reached his ears, Xiaolan's trembling ceased. He murmured, as long as I can eat, I'm not afraid. The voice continued to mock him. Ha! Pathetic wretch, always at the mercy of others. Do your fears even matter? This is your fate. Xiaolan seemed not to hear, repeating to himself, as long as I can eat, I can endure. Just let me eat. What are you? The voice sounded confused. Suddenly, Xiaolan straightened up, his twisted expression relaxing, eyes snapping open and fixing on the platform above. His gaze shone with a blue-white psychic light, incredibly bright. I once had my fill. He made sure I was fed. He can make sure I eat. Xiaolan declared with determination, he fed me, and I will follow him to the ends of the earth. Praying to the emperor countless times never brought me food, but fighting for the man up there can. On the platform, Yifeng gripped his power sword, its golden blade glowing faintly. The psyker withdrew his influence, signaling that Xiaolan had passed the test. Yifeng jumped down from the platform, walking around the testing grounds. As medics moved to carry the unconscious Xiaolan away, Yifeng stopped them. He bent down, picked up the food that had fallen from Xiaolan's pocket, and gently placed it back in the boy's hand, instructing, this is his food. Make sure he keeps it. Yifeng wasn't a native of this world. He came from another era, another great nation where have you eaten? Was the first greeting. He always felt compassion for those struggling for food. Meanwhile, Anka remained seated, eyes closed, as if oblivious to everything around him. The psyker, noticing this, also signaled that he had passed the test. Young William's test was still ongoing, with words cutting into his heart like knives. You're just a sacrifice for the honor of the William family. Who cares about you personally? They only care if you can bring glory to the family. However, when the psyker attempted to change the scene, he found he had lost control. The vision shifted to an ancient hall, where a dignified old man sat, holding a young William. The boy kept pestering him for stories, and the elder William repeatedly recounted the tales of their ancestors fighting alongside the great space marines. Young William declared firmly, they want me to become a Grand Duke, bringing endless prestige and wealth to the family, so that my descendants can inherit it for generations. The eerie voice tried to interject, but William cut it off. But there's one person who wants me to bring supreme honor to the family, to surpass our ancestors under the emperor's guidance. Yes, but to him, you are just... The voice began, annoyed. That's exactly what I want too, William replied resolutely. No, you're just a boy who doesn't want to study. The voice persisted. No, I'm not a boy anymore. William stood tall. I'm a man of the William family. In our family's history, we've had politicians, businessmen, soldiers, even criminals, but never a coward. I am a man of the William family, a man of the empire, a man of courage. For the emperor. These words echoed in William's mind, giving him the strength to persist. The psyker withdrew his power and raised his hand slightly, signaling that William had passed the test. Blood flowed from multiple wounds on William's body as medical personnel quickly arrived to administer hemostatic agents. William weakly opened his eyes and saw the tall Astartes chapter master nodding at him. This small gesture filled him with pride. In the selection hall, many candidates were being carried away by medical staff. Some had successfully passed, while others had fallen at the final hurdle. Although other psychers might correct these effects, the experience would undoubtedly leave lasting scars on the candidates. As time passed, the number of people in the hall dwindled. Some of the remaining contestants puzzled the psychers, who hesitated to decide whether these enduring individuals should be deemed to have passed. At this moment, Yifeng's gaze fell on two special candidates. One was the son of a hunter who had been the first to reach the finish line in the desert selection. His faith in the emperor seemed insufficiently pure, as he also worshipped the desert god and the hunting god, Nicero. The other was the merchant's son who had brought Yifeng's sand mushrooms during the desert selection. He now appeared to be struggling with the temptation of wealth. Minute by minute, time ticked away until the last candidate finally collapsed. He had nearly passed the test but failed at the very end. The surrounding psychers signaled to Yifeng, and the faint golden glow of his power sword gradually faded. Yifeng cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The recent incident of chaotic whispers in the William family's domain had made him particularly vigilant. The boundary between the warp and reality had become dangerously thin, and with so many psychers gathered here, he had to be on guard. Fortunately, the holy relics he had brought proved useful, and no mishaps occurred. 30 days later, A massive statue of the emperor stood tall in the backyard of the William family's estate. The Duke of William spared no expense in hiring psychers to consecrate the statue. A piece of shattered white jade was solemnly placed beneath the family relic, serving as a permanent reminder of the recent, perilous crisis. When news arrived that William had made it into the final list of 211 exceptional candidates, the Duke of William excitedly woke his sleeping wife. The two of them went to the statue of the emperor to offer their devout prayers. After the prayers, he left his sleepless, elated wife and took a bottle of fine, aged wine to the family cemetery. In the cemetery, the Duke of William sat before his father's tombstone, pouring drink after drink for his departed ancestors. He whispered, "Father, do you remember holding your storytelling grandson? He has grown up and might very well fulfill or even surpass your expectations. Please bless him from the heavens." His eyes swept over the tombstones of his ancestors, and he silently prayed, "Ancestors of the William family, please protect my son. He is about to write a new chapter for our family." Finally, he looked up at the starry sky and earnestly prayed, "Great Emperor, please watch over this generation that remains loyal to you." Under the meticulous care of the medical personnel, the 211 fortunate individuals who passed the third round of selection were all safe and sound. They were about to face their final test, and the future of the William family would be revealed in this ultimate challenge. Yifeng readily agreed to hold the final selection on this planet. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. All expenses were covered by the landlord, Otis. More importantly, many of the current collaborators were nobles, and their children had also made it to the final selection. Although Yifeng was reluctant to cause any casualties, he knew that the combat testing had to be real and potentially deadly. The final test creatures were generously provided by the tech sergeants of the Shadow Poison Blade. After leaving Atres, the Shadow Poison Blade, piloting a combat barge acquired from the Stormal Battle Group, headed to a planet to exterminate some aliens. These aliens were extremely tough and adept at burrowing, resembling a series of sentient rocks. Yifeng made a call to the Mechanicus. "Hello, Mechanicus? I need a rock creature. Didn't Shadow Poison Blade sign an agreement with you? They wiped out the aliens. So you give me a rock creature, and our battle group will honor the agreement." Just a few days later, the transport ship from the Mechanicus arrived at the destination. They were worried Yifeng might back out. After all, the supplies and ammunition provided to the Shadow Poison Blade had been wasted, and now they had a sucker they couldn't afford to lose. Yifeng personally went to inspect the crucial final test creature. A series of rocks lay in a pile of mechanical chains, reportedly injected with strong sedatives. Yifeng puzzledly asked, "I only needed one. Why are there so many?" The Mechanicus sage explained, "Honorable Captain Yifeng, these are actually different segments of the same creature. We call it the Finno's rock serpent. Upon numbering, we found it has at least 19 segments, with the longest being unknown. The one before you has 22 segments." The sage urgently handed over a contract. "Additionally, Honorable Captain Yifeng, here is the contract you mentioned in the star language. Please sign it." His tone was filled with urgency, fearing Yifeng might change his mind. Yifeng calmly circled the Finno's rock serpent, carefully studying the data provided by the Mechanicus. The structure of this beast was similar to the ancient Terra tortoise, with its exoskeleton serving as its bones. The connections between segments resembled the design used in tardigrades, a structure also used in human spacesuits during the 3K era. The front end of the Finno's rock serpent had a conical structure, allowing it to penetrate rock and soil. Its digging mechanism seemed similar to that of an earthworm. Studies indicated that when the Finno's rock serpent was in an environment without rock or soil, such as water or exposed to air, it became extremely violent. Now, Yifeng faced the challenge of ensuring exactly 100 people advanced. He quickly devised a plan. Apart from the head and tail of the Finno's rock serpent, he would place 5 eagle crests in each of the remaining 20 segments. Yifeng planned to conduct the final selection in a large arena made of steel floors and obstacles. Contestants could choose any weapon they liked and had to defeat the Finno's rock serpent to claim an eagle crest. Only those who returned to the starting point alive with an eagle crest would qualify to become an Astartes. Of course, if no one could defeat the Finno's rock serpent, it would come down to who survived among the last 100. This was likely the most dangerous selection method to date, but there was no other choice. The Astartes not only needed to defeat powerful enemies, but also had to survive the battlefield. After all, over 1,000 heroic souls were watching from above. The contestants were unaware of the brutal combat awaiting them, but the firearms training organized by Yifeng had already made them nervous. The results of the firearms training wouldn't count towards the final selection. It was mainly to provide basic training for children from the middle and lower hives who had never handled a gun. Most of the elite children from the upper hive already had basic firearm skills. The training offered various types of firearms, and contestants could choose whichever they preferred to learn. The small Xiaolan, following the bigger is better mindset, picked a massive ion pistol. For a space marine, the commonly used Sun Fury ion pistol was a small weapon, but for a 12-year-old boy, It was overly heavy and large. Xiaolan didn't mind and resolved silently, eat more, do more. I, Xiaolan, will eat the most and become the fiercest Astartes. He studied earnestly under the amused and exasperated gaze of the training instructors, marking the first time in his life someone sincerely taught him knowledge. Meanwhile, young Master William had a different approach, but similarly chose a large firearm he had never handled before, a meltagun. This wasn't out of a desire to learn new skills, but because he sensed something was off. The presence of such large firearms indicated their upcoming opponent might be enormous, and he needed to prepare for any eventuality. The extreme meltagun was enormous, and even the well-nourished and physically strong William struggled to lift it. Usually, only the bravest fighters in the Astral Militarum wielded such weapons. Another contestant who chose the meltagun was the formidable warrior who had passed the previous test by riding a desert wolf. Anka, on the other hand, had a completely different strategy. With my poor athletic skills, it's better to take a small pistol and wear multiple layers of bulletproof vests. He quietly picked up a Mark IV penitent laser pistol, a classic weapon from the Calixis sector. Anka felt uneasy, missing the presence of Frosa. Initially, he just wanted to see the unexpected beyond the data and had no intention of becoming an Astartes. However, as the selection rounds progressed, he became increasingly passionate and was now fully committed to the training. The 211 boys were distinctly divided into groups: 129 from the upper hive, 70 from the middle hive, 10 from the lower hive, and 2 from outside the hive city, each occupying their own area and refusing to interact with others. If not for this selection, they would never have had the chance to meet people from different levels of the hive city. The firearms training was timed perfectly, long enough for the children to grasp the basics, but too short for precise shooting. Every child was fully focused on training, preparing for the imminent final test. A colossal steel arena loomed ahead, filled with an array of metal obstacles, predominantly towering pillars, interspersed with 3 small hemispherical metal fortresses. Each fortress could accommodate 20 people, equipped with firing ports, serving both as a refuge and a potential battlefield. In the center of the arena, a mysterious black metal box sat quietly, emitting unsettling thudding sounds. Contestants, each holding their weapon of choice, cautiously circled the box, whispering speculations about the creature possibly hidden inside. The nobles from the upper hive eagerly debated, dismissing the possibility of orcs and leaning towards some rare alien species. Boys from the middle hive gathered, mocking Anka's bulky bulletproof vest and compact laser pistol. Unperturbed, Anka instead took an interest in a lower hive child who was gnawing on a food stick. Children from the lower hive and the sons of hunters kept their distance, warily eyeing their surroundings. Xiaolan, clutching a heavy ion gun, quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, preparing for the imminent challenge. Anka noticed Xiaolan's movement and began to edge backward as well, adopting a similar strategy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky as Captain Yifeng leaped from an aircraft, landing squarely on the central box. He announced the final round's rules: kill the creature inside the box and obtain the Sky Eagle emblem, or be among the last 100 survivors. If the emblem was destroyed, the person who retrieved the largest fragment or reached the exit first would qualify. Anka quickly weighed his options and decided to stay and observe the battle. Other contestants scrambled to find advantageous positions. The upper hive nobles swiftly dispersed, the middle hive boys hesitated, while the lower hive children instinctively scattered and hid. With Yifeng's signal, the black metal box collapsed with a thunderous crash, releasing a massive Finno's stone serpent that slithered towards the densest part of the crowd. In an instant, a barrage of firepower engulfed the arena's center, but most weapons had little effect on the serpent's hardened shell. The stone serpent quickly breached the defensive fire, causing contestants to flee in all directions. Some sought refuge in the fortresses, others climbed the metal pillars, while some, like William, chose to wait behind cover. William pressed against a metal pillar, gripping his thermal gun tightly, waiting for the serpent to draw near. The giant serpent, despite its seemingly cumbersome form, moved across the steel ground with astonishing speed. Its massive body twisted and turned, producing a teeth-grinding screech as it scraped against the surface. The monstrous Vano's stone serpent was closing in, its head suddenly ramming into a young boy. The poor child screamed as he was sent flying, crashing into a metal pillar, lifeless in an instant. William felt the serpent drawing nearer, every hair on his body standing on end. Bullets whizzed past, a few skimming his thighs. Another armor-piercing round struck the serpent, but bounced off its impenetrable exterior. Holding his breath, William watched as the serpent's sharp head, carried by a fierce wind, hurtled towards him. In that critical moment, he pulled the trigger. However, the brief charge time of the thermal gun allowed the serpent's head to narrowly avoid the shot. The devastating heat stream struck the serpent's second and third segments, carving a long gash through its tough scales. William's heart leaped with hope. If he could just slow it down and buy the thermal gun more time, he might be able to kill this colossal beast. The injured Xenos stone serpent went into a frenzy, thrashing its tail and sending several would-be attackers flying. Its power was terrifying. A single hit almost guaranteed death. Many sought refuge in the fortress, opening fire from there. Some clever individuals had already abandoned their conventional firearms, recognizing that bullets couldn't penetrate the serpent's armor. Suddenly, someone shouted, "If I kill everyone till there are only 100 left, do I advance?" The tension in the air spiked, but the situation hadn't deteriorated to that extent yet. At that moment, someone noticed the serpent's armor had been breached. Seeing the smoke rising from the Xenos stone serpent, the crowd's spirits lifted, and they began firing at the wound. William was now running with all his might. He wasn't afraid of the serpent, having observed that it couldn't turn more than 90 degrees. But the bullets flying everywhere terrified him. Those that couldn't penetrate the serpent's armor ricocheted wildly, and several unfortunate souls had already been hit by stray bullets. He cursed the heavy thermal gun for slowing him down. The injured Xenos stone serpent tried to locate its attackers, but as an underground creature, it had no vision. The vibrations and gunfire from all directions left it bewildered. With enemies everywhere, it resorted to indiscriminate attacks. Charging towards the densest gunfire, it crashed into a human semi-spherical fortress with a tremendous clang, denting the metal wall. The crowd was stunned. Could even this metal stronghold be unsafe? High above, Anka was stomping his feet in frustration, shouting, "What are you waiting for? It's not moving. Burn it with the thermal gun." But his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Fortunately, Xiaolin on the neighboring peak heard his call. She immediately raised her ion pistol, aimed, and fired. Unfortunately, the Xenos stone serpent recovered in time, twisting its body to dodge the fatal shot, sending only metal debris flying. The battle reached a stalemate. The serpent, enraged, attacked wildly, sending more people flying. Those in the fortress and on higher ground struggled to deal with the colossal beast. Desperation began to set in. Do we really have to wait until there are only 100 of us left? The feeling of helplessness spread among the crowd. Could over 200 elite candidates for the Astartes really be unable to defeat this monster? Brothers, the official Warhammer timeline has been updated. In the original 42K100 setting, Guilliman was still chasing Abaddon. Now, we've moved the timeline forward to 42K500, where Abaddon's 14th expedition fleet is embroiled in a brutal battle. Gunfire is sparse on the battlefield. Survivors clutch their weapons, cautiously conserving every precious bullet. The fortress is packed with people, with even the outer metal pillars crowded with fighters clinging to the cold metal like terrified insects. William stood at a vantage point, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield before landing on Yifeng, the legendary commander perched atop the highest pillar. Yifeng was casually munching on sunflower seeds, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. William couldn't help but wonder how Yifeng would handle the nearly invincible monster. He envisioned Yifeng effortlessly tearing the giant serpent apart, but was quickly pulled back to reality. Currently, only meltaguns and ion cannons inflict significant damage on the Xenos stone serpent, but hitting it with precision while it moves at high speed is nearly impossible. Only when the serpent stops is there a slim chance. However, as time passed, the cunning serpent had become familiar with the battlefield, no longer making the same mistakes as before. Anka was curled up high above, calculating several plans to kill the serpent. But with so many survivors around, he dared not act rashly. Killing the serpent might trigger a chaotic free-for-all. For Anka, armed only with a small laser pistol, such a situation would be extremely disadvantageous. He had decided that as soon as he could destroy a few of the Skyhawk insignias, he would make a dash for the finish line. The Xenos stone serpent rampaged across the battlefield, its powerful body and incredible speed allowing it to kill effortlessly by collision alone. Normally, it would feast on prey in the earth before leaving. But in this all-metal environment, it had become extraordinarily violent, eager to shred anything that made a sound, including Yifeng, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Several times, it had tried to charge at Yifeng, only to be drawn back to the center of the battlefield by the fierce gunfire. Meanwhile, the situation in the sky was equally tense. Long before Yifeng and his team left the forge world of Strolov, the apothecary and techmarine had begun negotiations with the Mechanicus. The process of transforming new recruits is a massive undertaking that requires the assistance of the Mechanicus tech priests, particularly the biomagi. Even so, converting 100 recruits at once is the limit. Upon learning that the Astartes chapter had suffered heavy losses, Strolov began accelerating its biomanufacturing process. However, due to ongoing price negotiations, full-scale production had not commenced. Now, the Mechanicus Archmagos had proposed a shocking condition. For full support, the world must shift entirely to producing Astartes-related materials. For the Imperium, a true large-scale military buildup usually requires about 250 years of preparation. But the current situation is different. They already possessed battle barges suitable for Astartes monasteries, and the mortal auxiliary troops and equipment were gifts from the Angels of Dawn. The urgent need is for materials related to the genetic enhancement surgeries, with power armor being temporarily set aside. The good news is that Primaris Astartes can be further modified from regular Astartes. This means Yifeng need not rush. He can first convert the recruits into regular Space Marines and later upgrade them as conditions permit. This approach has two benefits. It quickly restores the chapter's numbers, increasing the likelihood of becoming an independent new chapter rather than being merged, and it avoids the long-term storage of biological organs in freezers, as new organs can be produced every decade. However, for a Forge world to provide biological organs for 100 new recruits in a short time, even with the materials previously ordered by the Stormwell chapter, Strolov would need to operate at its limits. This would halt the progress of shipbuilding, delaying the completion of the Angels of Dawn's order. The Mechanicus presented a choice. Either you help us pay the breach penalty, or part of your ordered warships will be transferred to the Angels of Dawn. This was followed by a string of bizarre binary expletives, seemingly expressing their frustration at having to halt research on Eldar ships. As the selection trials were nearing their end, the tech sergeant and the chief apothecary had to make their final decisions. They retained orders for only one battle barge and one strike cruiser, with a delivery date set for 100 years in the future. All other orders were transferred to the Dawn Angels chapter. Upon hearing this, the Archmagos Mechanicus laughed so hard that his oil spilled. Normally, they would be required to assist the Crimson Tide chapter for free, but this situation was akin to acquiring the Eldar's greatest treasures in exchange for just a battle barge and a strike cruiser. It was a massive gain, an absolute windfall. The biosavants immediately ramped up their workload, redirecting most of the Forge world's resources towards biological production. Although there were stocks originally intended for the Stormwell chapter, they understood that the needs of the Crimson Tide chapter far exceeded these. They didn't just need 100 Astartes, they needed close to 1,000. Considering the possibility of failed modifications, they had to prepare nearly 2,000 sets of biological organs. The Archmagos Mechanicus secretly rejoiced, believing he had found a long-term source of funding. According to Imperial law, aiding unknown Astartes was a serious crime, potentially viewed as a chaos conspiracy. This deal was nothing short of a black market transaction, but to the Archmagos, it was exactly what he had been hoping for. Meanwhile, Yifeng watched the selection process with great interest. Although he felt sorry for the boys' casualties, he was more curious about the methods they would ultimately use to achieve victory. William observed Yifeng and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His gaze fell on the tallest metal spire in the arena, then at the melt-a-gun in his hand, and he instantly had an idea. Lord Yifeng, could you move to another spire? William mustered the courage to shout to Yifeng. Normally, a mortal daring to shout at the chapter master would have been executed on the spot, but given the battlefield situation, Yifeng merely leaped gracefully to another metal spire. William then turned to the people in the fortress and shouted, I have a way to defeat it. Everyone listen up. Despite the battlefield's noise, many heard his voice. What? You think you can handle that beast? Someone questioned. I am William's son. Listen to me. William raised his voice, and this time, it had a much better effect. We lure the giant serpent to the base of the metal spire, then use the melta-guns to cut through the spire and crush it, followed by burning it with the melta, William quickly explained. The crowd looked at the towering metal spire, contemplating. Several melta-guns firing simultaneously might just work. How can you be sure it will hit the target? Someone remained skeptical. I need intense gunfire to lure it over, William explained. Look, it moves towards the loudest noise. At that moment, the Phenos stone serpent was moving towards William, but 2 volleys from the fortress boys in the distance drew it back. Why should we help you? If 100 of us survive, we advance, someone coldly remarked. William responded with a cold smile. Do you think Chapter Master Yifeng would favor cowards? The child who voiced the doubt immediately realized that Chapter Master Yifeng was watching and felt deeply ashamed. He resolved to prove his bravery in the upcoming battle. Anka realized he could no longer stay silent. William had proposed a feasible plan, and as William had said, their current performance was unworthy of the title of Space Marines. I will guide the serpent's position. You prepare the trap, Anka called out loudly. William signaled to Xiao Lan at the top of the metal spire, indicating he should assist with his ion pistol. Xiao Lan admired this high-born boy for his willingness to cooperate with those from the lower hive, demonstrating his broad-mindedness. Carrying his ion pistol, he quickly slid down from the metal spire. Compared to the melta-gun, which had limited ammunition, the ion pistol's ammo capacity was somewhat mystical. It was said to fire 10 shots, but in most cases, it could only fire 5, with about half a minute between each shot. Continuing to shoot beyond that carried a high risk of self-destruction. Of course, direct overload firing was an operation reserved for the machine spirit of chapter relics, something an ordinary ion pistol typically didn't have. Nevertheless, ancient models, like the one Yifeng used in earlier battles, could fire 5 shots, enough to topple 5 smaller metal spires. At this time, there were still many boys outside, around 80 of them. Most heeded William's call and joined the fight. The ones still skirmishing outside were brave warriors, constantly seeking the Finno's stone serpent's weaknesses. Enka continually reported the serpent's position, occasionally firing his laser pistol to draw its attention. Between the largest metal spire and the nearest battle fortress, William and Xiaolan had knocked down 4 metal spires, creating a makeshift corridor to hinder the Finno's stone serpent's advance. Once the serpent entered this area, it had only one path to follow, leading straight to the metal fortress it had previously rammed. The Finno's stone serpent now found itself in a dilemma. All that was needed was to melt the largest metal spire and let it fall. William was finalizing the tactical deployment, and Enka had inadvertently assumed the role of a commander, directing fire from various positions to keep the serpent away from William and his column-cutting team. Improvised communication relays were set up around the spires to relay information. Yifeng watched them with great interest. When united against a common enemy, they could all work together. But what would happen once the enemy was defeated? Through Enka's meticulous calculations, when William and his team were ready with the trap, the Finno's stone serpent needed to be lured to the right position. So, for most of the time, Enka directed the fortress and the ad hoc guerrilla teams to keep the serpent confined between the other 2 metal fortresses. William and his team completed the trap, and the Finno's stone serpent was about to pass through the corridor. Enka signaled everyone to be ready. The moment the serpent showed itself, a massive barrage of firepower rained down on it. Regardless of its effectiveness, it was certainly loud. In a fit of rage, the Finno's stone serpent charged directly at the fortress, its fury knowing no bounds. Despite having slain countless enemies, the incessant noise around it only fueled its ferocity. The giant serpent roared internally, "Charge! I will crush everything in my path." Meanwhile, William and several other men armed with thermal guns swiftly sprang into action. They aimed at the tallest metal pillars, each firing a shot that vaporized 90 of the columns almost instantly. The massive pillars began to tilt slowly, emitting a terrifying creaking sound. Initially, the Finno's stone serpent continued its frenzied advance, oblivious to the impending danger. As the pillars reached the halfway point in their fall, the serpent finally sensed something was amiss and began to hesitate. However, when the pillars were about to crash down on it, survival instinct kicked in, and it frantically slithered forward, trying to escape. With a resounding clang, the serpent smashed into the previously dented metal wall once again. This time, the wall was completely breached, and the serpent's impact, along with the flying metal shards, instantly claimed the lives of half the fortress guards. The survivors struggled to endure the immense pressure, some trapped under the rubble, while others fled in panic. At that moment, the severed metal pillars finally crashed heavily onto the Finno's stone serpent's body. The part of the serpent pinned under the pillars was immobilized, while the uncrushed sections thrashed wildly. Its head, lodged within the metal fortress, remained stuck. Trapped inside the fortress, the serpent opened its massive jaws, attempting to devour the humans in front of it. But as soon as it opened its mouth, the quickest thinking boys seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of bullets into its gaping maw. The bullets tore into the serpent's mouth, causing bursts of blood to spray. Seeing this, William's thermal gun squad immediately advanced, seizing the moment. They quickly repositioned themselves and aimed at the serpent's third eye, preparing for a fatal strike. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and molten metal as everyone held their breath, waiting for this crucial moment. Reinforcements from the other 2 fortresses arrived, making the scene even busier. Outside, 95 people quickly spread out, armed with sharp tools, and began a tense and brutal search. They worked in an organized manner, methodically cutting through the bodies on the ground, each person's eyes focused on finding traces of the Sky Eagle emblem. Enka joined the search, his eyes filled with urgency and concern. Despite the difficulty of the search, their efforts were not entirely in vain. On one of the bodies, they discovered a Sky Eagle emblem that had been struck by a heat weapon. The emblem was deformed and almost unrecognizable, but it still provided a glimmer of hope. The real breakthrough came from the corpse of the Finno's stone serpent. Upon carefully examining this unique carcass, they found an intact Sky Eagle emblem. This discovery brought a sigh of relief to everyone and provided crucial clues for their next steps. The search continued, with everyone hoping to find more Sky Eagle emblems to further understand the enemy's situation. 10 critically injured people trapped in the fortress? Who cares about them? We need to advance first. A cold voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Inside the fortress, 10 severely wounded individuals lay in pools of blood, their faint groans echoing off the metal walls. Outside, only 4 remaining eagle emblems became the last hope. The situation was at a standstill, and the condition of the wounded made it doubtful they could facilitate the escape of the others. Yifeng stood outside the fortress, his brows furrowed. He was ready to step in and rescue them, thinking, If worst comes to worst, we can have another round of competition once they recover. Suddenly, a blinding blue light flashed. Xiaolan, holding an ion pistol, fired a precise shot that blasted a hole on the other side of the fortress. The edges of the hole still glowed with red heat, but a few less severely injured contestants painfully leaped out. They quickly scaled the metal pillars, seized the remaining eagle emblems, and began their final escape. The scene erupted into chaos, a mix of despair and hope. A boy who had been ranked 100 searched frantically but to no avail, eventually collapsing to the ground in tears. Meanwhile, a keenly observant wounded contestant noticed that Yifeng was still on the field. Taking a gamble, he dragged his battered body towards the final exit. Miraculously, he secured the last advancement spot. Medical personnel surged in like a tide. This selection's brutality far exceeded previous years, with several contestants suffering varying degrees of disability that required immediate treatment. However, for the world's top technological power, these injuries were not insurmountable. A technician from the Shadow Blade proudly stated, "With me here, this is nothing." As a subunit of the Iron Hand, Shadow Blade had a genetic seed defect that resulted in a higher rate of disability among new recruits. Consequently, their technology in prosthetics and mechanical limbs was unparalleled. Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief but then frowned again. "The mechanicus keeps squeezing so much out of me. It's really irritating." The bloodshed of this selection was shocking, with nearly half of the participants perishing. However, the public's reaction was surprising. "My son fought bravely under the watchful eye of the Astartes chapter master and died with honor. He upheld the dignity of the Empire's men." Such words were passed around among the crowd. The families of the fallen gained immense respect, and their stories became honored entries in family histories. Grand funerals were held to commemorate these brave young souls. Meanwhile, the advancing contestants were elated. Nobles from the upper hive began grand celebrations, as this honor would solidify their status in high society. The Duke William's family even allocated funds overnight to build a massive statue of the emperor in the desert center. The head of the William family, beaming with joy, ordered a grand 20-day banquet, offering all sorts of delicacies. Middle Hive's white-collar workers, upon hearing their children had passed the selection, were so excited that some fainted on the spot. This meant more respect in the future, and possibly promotions and raises, moving them closer to the upper hive. Anka's friend, Frosa, had already been chosen by the astral military and was about to enter the officer academy, with a promising future ahead. In contrast, most children from the lower hive were orphans. However, the owner of the steam bar suddenly became exceptionally generous, announcing free drinks for the entire day, seemingly celebrating some unknown joy. Chief Apothecary Situval was swamped, the laboratory bustling with activity. Even though he had enlisted top biomechanical experts to assist, managing the transformation of 100 new recruits was still driving him to his wits' end. The tech sergeants hovered nearby, ready to provide technical support at a moment's notice, fearing any potential mishap. Meanwhile, Yifeng seemed to have nothing to do. As the spiritual leader of the warband, he was more of a commissar than a traditional chaplain. Situval and the tech sergeants occasionally shot him disgruntled looks, their words laced with frustration. "Can't you go and secure some funds? This large-scale modification of new recruits is consuming resources like crazy, and there's still training to follow. We're running low on power armor, and we're severely lacking in chain swords and power swords." Just then, members of the Mechanicum arrived to reclaim the Phoenician stone serpent, complaining about the damage it had sustained. Yifeng's temper flared instantly. He unceremoniously aimed his bolt pistol at their heads. "Are you kidding me? This is something I obtained fulfilling the Shadow Venomblade contract, and you want to take it back? I might as well not fulfill the contract at all." One of the Mechanicum priests attempted to curse in binary language, but Yifeng grabbed him and yanked out a data cable from his body. The priest was terrified, hurriedly handing over the materials for the Phoenician stone serpent before turning tail and fleeing. "This guy has no sense of decorum," the priest thought to himself. "What if he pulls out my life support line next time?" Yifeng knew he couldn't continue wandering the planet and abducting boys like he used to. The 100 bioorgans he had provided were already the limit. Even if the modification failed, there were no spare organs left for the first phase. He sighed and decided to start preparing the new recruits' training program. Initially, the training would involve helping to capture exotic beasts on the Phoenician stone serpent's planet, but the recruits needed to train in various skills. They couldn't stay on one planet for the entire training. Yifeng considered the situation. There were 7 rebellious planets and 2 revolting forge worlds in Tasta that needed reclaiming. Honestly, he thought it might be worth negotiating with those 2 forge worlds since their rebellion was driven by a belief in imperial truth. Additionally, there were several alien planets nearby. Judged to lack spacefaring capabilities and with no valuable minerals detected in the initial scans by the bird servitors, these planets were low on the attack priority list. However, they would make excellent training grounds for the new recruits. But these were just plans. For now, Yifeng decided to do something tangible, write the Warband's history. He picked up a pen, ready to document this epic journey. The issue of ideological unity loomed large, especially under the pressure to prevent leaks. Yifeng knew that the genetic seed of the Shadow Moon Wolves would undoubtedly stir controversy. He pondered how to approach the ideological work, ensuring not to unfairly assign them to the penitent squad right away. The idea of a penitent squad seemed quite fitting. If the Blood Angels had a death company, why not establish a penitent squad? Sending Astartes to the front lines to atone for their sins in battle might be a viable option. Perhaps they could be designated as the 13th squad? Regarding the Astartes created from different genetic seeds, their combat styles would naturally vary. Should they be assigned to different squads, or grouped into a single squad with different roles? Yifeng weighed the pros and cons. He couldn't help but imagine the resurgence of the lightning-fast and decisive tactics from the Great Crusade if the Sons of the White Scars and the Shadow Moon Wolves collaborated again. Adding the defensive prowess of the Sons of the Imperial Fists and the versatile Iron Hands, the combination seemed almost perfect. Rounded up, and I'm practically a warlord. Yifeng joked to himself, then shook his head. Better not think that way. It's bad luck. Yifeng's rounding up philosophy had become an art form, from equating a power sword plus electricity to a happy machine spirit, to counting a few successful ambushes as a squad championship. It reminded him of the Orks motto, I think I can win. Of course, by squad championship, he didn't mean being the last man standing. 6 years later, Yifeng officially became a recruit instructor, though a tech sergeant still shadowed him uneasily. This time, the success rate of the new recruit's transformation reached 46, 13 Sons of the White Scars, 12 Sons of the Imperial Fists, 10 Sons of the Shadow Moon Wolves, and 11 Sons of the Iron Hands. Under Yifeng's near-constant muttering, reminiscent of a warp whisper, everyone aware of the Horus genocide issue remained silent. All right then, equality for all ranks, unite all forces. You're loyal, you don't talk, I don't talk, and that's that, Yifeng conceded. Additionally, they gained 9 combat servitors. These fortunate yet unfortunate children, while not full-fledged Astartes, had transcended ordinary humanity. Yifeng suggested assigning them as minor leaders in the human auxiliary forces, believing there was no need for them to stay with the Astartes. 3 years ago, the battle barge of the Crimson Tide chapter had arrived on Phenos, the home planet of the Phenos Stone Serpents, collaborating with the Mechanicus. The first batch of recruits had been training with Yifeng for 2 years. Despite the inevitable combat, Yifeng cherished every recruit, considering each loss a significant blow. Phenos, a desert-covered high-gravity planet, was ideal for training new Astartes, accelerating glandular hormone release. Yifeng only worried that prolonged stationing might turn them into space dwarfs. The primary training involved using Mechanicus seismic machinery to lure out Phenos stone serpents. Yifeng would engage them heat-in, while the recruits attacked the segments from the Sidisa weak point for the recruits at this stage. The serpents were highly territorial, usually drawn out one at a time, though occasionally an unfortunate couple would appear. After the mission, the Mechanicus personnel would come to collect materials. They were digging in the cleared area to build a high-gravity alloy forging center and a Phenos stone serpent material processing center. The underground equipment's rock-like metal walls could make the serpents question their existence. At that moment, a large mixed fleet emerged from the Mandeville point. Unexpectedly, officials from the patrol and justice departments of the Nebula sector arrived at this remote wasteland. Why had they left their jurisdiction to come here? This was thanks to the loudspeaker of the Angels of Dawn, whose sector-wide announcement had made every high-ranking human official aware of the great victory here. An Inquisition ship accompanied them to verify loyalty. The fleet arrived at the planet hosting the temporary Second Council of the Peace Sector. Otis rose overnight to greet them. Though they were neighboring sector officials, their higher rank was intimidating. Officially, the largest administrative unit was a sector, equivalent to a province. Below it was a subsector, akin to a city. The temporary Second Council of the Peace Sector, represented by Otis, was like a village meeting suddenly visited by an imperial inspector, causing panic. Upon identifying themselves, Otis instantly reviewed all his misdeeds, from murdering political rivals to pocketing a handkerchief from Duke William's maid. He couldn't fathom why such a high-level delegation, including the Justice Department, had come, clearly not for simple tax collection. The main person in charge was Wei Qing from the Internal Affairs Department, holding the highest rank. His fleet was initially tasked with collecting taxes within the Empire and transporting them to designated locations, usually subsector or sector capitals. Only special materials needed to be sent back to Terra or elsewhere. However, the ever-victorious Abaddon had once again disrupted things, causing them to be isolated. After the failed rebellion led by Warmaster Horus, the defeated forces fled into the Eye of Terror. Lacking a leader, Horus Captain, Abaddon, retrieved Horus' body and weapons. Back in the Eye of Terror, through years of consolidation and war, Abaddon managed to regroup the defeated forces. Though the Emperor had annihilated Horus on a warp level, even a cloned Horus was but a mindless husk. Led by Horus' sons, The numerous traitor forces called themselves the Black Legion, launching multiple expeditions against the Empire, all ending in failure thus far. Abaddon also garnered substantial support from Chaos forces. This time, as the expedition began, the vile warp gods once again stirred a massive storm in the warp, splitting the Empire in two. Minister Wei Qing from the Ministry of Internal Affairs wore a grave expression, his brows furrowed. The news of Terra's loss of contact struck the Empire like a heavy hammer, echoing alarms throughout its vast expanse. Taking a deep breath, he decisively ordered a mission to the capital of the nebulous sector. Such sudden crises were not new to the Empire. Its long history had seen many, and regions swiftly activated emergency protocols. Long-dormant warships were urgently mobilized, and every government-controlled area braced itself, ready to fend off any chaotic incursions. The administrator of the nebulous sector, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to Wei Qing with a hint of concern in his voice. Wei Qing, your fleet's escort might not be sufficient. How about traveling with the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal? This suggestion killed two birds with one stone, ensuring safety while addressing tax matters. Consequently, Cusack from the Ministry of Justice and Inquisitor Rachel's fleet joined the makeshift convoy. The journey was uneventful until they reached a planet to collect taxes. At that moment, the Dawn Angels battle group, humming tunes on their return voyage, happened to pass by. Inquisitor Rachel, a strong-willed psyker, immediately established communication with them. The Dawn Angels, eager to share, recounted the details of the Taster campaign, supplemented with tactical helmet footage and warship records provided by the Shadow Blade Tech Sergeant. Wei Qing from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had little interest in these conflicts, focusing instead on the tax situation across 5 worlds. Confirming the absence of tax ships from the ministry, he decisively ordered the team to depart, intending to inspect the situation personally. Upon hearing of the Empire officials' arrival, Otis was secretly pleased. Despite recent turmoil, the collection of the 11th tax had been diligently carried out. However, when the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal began inquiring about the Crimson Tide battle group's matters, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Unauthorized approval of a new battle group was a serious issue, even though the Empire had contingency plans for autonomous regions, such as the temporary Second Council of the Peaceful Sector. But there was no precedent for an Astartes battle group. Thinking quickly, Otis decided to firmly support Ifong. He urgently explained to the Empire officials, "Lords, you might not realize how formidable our previous enemies were. Ifong and his team are our most reliable protectors." With that, he resorted to bribery, determined to keep the Astartes in the region for their protection. Conducting such operations under the noses of the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal was no easy feat, but Wei Qing was quite cooperative, actively diverting the other two departments. With nothing else to do, they descended to the planet to inspect the situation. They found the planet abuzz with discussions of the Astartes' great victories and a recruitment frenzy. A massive statue of the Emperor stood in the desert center, visible even from space. There was no doubt this was a loyal and vibrant planet. With time on their hands, the Inquisitor and his team began investigating corruption among the officials, while the Ministry of Justice, supposed to handle such matters, was still entangled with Otis and Wei Qing. Eventually, through Otis's adept political maneuvering, the responsibility of the temporary Second Council of the Peaceful Sector was subtly downplayed, and the application for the formation of the Crimson Tide battle group was sent to the capital of the Nebulous Sector for review by the Ministry of Internal Affairs there. When Ifong received news of the Empire officials' visit, he was startled. His original plans had not yet been implemented, and they were already here? However, he quickly regained his composure, relieved that no actions had been taken and no evidence left behind. He ordered everyone to keep the secret, especially instructing the chief apothecary to hide the genocide securely, then personally went to greet the important Empire officials. "Welcome, esteemed Empire elites," Ifong greeted politely. Inquisitor Rachel sneered inwardly, thinking that the likelihood of original Astartes rebelling was indeed low, given that they had the him gland implanted, which not only enhanced their physique and agility, but also imposed certain mental constraints. Behind Ifong, a squad of newly trained Astartes lined up to welcome the guests, showcasing the highest level of reception the Crimson Tide battle group could offer. After all, if the chief apothecary Situval and Tech Sergeant Anos were also to come out, they might as well handle matters at the door. After the pleasantries, the group moved to the main conference hall of the battle barge to meet with 2 technical experts. Once everyone was settled, the main event began. Wei Qing from the Ministry of Internal Affairs spoke first, with a hint of apology in his tone. "Respected Astartes warriors, I regret not addressing you as chapter master, as the formation of your battle group has not yet fully met the regulations." Ifong responded with calm dignity. "I applied according to the instructions from the highest reachable authority of the Empire. If there are procedural issues, we can discuss them in detail and resubmit the application. Alternatively, we can revert to the original 3 battle group status. My use of equipment from other chapters to train new recruits should not violate any rules, correct?" Wei Xing nodded inwardly, acknowledging the rarity of such situations, especially with backing from higher-ups. Ultimately, as long as there was loyalty to the Emperor, humanity had no right to interfere with the Astartes' affairs. While the Ultramarines led by example according to the Codex Astartes, it didn't mean other veteran chapters like the White Scars and their successors, who knew their Primarch was still alive, would follow suit. After much rambling, Wei Xing concluded, your battle group is essentially formed, but the Empire's approval process takes a long time, possibly many years. During this period, you will not receive official military supplies. The implication was clear. The old battle groups would be quickly disbanded, but the new group's formation would take time, saving on military supplies. Yifeng was secretly pleased. The fewer bureaucrats around, the better, but the benefits that were rightfully theirs must be secured, especially those that were reasonable. On the spot, the Ministry of Internal Affairs issued an order for the Forge World Stalov to provide full and free assistance to the Crimson Tide battle group in restoring their numbers. Yifeng could already imagine the displeased expression of Tech Priest Finus. No, they did not suffer any losses. This was merely a duty they were fulfilling. Inquisitor Rachel promptly suggested conducting a chaos corruption investigation. To his surprise, Yifeng completely agreed with the proposal. Although Rachel possessed powerful psychic abilities that allowed him to forcibly probe the memories of mortals, doing so to a space marine was clearly impractical. Therefore, they conducted a symbolic and simple investigation of the personnel. Given that the accompanying mortals were all brought by the Angels of Dawn chapter, this investigation was essentially meaningless. Next, the discussion shifted to the origins of these warships. It was discovered that the Angels of Dawn chapter's account matched the actual situation perfectly, with nothing suspicious. Finally, Wei Xing suggested that everyone watch the recorded footage of the brutal battle. Cusack from the legal department and Inquisitor Rachel immediately sat up straight, as this was the core purpose of their visit. The holographic projection began displaying the harsh battle scenes. Suddenly, the image froze. When the footage resumed, the battle had already ended. Yifeng calmly explained, the great and brave warriors will always be remembered by the Empire. However, I suspect you might have some less polite questions to ask. The Inquisitor bluntly asked, why did the image freeze? What were you doing during that time? Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, and even the experienced Inquisitor couldn't detect any anomalies. He calmly replied, at that time, helmets were just a burden to us. If possible, I would have even preferred to remove all our power armor for better agility. We only had time to organize the battlefield after we had slain the Chaos Demon. Yifeng and Situval explained in detail what had happened during the helmet image freeze. Considering that most Astartes chapters providing a final battle report was already a significant gesture, their cooperation could be considered exceptional. The Inquisitor continued to press. Your report mentions that the enemy seemed to be protecting something. Did you ultimately discover what it was? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The Inquisitor's gaze was piercing, and both Situval and Anos remained silent, waiting for Yifeng's response. Yifeng thought to himself, ah, so that's what they're after. Of course not. Yifeng responded without batting an eye, maintaining a look of deep regret as if he had suffered great losses without any gains. He insisted that they had found no treasures, and that the exact location of the genetic seeds was known only to Situval. Even the tech priests who assisted in modifying the new recruits were unaware of it. All the genetic seed implantation processes were carried out personally by Situval. As for the STC template fragment, it was cleverly embedded within a metal pillar, leaving no trace. Anos felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Go ahead and look for it. If you find it, I'll give you the entire warship. But outwardly, he remained composed, continuing to lead everyone to believe that the enemy had headed toward the main battlefield. A grand banquet soon followed. Chef Phalene's spatula was wielded with such vigor that it seemed to smoke, and his arms had grown significantly stronger since he arrived. No other chef could now beat him in an arm wrestling contest. Despite some lingering doubts, Inquisitor Lacher found it hard to question an Astartes who had just secured a major victory for the Imperium. Under Yifeng's guidance, the group toured the battle barge, greeted the tech priests stationed there, and then departed. Everything seemed normal here, so much so that there was no apparent need for an investigation. After the warp storm ended, they could even apply for medals for these 4 brave warriors on Terra. Once the fleet of Imperial officials set off for the planet Atres, the group quickly swept the warship for any listening devices the Inquisitor might have left behind. Finding none, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though Tech Priest Finus was displeased, the looming threat of psychic attacks and the promise of Imperial goods forced him to accept the situation. He silently criticized the Imperium's inefficiency, thinking that if they received the goods within a century, it would be a blessing from the Omnisia. At this moment, Yifeng opened a large map and began scouting for the next target. His eyes fell on the planet Clusterus, home to 2 main species, the flying lizards and the cluster beasts. This would be an excellent training ground for the new recruits. Soon, 46 new recruits and 2 instructors landed on the planet's surface. Under the direction of Tech Sergeant Anos, the team split into two groups, one preparing shoulder-launch missiles and the other equipped with bolt guns and power swords. They silently surrounded a herd of 41 cluster beasts, ready to conduct an infantry assault drill under the cover of suppressive fire. The distance between the two sides kept shrinking, and soon they were within 150 meters. One of the outlying armored beasts from the cluster sensed something unusual and turned its head in confusion. In that instant, several missiles whistled through the air, heading straight for the beast horde. The outlying armored beasts were immediately subjected to intense firepower, with smoke and debris filling the air. Although the firepower was enough to destroy the target, the Space Marines still had to charge for training purposes. Faced with an unprecedented assault, the cluster of armored beasts quickly adopted their familiar defensive strategy. All the adult beasts formed a circle, protecting the old, weak, and sick in the center. They turned their powerful, spiked tails outward, swinging them continuously. The entire group became a giant sawtoothed wheel, making it difficult for even the armored scouts to find a breakthrough. However, the armored beast scales could not withstand the powerful explosive rounds. 5 minutes later, the battle was over, leaving a field of beast corpses. Everyone gathered for a post-battle analysis. Tech Sergeant Anos angrily reprimanded the frontline infantry. You must trust your teammates. Don't slow your charge just because of the explosion barrage in front of you. Yifeng then conducted a detailed analysis of the reconnaissance and assault, pointing out that being detected at 150 meters was too far. The recruits should be able to get closer to the target. After this training, the nearby cluster of armored beasts experienced a disaster. A group of heavily armed cans, referring to the fully armored Astartes warriors, suddenly appeared from close range, accompanied by blinding flashes and deafening explosions. The thick stench of blood quickly attracted a swarm of flying lizards. Normally, they should have retreated, but Yifeng ordered immediate concealment. He warned, anyone who lets the flying lizards spot them will have to spar with the instructor when we get back. This made all the recruits extremely anxious, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. Xiao Lan quickly found a concealed spot to hide. Anka, whose battlefield analysis capabilities had greatly improved after Astartes modification, quickly calculated the optimal hiding spot. However, just as he was about to move, he saw Captain Yifeng take that spot. Reluctantly, Anka chose the second-best location. Once everyone was hidden, the swarm of flying lizards swooped down. They circled briefly in the air before landing and quickly began feeding. The recruits took the opportunity to gather intelligence. Moments later, the largest flying lizard landed. All the other feeding lizards made way for it, clearly indicating it was the leader. Yifeng immediately issued an order over the tactical comms: injure the largest flying lizard's wing, then capture it alive. Hold your positions until support arrives. A recruit called for transport ship support, and those in charge of fire support readied their weapons. The choice of concealment spots now became crucial. Some places were well hidden and offered good visibility but were difficult for launching an attack. Xiao Lan, for instance, was obstructed by a patch of low, thorny bushes, severely limiting his mobility. The fire coverage quickly turned into precise strikes. The powerful firepower shredded the feeding flying lizards instantly. The largest one tried to escape but had one of its wings blown off by an explosive round. The recruits swiftly closed in on the giant lizard, with half continuing to clear enemies and the other half setting up defensive positions. Without power armor and nuclear-powered backpacks, the recruits were not fully mechanized, and their ammunition was limited. But training was meant to progress gradually, from simple to complex. Faced with numerous enemies and running low on ammo, many recruits resorted to using power swords for close combat. This led to several minor injuries. Though not fatal, being scratched or pecked was embarrassing in front of their peers. William organized a combat team with nearby Astartes, providing mutual cover and achieving significant results. Although Astartes typically operate in 3-man teams, the White Scars and Iron Hands often form 10-man squads for frontline or assault tasks. Yifeng observed William, thinking this young man had leadership potential. If he survived future battles, he could at least become a platoon leader. Some recruits fought as if they were invincible, wielding power swords that kept all flying lizards at bay. The most notable was Kazanev, a former desert wolf rider. While the recruits were busy recording enemy data, Yifeng continuously evaluated their performance. In the sky, the outline of the transport ship was now visible. Simultaneously, large groups of flying lizards appeared on the eastern and western flanks, clearly visible through the recruits' tactical visors. However, the transport ship, without waiting for Yifeng's command, directly intimidated the two groups with firepower, scaring them away. Yifeng shrugged and joked, "Oops, forgot." Eventually, everyone safely boarded the Vigilant Justice combat barge. Apothecary Stewall began dissecting the captured flying lizard to better understand its physiology. Several members of the Mechanicus showed great interest in the armored beast scales, considering them for shield production. While not very useful for Astartes, they could enhance the PDF Planetary Defense Force's combat effectiveness. Yifeng gathered all the recruits and asked them to come up with a plan to decapitate the largest flying lizard clan leader in the area. When asked which was the largest clan, Yifeng explained, "Just scan the area. Where there's the most activity, that's the lair." Initially, some recruits mocked each other's injuries. But after a few missions, the joke stopped. One recruit was even impaled by a thick spike on an armored beast's tail. Fortunately, timely rescue prevented a fatal outcome. This incident made the recruits realize that despite their superhuman abilities, the mission still carried deadly risks. Everyone became serious and focused, resembling a formidable group of Astartes warriors. Thus, these warriors began meticulous planning. They decided to have the White Scars, known for their keen senses, handle reconnaissance. The Shadow Wolves, experts in unconventional tactics, would lead the assault. The Iron Hands, famed for their mechanized warfare, would provide fire support, while the Imperial Fists, known for their sturdy defense and close combat skills, would protect the fire support units. The formidable War Legion first revealed its true might. In the chaotic and evil warp, a realm filled with blood and fire lay before them. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Mad demons fought and slaughtered each other relentlessly across this vast domain. At the heart of the realm stood a massive fortress. Its moat churned with the wails of the dead, composed entirely of blood. The fortress walls were adorned with horrifying instruments of torture. Most striking of all was the enormous pile of skulls at the fortress's center, atop which a gleaming brass throne shone brightly. Suddenly, a voice both joyous and terrifying erupted from the throne. "Ha ha ha, I see endless slaughter approaching. My power will grow immensely." The voice belonged to Khorne, the great ruler of the brass throne. His blood-red skin and dark horns only hinted at his terrifying essence. In this chaotic domain, it seemed that only where Khorne resided was there any semblance of order. Khorne continued, "Let the Blood Legion advance. On the front lines, Abaddon is faltering, but he has successfully tied down most of the forces. Now is the time for the Blood Legion to feast." His voice echoed throughout the entire realm. Countless demons let out a spine-chilling war cry. The berserkers of Khorne brandished their weapons, and the skull-takers gripped their massive axes, roaring as they charged into the rift between the warp and reality. The demon engines shrieked, revealing their insatiable thirst for blood. This moment was the perfect opportunity to enforce the will of the brass throne. Meanwhile, to conduct a genuine war simulation, every Iron Hands initiate was ordered to command an Emperor's Blade tank crew, engaging in combined arms training. These powerful tanks were not produced by Mars but by other Forge worlds, and they were second-class blades modified due to technological gaps. The most notable modification was the replacement of the main weapon. Lacking the technology to produce the original main cannon, these blades were equipped with massive plasma cannons. These plasma cannons had a unique design. After each shot, the entire plasma unit would be removed and replaced with a new one. The used unit would be treated with coolant and returned to the ammo bay for future use. Although this design reduced the rate of fire and increased the turret size, it ensured powerful firepower output. As for the potential for catastrophic explosions when hit, the designers believed that any attack capable of penetrating the blade's armor and damaging the plasma unit would be devastating regardless of whether an explosion occurred. The secondary weapons on the tank sides were also modified. The original turret-mounted machine guns were replaced with spherical turrets from bombers, each equipped with twin-linked laser guns. This modification significantly enhanced the tank's anti-air capabilities but reduced the density of frontal firepower. The front-mounted burst cannon and the secondary quad-burst cannons became the only stable sources of frontal firepower. These weapons could cover any enemy daring to charge Hedon, but against Titan-class targets, reliance on the main cannon's power was necessary. Notably, this training employed an artillery-infantry coordination mode, rather than the typical infantry tank coordination. After all, the warriors leading the charge seemed fiercer than the tanks themselves. Under the powerful artillery support, any lizardmen daring to stand in the way were instantly reduced to ashes. The few enemies lucky enough to reach the tanks were quickly cut to pieces by the enraged sons of Rogel Dorn wielding power swords. The keen sons of Kagaris swiftly identified 3 weak points in the enemy's defenses. The Shadow Wolves launched a rapid assault, quickly tearing through the enemy lines and charging into the depths of the cave. The ferocity of the battle was evident. The surrounding land soon turned dark red with blood. Before long, the surviving lizardmen scattered and fled. William carried the massive corpse of the Lizard King on his back, while Kazan, the berserker, held the enemy's head high. The two walked out of the cave side by side, declaring victory. For the new recruits, utilizing such powerful artillery support seemed to make the trial too easy. However, Yifeng's considerations were different. He believed that Astartes warriors also needed to master the skills of commanding tank crews. In Yifeng's long-term plans, these Astartes, who could blend into mortal units, would become key to evading Imperial scrutiny. In other words, These Astartes would serve a role similar to commissars. The Imperium faced a long-standing issue. Most ships were mothballed during peacetime and hastily activated during wartime. The hastily recruited soldiers were of questionable quality and often showed signs of chaos corruption or genestealer infiltration. These Astartes, serving as commissars, would effectively mitigate these threats. Years had flown by as they traveled across different planets, and now the new recruits were approaching their 10th year of service, the minimum graduation time. Ifong decided to prepare a rebellious planet as their final test. A decade had passed swiftly, and the Mechanicus had finally gathered enough materials for the second batch of Astartes recruits, though only 60 sets. The tech sergeant had already set off to another planet to oversee the next round of Astartes recruitment, a routine conducted across 5 colonies. Atres still needed time to recover and was not suitable for such large-scale activities. Yifeng's attention turned to the beleaguered colony of Tisut. It had first suffered a massacre by the Chaos Forces, then a brutal beating by the Angels of Dawn. The Angels of Dawn delivered a heavy blow to Tisut but left without notifying the ecclesiarchy to take over. A planet that once had a population in the billions now had less than 100 million. But the recruits' mission couldn't be that simple. Yifeng estimated that the local residents would immediately pledge allegiance to the Imperium upon seeing the Astartes. Therefore, he assigned them a more challenging task: to change the local government and establish a well-structured socialist society. How they would achieve this would depend on their own reconnaissance, analysis, and decision-making abilities. Under the cover of night, 42 recruits landed on the surface of Tisut using disposable aircraft. After entering the atmosphere, they exited the aircraft and glided towards the ground. The aircraft burned up in the atmosphere, disintegrating into a fireball and disappearing completely. Discovered in space? Space station debris is still floating out there. If you can spot me on land, you must have eagle eyes, Yifeng said confidently. Why 42 recruits? Because injuries and fatalities were inevitable during training. Despite Yifeng's utmost caution, there were still 4 casualties and 8 recruits with prosthetics. Fortunately, xenos craftsmanship was excellent, and the prosthetics were of high quality. Yifeng wouldn't personally participate in this mission. It was entirely the recruits' test. Before their departure, he only said, "We are a force that is very kind to the people, but only to the people." As the recruits began their trial, Yifeng leisurely went to find Chief Apothecary Situal. Each Astartes chapter had its unique rituals, performed either during the recruits' transformation or their training. The White Scars, for example, had to carve special symbols and totems on their faces. These 3 chapters were manageable, but the Shadow Moon Wolves' rituals posed a challenge, as Yifeng's pre-transmigration knowledge of the Warhammer universe was limited to late-night dormitory stories. Yifeng approached Situal, who was checking the operation of some metal canisters. After years of working together, they had grown familiar with each other, although Situal and Anos were still not entirely used to Yifeng's casual manner and outspoken personality. "Is there something you need, Yifeng?" Situal asked. "Situal, how long would it take to restore the chapter to its full strength of 1,000 men at the current pace?" "Given the current situation, at least 200 years, assuming no interruptions," Situal replied. "Do you plan to take on apprentices?" Yifeng asked. "Clearly, we can't send Astartes to professional institutions for training right now." Situal paused. While many chapters had apothecaries who grew under the tutelage of a chief apothecary, this was usually done by chapters operating outside the Imperium's mainstream. For a chapter like the Storm's Will, professional training institutions were more common. "I can handle apprentice apothecaries, but training new recruits from scratch could take nearly 100 years, Situal admitted, not entirely confident as he had never trained novices before. "Then let's start now. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Yifeng asked. Situal hadn't given this much thought, given how busy things were. "Do you have any ideas, brother? Send 10 to the Forge World for 100 years to study as tech marines, and have 10 learn from you as apothecaries. That's too many. Are you trying to train an entire chapter's worth of specialists all at once?" Situal questioned. "In 100 years, at the very least, we need to be at full strength," Yifeng insisted. "That's impossible. It's way too ambitious," Situal said. Even with the genocide canisters running non-stop, it was unlikely they could fill the ranks that quickly. Yifeng seemed ready to commandeer a few more battleships. He was growing increasingly anxious. Why was this warp storm still raging? Hadn't Abaddon returned home yet? Surely the Imperium's front line couldn't be in such dire straits with Guilliman around? On the other hand, the arrangement for the Tech Marines was simpler. Out of the 11 sons of the Iron Hands, one had unfortunately died. So Yifeng decided to send all 10 to the Mechanicus for 100 years of training. However, after strong opposition from Yifeng, they finally settled on sending 2 from each genocide, with 4 sons of the Iron Hands. The remaining 6 would be personally trained by Techmarine Anos, even if it was just to assist. Among the other major issues, the most pressing was the fact that the librarian was still sleeping in a makeshift dreadnought. They needed to find a way to replace it with a new one. The Tech Marines temporarily set aside all other tasks to teach Foam. It was somewhat embarrassing that a chapter master had never worn Terminator armor. Not the crude Mark 8 power armor with slightly enhanced defenses, but the ironclad Terminator armor that the Imperium had used for countless millennia. This specialized armor required significant training for an Astartes to master, even for a Primaris Marine. Meanwhile, the serene night sky over Tasut concealed a lurking menace. Humanity no longer had hive cities, which had been razed to the ground during wars decades ago. Now, the survivors had established settlements, fortifying primitive walls for protection. The vast forests and winding rivers outside hid terrifying beasts, and only the strongest and bravest warriors dared to hunt in these perilous conditions, especially without heavy firepower. Not all skilled mechanists had perished. Although the Mechanicus factories were prime targets, a few underground facilities had survived. All resources were directed towards military production. Without hive cities and organized armies, they needed more firepower to suppress the fierce predators in the dangerous forests. Relying on warehouses and factories hidden beneath the jungle, the survivors built makeshift fortifications and began to absorb refugees from various places. The entire planet of Taste fell into a peculiar high-tech tribal social structure. These so-called underground factories were not small operations but massive facilities requiring hundreds of thousands of workers to function. At this moment, the leaders of various tribes were engaged in a tense council meeting. The meeting was prompted by a hunter captured by new recruits, which spurred them to quickly head to the tribal gathering place. In the forest, elite guards who were scattered around silently fell. The new recruits' attack methods were chilling tiny wounds concealed brains that were already dead. The meeting was filled with tension, as each leader and their guards warily eyed one another. One leader harshly questioned, "Forest Wolf Tribe, what were you thinking? We agreed to explore the ruins together, but you ran off halfway through the battle. Do you know how much we lost because of that? Is that our fault?" The Forest Wolf Tribe representative retorted, "We discovered a taste-spiked mammoth. Did you still want to fight? We told you to retreat immediately, but your commander, whose head must be filled with who knows what, said the god of blood would protect us and then charged in with his sword." The Blood Gem tribe's leader explained helplessly, "When that man arrived, he was on the brink of death. We barely managed to save him. He was an excellent fighter and hunted a lot of food, so we made him the hunting leader. It wasn't until this failure that we realized he was a follower of Khorne and had corrupted many in our tribe. I had to conduct a painful purge, but that's no excuse for your retreat," insisted the Forest Wolf Tribe representative. "Our people could have handled it, but without your support, it was difficult to proceed." Despite knowing they were in the wrong, the Blood Gem tribe leader remained defiant. "A dead duck's still got a stiff beak, and I'm a living taste man. Humph, every inch of a taste man is tough." Seeing the argument escalate, a neutral party stepped in to mediate. All right, we're not here to argue about this. We're here to discuss our future, to decide whether to merge or at least divide our territories." The 30-plus leaders present each commanded at least 1 million people. The organizer of the meeting was even more powerful, controlling nearly 10 million people and occupying part of the shattered hive city. This leader, named Puccini, had led his people in a desperate counterattack during Khorne's invasion. If not for their equipment disadvantage, the Taste people might have inflicted comparable casualties to Khorne's mortal followers. Puccini hoped to reunite the planet's humans and rebuild their home. He spoke first. "You all know our planet has faced unprecedented disaster. Now we need to unite, rebuild our home, continue to contain the jungle beasts, restart factories and supply lines, and rebuild the space station. We have little time and must organize a resistant army before other planets recover, or we'll be at their mercy." However, skepticism quickly arose. A delegate boldly stated, "Puccini, you must know, despite your strength, if we unite, we could easily crush you." Puccini countered, "But do you have a better leader in mind? Do you think forming a council will work? We've been discussing for a year with no results. So, do you suggest chaos?" The delegate retorted. "If so, what's the point of us being here?" Amid the heated debate, a voice suddenly broke in, "How about listening to my opinion?" Instantly, the room fell silent. "Ah, Astartes," someone exclaimed in shock. "Greetings, I am the representative of the Imperium. You can call me William." A tall figure in armor appeared before them. "No need to look around. Rest assured, my brothers are guarding the area well." Several Astartes warriors revealed themselves, echoing William's presence. The sudden turn of events plunged everyone into a state of icy fear, surpassing even the terror of Khorne followers' roars. Puccini forced himself to stay calm, understanding that everyone was now in dire straits. He asked with a stiff upper lip, "So, what does the Imperium propose?" Other leaders glared at Puccini, as if he had already colluded with the Imperium. William calmly replied, "We are here to help you unify, rebuild, and deal with threats from other planets. Or, you could join us." "And what is the cost, Imperium representative?" Puccini suppressed his anger, waiting for the outlandish demands. But William simply completed his task by explaining the core principles issued by Yi Feng. These included allowing people to rise based on their abilities, which also meant the elite could fall. A council of people's representatives to voice demands, with a violent apparatus ensuring everything stayed within regulations. In terms of the violent apparatus, the Astartes were undoubtedly the most effective. This was the second principle of embedding military power within the populace, similar to grassroots cadre methods. The Astartes would establish direct guard units and ideological training bases, producing members who would enter grassroots armies as political commissars. By controlling the military, others could only vie for administrative power. Additionally, the Imperium abolished the nobility system. Although current administrative personnel would remain temporarily, in 5 years, everyone would have to pass a learning test to be assigned roles based on ability. If anyone tried to pull strings, 5 years would be enough for the Astartes to train an ironclad army. After hearing these conditions, Puccini's mustache trembled with rage, his arm veins bulging in fury. This wasn't just targeting him, it was targeting all the nobility. But did he have a choice? Other leaders were already voicing their agreement. But tell me, do you have more people at the lower levels or the upper levels? And what about the Astartes? Are you going to fight them? This question sparked a heated debate. Although the number of Astartes present was not large, William merely raised a finger and pointed to the sky. The crowd looked up and gasped. A pair of massive battle barges were clearly visible even in space, their intimidating presence undeniable. All right, whatever you say. The opposition voices instantly vanished in the face of such overwhelming force. Afterward, several squads of Astartes were dispatched to the territories of the most influential leaders. This period was fraught with challenges, with even new Astartes recruits facing numerous assassination attempts. In terms of governance, they encountered many practical issues. Nonetheless, the recruits managed to gain control over most key officials and issued formal decrees. When the skeptical populace witnessed the Astartes firsthand, the entire planet erupted in excitement. People eagerly participated, and various voting systems and new military units were quickly established. Although joining the empire required paying the tithe, it was a paradise compared to the previous oppressive taxes. On this isolated colony in the universe, surrounded by evident rivals, human rights had always been a luxury. Everything was for the survival of the planet and its people. But now, those worries could be set aside. Moreover, most officials and nobles were removed and re-evaluated, giving the long-struggling common folk a glimmer of hope. While the upper hive was filled with cries, the lower hive saw a significant boost in productivity. Basic education even began to spread in the lower hive, but a comprehensive census was required first. The Astartes adopted a slow and steady approach, gradually diminishing the nobles' privileges and emphasizing meritocracy. The benefits of these reforms were evident. The planet could be managed more professionally, without the fear of disasters caused by imbalances in specific sectors. For those who had rebelled out of desperation, only to find themselves in worse conditions, rejoining the empire seemed like a promising option. However, the minor leaders without Astartes quickly formed alliances. If you're going to take my money and status, you might as well take my life, they declared. Taste fell into conflict once again. But this time, the involvement of the Astartes changed everything. Although the new recruits had not yet undergone the power armor bestowal ceremony and were only wearing scout armor, they demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. Sniping targets from kilometers away was a trivial task for the Astartes. After 30 days of fierce fighting, the planet finally returned to peace. The battle did take a toll on the Astartes. One battle brother joined the ranks of those with prosthetics, temporarily using a standard mechanical arm due to the absence of a tech marine. Official records showed that only 33 recruits passed the final assessment, with the others sacrificing themselves in the brutal trials. A grand armor bestowal ceremony was held on the battle barge. The newly crafted power armor was solemnly donned by the recruits. Although they had experienced harsh battles, they still lacked experience against the Empire's main enemies, such as the Greenskins and Red Corsairs. Among the 33 recruits, 10 followed the apothecary for training, 10 went to the Forge World, and another 10 remained hidden on taste. These hidden Astartes, equipped with power armor and weapons, moved mysteriously in groups of 3, with one always unaccounted for. Yi Feng could directly command only 12 Astartes, temporarily forming the second company. 6 of them continued to assist the Tech Marine. But since the Tech Marine was currently on another warship, this learning activity was temporarily on hold. Everyone was highly motivated, eager to be the first to be promoted to the first company. After more than a decade of being a lone commander, Yi Feng finally had troops he could rely on. For the first time in his life, he truly felt like a leader. Watching everything develop positively, Yi Feng couldn't help but reflect. Everything is moving in the right direction, isn't it? The planet Yuli, one of the rebellious planets, was originally a purely agricultural world. After the rebellion, to bolster their combat capabilities, the inhabitants established mining and forging centers on its moons. As an agricultural planet, Yuli's significance was undeniable, producing enough food to supply nearly an entire sector. The planet's rebellion initially caused considerable unrest among the neighboring worlds. The Empire's response was rather interesting. They quickly established a new agricultural planet in the interior regions and redirected all supply needs of the loyal planets to this new world. Over years of the Empire's efforts, the long-neglected Yuli began to spontaneously establish trade relations with the surrounding rebellious planets. However, the concept of an agricultural planet has little to do with the planet's original ecology. Once a planet is designated for agriculture, its entire ecosystem is consumed by deadly viruses introduced afterward. Subsequently, the entire land, except for oceanic regions, is leveled to build extensive land-based weather controllers. Vast plains are covered with crops, and enormous multi-layered agricultural processing plants rise from the ground. These production centers, comprised of layer upon layer of large machinery, require a significant workforce to operate. Every 60 years, after the last batch of crops is processed into starch blocks, the entire production and processing layer undergoes comprehensive mechanical maintenance. After the maintenance, the officials in charge, along with numerous laborers, conduct a harvest festival. 7,777 mortals kneel, with the altar displaying a single grain of the finest genetically modified wheat collected from the previous cycle, and the complete stalk of the last harvested genetically modified wheat. However, this time, an unnoticed anomaly occurred during the festival. A decayed leaf blew onto the altar, opening a tiny warp rift. A small, round, gray-green creature struggled out of the rift, dripping strange fluids as it emerged. The warp rift quickly closed afterward. No one noticed this oddity, and the festival proceeded as usual, though some workers occasionally sneezed. Meanwhile, a Dawnlight combat shuttle, equipped with 60 new recruit conversion slots, was en route to the recruitment site under the command of the apothecary and techmarine. Yifeng and 12 Astartes were aboard another combat shuttle, heading towards the rebellious Forge world. Yifeng pondered, thinking that the imperial truth might be negotiable. He remembered how, when Guilliman first awoke, he almost crushed the surrounding ecclesiarchy members, accusing them of tarnishing the sacred future. Compared to that, these two Forge worlds were merely rebellious, not strictly part of the Dark Mechanicum. However, Yifeng quickly realized that such thoughts were somewhat disloyal. As the combat shuttle navigated through the warp, the 12 Astartes were each settled in small chambers. Yifeng couldn't help but resolve not to let these newcomers suffer as he had. However, he had to admit that his chapter was severely undersupplied. Only a bit over 100 power swords, a few dozen chainswords, around 100 bolt guns, 98 suits of power armor, and a mere 10 suits of Terminator armor. Yifeng secretly planned how to acquire more equipment from the Forge world. Techmarine Anos had already analyzed the smallest STC template fragment, which contained 2 semi-complete technologies, a full small energy core, potentially for tank power units, and a forging method for a superdense alloy. Having extracted the technologies from the fragment, Yifeng considered trading it with the Mechanicum. Anos agreed and estimated its value at approximately 20 cruisers, despite the fragment's small size. Although the target was 2 rebellious Forge worlds, they were located in the same star system. The Mavlek system, with 13 planets, was more accurately described as the Mavlek Forge system, rather than just Mavlek Forge world. The outermost 13th, 12th, and 11th planets served as the system's defense bases, while the innermost first planet was a lava world and a powerful forge center. The 2nd and 8th planets were mining centers, with the 3rd planet housing an Adeptus Mechanicus conversion center. The 4th and 5th planets were habitable worlds, serving as residences for high-ranking Mechanicum members. The 6th and 9th planets were gas giants, rich in usable gases and crucial alternative energy sources. The 7th and 10th planets were the true Forge centers, featuring massive integrated shipyards and space stations in the outer rings, as well as impressive surface forge facilities. This formidable setup allowed the Mavlek system to survive in the dark forest of the universe. The 3-planet defensive zone forced all visiting fleets to abide by the rules. However, today, some unruly guests had arrived. The combat shuttle emerged from the Mandeville point, and the entire system immediately went into full alert. Numerous defense cannons and orbital platforms were activated, and countless ships converged from across the system. A series of binary-coded greetings were sent, but Yifeng ignored them, letting the shuttle drift silently. It wasn't until the appearance of the Archmagos that a message in proper High Gothic was sent. "What is your purpose here?" Yifeng did not answer the question but instead issued an invitation for a meeting, signed as the chapter master of the Red Tide. Regardless of how the opposition aimed or mobilized their planetary cannons, Yifeng remained silent. He thought, what a joke. As a chapter master of the Astartes, not coming here to crush you rebels directly is already a sign of respect. How dare you refuse a meeting invitation? Yifeng even considered giving them a taste of bombardment. The opposition was clearly flustered, with the Archmagos and various priests in heated discussion. The Archmagos said, based on my calculations, there's a 34 chance this is a trap, but a 98 chance they will make demands we cannot accept. Historically, Astartes' invitations to hostile forces invariably demanded surrender or other unacceptable terms. The Archbishop gazed at the scene before him, his mind awash with conflicting emotions. This situation was unlike any he had encountered before. The demeanor of the visitor was unprecedented. Despite possessing a combat barge capable of launching an attack, the visitor showed no signs of aggression. This unusual behavior prompted the Archbishop to ponder deeply. Sage Kenlian, are you joking? The Archbishop couldn't help but ask. Astartes with no intention of fighting? It's absurd to hear such words from you. Despite the analysis consistently pointing to a grim outcome, the Archbishop decided to meet the visitor in person to uncover their true intentions. After some deliberation, the Tech Archbishop agreed to the meeting but requested a change of location. Yifeng, decline. We meet here, the Archbishop asserted firmly. After a prolonged silence, the Archbishop ordered the combat barge to perform a reconnaissance maneuver at the Mandeville Point, the closest distance to the star system. This type of flight was usually conducted by the Green Chapel Scouts, but now executed by a massive combat barge. It gave off an air of intimidation. Finally, the Tech Archbishop responded, agreeing to meet at the original location. What a hassle, could have agreed sooner, the Archbishop muttered to himself. Although Yifeng's side only had a few warriors, they presented themselves as if they had hundreds of Astartes aboard. A small shuttle slowly entered the combat barge's hangar, and Tech Archbishop Andanil, along with his tech priests, boarded the warship named Vigilant Watch. Guided by 4 fully armed Astartes, Andanil and his entourage arrived at the largest conference room on the ship. Yifeng, clad in imposing ironclad Terminator armor, sat at the head of the table, keenly observing the Tech Archbishop. Andanil had transformed nearly his entire body into machinery, even his face was fully mechanized, with the remaining patches of skin likely being synthetic. Hidden beneath his voluminous red robe were countless mechanical constructs, and his massive frame was reminiscent of a mechanized Tyranid. Numerous mechanical arms swayed behind him, and an irregular black metal box was mysteriously concealed at his back. Please, have a seat, Archbishop. I am Yifeng, chapter master of the Crimson Tide. What is your name? Yifeng asked directly. I am Prowess, the Tech Archbishop replied. It's clear that our chapter comes with no hostile intent. We wish to negotiate certain matters with your world. Please be specific, Yifeng demanded straightforwardly. I advise against speaking this way continuously. It might attract the attention of someone from the chaos, Yifeng warned. The Tech Archbishop paused, seemingly adjusting his speech mode. How about now, Chapter Master Yifeng? Ah, much better. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin then. I'll first state the basis of our talks. I also believe in the imperial truth. Prowess's mechanical eyes scrutinized Yifeng, the loud whirring of machinery betraying his astonishment. Clearly, he was rapidly calculating the truth and implications of the statement, but couldn't reach a conclusion. Surprising indeed, Chapter Master Yifeng. Do you understand the significance of your statement? Prowess finally spoke. It means I'm not like those fanatical tech priests, Yifeng replied bluntly. Yifeng then elaborated on his understanding of human history, from the Golden Age to the Iron Man Rebellion, and the decline of human civilization. He questioned the so-called machine spirits, suggesting they might be related to the ancient stone men, possibly the first generation of artificial intelligence. Archbishop Prowess, this means I seek the essence of things rather than being bound by ignorant rituals, Yifeng concluded. Chapter Master Yifeng, I doubt this represents the views of the Imperium, Prowess cautiously remarked. Of course, this meeting reflects my personal views, or you could say, the views of my chapter, Yifeng replied candidly. I understand your concerns, but I swear loyalty to the Emperor, not the ignorant Imperium of Ma. The Tech Archbishop let out a delighted laugh. Even the harsh mechanical synthesis couldn't mask his excitement. Well then, Chapter Master Yifeng, we now have a solid foundation for cooperation. What specific projects do you propose? Without hesitation, Yifeng listed a series of demands, including a large amount of weaponry and starships. This bold request didn't seem to surprise Prowess. Instead, he asked with interest, and what are you willing to offer in return? I will provide proof of Imperial loyalty, ensuring you won't be attacked by other Imperial forces, Yifeng replied calmly. Prowess stared at Yifeng, seemingly judging whether he was joking. How can you make such an offer? Don't you realize that your actions amount to treason? You're using your weakness to threaten me? Yifeng added. Additionally, we will provide an STC fragment. Unexpectedly, Archbishop Prowess fell into an unusual silence. Perhaps he was attempting to send a message, but that was impossible, as the design of the conference room allowed signals to enter but not exit. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and both powerful leaders seemed to be waiting for the other to break the uneasy silence. The fragments of STC templates are treasures coveted by every Forge world. What appears to be simple manufacturing information actually contains countless advanced technologies that can be deconstructed. Take the ultraminiature energy core, for instance. It encompasses a series of cutting-edge technologies such as energy compression, restriction, and stable release. After a prolonged silence, Archbishop Frois slowly began to speak. His voice, no longer a mechanical hum, had taken on a more human tone. Given the production capabilities of our entire forge system, it would take 500 years to produce these devices, which is completely impossible. Even the manufacturing methods for the ironclad terminators are nearly lost. Although we possess the knowledge, only one tech priest truly masters it. We need to see and analyze this STC fragment firsthand to determine its actual value. Yifeng discerned the underlying message in Frois's word. She wanted to inspect the fragment himself. Considering the importance of the energy core, Yifeng decided to grant his request. Accompanied by 6 Astartes warriors, a metal box sealed with dozens of layers of shielding material was brought in. Even the mechanical archbishop couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his mechanized hands incessantly. As the layers of protection were peeled away, a small fragment finally came into view. The archbishop's mechanical eye adjusted frantically, and 2 mechanical arms eagerly reached out but were stopped by one of the Astartes warriors. Archbishop, Yifeng calmly reminded, "You cannot touch the fragment until you state your conditions." Frois turned abruptly, his mechanical eye glaring at Yifeng as if he were a mortal enemy. But soon, his calming protocols activated, suppressing the torrent of errant data. "Lord Yifeng," the archbishop struggled to regain his composure. "I hope you understand our sincerity. The entire mechanicum across the star system will strive to meet your needs. However, your conditions are quite harsh. While we can attempt it, the factories cannot halt production, and we need to maintain human resources, ensuring that their surplus output could be exchanged for food and mineral supplies." The archbishop quickly calculated their maximum production capacity. Yifeng asked impassively, "So, what can you provide within 100 years? Friendly reminder, you don't need to consider threats from the rebellious planetary alliances or other forces in the depths of the universe." The archbishop quickly listed, "We currently have 6 half-finished cruisers, 96 orders for frigates yet to be delivered, 47 completed Imperial blade tanks, and 29 more in production." Though Mafulek was a rebellious forge world, their time in rebellion hadn't been long enough to lose Imperial technology. They simply lacked the latest models. Most tech priests had even transitioned from the Imperial era. However, restarting the Astartes equipment production lines would indeed take considerable time. Yifeng pressed, "How much longer until those half-finished projects are completed?" "Conservatively, around 10 years. I mean full-speed production. Of the military assets I mentioned, what can you provide in 10 years? The archbishop calculated and replied, "Approximately 7 cruisers, 96 frigates, and about 100 Imperial Blade Mk2 tanks. If we allocate all remaining capacity to Astartes equipment manufacturing, we could produce roughly 100 suits of power armor, 100 power swords, 100 bolt guns, and 10 ironclad terminators." Yifeng nodded. "Then consider these as a down payment. In 10 years, I will collect this equipment and then give you the STC fragment. Additionally, you must provide a guarantee." "What do you mean?" the archbishop asked cautiously. "A warlord-class titan on loan, until you deliver the remaining goods." "Don't tell me you don't have one. Your rebellion hasn't lasted that long." These words plunged the archbishop into deep thought. Clearly, even if 2 forge worlds operated at full capacity, meeting Yifeng's demands would be challenging. And the true value of the STC fragment remained unknown. What followed was a prolonged negotiation. The final agreement stipulated, within 100 years, they would provide 10 cruisers, 150 frigates, 500 suits of power armor, bolt guns, and power swords, 50 ironclad Terminator armors, and 200 Imperial blade tanks. If any member of the Red Tide Warband survived beyond that, they would provide an additional 2 battleships, 100 suits of power armor, chainswords, and power swords, and 100 Terminator armors in the following century. The Forge world wasn't unwilling to provide dreadnoughts. They simply lacked the technology. As for battle barges, the necessary materials couldn't be sourced. Even with 2 massive shipyards working at full capacity, they couldn't guarantee all orders would be fulfilled within 200 years. Yifeng was astonished that this world could even forge battleships. In the Imperial Forge worlds, those capable of constructing cruisers were rare, let alone battleships. However, the archbishop explained that these were actually battleship wrecks collected from a past war, which could be restored and modified for use. The terms offered by the archbishop nearly pushed the Forge world to its limits. Of course, this also required Yifeng to provide rare materials and help resolve issues with the rebellious planetary alliances. Yifeng stood with arms akimbo, satisfied, thinking, "1 fragment, and the Forge world will work for me for 200 years. Help! There's a plague in Ore." This brief and vague message blinked on the communications device of the tech priest Dominus, interspersed with unsettling words like Plague Father and zombies. Nurgle, one of the four chaos gods of the warp, known for his dominion over pestilence, seemed to be ravaging this agri-world. The tech priest Dominus's face darkened as he forwarded the message to Yi Feng, the chapter master. Why is it that your rebel planets all have the same issue? Can't you return to the Imperium without encountering some crisis? His tone was laced with sarcasm. Yi Feng found himself in a dilemma. Deploying troops could mean losing valuable Astartes warriors, but refraining from action would expose his lack of strength, inviting the tech priest Dominus's covetous eyes on the STC fragments. He tentatively asked, "How about lending me a warlord titan?" The tech priest Dominus shook his head vehemently. He had deliberately avoided this topic in previous negotiations, so there was no way he would hand over such a precious weapon to a potential enemy. Archbishop Prowess was also in a state of anxiety. Ore was a key food source for half of the sector, and its loss could trigger widespread famine. Even the highly mechanized Mechanicum had members who required regular sustenance. As Yi Feng racked his brain for a suitable excuse, the tech priest Dominus suddenly spoke up. "I'll lend you 3 Warbringer Nemesis Titans and 5 Reaver Titans, no more." This unexpected offer left Yi Feng astonished. The Reaver Titans, though the smallest combat Titans, were renowned for their resilience against frontal attacks. However, their numbers were dwindling due to the loss of manufacturing technology. The Warbringer Nemesis Titans, medium-sized, were notable for their massive back-mounted quake cannons and aggressive machine spirits, and were relatively common in the Imperium. Well, what are we waiting for? Load them up and ship them out, Yi Feng decided promptly. The massive transport ships immediately began loading the Titans. He thought to himself, "Once they're in my hands, good luck getting them back. Let's see if I return them in 200 years." Both parties quickly signed the agreement, and the transport ships brought along some supplies as well. Yi Feng then prepared to depart, but suddenly realized he needed reinforcements. No other chapters nearby, so we'll have to call on the Astra Militarum. He quickly sent out a communication, "P.S. Bring extra melta fuel and fully sealed armor." The Astralis Astra Militarum promptly responded to the Red Tide chapter's request, fully manning their ships for departure. Meanwhile, the temporary Second Council of the Peace Sector's Astra Militarum dragged their feet, despite being their last remaining naval force. The battle barge soon transitioned into the warp. The tech priest Dominus, on the other hand, leisurely returned to the Forge world on a transport ship, ready to embark on a century-long campaign of full-scale operations. During the warp journey, Yi Feng began instructing his 13 Astartes. This mission would depart from their usual tactics of surprise attacks or decapitation strikes, as these were ineffective against Nurgle's followers. Each of the 8 Titans would be commanded by one of the 8 Astartes, while the remaining 5 would lead the tank battalions. Yi Feng calculated that the Mechanicum members would eventually make it to his kill list. They hoarded their technology, and once they died unexpectedly, crucial technologies could be lost forever. He resolved that once he had enough strength, he would find a way to trick these oilheads into giving up their tech for official production and multiple backups. To this end, he gave special instructions to the 10 Astartes sent to study at the Forge world. Not only to learn but also to secretly exchange technologies, leveraging what they could decode from the STC fragments to bring back as much Mechanicum tech as possible. No, it's not stealing. It's mutual learning, Yi Feng consoled himself. A fully loaded battle barge could accommodate 1.5 million mortals, typically including hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops. According to Astra Militarum standards, there should be 1 heavy tank for every 1,000 to 2,000 troops. Theoretically, this auxiliary force should have 400 Imperial blade tanks, but in reality, they only had 193. To avoid being cannon fodder, Yi Feng ordered double firepower density in the attack, using only 100,000 of the auxiliary troops. Nurgle, the embodiment of decay and pestilence, was also the god of life to his followers. To them, decay was merely a new beginning for scavengers and bacteria. His followers, with their pallid green skin covered in sores and pustules, sometimes had bodies that would burst open, revealing or dropping their rotting, disease-ridden innards. Yet, they genuinely revered Nurgle as the giver of eternal life, calling him the Plague Father. Humans infected by Nurgle's plague would slowly transform into Nurgle zombies under the torment of the virus. The longer they endured, the stronger these zombies became. Armed with rusty swords coated in deadly plague viruses, even powerful Astartes struggled against this fearsome biovirus laced with warp energy. Even Primarch Horus was not spared, leading to his corruption by chaos. Ore was still resisting, not due to its combat strength or will, but because human settlements on the planet were dispersed among giant food processing plants, making it difficult for the virus to spread quickly. In Nurgle's eyes, all living beings were equal, which meant that plants were also not spared from the plague. The once lush agri-world had turned into a ghastly green plague land. Vegetation either withered and decayed, turned into muddy swamps, or morphed into twisted plains filled with eerie creations. The entire planet's appearance had transformed, from a thriving agricultural world to a horrifying plague planet. On the planet Yelaya, the last fortress stood isolated and unsupported. This wasn't due to the defenders' unwavering resolve or superior combat skills, but because of the ruthless decision of the food plant manager to kill on sight, whether they were refugees or the Nurgle zombies. They had transformed agricultural machinery into makeshift weapons, with harvesters and crushers becoming massive war machines to defend this last sanctuary. When the vigilant Sentinel battle barge arrived at Yulaya, the war had reached a fever pitch. Countless Nurgle zombies besieged the last fortress. The troops in space could only rely on the few atmospheric aircraft for bombing runs, which were insufficient against the endless enemy waves. As the battle barge approached, the troops on the space station and satellites immediately surrendered. Their warships had been decimated in the previous massacres, and the newly ordered fleet had yet to arrive, making resistance futile. They planned to shift the blame for the rebellion onto the people on the ground, whose fates were uncertain. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. At least the space station hadn't been contaminated. The most terrifying aspect of the plague was its potential to spread across the universe via space vessels. Currently, a vast number of enemies surrounded the last fortress. Yifeng made a swift decision. Brothers, the enemies are all gathered together. Let's commence orbital bombardment. Someone asked, what about the people in the fortress? Yifeng replied coldly, they are not of the Empire. Let the rebels and Nurgle zombies turn to ash together. The battle barge quickly adjusted its position, and the powerful light lances began charging. The macro cannons for orbital bombardment were loaded. With a deafening roar, the ground was blasted into a deep crater, and all living beings were reduced to ashes. Yifeng had hoped to save this planet, but it was too late. Nurgle's plague had spread worldwide, utterly devastating this world. In the chaos's wake, the last sanctuary had become forbidden ground. The most effective way to deal with Nurgle's chaos was scorched earth tactics. Massive titans were deployed onto the forbidden ground by transport ships, followed by numerous heavy tanks and fully armed human auxiliary forces. Although orbital bombardment could be used on the entire planet, Yifeng needed to find out the source of Nurgle's plague. Was it a warp rift? Or had it come from space? Or perhaps people had been enticed into performing summoning rituals. These questions had to be answered, or they would face an endless enemy. After interrogating the space station's head, they learned that everything seemed to originate from a food processing plant. Thus, the cleansing teams advanced towards it, eliminating enemies along the way. Yifeng had considered flattening it directly but worried that if it was a warp rift, an orbital strike might enlarge it. After all, warp-related matters were unpredictable. On the ground, firepower rained down. Yifeng's advance route was cleared by Titan earthquake cannons and Gatling blasters. These ordinary Nurgle zombies were no match for the divine machines. Human troops advanced continuously, shielded by heavy tanks, riding in transport vehicles. There was only one trick to dealing with Nurgle. Don't let them get close, and obliterate them with overwhelming firepower. This was a perilous operation, and without apothecaries present, Yifeng had to be extremely cautious to prevent casualties. Even if contaminated by Nurgle's virus, the genocide might be irretrievable. All Astartes were assigned command positions, hidden within the thick steel mechanisms. These warriors were eager for battle, but they couldn't be risked. The flat terrain of the agricultural planet was ideal for mechanized operations. The Sons of Ferris conducted a textbook mechanized advance. The enemy also had ranged weapons, such as rotting heads filled with plague mucus they hurled at them. The airborne virus was equally deadly. The nearby Prometheum flamethrower operators quickly dealt with these threats. The Emperor's wrath descended upon the planet Yulaya. The planet not only harbored Nurgle zombies, but also other corrupted creatures. Some livestock had turned into powerful and highly infectious corpse beasts. Nurgle zombies rode these corpse beasts, significantly increasing their mobility. Although this didn't greatly affect Yifeng's fully mechanized advance, the virus-laden heads they threw were truly terrifying. A massive creature once overturned a Chimera transport vehicle, only to be blasted to pieces by a Titan's fury. It was an ant bull, originally a delicacy but banned by the Empire due to its ferocity and unparalleled digging ability. Clearly, someone had risked breeding it here. The ant bulls were highly compatible with Nurgle's blessings, rapidly becoming formidable Nurgle beasts upon infection. Meanwhile, another battle barge was recruiting 60 new recruits above the planet Kuslov. Although this was typically overseen by the chapter chaplain, both Situval and Anos had some knowledge of the process. The grand selection of new recruits commenced ceremoniously on Kuslov, where they would select the best boys from the training camps for transformation. The Kuslov colony had been preparing since the last Astartes recruitment, tirelessly running training camps in the hope of securing a quarter chance that the Astartes would recruit and leave satisfied. This time, there were a staggering 10,000 gifted boys, ready to undergo trials, far surpassing the previous 3,000 elite nobles. Apothecary Situval was pleased with the preparations, delegating the task to Techmarine Anos, while he secretly observed several targets from the shadows of the trial grounds. After some thought, the Techmarine decided to start with a willpower test, screening 500 from the 10,000. After all, according to the standards of the last recruitment, Children who were both physically robust and mentally resilient seemed to have a higher success rate. The selection process on the ice plains was brutal and straightforward. 466 survivors sat in the freezing cold, waiting for the final victor to emerge. The subsequent tests of subspace aptitude and loyalty further eliminated a large number of participants, leaving only 84. Tech Sergeant Anos faced a dilemma: how to choose 60 out of the 84. He finally adopted a method similar to Yifeng's 60 tokens, to be seized by the contestants themselves. This decision led to an unexpectedly high casualty rate. In the end, only 58 contestants successfully advanced, while the rest either died or were too injured to undergo the new recruit transformation. Grand Apothecary Situal took advantage of the situation to visit the lower hive, taking with him 2 individuals he had deemed fortunate or unfortunate enough. On the battlefield, Nurgle's creations were relentlessly pushed back by the wrath of the god machine. While ordinary Nurgle zombies could withstand blades, bullets, and lasers, they were reduced to ashes under the might of melta and plasma cannons. Orbital bombardments occasionally rained down, claiming the lives of numerous enemies. The auxiliary human forces, seated in chimera transports, fired continuously with flashing lasers. Despite some casualties, their overall performance was commendable. Yifeng even suspected that some soldiers had more experience dealing with Nurgle's creations than he did. Facing a manpower shortage, Yifeng decisively ordered the entire army to maintain formation and keep advancing, neglecting the previously cleared areas behind them. The massive food processing plant was now enveloped in vines and slime, appearing rusted and on the verge of collapse. It had become a playground for Nurgle spirits and the source of the entire plague. The short, pudgy, pus-covered Nurgle spirits continuously spread deadly diseases, their chuckles filled with the love of the grandfather. At the original sacrificial site, a vast number of Nurgle zombies gathered, preparing for a grand ritual. Various deformed offerings were placed on the altar, with blasphemous symbols everywhere. Amid eerie laughter and muttering, mysterious incantations were recited, and strange patterns glowed with psychic energy. As the chanting intensified, the rifts in the subspace expanded. Nurgle once again responded to his loyal children. A bizarre warp rift opened, causing the Nurgle worshippers on the planet Illyria to tremble as they gathered around it, awaiting the arrival of their grandfather. However, the planet's population was far too small to sacrifice enough to summon a great unclean one. Suddenly, an ancient rumbling echoed from the rift's other side, shaking everyone to their core. A Spartan assault tank roared out of the rift, covered in strange vines and nauseating slime. As the tank came to a halt, its rear hatch slowly opened, and 7 ancient Death Guard warriors, along with a host of twisted Nurgle creations, emerged. These Death Guard, now more accurately called Plague Marines, were veterans of millennia. They had fought against the Imperium since the heresy began, and countless years had passed since then. Except for one, the other 6 had entirely lost their sanity, becoming complete executors of Nurgle's will. They belonged to the first company of Plague Marines, also known as the Harbingers, led by Typhus. The Plague Marines clumsily disembarked from the tank, unaccustomed to the use of vehicles. Their bodies had become grotesquely bloated from the corruption of chaos, with their power armor sprouting bizarre mouths and heads. Their once nuclear-powered backpacks had turned into bone-like chimneys, spewing toxic gas and viruses. Their weapons, too, had been tainted by Nurgle. Their bolters could tear through armor and release horrifying toxins, while their chainswords dripped with venom. Despite their sluggish movements, the Plague Marines were virtually indestructible. They would advance on foot, revered as totems by Nurgle's followers who trailed behind them. Meanwhile, Yifeng and his warriors of the Second Company were holding the line. Although a few of Jagatai Khan's subordinates attempted to break formation, they fell back into place under Yifeng's stern command. Yifeng's strategy was beginning to take shape. 200 Astartes commanding 1,000 heavy tanks would form a fearsome fighting force. Yifeng envisioned the future battle. When 1,000 enemy Astartes charged at what seemed to be a mere 300 of his own men, they would suddenly face a barrage from the heavy tanks they usually disregarded. The enemy would be blown apart in an instant. Under the cover of this artillery fire, Yifeng's warriors would always hold a local numerical advantage. As dusk fell, thick clouds obscured the sun, and the sky quickly darkened. The vast flat farmlands and marshes, occasionally dotted with large industrial complexes, were soon leveled by orbital bombardment. Suddenly, Yifeng's tactical visor detected an anomaly, thick smoke rising in the distance, so dense that even the advanced visor couldn't penetrate it. A fierce battle was imminent. The zombie hordes surged from all directions, faster and more resilient than ever before. Yifeng swiftly ordered all machinery to its maximum brightness, forming a conspicuous beacon in space. He decisively commanded an orbital bombardment, using the supplies provided by Strolov to unleash a relentless barrage, determined to fight like the Stormwell battle group. As the smoke began to clear, the battlefield was bathed in an eerie glow under the dusk sun. Suddenly, a rotund creature burst out of the smoke, with green fumes trailing from the tubes on its back. The outermost Imperial poison blade tank immediately opened fire, but the creature evaded the main cannon, ignored the secondary guns, and charged straight at the tank. With its sticky steel tendrils, it effortlessly tore open the tank's top, and anguished cries filled the communication channels. 6 more similar constructs emerged from the smoke. Enraged, Yifeng couldn't believe that 7 Death Guards dared to challenge his Titans and tank battalion. He ordered a full-scale attack, and the Earthshaker cannon of a Retributor-class Titan obliterated the attacked tank and a Plague Marine in an instant. The crew under Astartes' command demonstrated remarkable combat prowess. The intertwined main cannon barrage enveloped several Plague Marines, with shells forming a pattern in the air, ensuring at least one would explode near the enemy regardless of their maneuvers. The coordinated action of 8 Titans dealt a devastating blow to the forces of Nurgle. Only one Plague Marine managed to breach the firepower blockade, rushing towards a Retributor-class Titan. The surrounding heavy machinery hesitated to fire, fearing collateral damage. Infuriated, Yifeng leaped from the Titan, activating his chain's word, which emitted a faint green glow. He raised his hand and fired an overloaded relic ion pistol. Although the Plague Marine dodged the direct hit, the massive ion storm destroyed his left arm and his Plague Bolter. Despite his injuries, he continued to advance, corrosive liquid dripping from his wounds. The clash ensued, chain's word meeting foul weapon, forcing Yifeng back several steps. The Nurgle-blessed Astartes displayed incredible strength and resilience. Other Astartes quickly provided support, their precise bolter fire hitting the Plague Marine repeatedly, but with little effect. Yifeng employed Tai Chi sword techniques, his blade movements like a whirlwind, drawing in the green smoke behind the enemy. The chain's word unleashed powerful psychic energy, seemingly pleasing the machine's spirit within. The intense battle left Yifeng no time to ponder the mysteries of the machine's spirit, as he focused entirely on countering the formidable foe. With a thunderous roar, Yifeng clashed his chain's word against the enemy's weapon once more. Thanks to the previously destroyed left arm, the Plague Marine struggled to effectively counterattack. The humanoid faces on his armor spewed corrosive venom, but it couldn't penetrate the ironclad Terminator armor. As the green smoke vortex dissipated, the Plague Marine staggered back repeatedly. Yifeng seized the opportunity, charging forward with a shout of, "Cut down the traitor!" At that moment, the Berserker Kazanov suddenly appeared, severing the Plague Marine's legs with a single strike. Immobilized, the enemy was as helpless as a tank without its main cannon, doomed to defeat. The Plague Warriors rampaged across the battlefield, disrupting the honorable duels between true men with their ruthless tactics. Yifeng saw the situation turning dire. He grabbed Kazanov, who was eager to press the attack, and dragged him back. Second Company, fire the plasma rifles and meltaguns simultaneously. Yifeng's command echoed through the communication channels, followed by the thunderous roar of coordinated weapon fire. Kazanov, puzzled, asked, "They can barely move. Why are we still engaging in close combat? Can't we just blast them to pieces?" Yifeng made a mental note to properly educate this young hothead later. He swiftly directed the soldiers back to their positions, but not before ensuring each underwent strict decontamination procedures. The Titan of Divine Punishment came to a halt. After enduring a series of meticulous decontamination and scorching procedures, Yifeng finally returned to his command post. He had just settled into a comfortable spot when he saw a shell, loaded with virulent agents, slam into an Emperor's Venom Blade tank ahead, ripping a gaping hole. The damaged tank slowly ceased its movements, green pus oozing from the breach. At that moment, an ancient Spartan assault tank emerged from the flank, launching a fierce attack on Yifeng's mechanized forces. "Heh, is that all?" Yifeng sneered. Several Emperor's Venom Blade tanks immediately retaliated, but the Spartan assault tank, seemingly shedding all excess weight, moved with astonishing speed. Despite nearly being flipped by several explosions, it continued to charge across the battlefield with unwavering stability. However, as a few tanks turned to deal with the Spartan assault tank, the Nurgle Plaguebearers took the opportunity to advance significantly. "Lakshan, William, can't you coordinate a bit better?" Yifeng was slightly annoyed. "These individual tank squads are strong, but we haven't yet mastered true cooperative combat." William reacted quickly, trusting his teammates and knowing each one's strengths. "Lakshan, you take charge of the enemy elimination plan," he ordered firmly. Lakshan promptly submitted the plan to William. The surrounding 3 tank battalions, configured according to Imperial standards with 1 Emperor's Venom Blade heavy tank per company, quickly mobilized. Nearby tank units and a Reaver-class Titan took over the defense, holding back the Nurgle Plaguebearers. A makeshift fire cage was constructed, leveraging their numerical advantage to swiftly trap the enemy Spartan assault tank in a confined area. The tank, controlled by Nurgle sorcery, stood no chance against such overwhelming opposition and was soon reduced to ashes after a futile struggle. Yifeng felt a surge of satisfaction as he observed the deployment around him. The soldiers of the second company were steadily maturing. Just then, a communication from space arrived as scheduled. The Atreides Starfleet had jumped from the Mandeville Point. Although they only had 2 borrowed cruisers from the temporary Second Council of the Peaceful Star region, their high spirits were undeterred as they came to aid Yifeng. By now, there was hardly any force left on the planet capable of resisting Yifeng's army. The Starfleet provided aerospace cover with fully enclosed fighters. Due to the shortage of fully enclosed individual equipment, after borrowing some from the Stern Vigilance, only about 300,000 Starfleet soldiers landed to fight alongside Yifeng. Those not selected pounded their chests in regret. Thanks to Atreides' continuous propaganda, these young soldiers, who had witnessed the Greenskin Wars in their childhood, grew up grateful for the aid of the Space Marines, epitomized by Yifeng. Their favorite stories were those told by veterans who had fought alongside the Astartes on the city walls. Fighting alongside Yifeng was their greatest honor. The initial altar was successfully captured by Yifeng. After ensuring all warp rifts were sealed, he ordered its complete destruction. Sigh, how did the barrier between the warp and reality become so thin? What kind of mess is the Imperial front line in? Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. With a combined force of around 400,000, it took nearly a year to burn the entire planet of Ula clean. The Mechanicus, arriving later to handle cleanup and agricultural world reconstruction, remarked, "You guys were more thorough than us." "Exactly," Yifeng responded, "and remember, the agreement states these material costs are on you. So go ahead and process the reimbursements." The representative from the Strolov Forge World Mechanicus could only gurgle in frustration, oil bubbling, left speechless. Furry flies gather in the sky, forming sinister black clouds that shroud the endless rotting world below. Twisted vines and bizarre fungi climb the withered trees, while venomous insects buzz and crawl across the toxic earth. Hidden within the filthy sludge are sharp thorns coated with deadly poison. The murky river meanders into the distance, occasionally echoing with the anguished wails of souls tormented by plague. At the center of this pestilent Ceridan world stands a dilapidated mansion atop a giant decaying tree. Its shattered windows are wrapped in endless vines and lichens, while carnivorous molds lurk beneath the rotting foyer and floorboards, releasing paralyzing plagues to consume unwary visitors. Those unfortunate enough to stumble inside will find the mansion growing larger as they proceed, eventually losing half their bodies or being devoured alive by the floor itself. Passing through a kitchen stocked with the world's deadliest poisons and an attic displaying specimens of plague-ridden organs, the lucky ones might encounter a massive, green, antlered figure Nurgle, the oldest of the Chaos Gods. At this moment, he is not stirring his cauldron filled with the toxic oceans of the world, but gazing into the distance, pondering the coming apocalypse and strange omens. With a chuckle, Nurgle ambles toward the death swamp, ready to listen to the tales of travelers. Maverick, the rebellious Forge World overseer, looked perplexed. "I asked for your help to pacify Nurgle, and you handed it over to the Mechanicum? The agricultural world is reclaimed, but what now?" Although most rebellious worlds have their own food production bases, restarting the abandoned base on Eulalia would require significant resources. At this time, Yifeng was commanding the sternly vigilant battle barge towards the remaining 3 worlds yet to conscript new recruits. Determined to fill the 40 slots for new recruits, he planned to quickly gather fresh blood and then seek out the chief apothecary. Previously, members of the Mechanicum who had visited Eulalia were puzzled by the scorch marks on the planet, but Yifeng insisted they were caused by his orbital bombardments, citing an astonishing amount of ammunition used, which silenced their inquiries. Archmago's finest felt like a fool, regretting the century-long ammunition supply contract he had signed. The Forge World not only had to fulfill biological orders for the Crimson Tide and ship orders for the Angels of Dawn, but also provide supplies, conduct Eldar worship research, and expand. When Yifeng offered to help, the Archmagos was speechless. Unlike before, Yifeng's team now comprised 42 members during this conscription. 10 were studying at the Forge World, 10 were learning from the chief apothecary, 10 were hidden in Taster, 6 were learning from the tech sergeants, and the remaining 7, including Yifeng, were heading to Stalov to seek work. The Archmagos, faced with such brazen behavior, would have had a face as black as coal if he could show emotion. Ultimately, Yifeng and his 6 companions set off on a Mechanicum exploration ship. The Archmagos ordered them to explore distant regions, with an 80:20 split of any findings, the Mechanicum taking the larger share, or equivalent value in resources. Despite sending only 7 people, this was a generous division. The exploration ship set course for the border between the Nebulous Sector and the Tranquil Sector. This area was nearly devoid of human colonies, lying at the junction of main Legion routes from the Great Crusade. As the ship ventured into this desolate region, they discovered it was not lacking in planets, but rather rich in resources valuable to the Mechanicum. They advanced along the boundary between the 2 sectors, moving deeper into space, away from the galactic center. In this dark expanse, even stars were scarce. The exploration ship investigated numerous rogue planets, some cast out by their own stars, others wandering due to the gravitational influence of other celestial bodies. The Mechanicum even observed several rogue planets orbiting a massive rogue planet, waiting in eternal darkness to be captured by a sufficiently massive object. This unusual planet piqued the exploration team's interest. They spent some time collecting data before departing. Despite the presence of gravity-like tidal forces, unfortunately, the planet had not nurtured any life. During the long space voyage, Yifeng and the other Astartes passed the time by sparring. Clad in power armor, they engaged in fierce combat within the confined training area, the sound of clashing metal echoing through the ship. As Yifeng dodged his opponent's attacks, he couldn't help but question the true intentions of the Mechanicum. Archmagas was the plan to have the exploration ship circle the galaxy just to save money and put on a show. As an exploration vessel, they would immediately conduct comprehensive scans upon entering a new star system. The advanced equipment on board continuously marked resource points, feeding valuable data into the star chart. This information was crucial for the future construction efforts of the Adeptus Mechanicus. During what seemed like an endless journey, they arrived at an unknown star system. Suddenly, the auger array emitted an unusual signal. The screen showed a metallic structure floating in space, possibly a spaceship, space station, or observatory. The Astartes were thrilled and quickly boarded the scout ships. The three sons of Chagatai Khan, including Yifeng, finally had a chance to fly. With the Iron Hands all away for further training, this mission included only 2 White Scars, 2 Space Wolves, and 2 Imperial Fists. 3 scout ships prepared for launch, with Yifeng's ship carrying an extra passenger. The scout ships traced graceful arcs through space, skillfully using asteroids as cover as they approached the target. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was an abandoned Imperial spaceship. The Gothic architecture and statues of the Emperor showcased its loyalty. A hull scan confirmed it was an Imperial pilgrimage ship from the 38th millennium. These ships, operated by the Ecclesiarchy, transported pilgrims across the Imperium to view sacred relics. Typically, the ships were protected by battle sisters or other armed forces and carried ecclesiarchal treasures for the faithful to venerate. The Mechanicus exploration ship quickly verified the hull code and found that the pilgrimage ship had gone missing in the Ultima Segmentum in the 39th millennium. Even more exciting, the ship carried the staff and iron chains once used by Saint Catherine, the founder of the Order of the Fiery Heart. This was an unexpected windfall. The Mechanicus personnel immediately contacted Yifeng to prepare for a boarding operation. Despite the potential dangers, Archmagos Mappus, though reluctant to involve the Astartes, ultimately agreed to a joint mission. A full ship scan revealed some life forms in apparent stasis. The Mechanicus advised caution, and the Astartes and the Scutarii boarded from the bow. The Mechanicus shield guard infantry and 5 rangers quickly dispersed to search, followed closely by the Prometheum-wielding Scutarii. The Astartes sensed an unsettling presence. Yifeng ordered everyone to activate their multispectral tactical visors and advance in a defensive formation. Around them were shattered statues of the Emperor and torn portraits, with desecrated symbols and defaced holy blessings everywhere. Suddenly, the Scutarii transmitted a video to Yifeng. An empty suit of purple-painted power armor lay on the ground. Yifeng immediately recognized it as belonging to the Emperor's children, likely a Noise Marinia Chaos Astartes who had fallen to Slaanesh. Yifeng quickly recalled the history of the Emperor's children. Originally the 3rd Legion, led by Primarch Fulgrim, they were once the perfect blade of the Imperium. But after the Horus Heresy, they committed heinous atrocities. Retreating into the Eye of Terror, they occupied worlds ideal for raiding the Imperium. Fulgrim even managed to grievously wound Robot Gilliman, causing him to be encased in a stasis field for 10,000 years. However, the current enemy was clearly not the Emperor's children. Their bodies had vanished, leaving only faintly desecrated symbols. It was evident this ship had been attacked by Slaaneshi forces. The team advanced, their vigilance heightened. They passed through heavy iron doors into a grand hall. Signs of a fierce battle were everywhere, with broken swords and lost guns scattered on the floor. All bodies and bones were missing, and even the most advanced analytical equipment of the Mechanicus priests could not explain what had happened. Unfinished holy blessings were etched into the floor, as if they were the last prayers of the dying. As they prepared to move on, a Mechanicus priest suddenly halted the team. Yifeng's keen senses also detected intense vibrations. Suddenly, a massive number of enemies poured in from the passage entrance. They had 4 arms, each ending in sharp claws. Their heads were elongated, yet their foreheads were bulbous. Most disturbing of all, their long tongues were actually reproductive organs capable of shooting parasitic seeds. Their mouths were filled with razor-sharp teeth, and their shells were incredibly tough. The true nature of their enemy was revealed genostealers. These terrifying creatures were the vanguard of the Tyranid Hive Fleet, coming from the dark void beyond the galaxy. They consumed all life, leaving barren worlds in their wake. Genostealers' mission was to find biomass-rich planets, use psychic signals to summon the Hive Fleet, and infect local species to prepare for the impending consumption. Genostealers typically had 4 stages of evolution, with the first 4 generations becoming more like their hosts as they reproduced, while the 5th generation reverted to pure genostealers. Facing these dreadful foes, Yifeng and his team had to brace themselves for the toughest battle ahead. The first generation of genostealers who arrived here would, over generations, evolve into powerful psychic lords. On this drifting spaceship, an intense battle was unfolding. Yifeng and his team cautiously advanced through the narrow corridors, every nerve on edge. Suddenly, a group of ravenous genostealers sprang from the shadows, their claws gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Alternate cover, Yifeng shouted, pulling the reckless Kazanif back to safety. The shield guard infantry of the ecclesiarchy quickly formed a defensive line, while the Astartes unleashed a barrage of firepower. Though the genostealers were frail, they were ferociously aggressive. Their carapaces shattered under the hail of bullets, spraying green blood everywhere. The iron-winged dragon's flames incinerated the fallen bodies swiftly, preventing their comrades from consuming them to increase their numbers. Just as everyone thought the situation was under control, another group of genostealers burst from the rear passage. The nearest Mechanicus shield guard infantryman had no time to react before his armor was torn apart. Yifeng swiftly drew his power sword, slashing through the frontmost creatures, then fired an overloaded ion shot to momentarily clear the rear passage. The Mechanicus scout drones fanned out like a swarm, exploring every corner of the spaceship. The Astartes and the ecclesiarchy forces adopted a comprehensive search strategy, advancing cautiously. The sporadic gunfire and lost communication reports underscored the enemy's cunning and danger. Passing through the ornate yet deathly silent chambers, the team arrived at the iron door leading to the causeway. This was the widest area of the entire ship and the hardest to defend. Yifeng took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his weapon. Unknown dangers awaited them, but retreat was no longer an option. "Ready?" he asked softly, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his comrades. Receiving affirmative nods, Yifeng slowly pushed open the heavy iron door. The final iron gate slowly creaked open, and everyone's tactical visors adjusted their parameters. Yifeng peered ahead and saw an unsettlingly massive statue of an emperor standing in the center. The desecrators had somehow added 2 extra arms to the statue, making it look grotesque. Below the statue, an empty space suggested it was once a place where saints gathered for collective prayer. The walls around were adorned with incomplete portraits of living saints, loyal primarchs, and the emperor himself, the once lavish decorations now marred by the passage of time. Several shield-bearing infantry cautiously led the way, vigilant for any potential threats. Just as Yifeng was about to step forward, he turned to the tech priest and asked, "Where exactly did the bird servitor's scan locate the dormant creatures?" The tech priest replied, "The bird servitor's external scan wasn't very precise. They should be a bit further ahead and above us." As Yifeng took a step forward, he suddenly realized something and shouted, "Ahead and above? By the Emperor's skillet! Open fire now!" Before he finished speaking, the genostealers hidden in the ceiling of the corridor revealed themselves, shrieking as they descended to launch an attack on the squad. Everyone immediately formed a circular defensive perimeter around the final gate, ready to both advance and retreat. Learning from their mistakes, the tech priest assigned 2 scouts to patrol the rear to secure their escape route. Meanwhile, another Mechanicus squad had already breached what appeared to be the relic storage area. The place was filled with cover, indicating it was heavily guarded and not easily overtaken. The Mechanicus shield bearers quickly established inner and outer defensive lines, while 3 scouts silently infiltrated the interior. As elite defenders of the faith, the scouts were not only equipped with lethal weapons, but also had a very low success rate for their augmentation surgeries. One scout cautiously peeked out from behind cover, attempting to survey the interior, when a massive psychic blast came his way, instantly obliterating him and his cover. Alarms immediately blared through the communication system. "Psychic alert? We've found the Brood Lord!" Yifeng shouted, noticing a swarm of enemies surging towards the metal-clad warriors like a tidal wave, as if eager to feast on a long-forgotten delicacy. Both sides engaged in fierce combat, with the battle lines constantly shifting and no clear winner in sight. Just as the battle reached its peak, all the genostealers on the bridge suddenly paused for a moment. Then, the genostealers that had been fiercely attacking Yifeng's squad began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Using their powerful claws, they quickly scaled the tall walls and disappeared into ventilation ducts, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings. The once majestic statue of the emperor was now in ruins, some even defaced with indescribable blasphemous symbols. But he had no time to dwell on this, as the genostealer corpses were the key. These bodies were all pureblood, indicating they hadn't encountered other beings in a long time. Judging by their speed, their combat effectiveness was likely less than half of what it once was. Yifeng stepped forward and sliced a genostealer corpse in half. The blood that spilled out was oddly colored and sparse, and its bones and exoskeleton were unusually brittle. This Genestealer group was clearly extremely weakened, and Yifeng realized they might have caught a lucky break. There was no time to examine the runes carved on the surrounding walls. Everyone rushed towards the direction where the Broodlord had been detected. The tech priest was anxious, as signals from the other squad were continuously disappearing. Even the expensive scouts had lost contact. Yifeng led his team forward at a pace so fast that even the Mechanicus personnel struggled to keep up. Suddenly, the wall beside them shattered, and two Genestealers burst out, one claw nearly severing William's shoulder armor. Yifeng reacted swiftly, slicing the nearest enemy with his sword. Kazanov's bolter then roared to life, shattering the other Genestealer, before he moved into the duct to continue firing. Another Astartes joined him in support, while the rest followed Yifeng towards the Broodlord. Good, the more fiercely you resist, the more it proves I'm on the right path, Yifeng muttered to himself. As they pressed on, they encountered destroyed fortifications, mostly not from bolters or explosives, suggesting that the noise warriors of the Slaanish forces didn't favor using guns. Powerful psychic energy flickered in and out, making Yifeng uneasy even before seeing the enemy. He couldn't help but wonder how many Genestealers it took to nurture such a powerful psychic broodlord. Worse still, they had consumed the flesh of the Emperor's sons. The enemy's numbers were alarming. When Yifeng finally crossed the various fortifications and reached the vast exhibition hall, the sight before him was overwhelming. A sea of Genestealers poured out from overhead ducts and floor openings. The massive broodlord stood in the center, towering over 12 meters tall, its sharp claws as tall as William. Its head was distinctly different from other Genestealers, with a large bulging forehead glowing with psychic energy. This was supposed to be the leader of a Genestealer brood, but having consumed the flesh of an Astartes, it had ascended to broodlord status. A psychic lightning bolt suddenly struck a group of defenders, instantly reducing 3 shield-bearing infantry to ash. Yifeng quickly ordered everyone to scatter and find cover. Unlike a demon, the broodlord had a physical body, meaning even regular bolter rounds could harm it. Unsure of the exact type of enemy they were facing, they had brought a variety of explosives. Kraken penetrator rounds and hellfire bolts, designed to combat organic targets, were loaded. A barrage of explosives was launched from a fan-shaped firing line, precisely targeting the broodlord. A mass of Genestealers gathered around the broodlord, some of the larger ones directly attacking the Astartes. The Astartes moved and fired continuously, dodging the broodlord's psychic attacks while fighting off the swarming Genestealers. The Mechanicus's iron-winged drakes joined the fray, sweeping the Genestealers with massive fire columns, instantly engulfing the enemies in flames. These doomed foes still charged at the Mechanicus personnel in a desperate assault. Tech Priest Mapus resembled a walking arsenal, constantly launching various exotic darts at the enemies. Once hit, the Genestealers would collapse almost instantly, gradually dissolving into pools of sludge. In addition to the plasma gun, a hot melt gun appeared in the hands of the Mechanicus priest seemingly from nowhere, becoming a harbinger of doom for the enemy. Resting on his left shoulder was a 6-barrel Gatling gun, controlled by multiple mechanical arms, its barrels spinning incessantly and spewing fire, tearing the enemy apart. The reason these Genestealers could attack and retreat in such an orderly manner was due to the psychic network controlled by the massive broodlord. To win, the broodlord had to be killed first. The avian servitors on the Mechanicus exploration ship operated at full capacity, scanning the derelict space vessel. Rough estimates indicated that the number of life forms exceeded 100,000. Yifeng smirked inwardly, only 100,000 left? This ship originally housed at least 2 million people, and with the Emperor's Children invasion, the Genestealers should have swollen to over 500,000 after consuming all the flesh. Now, with only 100,000 remaining, it meant that the broodlord was struggling to maintain such intense psychic attacks, and the number of its offspring could no longer support the terrifying psychic expenditure. Yifeng continued to fire his ion pistol at the broodlord, piercing through the numerous Genestealers in its path. The broodlord gradually realized the gravity of the situation. These enemies were extremely powerful yet offered little biomass to consume, and reinforcements kept arriving. It prepared to retreat and engage in guerrilla warfare in this place it had inhabited for thousands of years. Just as the broodlord was about to retreat from the rear, a loud explosion echoed from behind, and the powerful shockwave even knocked down several Mechanicus personnel at the front lines. A massive superalloy beam crashed down from above, completely blocking its escape route. Even with 50,000 offspring, the broodlord might not be able to lift such a colossal object with its psychic power. Now, there was only a narrow gap, barely large enough for an ordinary Genestealer to crawl through. 2 Astartes burst through the gap, their bolt guns unleashing terrifying firepower. Yifeng sighed inwardly, thinking that he shouldn't have let Kazanov implant the Shadow Moon Wolf genocide. Although the outrageous tactic was executed well, a heads-up would have been nice. Yifeng and 2 other Astartes quickly moved to join Kazanov. This time, the broodlord was truly caught in a pincer attack. It let out a shriek, and genestealers hidden throughout the ship swarmed in. Although the Broodlord's massive body couldn't escape through the ducts, its offspring could reach to provide support. A suicide squad led by a giant genestealer broke into the Mechanicus support units, cutting off the ammunition supply from the battlefield. Both sides were in dire straits. The Astartes were running low on ammo, while the genestealers kept coming. Yifeng was reluctant to let his warriors engage in close combat. The enemy's razor-sharp claws could tear through Terminator armor and dreadnought hulls, making prolonged close combat extremely dangerous. These Astartes were the only mobile force in the entire regiment, and even losing one would make the apothecary chase Yifeng from one end of the ship to the other with a scalpel. Yifeng charged at the Broodlord with his power sword, clearing the path ahead with an overloaded ion shot, backed by his teammates covering fire. William, hold Kazanov back, don't let him charge in. But it was too late. Kazanov had already charged in. Yifeng cursed under his breath. Is this guy a world eater, or what? Yifeng and Kazanov attacked the Broodlord from left and right. This Broodlord was no ordinary genestealer. It brandished its massive claws with 4 arms, ready to make a meal out of these tin cans, just like it had done thousands of years ago. Yifeng sneered inwardly. Do you think you can underestimate me, Yifeng, the slayer of Mistambul, the bane of Karkarim, the purger of Nurgle's apostles, and the chapter master of the Crimson Tide? Before the confrontation, the Broodlord had already taken a significant beating from the bolt guns, its psychic shield unable to fully withstand the peculiar rounds. It was too weak, having survived for millennia by consuming its own offspring. As the two drew near, the surrounding genestealers dropped low, and the Broodlord's thick, hard tail swung at tremendous speed, sending both men flying. The closer its offspring were, the stronger its control, like having excellent cell reception right next to a signal tower. The two quickly got back on their feet, even taunting. What's the matter? Haven't eaten in years. Even an old lady's got more strength than you. Morderkin silently marveled. Your taunting skills are getting sharper. In reality, both were seriously injured, with their power armor injecting painkillers and showing that 4 ribs were broken. Priest, cover us and blast a path open. The priest somehow produced another pile of explosives, the fierce explosion clearing the genestealers between Yifeng and the Broodlord, allowing the two to charge again. Yifeng slashed at the Broodlord's claw with his power sword, deflecting it, then raised his sword to block another claw, while pressing down hard to pin the third claw beneath the sword's tip. Kazanov was even more ferocious, his full-force slash creating a massive gash in the attacking claw, followed by a punch that forced both sides to step back. Yifeng thought to himself, this guy's a beast. Did he break his arm? Although Kazanov had created some distance, Yifeng was still locked in a struggle with 2 claws, and the other 2 were already attacking. Kazanov, give me a kick. A powerful kick landed on Yifeng's rear, sending him sliding under the Broodlord's legs. The golden power sword gleamed brilliantly, as if the machine spirit within was thirsting for the enemy's blood. The Broodlord was startled, fearing disembowelment, and quickly leaped to avoid it. At that moment, Kazanov executed a jumping slash, and the roaring chainsword successfully severed one of the Broodlord's legs. The agonized and piercing screams only drove the army of Gene Stealers into a greater frenzy, surging towards Yifeng and the Hive Lord like a relentless tide. Yifeng slid for a short distance before swiftly getting back on his feet, his power sword sweeping out in a lethal arc, instantly cutting down 3 Gene Stealers. However, faced with the overwhelming wave of enemies, even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. On the battlefield, only a handful of surviving soldiers from another Mechanicus force were still providing fire support, but it was far from sufficient. The Hive Lord, having lost one of its legs, crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to support its massive body with a single claw. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately turned and began a desperate race against the enemies behind him. Surprisingly, these seemingly frail Gene Stealers were able to keep pace with him. Spotting the enormous Hive Lord ahead, Yifeng leaped onto its body without hesitation. The Hive Lord, sensing danger, reared up violently, causing Yifeng to lose his balance. The sword strike aimed at its heart veered off course, lodging deeply into its lower back instead. Wounded, the Hive Lord began to gather psychic energy on its head, preparing to deal with Yifeng while simultaneously using its powerful telekinesis to try and pull out the power sword embedded in its body. Multiple countermeasures flashed through Yifeng's mind. Use the Binar Robe to block the attack? Abandon the power sword and flee? Or gamble with the ion pistol? In this critical moment, Yifeng made an unexpected choice. He abandoned the golden power sword and charged along the Hive Lord's body towards its head. This move threw the Hive Lord into extreme panic. It hesitated for a moment and did not immediately fire its psychic blast. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yifeng took a swift step onto the Hive Lord's shoulder. However, instead of stepping onto its neck, he deliberately missed and fell downward. The Hive Lord's eyes followed Yifeng's movements, mistaking him for a coward and preparing to swallow him whole. At this crucial moment, a whirring chains word sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Through its psychic network, the Hive Lord saw Kasaniev hurling the chains word with all his might, the blade spinning towards Yifeng. The Hive Lord's psychic focus was still on the power sword, leaving it no time to redirect its energy to the incoming chains word. Yifeng's raised right hand caught the flying chains word firmly. Despite his falling body, the Hive Lord's neck was within arm's reach. A fine head. I'll gladly take it, Yifeng thought. With a single swing, he decapitated the Hive Lord amidst the chaos. The massive head fell with a spray of blood, shocking everyone present. The Genestealers froze for a moment before scattering in all directions. William and the Space Marines beside him didn't hesitate, unleashing their previously conserved ammunition. Severely injured Genestealers kept falling from the vent, only to be slain and incinerated immediately. Among the escaping Genestealers, second-generation ones dominated, though there were clearly more than one. Some of the larger ones could potentially become the next tribal leaders. However, to the Astartes and the Mechanicus, Genestealers split into several tribes. Even purebloods no longer posed a significant threat. The Flamer soldiers of the Ironwing Drakes Mechanicus conducted a thorough sweep, leaving the vast exhibition hall empty. The Mechanicus members and the Astartes breathed a sigh of relief and immediately established a defensive line on the spot. Tech Priest Mapuz expressed his gratitude to Yifeng. Honorable Lord Yifeng, on behalf of Forge World Stalov, I extend our highest gratitude to you. Yifeng responded succinctly, no problem, just doing my job. Mapuz felt puzzled by Yifeng's demeanor, thinking that the Astartes' actions and words did not match his noble status. He continued, Honorable Lord Yifeng, I believe we need to completely clear this derelict ship and tow it back to the Imperial world. For that, we require your and your esteemed soldiers' assistance. Yifeng sighed inwardly, finding the other's words too verbose. He cut to the chase, of course, but we'll split the spoils 80-20. Right now, isn't finding those important relics the top priority? Without further ado, everyone began the search. Yifeng decided that any valuable ecclesiastical items they found would go to the Mechanicus, while he would take only military supplies. He wanted to avoid any entanglements with the ecclesiarchy, keeping his distance as much as possible. The Mechanicus and Yifeng started dismantling the exhibition hall. Based on his experience, Yifeng was convinced there were secrets beneath the floor, while the tech priest focused on the walls. 3 minutes later, both parties arrived simultaneously at the precious relic storage area. The Mechanicus expertly discovered a hidden passage in the wall. Although they couldn't find the switch, they melted the wall to gain entry. Yifeng used a thermal lance to create a large hole in the thickest part of the floor, jumping down just as the tech priest came up from the stairs. While the Mechanicus personnel were busy scanning various valuable relics, Yifeng inspected the surroundings. However, his experience failed him this time. The true relics were hidden in a secret space behind a holographic projection. These relics were of immeasurable value, enough to exchange for several battleships, depending on the Mechanicus negotiating skills. For the next 7 years, they continued to clear out the remaining Genestealers while towing the derelict ship back to Stalov. Archmago's Finest found himself in a dilemma. Theoretically, the Mechanicus had made a huge profit, but they lacked the resources to pay Yifeng. Yifeng and Finest sat face to face in a deadlock. Eventually, they reached an agreement. The Mechanicus would order 1 combat barge and 1 strike cruiser, to be delivered in 200 years, with all expanded areas dedicated to bioorgan manufacture. This deal left both parties satisfied. Returning to his twin combat barge, Yifeng found the chief apothecary had completed his work and was now instructing 10 apprentice apothecaries. The tech sergeants were still busy, as analyzing the STC template fragments took considerable time. Yifeng had a sudden idea and asked if it was possible to install it into a Titan. New recruits gathered in the hall, waiting for Yifeng to appear. This recruitment had gone well, with a success rate of 48. The Shadow Moon Wolves contributed only 10 members, while other chapters had several each. This new force, led by 6 veterans, showed immense potential. In the following 3 years, the Imperium's dark side suffered greatly from the lack of the Astronomican's guidance, severely impacting ship navigation. During these dark times, Yifeng and his team continued their missions and training, preparing for an uncertain future. Some powerful planets have dedicated psychics as star markers to guide nearby worlds, preventing them from getting lost. Less developed worlds are not so fortunate. Their navigator skills determine their fate. Even Yifeng, who leads new recruits, rarely engages in interstellar travel. They typically stay on one planet for extended training sessions, though it doesn't take Astartes long to conquer a planet. As the agreed time approached, Yifeng led the second company, consisting of 6 warriors and a group of new recruits, to the Forge World Mavlek. Their mission was to collect the promised equipment: 7 cruisers, 96 frigates, 100 Emperor's Blade Type 2 tanks, 100 power armors, 100 power swords, 100 bolt guns, and 10 iron cavalry Terminator suits. 3 of these Terminator suits were oversized versions originally forged for Space Marines. To transport this massive equipment, they borrowed a fleet of transport ships from the neighboring Star Navy. These ships were manned by Navy rookies trained over the past decade. Upon arriving at Mavlek, Archbishop Prowess angrily berated Yifeng for handing over the agricultural world to the Empire. Yifeng retorted, "You didn't make it clear. It's not my fault if it was too late to save." After much argument, they reached a compromise, exchanging shards for supplies. Once the transport ships unloaded the equipment, they were left nearly empty. The 96 SOAR-class frigates and 7 Lunar-class cruisers required about 3 million crew members to operate minimally. Each SOAR-class frigate needed around 26,000 crew members, while each Lunar-class cruiser required 100,000. These personnel were recruited from Atries, a significant human resource loss for a planet that had barely recovered for 30 years. Despite this, the newly formed fleet was still a formidable force for the Imperial Navy. At Yifeng's insistence, these warships were disguised as loyal ships erecting statues of the Emperor everywhere. When questioned by the Navy members, Yifeng simply explained that the Forge world had already been reclaimed. Yifeng thought to himself, "I'm not rebelling, so I'm loyal. Working for me is working for the Empire, which means loyalty, right?" The current issue was finding a plausible reason for the fleet's origins or dispersing them. Yifeng contacted the Archbishop again. "Hey, Archbishop, it's me again. Don't hang up. Didn't we work well together before? How about my fleet works for you?" The Archbishop was clearly uninterested. "What do you mean you don't need escorts? The Great Rift has been open for so long. Minerals can't get through. You need to find your own resources, establish mining and forging factories. We provide escorts, and in return, you just need to supply us." After some negotiation, the Archbishop reluctantly agreed to Yifeng's proposal and even threw in an extra 100 ion pistols. Satisfied, Yifeng ended the call, thinking, "All right, it's settled." Next, Yifeng canceled the new recruits training with the tech sergeants. Most of the 12 Astartes were Iron Hand successors. 6 Astartes each commanded a Lunar-class cruiser and 3 frigate squadrons, with 5 ships per squadron. The remaining 6 frigates were assigned to protect the battle barge, and 1 cruiser was designated for training new recruits. Meanwhile, the barrier between the warp and reality grew thinner, allowing Chaos Space Marines, including the Night Lords who did not worship a single Chaos god, to infiltrate. These former 8th Legion warriors excelled in assassination and creating chaos, especially in the dark. They were now spreading death and fear in the remote world's hives. The temporary Second Council of the Pax Stellar region, located in Scaria, was haunted by recent events. Noble aristocrats were being brutally murdered and hung elegantly on street lamps. The Mid-Hive also faced issues, with people finding gruesome corpses and body parts in seldom-used public lockers. The situation in the Lower Hive was even worse, but such tragedies were common there. Otis had turned gray with worry. He mobilized all available forces, including various guard units, regiments, and even planetary defense forces, but could not uncover the truth. Initially, he suspected a faction planning a coup, but key figures from all factions had been targeted, and the killer's actions seemed random. Desperate, Otis sought Yifeng's help and prayed to the Emperor, hoping to survive until the Emperor's angels arrived. At first, Yifeng didn't consider the Alpha Legion or the Night Lords, thinking it was a powerful bioengineered serial killer. He saw this as an opportunity to give the new recruits some real combat training. "Everyone, board the ship. Let's move out," Yifeng ordered. 6 deputy instructors each led 8 new recruits in an orderly manner onto the Vigilant Sentinel. These recruits' modified organs would take years to fully integrate. The Vigilant Sentinel finally had a chance to stretch its legs. Meanwhile, the night covered Scaria, with ghostly figures moving through the Hive City. These figures were larger than ordinary humans, but moved silently in the darkness, remaining undetected even at close distances. In the Upper Hive's Forest Park, a handsome man was on a date with a lady. "Clemens, I'm so scared," the woman whispered. "There are rumors about a maniac killer roaming at midnight." "Reyna, there's no need to be afraid," Clemens replied confidently. "I'm the son of an admiral. Any monster would tremble before my noble bloodline." "But the news says this maniac has already killed many prominent nobles," Reyna said, still worried. "Don't worry, Reyna." Clemens flexed his muscular arm, showing off his strength. "But even generals under guard protection have." "Don't be afraid, Reyna. I have this." Clemens discreetly revealed a laser pistol adorned with exquisite diamonds and gold. "Oh my, you truly are a reliable gentleman," Reyna exclaimed. "Protecting women is a responsibility every man of honor must always consider. Don't you agree, beautiful Reyna?" Clemens said proudly. "Sweet words alone can't win a girl's heart," Reyna smiled. "But my heart has already been yours." The handsome young man, Clemens, gazed deeply into Reyna's eyes. Her heart raced as she slowly closed her eyes, anticipating that sweet kiss. However, as time ticked by, the expected touch never came. Reyna opened her eyes in confusion, finding herself surrounded by darkness. Clemens had vanished. With a tremor in her voice, she called out, "Clemens? Where are you? This isn't funny at all." She looked around frantically, but the darkness was empty. Her voice began to choke with emotion. "Clemens, come out. I. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, Clemens emerged from behind a large tree, laughing. "Haha, did I scare you?" Reyna, both startled and relieved, threw herself into his arms. She rubbed her face against his chest, discreetly wiping her tears on his shirt. "You jerk. You know how much I hate this." Clemens gently reassured her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Reyna abruptly pulled away and turned her face aside. That wasn't funny at all." She waited for an apology, but none came. Puzzled, she turned back, only to find Clemens had disappeared again. "Clemens," she called out angrily, "I said it wasn't funny. I'm getting really mad. Seriously mad." She searched behind trees and piles of rocks, but found no trace of him. "If you don't come out, I'm leaving," she warned. Her voice echoed in the forest, only to be answered by the faint chirping of insects. Furious, Reyna headed towards the park's entrance. She stopped at the gate, looking back, hoping Clemens would come after her. She secretly planned to give him a couple of punches as payback. Suddenly, she noticed the lights flickering erratically. These damn workers can't even install proper light bulbs. Just like Clemens. Before she could finish, a piercing scream shattered the night. Clemens' body hung grotesquely from a street lamp, his prized luxurious handgun shoved into his mouth, eyes bulging lifelessly, his body swaying on the pole. Reyna collapsed onto the cold ground, her eyes blankly fixed on her lover's corpse. Soon, a patrol arrived at the scene, but she remained motionless. The next morning, Planetary Governor Otis read through the night's death reports, seething with rage. He roared at the officers before him, "We must bring the murderer to justice. I don't want tight security and quick responses. I want the killer." The officers stood in terrified silence, knowing they had done their best, but still failed to quell the public's fear. Otis continued his outburst, "If you are truly incapable, then let the Astartes handle it. Let the Emperor's angels see how useless you are, a planetary army that can't catch a single murderer. You've brought me disgrace." One officer attempted to defend himself. "Governor Otis, the situation isn't that dire yet. We still have control, and the panic is only temporary." Before he could finish, Yifeng, clad in Terminator armor, entered the room, his heavy footsteps making the floor creak. "I'm afraid you are already out of your depth, my old friend," he said to Otis. "The methods of these murders resemble those of some old adversaries of ours." Otis looked up sharply, almost as if he were gazing at a deity. Yifeng continued, "I suggest you head to the space station immediately and halt all interactions until we can ensure safety below. After all, if the Night Lords wish to remain hidden, no one can find them." At the mention of the Night Lords, Otis slumped into his chair, all his previous bravado evaporating. "All recruits are to be immediately armored, disregarding any regulations for now. Facing the Midnight Lords without power armor is a death sentence." Yifeng's eyes flashed with determination as he gave the order. The recruits quickly assembled, the clanging of metal armor echoing all around. "Everyone, put on your jetpacks," Yifeng shouted. "These ancient packs are scarce, mainly scavenged from the bodies of Green Chapel assault soldiers. We only have 56, but they should suffice for now." The recruits fumbled as they donned their power armor, their faces a mix of excitement and anxiety. Most eyes shone with a sense of great honor, though a few murmured doubts about their worthiness. Yifeng scanned the surroundings and thought to himself, survival is paramount now. Who knows how many enemies are out there? 6 veteran Astartes were assigned to lead the recruits, each responsible for 8 men. They quickly organized into formations, preparing to patrol the entire Hive City. Yifeng briefly recalled the White Scar's grudges with other legions. They were naturally adept at countering 2 assassin legions, earning great accolades at the onset of the Horus Heresy. As Jagatai Khan led the White Scars back to Terra from the galaxy's edge, they clashed fiercely with the Alpha Legion, amassing impressive victories. The Raven Guard, loyalists who operated like half-assassins, suffered heavy losses at the hands of the White Scars when the Night Lords went on a rampage across remote planets. As night fell, Yifeng sat on a rooftop, clad in his White Scar's armor. He couldn't help but worry. Tonight, a squad of Midnight Lords might come to assassinate him. The mission was perilous, with 6 teams ordered to operate in pairs. Yifeng knew that the Midnight Lords had battle-hardened veterans, and taking down even 2 was a struggle. If 3 showed up, it would be a massacre. Residents of Scaria barred their windows, praying devoutly to the Emperor's statues or portraits. The nobility hid in underground bunkers, guarded by their strongest bio-enhanced bodyguards. On the streets, heavily armed soldiers patrolled in groups of 30, reporting their numbers at regular intervals. The shadow of an entire patrol squad going missing yesterday still loomed over everyone. Tonight, 3 squads of Astartes in crimson armor joined the patrols. Their striking colors were unmistakable under the streetlights. Citizens knelt and wept at the sight of the blood angels. "The Emperor has sent his angels to protect us," they cried, their prayers and blessings growing louder and more numerous. By the time Yifeng and his team completed their first patrol, nearly the entire city was chanting holy hymns, audible even to the mid-hive residents. Night had fully descended, and the upper hive slept peacefully, trusting in the omnipotent Astartes. Yifeng led a squad into the mid-hive, flanked by Kazaniv and Xiaolan as squad leaders. Another squad, led by William, guarded the passage between the upper and mid-hive, ready to provide support. Yifeng pondered the Midnight Lord's potential strategies. Would they target key figures to undermine the populace's faith in the Astartes, or directly challenge the Astartes to incite fear? Attacking in well-lit areas was no easy feat, and the enemy might be hesitant. Yifeng decided to make the choice for them, heading directly into the dimly lit mid-hive, even considering a descent into the lower hive. "It's the first day of the Blood Angel's presence in Scaria. Not going to make a move, cowards," he taunted in his mind. The crimson-armored warriors marched in unison into a darkened district. The silent night was disturbed only by the flutter of dark blue bats. Yifeng and the 5 other sons of the White Scars sensed something amiss. "Maintain your positions, the enemy is nearby." "I will not give further commands," Yifeng said, removing his helmet to better sense the air around him. The Astartes advanced cautiously, their alertness at its peak. Ahead, 2 streetlights were out, creating a stretch of darkness. As Yifeng stepped into the darkest area, he felt a slight shift in the air to his left. "Above us, shoot!" he yelled. A Midnight Lord had silently approached using an air pack, blending into the night with his armor, unnoticed by the other Astartes. The Astartes quickly raised their bolters, activating the powerful flashlights mounted for this battle. Blinding light flooded the dark street in an instant. A Midnight Lord clad in dark blue power armor swooped down from the sky. His armor and helmet were adorned with menacing spikes that gleamed with a sinister light. The battle scars and cracks on his armor were masked by bizarre skulls and the bones of unknown beasts. The power sword in his hand emitted an inky glow, making one wonder if a chaos demon resided within. The once loyal insignia on his armor had been replaced by desecrated symbols, but outwardly, the extent of his corruption by chaos didn't seem severe. Unlike other warriors who fired into the sky, Yifeng slashed to his left with his sword. A pale green light illuminated the eerie, pallid face of his opponent. The enemy's dark blue power claw barely intercepted the blow, and they quickly disengaged. The Midnight Lord used his jetpack for an emergency brake, retreating into a nearby old building. The dark ion streams from his spherical jet nozzles were nearly invisible in the darkness. As everyone else fired into the sky, an enemy from the right side successfully ambushed a new Astartes recruit on the outermost line, leaving deep claw marks on the unfortunate soldier. The enemy didn't press the attack, knowing that in a numerical disadvantage, a slight misstep could result in being obliterated by a bolter. Yifeng smiled and greeted his opponent. "Hello there, Baytiman." The other clearly didn't understand the remark and had no intention of responding. Before capturing their prey, Midnight Lords seldom spoke. Yifeng had just taken 3 steps forward when several darts flew at his head from the right. He only slightly adjusted his stance, causing the 5 darts to glance off his right shoulder and chest plates. He continued his fierce assault on the enemy to his left, his formidable Primaris Astartes' strength overwhelming even a veteran. Yifeng thought to himself that if these traitors were blessed by Khorne or Nurgle, he'd have to retreat. But since the Midnight Lords trusted no one, they received little power from any chaos god. Fearlessly, he chased his opponent, slashing relentlessly. The ferocious attack left his enemy struggling to defend. This Midnight Lord was no world eater. Without the element of surprise, he had little advantage. He activated his jetpack to leap to a nearby old building, with Yifeng close behind, even faster. The traditional jetpack's thrust was clearly superior to the enemy's silent version. Yifeng had his helmet hanging from his right waist, and his standard-issue relic ion pistol on the left. While airborne, he swiftly drew the ion pistol. The two crashed into the building, causing it to shake violently. Upon entry, Yifeng fired an overloaded ion pistol shot, blasting and ambushing Midnight Lord into pieces. This wasn't due to some sort of X-ray vision. Yifeng always fired left upon entering, then dealt with any right-side enemies using his chainsword. Ahead was the enemy who had been dueling with Yifeng. He clearly didn't expect Yifeng to shoot so decisively, his pale face showing surprise. At the same time, an enemy hidden above Yifeng swung a black power sword at him. With the distance too close for second thoughts, Yifeng met the attack with his chainsword. At that moment, he fired left with his left hand and swung right with his right, leaving himself exposed. The enemy ahead bent down to grab a bolter, aiming at Yifeng's unhelmeted head. Strictly speaking, This was the most perilous situation Yifeng had faced. However, it wasn't a Union 3 scenario but rather a 19-3. Berserker Kazanov executed an extremely risky, overloaded jetpack jump. This was a common tactic for assault troops to land directly within enemy lines, at the cost of rendering the jetpack unusable until it cooled down. Typically, such a jump could cover a city block, but Kazanov flew straight through the hole Yifeng had created. He didn't even land, crashing directly into the veteran Midnight Lord ahead of Yifeng at high speed. As the enemy bent to pick up the bolter, he looked up to see a red metallic object hurtling towards him. Both were dazed by the collision, but Kazanov was in better shape. He rammed his left shoulder plate into the enemy's chest, the impact crushing the foe's armor. As the enemy tried to strike Kazanov's abdomen with his power claw, Kazanov's right-hand power sword pierced through the enemy's chest, shredding both hearts. Yifeng's situation was dire. His opponent was a rare close combat specialist, wielding a power sword in his right hand and a power fist on his left. Each time their swords clashed, Yifeng had to be extremely cautious of the left hand. The power fist could inflict serious damage even on Terminator armor. Seeing Kazanov dispatch his ally and charge at him, the enemy decided to retreat. He feinted with his sword and then punched through a wall to escape. The battle below was even more intense. Led by a warrior in Terminator armor, 6 Midnight Lords charged at 17 Astartes. They were hunters, seeking live prey rather than corpses with exploded heads. The Terminator weathered bolter fire, slashing a recruit to death with a single blow. Fury surged within Yifeng. He initiated an overloaded jetpack charge, mimicking the enemy's tactic. Unlike Kazanov, Yifeng wore Terminator armor. Just as the Midnight Lord leader severed a recruit's left arm, he heard a terrifying whoosh. Even as a veteran, his reaction was swift, activating his jetpack for an emergency leap. Yifeng landed like a beast, sending metal and wood fragments flying. But he wasn't done. He launched a rapid charge, targeting the leader. The Midnight Lord's custom jetpack couldn't keep him airborne for long, and he eventually had to land. The relentless Yifeng plowed through 3 walls in pursuit. The enemy kept adjusting his landing spot but couldn't shake off the crazed pursuer. Ultimately, the Midnight Lord Terminator had to land, and his heavy armor immediately met a fierce assault. Fun fact, although Yifeng often employs Taiji sword techniques, his martial prowess extends far beyond that. The blade training for new recruits in the Green Temple is the most stringent among all the Astartes chapters, stemming from their Primarch, Jagatai Khan, who was the most skilled swordsman among all the Primarchs. At this moment, Yifeng showcased a breathtakingly ferocious sword style, skillfully integrating the powerful Taiji sword moves. His war cries thundered through the entire block. The genetically enhanced muscles of a Primaris Space Marine enabled Yifeng to perform high-difficulty maneuvers usually reserved for Primarchs. Yifeng's assault was like a storm, and though his opponent tried to parry with a power claw and power sword, it was clear he was no match for the pale green relic chainsword in Yifeng's hands. The enemy's weapons were already full of nicks, and he himself was infuriated. The experienced foe quickly regained his composure, realizing that while Yifeng's swordsmanship was unrefined, his strength was overwhelming. Each clash left his hands numb. When he tried to counterattack with precise swordplay, Yifeng responded with a near-suicidal tactic, habitually blocking with his shoulder armor while unhesitatingly aiming his sword at vital points. The enemy was puzzled. This blood-red armor, could it be a blood angel in the throes of the Red Thirst? But when did the Blood Angels start recruiting Asians? Meanwhile, 6 Night Lords, now leaderless, found themselves in a grueling battle. They were perplexed by their armored adversaries, who, once injured, would cling to their enemies, willing to sacrifice their limbs if necessary. The following warriors would then reduce the restrained enemies to pulp. After witnessing 5 of his warband brothers being dismembered, the last Night Lord decisively activated his jump pack and swiftly retreated. He thought to himself, even the World Eaters just fight through the pain. You guys are insane, trading your lives for battle honors? The Night Lord vanished into the darkness with a few leaps, using the night as cover. The pursuing warriors stopped on Xiaolan's command after a token chase. Kazanov, with a slightly dislocated left arm, led a few new recruits to support Captain Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng was locked in combat with his enemy. The enemy tried to break free several times, but was relentlessly pursued by Yifeng. The air was filled with the terrified screams of residents. The veteran attempted to escape using his jump pack again, but Yifeng ignored the covering fire of darts, executing a leaping slash that brought him crashing down. Despite having darts embedded in his chest and accumulating new claw marks, Yifeng's offensive did not wane. The painkillers and sedatives built into his Terminator armor continuously pumped into his system. Yifeng knew there was only one chance to end this stalemate. The enemy, cornered, stared at Yifeng's battle-scarred front armor, calculating the odds of shattering it with one strike. After dozens of exchanges, he realized that no matter how he utilized the Night Lord's stealth and ambush skills, his opponent's almost eerie sensory perception always dragged him back into direct confrontation. His only advantage was his extensive combat experience. They created some distance again. Yifeng was panting heavily, but still full of fighting spirit. The enemy's darts were depleted, and his weapons were in poor condition. Blood trickled down Yifeng's brow from a near miss by the enemy's power claw. Both locked eyes. Suddenly, Yifeng removed his helmet from his waist, preparing to put it on. This move left the veteran momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Are you underestimating me? The dark power sword swung down, and Yifeng quickly blocked it with his chain's word, then crouched and tilted his head, risking more claw marks on his shoulder armor to successfully don his helmet. This blatant act of disrespect enraged the enemy Yuri. Fixing your gear in front of me, and you succeeded? Yifeng's helmet was set to external sound mode, and he taunted, so, little bat, had enough? If not, come take a few more swings. Both heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps. The Night Lord Terminator realized he couldn't delay any longer and launched an aggressive attack. Unexpectedly, Yifeng didn't use the Taiji sword techniques to maneuver as before, nor did he wait for his teammates' support. He knew his warriors' abilities well. Their intervention would only complicate matters. In terms of strength, the enemy was no match for Yifeng wielding the sword with both hands. The enemy's advantage lay in being able to defend with one hand and attack with the other. However, one weapon couldn't fully block Yifeng's two-handed sword, and the other couldn't quickly penetrate the Terminator armor. Thus, they were at an impasse. For you, we fight. The Night Lord Terminator warrior finally roared his first battle cry. The dark power sword slashed diagonally from the upper left, and Yifeng, holding his sword with both hands, attacked at the same angle, pinning the enemy's power sword to the ground. The sizzling power claw aimed for his chest, and Yifeng used the smooth outer armor to his advantage, crouching slightly so the power claw left deep marks on the armor. The Night Lord continuously assessed the situation. 2 more scrapes at most, and I can shatter his shoulder armor. But Yifeng's offensive didn't stop. The pale green chain's word, pressing down on the enemy's sword, arced gracefully towards his head. Even the battle-hardened veteran didn't anticipate this move, hurriedly leaning back and rolling away to create distance. Yifeng seized the moment, slashing at the enemy's shoulder. The enemy quickly dodged, counterattacking with the power claw. Yifeng spun, his armor emitting a grating sound as it clashed with the power claw. Duck, then spinning slash. Even Mistamper would have to pole vault to dodge this, Yifeng thought. The enemy deftly wedged the power sword at his feet, performing a side flip as Yifeng's slash approached, the clash of their swords producing a teeth-grinding screech. 3. The Night Lord heard Yifeng mutter something strange midair, not understanding. When the enemy's foot touched the ground too, the Night Lord Terminator felt a twinge of unease, a faint heat source ahead making him wary. When he landed and quickly turned to face Yifeng, in an instant, pale green lightning filled his vision. The powerful electric energy, laced with mystical psychic force, easily tore through his battered armor, then his flesh. The sizzling electric arc scorched his skin, melted his muscles, shattered his bones, and vaporized his blood. In the blinding ion stream, Yifeng caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure, his progenitor, wearing the cold, sinister smile of a victor. It was a smile that spoke of a hunter's triumph and an unwavering commitment to personal justice. Bitterness welled up in Yifeng's heart. The rebellion had raged for 10,000 years, and now, in his final moments, the last thing he saw was the face of his progenitor, the same face that had brought victory to the Emperor during the Great Crusade. How cruelly ironic fate could be. The overloaded ion blast exploded in the enemy's chest, its immense energy instantly consuming the opponent. Yet such a close-range attack left Yifeng with no chance of escape. The furious ion stream struck him like an unrelenting wall, hurling him through the air. His body became a human projectile, crashing through multiple walls, each impact accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones and the thunderous collapse of the structure. After the final, resounding crash, the dust slowly settled. Yifeng's form vanished within the layers of rubble, his fate unknown. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, leaving behind a devastated battlefield that silently told the tale of the brutal confrontation. Many warriors, dragging their wounded limbs, gathered around Yifeng, the air thick with the scent of blood and burnt flesh. Those who had completely lost their mobility were positioned as sentries, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any potential enemy counterattacks. The original duel ground had transformed into a pool of molten metal, scattered with enemy skulls and power swords. The force of the ion explosions had turned other parts into floating iron vapors, creating an eerie metallic mist. Through several walls with gaping holes, Yifeng, the commander of the Crimson Tide, lay on the ground. His Terminator chest armor was nowhere to be seen, revealing charred flesh. The ion pistol rounds, converting high electrical energy into intense heat, had melted the enemies. Even from a distance of 2 body lengths, the scorching ion wind had burned Yifeng black, his skin covered with fine cracks, resembling roasted meat ready to be seasoned and eaten. Between his two hearts, the unique Belisarian furnace of the Primaris Space Marines activated swiftly. This organ had a single purpose: to help Astartes rapidly regenerate flesh and bone when severely injured. However, its use required a long recovery period afterward. The intense battle left the surrounding buildings teetering on the brink of collapse, with debris constantly falling from the ceilings. Reinforcements hurried to move the commander and any valuable items from the battlefield to safety. Curious bystanders peeked out to see what was happening, but more people stayed hidden in their homes, whispering prayers for safety. The battle's impact was extensive, with fires and collapsed buildings everywhere. Professional firefighting teams were only allowed to enter after the Astartes had left, carefully navigating the ruins to control the spread of the blaze. The squad staggered back to the hive city, their numbers reduced from 19 to 11, with 8 dead and 6 severely injured with amputations. Including Yifeng, the loss of 15 members was a heavy blow to the Crimson Tide. The genocide in the new recruits had not matured enough for extraction. The enemy also suffered 8 casualties, which seemed impressive on paper, but the cost of losing 14 men to just 6 attackers was devastating. After the battle, morale was low. Even against a smaller force, the cost was steep in front of veterans who had fought for millennia. The aftermath was handled by another squad led by William, who moved carefully to avoid causing more panic among the hive citizens. Yifeng received immediate medical treatment and donned a standard Mark X power armor. Terminator armor was not something you could easily replace, especially not Yifeng's oversized version. The apothecary and tech marine were coordinating the arrival of the battle barges Dawnlight and Vigilant Watch, and Yifeng could already foresee their angry expressions. A single new recruit training had reduced 48 recruits to 40, with 6 amputations. At this rate, Yifeng would become the commander of a crippled regiment rather than the Crimson Tide. But the situation on Scaria could not be ignored. The terror of the Night Lords lay in their ability to assassinate high-ranking officials and incite panic and rebellion even when outnumbered. No one knew how many Night Lords were still at large. 3 were confirmed to have escaped last night. Governor Otis nearly fainted upon hearing about Yifeng's injury. "My great commander, you must not fall. You are my only hope." The governor was so anxious he couldn't eat or sleep, pacing around the space station. Yifeng held a video conference with Governor Otis, requesting temporary command of the military forces. Yes, whatever you need. Just take care of yourself, please," the governor agreed without hesitation. All forces were deployed like a net to search for the Night Lord's drop pods. "Don't tell me you were summoned through a warp rift," Yifeng muttered to himself. It's already absurd enough that there are followers of the Night Lords, let alone summoning so many of them, which would require sacrifices in the millions. In such a stable star system and planet, even powerful warships could only emerge from the Mandeville Point. Even with the warp weakened, opening a rift on the planet would require multiple greater demons, or a direct blessing from a chaos god. There must be a Night Lord spacecraft that landed here. Finding it will give us an estimate of their numbers. Yifeng ordered. "Search everywhere, don't leave any ground unchecked. Even have divers check the lakes for underwater entrances, and use avian drones to scan the deserts." Would this really work? Of course not. But if you were a Night Lord, would you let mortals approach your hiding place? When a search team didn't return, the area they were responsible for would be the key focus. It was harsh but effective. Coordinating so many troops was a hassle, but with several Astartes assisting, it became much simpler. Within a few days, the battle barges arrived. The mortal auxiliary forces also joined the search. Unexpectedly, the tech marine and apothecary hurried to Yifeng, standing silently and staring at him, making him uneasy. You too." Yifeng began tentatively. "Stare. I swear this won't happen again. I swear by the Emperor. May psychic backlash strike me. May the Emperor's wrath descend upon me if I lie." Stare. Everyone is deeply saddened by the loss of so many warriors, but we need to look forward and find a way to eliminate those enemies hiding in the shadows. Stare. I take full responsibility for this operational failure. I will write a detailed report and send it to the entire chapter. Stare. You two aren't planning to chase me around with scalpels and screwdrivers, are you? The 2 tech priests sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. Not corrupted. Head still intact," they said in unison. "The most unacceptable thing in this whole battle? It's you getting seriously injured, you idiot." Ignoring Yifeng's bewildered expression, they turned and left. There was still much to do, including installing mechanical limbs for the injured warriors, with the apothecary's help to minimize their pain. The Night Lords didn't show themselves, and the mortal troops didn't stop searching. This large-scale search lasted 3 years. During this time, they stumbled upon numerous hidden caches of gold and weapons belonging to gangs and corrupt officials, even uncovering the stash of a would-be coup plotter. Bandits and fugitives hiding in the mountains were out of luck, lamenting, "I was hiding just fine here, but this mountain search is too much. I should have hidden in the underhive." They regretted their choices deeply. Finally, in a cave within the mountains, the search team found something unusual. The mountains here are towering and sheer, making it an extremely dangerous place. Natural chasms and caves are scattered across the cliffs, with large birds occasionally nesting among the white rocks. Even seasoned adventurers dare not venture here lightly. However, the perilous environment could not deter the army's search efforts. Loyal human auxiliaries, supported by aerial units, continuously landed soldiers on the treacherous peaks. Powerful mechanical anchors secured them firmly to the cliffs, ensuring they wouldn't fall. The serviceals scanned the area meticulously, searching for any suspicious signs. After an exploration team in a particular sector repeatedly faced fatalities, the entire army deployed every available lighting device. Flashlights and floodlights were densely arranged, illuminating the area so thoroughly that one could hardly take a step without kicking a lamp. Astartes regrouped and encircled the mountain. To prevent enemy attacks during the main force's absence, a tech sergeant led a team to ambush in the Hive City. Yifeng led 2 squads of new recruits for the assault, one under William and the other under Laxon. Yifeng thought to himself that if it weren't for Kazanev's occasional achievements, he'd have confined this troublemaker long ago. The search team cautiously approached the cave, throwing in high-intensity light sources. Eventually, 2 Midnight Lords hiding deep inside, with no other options, prepared for a desperate fight. For unknown reasons, they didn't escape using their aircraft, perhaps unwilling to abandon their comrades. This time, Yifeng gave them no chance. All members aimed their bolt guns and ion pistols at the cave entrance, and a volley nearly collapsed the cave, reducing the enemies to dust. Yifeng carefully entered the cave, disarming 3 booby traps before finally reaching the storage area for the spaceship. The once dark cave was now brightly lit by various light sources. The spaceship had sleek lines, entirely black with no decorations, a standard model for both atmospheric and space operations. Yifeng had never seen this model before, likely a new product from the Dark Mechanicum or made from newly discovered STC template fragments. The corrupted machine spirit tried to prevent Yifeng's entry, but he violently kicked open the hatch. The ship was a small infiltration transport, with a spacious cargo hold accommodating up to 15 people. Judging by the size of the cockpit and co-pilot seats, it could carry up to 17 Midnight Lords. Considering the larger size of Terminators, which take up 2 positions, there could be a maximum of 6 regular Midnight Lords, or 4 plus 1 Terminator warrior. Yifeng mused that this was no easy task. Without him, no single squad could handle these 6 enemies alone. In the central plaza of the Upper Hive, the black power sword used by the enemy Terminator was suspended high. Warriors patrolled around it, hoping to lure out the bats lurking in the shadows, but none had taken the bait for a long time. Since that approach failed, a new plan was needed. Xiaolan's hometown was in the lower hive, so Yifeng decided to take 20 Astartes to investigate. This filthy place was long neglected by the nobility, left in a state of abandonment. Above the lower hive lived a large number of laborers, while the area below, known as the underhive, was a haven for various riots. No one bothered to count the population of the lower hive. Even auditors avoided it. What use would the statistics be? The Imperium's tithe couldn't be collected here, making it a losing proposition. The 21 angels of the Emperor strode in without hesitation, causing even the most deranged passers-by to quickly retreat. The streets were narrow and low, often requiring sideways movement or bending down to pass. Hardly any decent dwellings were visible. A piece of rag on a rusty metal pole constituted a home. In the few relatively better areas, menacing figures roamed, though they could only muster a forced smile in the presence of the Astartes. Though Xiaolan had no memory from before his trials, Yifeng had reviewed his basic information. Following the clues, they headed to the steam bar. Inside the dimly lit bar, a few drunkards had already been robbed of their valuables, leaving only a few old patrons still chatting, who were soon given the boot by the owner. Hartman, the bar owner known as Dad, was leisurely wiping a metal cup. There were no fragile and expensive glassware here. The sturdier, the better. The most valuable item in the bar might be the clock on the wall, ticking away, reminding these sunless souls of the passing time. The shelves behind the bar were stocked with various liquors, some genuine smuggled fine wines, others concoctions from stolen factory alcohol, and some special brews made by the owner, the ingredients of which only the scavenger kids knew. No one could tell which was good or bad, but if you accidentally broke a bottle, it was always the best and most expensive one. As the bar was about to close and most patrons had left, a few kids rushed in to inform the owner that a large group of Astartes was coming. They shouted that Xiaolan had returned to repay a debt, to which Hartman sarcastically responded, "Impossible. Once an Astartes is transformed, they become angels of the Emperor, second only to him. Why would they return to this place? I used to serve in the Astra Militarum. You can't fool me, you brats." The noisy kids jostled each other out, looking for the girl who had been close to Xiaolan. Just as Hartman was cursing, a giant in red armor ducked into the bar. "Are you still open?" the giant asked. Hartman was terrified, thinking, "Are they really here for me? Impossible. Did I lose my mind? Several Astartes filed in. The narrow bar couldn't accommodate all 20 warriors. The ones outside skillfully formed observation and combat-ready positions. None of them removed their helmets, as the air here reeked of metal fumes and excrement. Hartman couldn't see their expressions, and immediately knelt from behind the bar. In an instant, he reviewed all his worth in his mind, but couldn't think of any reason worthy of the Astartes' personal visit. Could it really be for Xiaolan? Honorable Lord Astartes, I'm just about to close up. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I'll get it done to the best of my ability. Hartman stood respectfully behind the counter, his eyes showing a mix of caution and slight nervousness. Yifeng paused briefly, then adopted a meaningful tone. I heard you're pretty familiar with the local gangs around here. A fine layer of sweat instantly appeared on the tavern owner's forehead. He forced a smile and replied with a slight tremor in his voice. You must be joking, my lord. I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I dare have any dealings with them? Yifeng let out a cold laugh. Don't play dumb. Do you think our intelligence network is useless? Hartman was startled and filled with regret. He mentally berated himself for his foolishness. These lords couldn't possibly be here just for a drink, could they? My lord, you see right through me. He quickly knelt, his forehead almost touching the ground. Just tell me what you need. Even if it means kicking some greenskin butt, I'll get it done. He wasn't exaggerating. This old Astra Militarum veteran had indeed fought against the Orks before. Yifeng got straight to the point. Every area around here is pretty much under gang control, right? I need you to contact the local gangs and find out if any gang has suddenly disappeared or started acting very strangely. My lord, could you clarify what you mean by acting very strangely? Hartman asked cautiously. For instance, buying large amounts of fresh blood, capturing slaves, evacuating people from core areas, or completely forbidding entry. Yifeng explained, then offered an incentive. Tell the gang leaders I have 100 slots for entry into the middle hive, with clean identities and legitimate jobs. Even the well-experienced Hartman couldn't help but gasp. This was the lifelong dream of many gang leaders. Getting into the middle hive wasn't hard at their level, but doing so with a clean identity and a legitimate job was another story. Rest assured, great angel of the Emperor, I will handle this flawlessly and follow your orders to the letter, Hartman vowed earnestly. Good. I'll be back in a month. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Hartman remained kneeling, his head pressed to the ground, not daring to move an inch. Let's go, Xiaolan. Yifeng called out as he led the way out of the tavern. Xiaolan? The tavern owner suddenly looked up, catching a glimpse of a tall, red-armored warrior leaving. All grown up, kid, he muttered to himself. The news spread like wildfire through the lower hive. The lure of clean identities and legitimate jobs in the middle hive stirred the entire underworld into a frenzy. Gang infighting intensified as many vied for this opportunity. More people took desperate measures, trying to overthrow gang leaders. Spies and individuals disguised as workers, vagrants, and drug dealers roamed the streets, searching for any suspicious clues. The Midnight Lords sensed the disturbance. They could feel the increased heartbeat of the surrounding humans, as if the entire lower hive was in a state of excitement. During the planet-wide search, they had hidden in the lower hive, hoping to stay concealed among the masses. They had taken control of a gang leader to supply them with resources. However, the current situation was beyond their expectations. The controlled gang leader found himself in a dilemma. Reporting these chaos scum might earn him protection, but he would likely be torn apart before that could happen. His hesitation didn't last long. The Midnight Lords, aware of the truth, executed him immediately. The details were too gruesome to describe. While the Midnight Lords hadn't lost their self-awareness like the Death Guard, their desires had grown to terrifying levels. They craved the sound of painful screams and the sight of their prey's struggle and fear before death, which was like the finest wine to them. They had thought that slaves and the lowly were abundant in the lower hive, and no one would care about their deaths. But now, the entire lower hive was on high alert. The Midnight Lords had to hide in the rafters, avoiding countless scouts. Their previous actions of purchasing large supplies had aroused suspicion, so they decided to strike first. The hive was no longer safe. They needed a new hiding place. The planetary forces had just conducted a thorough search of the entire world and likely thought the outside was safe now. The Midnight Lords planned to exploit this assumption, quietly slipping into the wilderness. They intended to hunt some desert dwellers to satiate their growing hunger, and then return to the hive when their pursuers grew weary and complacent. Leaving through the official exits was not an option. They chose the same route as Xiaolan, escaping through the pipes. Night had fallen, and the stars were bright. Most people were sleeping soundly, except for the vigilant Astra Militarum guards at the gates. People felt secure, believing the Astartes would protect them. The enemy's weapons displayed in the square added to this sense of security. The wilderness outside the hive remained wild and dangerous. Creatures were torn apart and devoured, the law of the jungle reigning supreme. Insect chirps filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the roars of nocturnal predators. From the green tree-like plants to the disorderly piles of stones, and even the lichen-covered soil, danger lurked everywhere. By the rushing river, several pipes of varying sizes stood. Sewage pipes continuously discharged the city's waste, the stench mingling with the strange smell of rust. Occasionally, severed limbs and corpses flowed out, quickly devoured by the river's ferocious fish. The Midnight Lords crawled out silently from the pipes. Covered in filth, these Astartes were now seething with rage, vowing to repay this humiliation 100-fold, no, 1,000-fold in the future. Just then, a thunderous roar came from all directions. The main cannons of the Imperial blade tanks fired in unison, shells hurtling towards the pipes. The 6 Midnight Lords scrambled to dodge as the pipe entrance collapsed, blocking their retreat completely. Next, various bolt guns and plasma guns fired relentlessly. Flares lit up the sky, turning the entire area as bright as day. Midnight Lords, did you think I wouldn't know you were trying to run? Yifeng's voice carried a hint of smugness. Although the hive was vast with numerous exits to the outside, there were only a few pipes large enough for Astartes. The Astra Militarum had sealed off several, keeping them under close watch. A tech priest led an ambush at one location, while Yifeng personally led the team here, lying in wait for the perfect moment. Not coming out, huh? Yifeng sneered. Then we'll come in and flush you out bit by bit. The lower hive is huge, with all sorts of chaos, but I've got plenty of time. I don't mind turning the entire hive red under military control if I have to. In a dark corner, a timid little bat cautiously peeked out, as if testing the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. Blow it up! The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and explosions echoed one after another. Debris and dust flew everywhere as the little bat flapped its wings in a panic, desperately trying to escape the chaos. Stalov's foundry can cover the costs. A gruff voice rang out clearly amidst the explosions. Blast it all! With that command, more explosives were detonated. The shockwaves from the blast shook the ground, filling the air with smoke and dust, obscuring the view. The little bat darted back and forth in the confusion, frantically searching for a way out, while the explosions continued relentlessly, seemingly without end. The Midnight Lords scattered under the barrage of fire, losing their organization and forced to seek survival on their own. Their dark jetpacks activated, propelling them through the air as they dodged incoming shells and bombs amidst the shockwaves. However, most of them lacked the agility of the seasoned veterans, clearly new recruits from their prolonged campaigns. Yifeng's troops, though inferior in quality, had the advantage of numbers. Amidst the chaos, a helmetless Midnight Lord emerged, his pallid skull adorned with metallic spikes that gleamed coldly. Despite the flares illuminating the sky, this veteran skillfully evaded most attacks. If they were mere mortals, they might have had a chance to escape, Yifeng thought. But we are Astartes. No sooner had he finished his thought than several Midnight Lords were struck by the artillery and fell from the sky. Trailing behind the strongest veteran was another figure charging forward. Eventually, the enemy had to land. The seasoned opponent chose a heavy tank from Yifeng's side as his landing point, making it difficult for others to open fire. However, Yifeng had no such reservations and aimed his bolter at the enemy. His target was not the head protected by shoulder armor, but the spherical exhaust nozzles protruding above the jetpack. These nozzles, placed for stealth and better flight adjustment, were located on the upper part rather than the lower part of the pack. Yifeng's strategy was clear. Shatter one nozzle, and the enemy would spin uncontrollably in the air, with one side thrusting downward and the other upward. The enemy evidently realized Yifeng's intent and quickly rolled to the other side of the tank. Yifeng activated his jetpack, flying up to get a better view, but was immediately met with a barrage of fire from the enemy's bolter. William, move, Yifeng ordered. After nearly being rammed by a Midnight Lord during a previous encounter, they had studied this risky tactic thoroughly and devised several contingency plans. William, utilizing his air pack, flew just above the ground, swiftly positioning himself behind the Imperial blade tank. He unleashed a volley of fire, shooting numerous siren-shaped armor-piercing rounds, severing the hands of the veteran Midnight Lord who was focused on Yifeng above. Ha, no hands now. Capture him alive, Yifeng commanded coldly. Under the siege of 10,000 auxiliary troops, 60 Imperial Blade II tanks, and over 20 Astartes, they managed to kill 5 enemies and capture one, at the cost of 176 mortal lives and 8 heavily damaged tanks. It was undoubtedly a significant victory, at least in the eyes of Governor Otis. The governor, jubilant, returned from the space station to the ground, exclaiming, "A great victory. Congratulations to the great Yifeng and his company for achieving another flawless triumph." Were it not for his status, he would have given Yifeng a fervent hug and showered his cheeks with kisses. Yifeng felt he had taken another step towards shamelessness. If not for capturing an enemy, this battle would not be worth mentioning. He humbly responded, "Governor Otis, you flatter us." We are merely carrying out the Emperor's retribution. But Otis was relentless. No, no, no. For decades, the stability of this region of the Empire has relied entirely on your fearless efforts and those of your company. You deserve a monument engraved with your heroic deeds. This victory is the perfect occasion. I hope to mobilize everyone to erect a monument in your honor. What do you think? Yifeng gave a noncommittal reply. You handle it as you see fit. However, there's something unofficial I'd like to discuss if you're interested. Governor Otis broke into a cold sweat. What could an Astartes company commander want that's unofficial? It sounded terrifying. He cautiously replied, Commander Yifeng, please speak. I assure you, not a word will leak. Yifeng reassured him, no need to be so tense. Hair-race the thing. When such events occur, you're unable to handle them on your own, right? Correct, we still rely on your intervention, Otis said, fearing that Yifeng intended to usurp his position and turn the planet into a temporary home base. Yifeng continued, so, I hope to station 10 Astartes on your planet as an emergency support force, of course, off the official records. Otis was overjoyed. This would make his planet even more secure. He immediately grasped Yifeng's intention. Of course, having the Emperor's angels protect our planet is our highest honor. Shall we list these warriors among the fallen in this battle? Yifeng nodded. Indeed. They'll provide the Astartes equipment, but other supplies, like food, will be up to you. Otis readily agreed. Naturally, we'll handle the supplies. How should we arrange these warriors? Yifeng offered several options: hide them in the mountains, your residence, or secret military bases anywhere you can ensure complete secrecy. You understand the consequences of a leak. Otis suddenly felt Yifeng's lion-like presence, realizing his life was at the commander's mercy. He mimed a throat-slitting gesture, trembling. Rest assured, it will be. Yifeng withdrew his imposing demeanor and gave final instructions. You have 4 years to prepare everything necessary for these warriors' concealment. The secret meeting concluded, and Governor Otis hurried away to attend to numerous pending matters. On Scaria, people sang and danced, celebrating the death of the mysterious killer. This tale had become a perfect bedtime story. Citizens in peril, guards inept, the great Emperor's angels descending with the Emperor's wrath, vanquishing the enemy and restoring peace to the city. Meanwhile, the true protagonists of the story were holding a solemn funeral aboard their warship. The bodies of 8 new recruits and 176 mortals were laid out in sequence, and traditional rites were performed, calling upon the Emperor to guide his loyal sons' souls to the throne. For Yifeng, this part felt akin to ancestral worship, invoking the spirits of ancestors in the heavens. Afterward, Yifeng delivered a lengthy self-reproach proclamation and post-battle summary, boosting everyone's morale. Inevitably, some warriors expressed dissatisfaction with holding a joint funeral for mortals and Astartes. This played right into Yifeng's commissar's hands, who then launched another round of indoctrination on equality, emphasizing the equal status of officers and soldiers alike. How did these Midnight Lords end up here? Their purpose, I fear, lies locked within the mind of that ever-silent prisoner. Over the next 4 years, Yifeng subjected the new recruits to an almost brutal training regimen. To prevent another disastrous outcome like the 6-on-17 skirmish that resulted in 14 casualties, he imparted the fierce blade techniques of the White Scar and the Taiji swordsmanship. This training extended not only to the 40 new recruits, but also to the previous batch of Astartes and those studying under the apothecaries. The grueling period led many to lament. I'd rather face the Midnight Lords again than endure those terrifying 4 years. As the recruits practiced, Yifeng's swordsmanship evolved continuously. Given the prevalence of disabled warriors, the techniques became more varied. For instance, those with metal arms didn't need to worry about protecting their limbs, while those with mechanical legs had no concerns about leg attacks. The various techniques were constantly improved and integrated, sometimes tested on warp creatures that appeared out of nowhere. When the recruits officially graduated, Yifeng personally inscribed their armor with their designations, just as his instructor, Flo, had once inscribed 13 inside his own armor. The graduation of this batch meant an increase in Yifeng's available warriors. After rotating with the warriors stationed at Tust and secretly dispatching 10 warriors to Scaria, Yifeng had 36 operable soldiers at his command. Throughout the 2 rounds of recruit training, 82 individuals survived. Among them, 10 were studying with the Grand Apothecary, 10 were studying on the Forge World, 10 were hidden in Tust, and 10 were hidden in Scaria. 6 were tasked with commanding the cruiser escorting the Mechanicum. These 36 Space Marines were now powerful enough to easily subdue a rebellious planet. Today, the Crimson Tide chapter held its first substantial meeting in their own chapel. Chapter Master Yifeng first reviewed the major historical events since the chapter's founding, then clarified the development goals and strategic adjustments for the next 20 years. This included implementing the short-term core strategy of developing quietly, fully realizing the basic policy of leveraging the Mechanicum, and adhering to the guiding principle of maximizing resources from colonies, all aimed at steadily advancing towards the grand goal of making the chapter richer, larger, and stronger. Yifeng summarized the lessons learned from past events. Not being aggressive enough in resource acquisition, imprecise firebombing, and unstable plan execution. He and his warriors discussed actions against the Midnight Lords as an example, delving into the feasibility of jetpacks for adventurous maneuvers, the setup of comprehensive fire suppression positions, close-quarters combat coordination, and the best combat strategies when facing formidable enemies, achieving good results. In the end, all members reaffirmed their commitment, emphasizing the need to rely on the power of the people, unite all possible forces, and steadily strengthen themselves, reiterating the ultimate goal of liberating the entire galaxy. The core leadership meeting concluded successfully with affirmations of support for the Emperor's grand vision. Subsequently, 2 battle barges continued to one of 2 worlds yet to be recruited from, initiating the 3rd round of recruitment. The Mechanicum kept their promise, delivering the augmentation organs for the next batch of recruits. The Mechanicum representative and Yifeng held a friendly discussion, exchanging opinions on maintaining a comprehensive strategic partnership and conserving ammunition, though neither side persuaded the other, laying the groundwork for the next meeting. As the Mechanicum representative from Strolov's Forge world prepared to leave, another Mechanicum communique arrived. A cruiser flotilla dispatched to establish resource points had been attacked, requesting assistance. Yifeng found himself in a dilemma. How could there be enemies in such a desolate area? Enemies capable of launching an offensive that put a cruiser flotilla in peril? Without the Emperor's Astronomicon, even short-distance navigation was problematic, let alone venturing into such a barren area, where the slightest mistake could lead them astray into chaos. The Mechanicum representative suggested first locating their temporary base, then pinpointing the cruiser flotilla. Yifeng rejected this, fearing the base might already be compromised. Ultimately, Yifeng borrowed the Mechanicum's primitive map, advancing according to the marked signals until using the Mechanicum's positioning technology to locate the star system where the forge base should be established. Without striking the cruiser, they had to rely on transporters and psychic teleportation to board the ship, which was extremely dangerous. The Mechanicum suggested using heavy space bombers to deploy assault pods, adjusting direction after entering space, similar to launching from the cruiser. However, the cruiser might not be sturdy enough for close proximity, posing high risks for a space assault. Despite this, Yifeng decided to proceed. The 36th Astartes entire force of the Crimson Tide chapter set off, under the escort of 3 frigates, meeting up with 2 Mechanicum fire support ships. By then, the cruiser flotilla that had sent the distress signal had suffered heavy casualties. Of the 15 frigates, 7 were already lost. The enemy's firepower was unusually fierce. Initially, Astartes commander Zhi Qing thought it was a small Tyranid swarm, as the enemies were small, mostly only a few meters long, yet capable of flying in space. They resembled manta rays, like those sharks with small wing-like, pectoral fins. Normally, powerful firepower would be enough to annihilate them, but the enemies were small and agile, making it difficult for the large cannons to hit them. Only Lost cannons could inflict effective damage. Before the enemy approached the void shields, Zhi Qing hadn't noticed any countermeasures from the opposing side. However, when the enemies neared the void shields, their manta ray-like mouths suddenly unleashed strange attacks, with blue ion-like streams bombarding the shields. Under heavy load, the void shields allowed extremely slow-moving objects to pass through. The swarm of space manta rays surged towards the battleship like a tidal wave, their ion streams precisely destroying the Closian weapon systems. Shockingly, these creatures began to devour the ship's metal structure. Zhi Qing quickly assessed that these were not the Terran Zerg but a previously unknown alien species. Without a dense web of firepower, it was challenging to counter such a massive enemy. He immediately called for support from the Mechanicus. Due to the ambiguity of the star signal, the Mechanicus mistakenly interpreted it as an emergency distress call, promptly notifying Fleet Commander Yifeng and dispatching 2 heavily armed warships. The support fleet underwent a harrowing warp journey, arriving at the Mandeville point earlier than expected. The powerful bird servitor scanning array immediately locked onto the besieged fleet. The sight was horrifying. Countless space manta rays clustered around the wreckage of the escort ship, greedily gnawing on the metal. Even the civilian escape pods attempting to break through were not spared, shattered into pieces and consumed by the monstrosities. The Mechanicus personnel were thunderstruck, as if witnessing their bodies being devoured and their proud creations destroyed. In contrast, Yifeng remained calm. "How long until we are in range?" he asked. 481 seconds, the adjutant replied. Yifeng stared at the metal-eating aliens and suddenly pondered. Could these creatures devour the Necrons? His thoughts drifted to the history of this ancient overlord race. Once known as the Necronter, they lived on a radiation-ravaged planet with short lifespans. They yearned for robust bodies and long lives, envying the then-galactic rulers, the Old Ones. To quell internal strife, they made the Old Ones their enemies. However, the Old Ones' technology was far superior. At this moment, the Tan, star gods existing since the birth of the universe, took advantage, luring the Necronter into mechanical ascension. Except for the highest nobility, the common populace lost consciousness, becoming mindless machines. Though the Necrons defeated the old ones, the cost of total mechanization filled their rulers with regret. They rose in rebellion, shattering the Tan into fragments and permanently sealing them. As undisputed rulers, the Necrons deemed the time unripe and entered hibernation. Recently, with increasing cosmic turmoil, Necron dynasties have been awakening, wreaking havoc across the galaxy with their advanced technology. Ifeng mused. Could these space manta rays consume the mechanical bodies of the Necrons? Perhaps capturing a few for research and modification could be useful in the future. Meeting you might just be my good fortune, he murmured. Standing beside Ifeng was not a superstitious tech priest, but a representative of the rebellious Forge World Mechanicus, staunch believers in imperial truth. Ifeng quickly contacted Fleet Commander Zhi Qing, issuing a concise and powerful order. Retreat to my position at full speed. An avid strategist, Ifeng eagerly prepared to showcase his skills. The escort ships rapidly deployed, forming a fan-shaped firing line. The Mechanicus fire support ships positioned themselves above and below. In this three-dimensional space battlefield, maintaining adequate fire coverage was crucial to prevent enemy breakthroughs. Ifeng couldn't help but think, if only we had swordtail interceptors. These Astartes fighters from the Great Heresy era could operate in both atmosphere and space, excelling against small targets. The fleet quickly formed a cross-shaped battle formation, a common frontal combat strategy in three-dimensional warfare. As Zhi Qing led his fleet to retreat towards Ifeng's position, a large number of space manta rays hungrily pursued. Powerful loss cannons fired instantly, melting many enemies, but the losses were insignificant against the massive swarm. Imperial starfighters roared out, clearing the enemies clinging to Zhi Qing's ships. These aliens seemed to be under some form of command, but their method of control remained a mystery. Two escort ships reached Ifeng's line first, immediately joining the formation to provide cover for their retreating comrades. All ships slowly retreated while continuing to attack. The newly joined escort ships spread out, vigilant against flank and rear assaults. Macro cannons were ineffective against these small targets. The shells couldn't even trigger their fuses, instead becoming food for the enemies. Puzzlingly, these creatures bit into the macro cannon shells without detonating them. The first wave of space torpedoes was nearing the enemy swarm, likely to be devoured as well. After Zhi Qing's cruiser joined Ifeng, the fleet quickly split into two groups, each with a lunar-class cruiser and a Mechanicus fire support ship, forming crossfire to fiercely attack the space manta rays chasing the last escort ship. The Mechanicus warships unleashed a barrage of ion weapons, creating massive ion storms within the enemy ranks, resembling dazzling spherical fireworks in space. Enemies at the center of the explosions were instantly vaporized, while those on the periphery convulsed, seemingly losing central nervous control. Another enemy group attacked from Ifeng's upper right. Ifeng commanded the fleet to maneuver to the lower left, attempting to merge the two enemy groups for more efficient loss cannon strikes. As the battle reached a stalemate, Ifeng keenly noticed an odd phenomenon. The earliest space torpedoes, upon entering the enemy swarm, were not devoured like macro cannon shells. Instead, nearby enemies seemed to guard them, rotating around the torpedoes. Only when the torpedoes reached their maximum range did some space manta rays awaken and bite at them. However, the torpedoes then self-detonated, destroying a large swath of enemies. Tech Priest, Ifeng urgently asked, "Did you see that space torpedo? What design is this?" Initially unaware of the situation, the Tech Priest quickly found the relevant footage in the battle recorder. On the battleship, ion warheads stood ready to launch, alongside a sophisticated decoy signal emitter. This unassuming device was the key weapon against the space manta rays, capable of emitting deceptive signals that prevented the enemy from locking onto the battleship as a target. Ifeng stood at the command console, his eyes fixed on the flickering data streams on the display screen. His fingers moved rapidly across the control panel, adjusting the parameters of the decoy signal emitter. Decipher the signal principles, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. We must find its weak point. As the final parameter was confirmed, a cold smile appeared on Ifeng's lips. Now, it was his turn to strike back. The space manta rays that had devoured his ship were about to face retribution. Dare to consume my ship? Ifeng's voice was filled with determination. I'll make you pay back with interest. His fingers hovered over the launch button, waiting for the perfect moment. The battle was imminent, and Ifeng was ready to make the enemy pay. The priest of the Mechanicus swiftly manipulated the mechanical screen with both hands, devising several plans within just a minute. He turned to Captain Ifeng, speaking urgently, "I can modify a battleship's bird servitor scanning frequency to mimic the signal transmission mode, but it will take 35 minutes. Ifeng responded decisively, "No problem, go ahead. We'll handle the rest." Under Ifeng's command, several battleships engaged in a fighting retreat. Although the battleships were slower than the space manta rays, The intermittent launches of space torpedoes managed to disrupt the enemy's information systems. However, after only 2 repetitions of this tactic, the enemy seemed to catch on to Yifeng's strategy and quickly split into multiple small units, encircling from all directions. Yifeng made a swift decision, ordering the fleet to split into 4 groups for cross-elimination, each team targeting the threats facing the others. The battleships maneuvered deftly in space, and Yifeng orchestrated the movements of the 4 fleets, luring the enemies, chasing 3 of them into a near-linear formation. He then commanded a simultaneous volley of light lances, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. After a grueling battle, numerous Fury-class fighters returned to the ship's hangar upon Yifeng's orders. Analyzing the situation, Yifeng said, "The enemy has not displayed any long-range attack capabilities. We need to draw the battle into open space. Without cover, the enemy will suffer greater damage during their advance." The 4 fleets began to converge slowly, with the enemy already closing in. Ion weapons were unusable due to the risk of friendly fire. Yifeng turned to William. "Assign each person to command a frigate and follow my orders." 11 frigates quickly formed a diamond formation, firing at the approaching enemies from all directions, while the 4 larger ships at the center unleashed powerful light lance attacks. Even the few enemies that managed to get close to the frigates were swiftly eliminated by the Closian weapon systems. These strange space creatures seemed to lack a clear command center, altering their formation after several attacks and splitting into 20 medium-sized groups to pursue the fleet. Seeing the opportunity, William issued the final command to the frigates. "All 11 frigates, start regrouping and move in a circle along the star system." A small portion of the space manta rays followed closely behind. They seemed reluctant to chase the nimble frigates, as the 4 big targets were right in front of them. The frigates would complete a loop around the star system before returning. The enemy closed in on Yifeng and the Mechanicus's battleships. After a prolonged engagement, Yifeng had managed to lead the battle into open space. Suddenly, the 4 battleships jumped into subspace, leaving the space manta rays momentarily without a target, angrily turning to chase the frigate formation. As the most experienced captain among the 11 frigates, Flaws found himself bewildered. "Where is everyone? Where's my fleet? You told me to circle the star system, and now you've left? Weren't you supposed to rescue me?" Doubts filled his mind, even suspecting that he might once again face the predicament of being abandoned. The frigates were now near the edge of the star system, close to the Mandeville point. Flaws hesitated whether to retreat immediately, but as a seasoned captain, he decided to wait a bit longer. Only a small group of space manta rays followed closely, and the Closian weapon systems continually fired, with the frigate's small light lances easily piercing the enemy's mechanized bodies. Just 10 more minutes, Flaws thought. But he quickly realized that given the overload time of this model's reactor, they could ensure absolute safety for only 8 minutes. This meant that if the main fleet did not arrive as scheduled, they would lose the ability to jump into subspace. Flaws was torn. Should he trust the Astartes and the Mechanicus? Despite his distrust of the Mechanicus personnel, the words of Commissar Nien Sijin echoed in his mind. Nien Sijin was the only Astartes on the ship, easygoing and often interacting with the crew. He had refused to become a captain, instead opting to serve as the fleet commissar. He enjoyed working in the most challenging areas of the ship, such as the weapon array maintenance section on the lower decks, sometimes working alongside the crew, while promoting his philosophy of equality. Nien Sijin frequently spoke about the Emperor's grand vision of uniting all humanity across the galaxy and the aspirations of his chapter to liberate the entire galaxy. He advocated for equality, believing everyone should have the opportunity to learn and be assigned work based on their expertise, with assessments based on exams and practical work. He painted a picture of a bright future, inviting retired crew members to live there and even serve as special instructors at the Naval Academy. Nien Sijin never looked down on anyone, always listening attentively to even the smallest grievances of the most humble workers and making improvements. No one in the fleet, young or old, had ever seen or heard of an Astartes like him, not even the famously approachable Salamander's chapter. Flaws struggled internally. Why not trust him? Why not trust the chapter that raised him? Ultimately, Flaws made up his mind and issued the command to all ships. In 2 minutes, enter reactor overload state. Divert all power, including light lances, to the propulsion units. Overload travel for 8 minutes to hold out until the designated time. Captain Flaws, are you sure? That will leave us without enough power to enter subspace, someone questioned. Flaws answered firmly. Since Commissar Nien Sijin doesn't want any of us to perish, we can't let him down. Our mission is to hold out intact for 10 minutes. Don't fail him. As for our escape, trust Commissar Nien Sijin will return. Frigate 00301. Understood. Frigate 00303. Understood. The other frigates responded one by one, preparing to face the imminent challenge. In the warp space, Nien Sijin once again heard the long-missed whispers of Yifeng. These whispers had haunted him for a decade, almost driving him insane. After finally managing to stand on his own, The prolonged absence made him unaccustomed, and deep down, he even craved those whispers. However, when they resurfaced, his head began to throb intensely. Just as the space manta rays were about to enter attack range, the frigates suddenly shut down their void shields and Closian weapon systems, and their light lances ceased charging. The 11 warships traveled at a speed slightly faster than the space manta rays, abandoning all defense and offense. The powerful acceleration caused immense pain to the crew but was not fatal. The warships maneuvered around the star system, even flipping 90 degrees to face the star with their ceilings, subjecting everyone to immense pressure. Time ticked by, and the scheduled moment drew closer. The power units started to malfunction, and the overheated reactors emitted terrifying heat waves, making it dangerous for anyone to approach. Captain, the reactor can't hold much longer. How long until the scheduled time? 18 seconds. Shut down the power units, reduce engine output to 30. The 11 warships suddenly slid out of the star system, as if being flung away by the central star. Many space manta rays were caught off guard and veered off course. A rift in the warp space opened again, and 4 warships leaped out. Although the frigates had lost their high mobility, the powerful cruisers and Mechanicus fire support ships had returned. The dense swarm of space manta rays was momentarily stunned. Yifeng immediately ordered, activate the bird servant device. The bird servant device, after frequency adjustment, emitted a specific scanning wave. Many space manta rays lost their sanity, flying aimlessly, convulsing, or colliding uncontrollably. The crew on the frigates cheered wildly, having just survived a 10-minute brush with death, now loudly expressing their emotions. The communication channels echoed with cheers like Yifeng, the mightiest warlord, and Long live the Crimson Tide. Yifeng commanded continuous scanning and then shouted, catch those fish. These gluttons devoured 7 of my frigates. Do you know how much that costs? Do you know how many meetings and dinners with nobles it took to get them? Even if I sell these space manta rays for scrap, I need to break even. Yifeng, don't do losing deals. The Mechanicus biocids were intrigued by these peculiar creatures and planned future research. At Yifeng's strong insistence, a large-scale capture operation was launched. However, the Mechanicus ships had limited capacity. Once the live storage tanks were full, the dead storage was also packed with corpses. Even Yifeng's frigates and cruisers were crammed full, with many left over. No way, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Aren't you Mechanicus establishing a forge base here? Build me a temporary warehouse and fill it up. Finally, through everyone's relentless efforts, the enlarged warehouse for the forge base was completed in just half a month. The warehouse was filled with space manta ray corpses, and the Mechanicus even attempted to charge for warehouse rental, only to be silenced by Yifeng's retort, deduct it from the escort wages. The fully loaded warships returned to Astartes for rest and resupply, planning to resume their escort duties after unloading. These numerous space manta rays urgently needed research. The Archbishop of the rebellious Forge world, Fros, stated, we're busy building warships and other supplies for you. If you want us to research them, give us food. The Mechanicus of the Stala Forge world claimed to be too busy, juggling the construction of bioorgans, warships, supplies, and other critical research. The Eldar ships expressed no interest in assisting with the research. Tech Sergeant Anos said he was busy studying STC fragments. Apothecary Situvel asked, why are you looking at me? Aren't we making new recruits? Helpless, Yifeng had to store the space manta rays in a newly built giant freezer on Astartes. As a token of gratitude, he generously gifted Astartes a frigate, thinking, anyway, if I need something, they'll surely come. Keeping it there or here makes no difference. This way, it's easier to cover up. If the loyal Mechanicus ask, where did you get this ship? I'll have to come up with a good excuse, probably pretending it's related to the Dawn Angels. But if someone asks Astartes, where did you get this frigate? They'll likely say, a gift from the Crimson Tide warlord. The other party probably won't dig further, as they might not know where the Crimson Tide got it either. Yifeng contemplated whether to station some soldiers on Astartes, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Sigh, being too beloved makes it hard to act. Forget it, I'll just stay put for now. The cruiser, carrying over 30 idle Astartes and the space manta rays that couldn't fit in Astartes' warehouse, headed to the recruitment planet Puki to find the apothecary. Puki is a semi-oceanic agricultural, semi-hive world. The ocean is dotted with countless breeding cages and massive nets, providing aquatic food to surrounding planets. 2 hives are scattered on either side of the continent. This is a council-based planet. Upon the Astartes' arrival, they held meetings for 2 consecutive days, eventually concluding, notify the nobles first, then discuss further. The apothecary ignored this, executing 3 counselors who advocated for delay, making the process exceptionally swift. Clearly, this planet inherited some of the Empire's bad habits, but the Astartes didn't care. The priority was to act quickly. The sooner new recruits were transformed, the sooner the warband would gain more warriors. After losing 3 counselors, the planet's administration surprisingly remained unaffected. The entire planet began to operate at an unprecedented, breakneck speed. Political maneuvering was set aside, and everyone focused solely on organizing registrations with full force. Even residents from the Middle Hive, who came to inquire, were registered without hesitation. Grand Apothecary Situval stood in the command center, his brow furrowed. He recalled the theories Yifeng had preached tirelessly day after day and couldn't help but calculate. At least half of these council members could be relegated to the lower hive. Looking around, he lamented the state of a once prosperous planet now wasting most of its resources on pointless political squabbles, with only a handful of people actually getting things done. Situval knew that shrewd politicians had their place, but gathering them together to bicker and discuss the entire planet was meaningless. He decisively ordered the swift assembly of the noble elite. During this process, those who attempted to falsify their ages, along with their families, were mercilessly executed. Situval coldly warned, "Still thinking of wasting my precious biological organs? Be careful, or you'll be deemed a chaos spy." After these decisive actions, the entire planet began to operate in an orderly manner. Departments streamlined cumbersome review and signature processes to enhance efficiency. Higher-ups issued strict orders. Anyone executed for negligence would drag their entire subordinates down with them. Situval suddenly realized that his temper seemed to have become more irritable. He wondered to himself, is it because I've been busy with new recruit transformations for 30 years? Or am I becoming more like an Astartes? At that moment, Yifeng's cruiser emerged from the Mandeville Point and drifted leisurely into the spaceport. His voice echoed over the communication channel. "The auxiliary troops need replenishing, brothers. How about some seafood?" Yifeng's personal chef, Phaline, stepped onto the planet Puki, the long-mist sea breeze hitting his face. He stood by the shore for a long time, savoring the natural scenery he usually only experienced on vacation. In the distance, the deep-sea aquaculture base was faintly visible, while the shallow waters before him served as a holiday resort. Many Middle Hive families took advantage of the holiday to bring food and picnic on the free beach. On the beach, a barbecue stall owner was energetically hawking his wares. "Come and see. Try some delicious grilled stovetop clams, crispy fried colii crab legs, and the huge, satisfying grilled Iroki deep-sea fish." This stall owner, with his unique grilling skills, had carved out a niche for himself in this well-trafficked area, amassing considerable wealth. Phaline was intrigued by the local ingredients and decided to start his exploration at this barbecue stall. He casually took a seat and asked the owner, "What's your signature dish?" The owner enthusiastically recommended, "Grilled stovetop clams, fried colii crab legs, and grilled Iroki deep-sea fish are all top-notch. I guarantee you won't forget them for 3 days and nights." "Great, I'll have one of each," Phaline responded readily. With few customers around, Phaline struck up a conversation with the owner. "How's business lately? Sales going well?" The owner, while grilling, replied, "It was good until a couple of days ago, but it'll probably take a hit now. I heard the Astartes are recruiting around here, and everyone's rushing over. Why don't you set up shop over there?" "It's a business opportunity," Phaline asked curiously. The owner smiled wryly. "I'd love to, but I'm a lower hive resident. Going there would just be asking for trouble." Phaline understood and sighed. True, the rigid hierarchy has always been a feature of hive worlds. Soon, the golden, crispy fried colii crab legs were served. The batter on the crab legs was delicate and intact, drizzled with a special red sauce and sprinkled with tiny brown spice particles, exuding a rich, rustic aroma. Phaline took a big bite, and the juice filled his mouth immediately. The crispy shell and tender crab meat fused perfectly, with a hint of sweetness in the crab legs. The special sauce and mysterious spices gave it a refreshing taste. After finishing, the lingering fried aroma remained in his mouth. Phaline was amazed. "Owner, this is absolutely delicious." Next, the grilled stovetop clams were served. The owner advised, "You can add some spicy powder if you like." Phaline gazed at the two-piece dish, the clam meat plump and occupying most of the shell, sprinkled with rose-colored sea salt and pale yellow plant seasonings. He carefully picked one up, taking a gentle bite. The tender clam meat, with a slight acidity, burst into a rich umami flavor in his mouth, as if the essence of the entire ocean had been condensed into it. Phaline took the other clam, cautiously adding a bit of spicy powder. This time, the hidden spices and the spicy flavor showed their prowess, perfectly blending with the juicy, fresh clam meat, cutting through any potential greasiness and leaving him wanting more. Finally, a huge piece of grilled Iroki deep-sea fish was served, the size of the fish fillet comparable to Phaline's face. He looked at the owner in confusion, who simply smiled and gestured for him to taste it. Using a fish bone as a makeshift handle, Phaline speared a large piece of fish and took a bite. The sudden texture made him pause, and he quickly took another bite. "Is this cotton candy?" The barbecue stall owner couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've probably never tasted fish like this before. The meat of the Aleki deep-sea fish is unique, rich in fat, and evenly distributed. With the chef's skillful cooking, the fish achieves a delicate texture that is as enchanting as a lover's gentle caress. As the chef deftly sprinkles a few grains of fine white sugar, a sweet aroma subtly emanates from the fish. This seemingly simple dish is imbued with astonishing creativity. Standing nearby, Chef Phaelin was utterly amazed. He prided himself on his expertise in meat dishes, but had never imagined such an imaginative cooking method. Gazing at the perfectly presented Aleki deep-sea fish, Phaelin couldn't help but feel a surge of defeat. He never thought he would one day be so thoroughly impressed by another's culinary skills. This unprecedented experience left Phaelin deeply shaken. "Boss, please take me as your apprentice." Farron's sudden plea startled Omani. This burly, muscular man was actually kneeling and calling him master, which was completely unexpected. Omani thought to himself, if I refuse, will he punch me into the next galaxy? But Farron quickly explained his intentions. As a chef for the Astartes chapter, making the Emperor's angels happy with his food was his highest honor. Here at Omani's place, he truly experienced the joy that good food can bring to people. After hearing Farron's explanation, Omani gradually relaxed. He thought to himself, no wonder he's from the Astartes. Even their chefs are built like tanks. Omani considered Farron's request. He couldn't join the Astartes on their ship to cook, as he had his own business and family on the planet Pucci. A life of spacefaring and battles wasn't what he wanted. But taking on an apprentice? That was something he could consider. How long will your chapter be staying here? Omani asked. Farron sighed. That's not up to me. Who knows when chaos might strike, and then everyone will be off to the battlefield. One thing's for sure. After the new recruits are selected, we'll be on high alert, ready to leave at any moment. After some discussion, Omani told Farron where to find the best ingredients, emphasizing that having quality ingredients was key. Following the directions, Farron arrived at a shabby shop on the outskirts of the hive city's Transcend, was more of a makeshift stall with metal rods and tattered cloth than an actual store. Farron's arrival scared off a few customers who were picking out fish, which made the stall owner angry. What do you want? The owner asked gruffly. Fish, all kinds of fish. I'll take everything you've got, Farron said bluntly. The stall owner grew wary and grabbed a fish-cutting knife, pointing it at Farron. Are you looking for trouble? I've got plenty of fish, but if you can't pay up, you'll leave an arm here. Without a word, Farron produced the chapter's procurement funds and vouchers. Seeing the astronomical order, the stall owner and nearby suppliers were stunned. They quickly contacted the fish farms, and in one transaction, the small stall owner became the kingpin of the local food supply street. As large quantities of ingredients were loaded onto the combat barge, the crew members, having completed their basic resupply, entered a semi-vacation state, taking turns to disembark and relax. After organizing the food storage, Farron found a few bottles of fine wine he had stashed under his bed, intending to gift them to Omani as a token of apprenticeship. Omani's request was simple. He wouldn't charge tuition, but he hoped that whenever the Astartes praised a dish, Farron would say it was Omani's grilled fish. Leaving a good impression on the Astartes was all Omani desired. Farron took the fine wine to Omani, and the two hit it off immediately. Omani emphasized that this was a process of mutual learning and exchange. Thus, Farron's journey into seafood barbecue officially began. Meanwhile, the Astartes' new recruit selection was in full swing. After some negotiations over drinks, Yifeng agreed to open the selection to the public, except for certain special tests, like the warp resistance test, which remained off-limits to ordinary people. This decision turned out to be the best possible tourism promotion. A large number of tourists followed the selection trials as they moved through different cities. The noble scions participating in the trials, who were never short on money, further fueled the planet's commercial boom. Street vendors' shouts filled the air, innkeepers rushed to clean rooms, and some even rented out their own homes as premium accommodations. The first trial was a straightforward grand melee. 100 contestants stood on the arena stage, but only the last 10 standing would advance. Nearly 10,000 contestants would be whittled down to just over 9,000 in this round. The largest stadium on Pucci was transformed into 10 massive arenas, with 5 rounds of matches held daily over 20 days, bringing enormous business opportunities to the planet. Chief Apothecary Sid Oval watched the selection closely from a hidden compartment at the top of the stadium, while Yifeng mingled with the nobles, enjoying fine food and drink. In his spare time, he even played the role of a superhero in the Underhive, using a simple avian drone to search for treasures in the mountains. The nobles had never seen such an approachable Astartes chapter master. Unlike others who were aloof or unapproachable, Yifeng was different. As long as you provided supplies, he would share a drink with you. For the nobles, this was a family honor that money could buy. Although many nobles on the planet had dined with Yifeng, it didn't stop them from boasting on other planets. The chapter master of such and such chapter once dined at my house. We had a delightful conversation. Saying this brought them immense prestige. Interestingly, a new circle of nobles began to form. It seemed that dining with Yifeng automatically elevated one's status. This prompted those who were initially uninterested to quickly extend invitations, fearing that their descendants might fall out of the noble circle if they missed the chance. Yifeng began to ponder seriously. Should he be more reserved? The invitations from nobles were increasing, and the supplies they sent were becoming more extravagant, starting from a shipload of seafood and now escalating to 3 shiploads of military uniforms. But he soon brushed off the thought, who cares? I'm not losing anything. Besides, officially, I only have 2 combat barges and a cruiser. Secretly, I have more troops to support, and everyone knows it. This cruiser was built while I kept dodging the Mechanicum's prying eyes. As the first round of the recruit selection neared its end, the second round promised to be even more exciting. Arenas, bars, and dance halls everywhere put up big screens to broadcast the thrilling forest selection battle. The antlers of 1,000 Pucci forest deer glistened with a golden hue, flickering in and out of sight deep within the woods. Over 9,000 warriors were scattered among the trees, intensely focused on tracking these prized creatures. Surveillance cameras densely populated the forest, capturing every movement in its corners. To ensure fair competition, the major arenas were only allowed to select a dozen or so specific camera feeds. This limitation spurred the creativity of the audience. Many families split up to different arenas and shared their individual views via video connections, attempting to piece together a comprehensive panorama of the hunt. This unique way of watching unexpectedly brought additional economic benefits. Seeing your uncle devour fried fish and gulp down ice-cold soda on the big screen made your mouth water. The next moment, you might find yourself getting up to buy some snacks, contributing to the revenue of arena vendors. Meanwhile, the battle in the forest raged on. Behind this frenzy, Tech Sergeant Anos was engrossed in an important study. Before him lay a sizable fragment of an STC, a mysterious piece of technological heritage that had been his relentless research focus. Recently, he made a groundbreaking discovery. The fragment contained not only a complete assault tank manufacturing technology, but also half the methods for constructing a large warship. This revelation thrilled Anos. He realized this could be the cornerstone for the survival of his chapter. Although few knew the specifics of Anos' research, those who had worked under him, like the Astartes, might have an inkling. Now, Anos believed it was time to gather these trusted aides. Zhi Qing was the first to report to Anos. After completing his mission with the space manta ray, he was replaced by another Astartes. Initially, Zhi Qing was anxious, fearing he had made a grave error and might be sent to the infamous yet unseen 13th Penitent Company. While the upper echelons were bustling, the selection trials reached a critical stage. Carefully chosen contestants were about to undergo the warp test. Typically, only the contestants' relatives would attend this phase, as the process involved watching them line up to enter the test area and then being carried out one by one. However, this test brought a surprising outcome. 3 contestants managed to walk out on their own after the warp test. This rare phenomenon led to speculation. Could it be that the boundaries between the warp and reality had blurred recently, enhancing the new generation's resistance to the warp? The families of these 3 children were ecstatic, loudly boasting to everyone around them, "Look, that's my son. He walked out on his own." Their shouts nearly deafened those nearby. Officials meticulously recorded the backgrounds of these special children, who might be labeled as superior humans. Ultimately, 191 contestants would proceed to the war simulation phase. No boy could join the ranks of the Astartes recruits without enduring trials of blood and fire. Even those who were temporarily conscripted had to prove their worth in battle. In the arena, 100 clawbeasts were ready. These creatures, with their tough armor and hammer-like tails, were formidable opponents for any ordinary person. The simulation aimed to test the contestants' ability to handle alien creatures. To increase the difficulty, the contestants could only use melee weapons. Now, the question was, could these young warriors successfully kill the aliens, take their heads, and retreat safely? The entire planet was engulfed in a festive atmosphere. Banners were everywhere, even at Phalene's barbecue stand. In front of Omani's grill, many mid-high families set up temporary big screens. On this blue beach, next to what was said to be the most delicious barbecue stand, people gathered on the soft sand to watch the crucial final selection for the Astartes recruits. It was a day of unrestrained celebration. Even the master wine Phalene brought as an apprenticeship gift was opened, with everyone drinking and feasting. Phalene set up a barbecue stand next to Omani's, with prices naturally lower than his master's. He continuously learned and practiced, improving his skills based on customer feedback. As an experienced chef, his grilled meat was certainly not bad, but it was always just a bit inferior to Omani's. This gap came from years of mastering the control of heat, as if he could sense the fish sizzling on the grill breathing. Besides grilling, Phalene also learned the art of raw cuisine. He could slice fresh fish into pieces of varying thicknesses based on their unique textures, pairing them with different sauces to offer a variety of tastes. As the competition neared its end, Phalene's apprenticeship journey might also conclude at any moment. The master and apprentice silently prepared their dishes, as if engaged in a quiet contest. During the grand boarding ceremony for the final 100 contestants, Omani suddenly took a piece of grilled meat Phalene had just finished, tasted it, and nodded. Your skills are good enough. Don't embarrass me in the future. At that moment, Omani truly resembled a kind master, watching his proud disciple ready to venture into the unknown world and see new sights. Meanwhile, in the bizarre world of the warp, various demons roamed, laughing wildly. Their laughter sometimes echoed millennia into the future, sometimes right beside one's ear. In this eerie, deep universe, two warships were chasing and attacking each other. Surprisingly, the pursued ship did not belong to the Imperium, but to a group of Astartes calling themselves the Black Shield Warriors. This team of 20 Iron Warriors was almost all wounded, their armor battered and their warband insignias worn away, leaving only a black mark. These Black Shield Warriors had once rebelled but later repented. Knowing they could never be accepted back into the Imperium, they constantly fought against the traitorous Chaos Astartes, hoping to somewhat alleviate the Emperor's disappointment. The Black Shield Warriors were in dire straits. Battling Chaos Warriors influenced by dark gods in the warp, they were at a severe disadvantage. Even the Imperium's penitent Crusade fleet, which ventured into the Eye of Terror, would not aid them and would instead ruthlessly consider them enemies. At this moment, they were heavily damaged in a battle, forcing 28 warriors to retreat. Behind them, a warband of over 40 Iron Warriors, the Crimson Slaughter, pursued them relentlessly in a strike cruise rift. The twisted, deformed vessel could still be called a cruiser. The enemy warship emitted a terrifying engine noise, whether from a still-functioning reactor or the infamous demon engine. The warp bizarrely altered the warship structure, causing metal to grow flesh and demons to inhabit it, bearing various sinister blessings from dark gods. These semi-demonized warships roared as they charged towards the battered ships of the Black Shield Warriors. Without the protection of the Geller field, the enemy ships moved through the warp far faster than the Black Shield Warriors. Captain Anos solemnly announced, "We can't escape. Prepare for a final stand." Brother Clays agreed. "We will atone for our sins with death. But we need a more advantageous battlefield." The captain decisively ordered, "Prepare to jump to real space." Everyone immediately understood the captain's intention. If they jumped into the gravity well of a black hole, their pursuers would follow. 20 for 40, a worthwhile trade. Two warships emerged from the warp, one after the other. The warp alarms on the outskirts of the Puki system blared, and the outermost terrestrial planet's defense arrays began emergency charging. Two strike cruisers appeared, their hulls marked by obvious signs of chaos corruption. Yifeng quickly returned to the battle barge. The external defense arrays of various star systems opened fire one after another, but had minimal effect on the sturdy strike cruisers. 36 warriors from the second company and 10 Astartes, learning from the apothecary, were spread across the battle barge. Their own cruiser fired first. Though it lacked a Nova cannon, its weapon range far exceeded that of the battle barge. "Chapter Master, what should we do?" a warrior asked. "The strike cruiser behind us, almost turned into a greater demon, looks formidable. Should we target it first?" Meanwhile, Chaos Warriors from the Crimson Slaughter warband were boarding the enemy ship. The Black Shield Warriors' ship had lost all mobility after emerging from the warp. Yifeng sneered, "Chaos Warband infighting? And they dare to invade my territory?" Full assault. The intense barrage quickly battered the void shields of the Crimson Slaughter warband ship. Only then did the enemy shift their attention from the Black Shield Warriors to the surrounding star system. Yifeng remained fearless. "Two strike cruisers challenging my two battle barges and a lunar-class cruiser? We don't need to board. We can blast you to pieces from here." The stern vigilance rapidly closed in on the heavily corrupted warship, determined to destroy it with bombardment cannons before the enemy could board. The devastating shells, carrying apocalyptic power, collided fiercely with the void shields of both sides. The enemy ship's defenses overloaded and collapsed under a single shot from the Dawn's Light, followed by the stern vigilance's bombardment cannons. The Semidaemon engine warship was instantly reduced to cosmic dust, along with the Korn and Cinch worshippers aboard. "Chapter Master Yifeng, shall we destroy the other ship as well?" someone asked. "The bombardment cannons still need to recharge, but the enemy ship has no void shields. The macro cannon arrays on the two battle barges should be enough to annihilate it." Yifeng ordered a scan of the enemy ship. They found that all its assault pod launch platforms were destroyed, the hull riddled with breaches from Melta assault pods, and even a few pods still attached to the ship. "Hold on," Yifeng said gravely. "Second company, prepare to board." He had noticed at least 3 assault pods had entered the enemy ship, indicating about 30 Chaos Astartes had already boarded. With the void shields down, they could easily destroy the ship with firepower. The fact that 3 assault pods were enough to take the ship suggested that the defenders were few. 39 Astartes boarded the 4 Thunderhawk assault boats left by the Angels of Dawn. Yifeng's imposing figure, augmented by his Terminator armor, occupied 2 seats. These assault boats, cherished by Techmarine Anos, once again proved their worth. The 4 assault boats' melta-cutters breached the enemy ship's damaged outer hull, successfully boarding it. The warriors quickly regrouped, facing little resistance. The scene inside the ship was unexpected. The crew, upon seeing the uncorrupted warriors of the Red Flow chapter, knelt in fervent prayer, unmoving even under fire. This puzzled Yifeng. Do Tsinch worshippers mistake us for Thousand Sons? Something's not right. Capture 1 for questioning. They found a crew member still capable of speech. Through his garbled account, they learned these were repentant warriors seeking redemption. They had been fighting in the warp for 200 years, and of the original 200 Black Shield warriors, only 28 remained, making their last stand. Great Emperor, please forgive our sins, the crew member struggled to say. Yifeng was unsure, wary of its ancient trick. Meanwhile, fierce combat raged on the bridge. The Crimson Slaughter warband, devoted to Khorne, fought with brutal ferocity, making it difficult for the Black Shield warriors to hold their defensive positions. These Khorne worshippers, like the World Eaters, favored close combat, their meticulously crafted chain axes and power armor giving them an edge in melee. The Black Shield warriors, formerly of the Iron Warriors' 4th Legion, were known for their cold ruthlessness and expertise in siege and extermination warfare, relying on overwhelming firepower and fearless collective assaults, second only to the World Eaters. Their genocide had a low rejection rate, and new recruits had a high success rate in transformation. However, their contempt for weakness, intensified after their fall, sometimes led them to slaughter their own recruits, believing there's no place for the weak here. Despite this, a few loyalists continued to fight for the Imperium, such as the Silver Skulls chapter. The commander of the warband roared as he charged at Captain Xenos of the Black Shield, his face twisted in a ferocious snarl and his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Xenos knew all too well that if he didn't confront the enemy, more comrades would fall to their blades. Resolutely, he raised his sword, determination etched into his tense expression. The first strike from the enemy was thunderous, powerful beyond measure. Xenos' right arm dislocated instantly from the tremendous impact, and he bit down hard to stifle a scream of pain. The second blow followed quickly, and the chain's word shattered into pieces with a deafening screech, scattering shards in all directions. Instead of retreating, Xenos advanced, meeting the third strike with his left hand's power fist. However, the force of this attack was far greater than he had anticipated, sending him flying through the air like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood arced through the sky, painting a gruesome picture. When Xenos crashed heavily to the ground, a ghastly gash had opened up along his left hand, blood gushing out. He lay there, breathing rapidly, his consciousness beginning to fade. In the final moments before losing awareness, a cold thought crossed his mind. The weak do not deserve to live. You're right, scum. With a powerful kick from Yifeng, the wall cracked open, and a flood of warriors surged out, opening fire on the enemies of the Crimson Slaughter warband. The first volley of thermal and ion pistols precisely wiped out the rear enemies, their screams blending with the bursts of fire. The enemy leader, wielding a crimson chainsword, no longer focused on Captain Anos and instead charged fiercely at Yifeng. Raising his pale green chainsword high, Yifeng shouted, "For the Emperor, liberate the galaxy," and met the enemy Hedon. On the battlefield, both the Black Shield warriors and the Crimson Slaughter warband suffered heavy casualties. Only a dozen Black Shields remained mobile, while about 20 Chaos warriors were still combat-ready. The chaotic melee was imminent, with explosives flying everywhere and bolt guns constantly firing, smoke filling the air. The Red Tide warband had taken a favorable position, trapping the enemy in a pincer movement. However, the Iron warriors, known for their tenacity, ignored their injuries and pain, continuing their relentless resistance. Yifeng, clad in oversized ironclad Terminator armor, stood at the front line, fiercely battling the veteran leading the charge. Among these Iron warriors, only the leader with Khorne's horns and the Black Shield captain on the opposite side were seasoned veterans. The rest were mostly new recruits, their fearless siege tactics leading to heavy losses, but also a rapid rate of new recruit transformation. Yifeng faced immense pressure. The Khorne-blessed veteran possessed terrifying lethality. His muscles roared, and his body was flooded with adrenaline as he fought with all his might. The powerful ironclad Terminator armor's built-in shield system allowed Yifeng to almost ignore the enemy's bolter attacks, but the Khorne-blessed enemy's melee strikes remained a significant threat. Since the Primera Space Marines joined the battle, the Imperium had gradually leveled the playing field against Chaos. The casualty rate of the ancient legions who had turned to Chaos increased. This Iron Warriors warband belonged to Huron Blackheart, an Astartes pirate leader. Originally a regional power, Huron acted independently after his request for reinforcements was denied, deepening his conflict with the Imperium until he ultimately turned to Chaos, leading a band of renegade Astartes and becoming a pirate king. Their goods were damaged in the battle with the Black Shields, prompting their relentless pursuit. Now, The warband leader faced not Anos but Primera Space Marine Yifeng. He lost his overwhelming advantage. His superb swordsmanship couldn't penetrate Yifeng's defense, while Yifeng's swift strikes left his hands numb. "Face me, you treacherous scum," Yifeng said coldly. His swordsmanship had become increasingly refined through countless battles, merging elements of Tai Chi and Shagatai Khan's techniques into a new style. The enemy's combat style was similar to Yifeng's past approach, exchanging injuries for kills. Their ruthlessness extended to themselves as well. Yifeng's horizontal slash was parried, leaving him open and receiving a kick that sent him stumbling back. The two sides separated again, Yifeng calm and composed. The enemy was trapped, while the Red Tide warband had ample ammunition and had even set up a temporary defensive position outside the bridge, preparing for a prolonged battle. Since being taught by William, Yifeng's fear of insufficient firepower had intensified. If not for the inconvenience of deploying the poison blade tank, he might have even brought in heavy tanks to deal with the Crimson Slaughter warband. The enemy leader launched another fierce attack, but Yifeng's skillful swordsmanship deflected the attack, almost disarming the opponent. Taking advantage of the enemy's instability, Yifeng delivered a downward strike. The enemy hastily blocked, and Yifeng followed up with a powerful kick to the knee, forcing the enemy to kneel. At that moment, a loud noise erupted from behind the enemy, and Kazanev's power axe came crashing down, cleaving the enemy leader in two. Despite their leader's death, the enemy troops continued their orderly breakout. Yifeng and Kazanev stood at the front line, battling the corn-blessed enemies, alongside the first batch of reformed Astartes. Most of the Red Tide warriors were strictly prohibited from engaging in melee combat. Xiaolan, wielding an ion pistol, provided skilled support from the rear. However, the enemy didn't follow Yifeng's expectations. They launched a suicidal assault, with over a dozen iron warriors charging into the warrior ranks. William calmly directed, ensuring each enemy faced 3 to 4 Astartes. Those with prosthetics were placed on the front line, using their mechanical limbs to restrain the enemy, allowing their comrades to swarm and butcher the foes. "What are you waiting for, Sarah? Use your mechanical arm to lock his sword. Lien Lalo, go for his head," William shouted, a tactic he called sacrificial limb strategy. The battle quickly ended. The Red Tide warband lost 8 warriors, with 13 severely injured and another 8 with shattered prosthetics. 12 severely injured Black Shield warriors lay on the ground. Yifeng ordered a trainee apothecary to go and assist them immediately. "Commander, we're not sure if they're loyal to the Imperium." The apothecary hesitated. "Imperium warriors, you don't need to treat us," a weakened Black Shield warrior said. "We can hold on. If you trust us enough, let us fend for ourselves. The Emperor will not forgive our sins. Only death can. The Emperor believes you should return to the Imperium to better atone for your sins," Yifeng interrupted. "Go, apothecary, heal them." Captain Anos looked at the tall warrior in surprise. The apothecary stepped towards the Black Shield warriors, though his steps were hesitant. "Apothecary Ferriskeller," Yifeng asked sternly, "what is our core development philosophy?" "Report, unite all possible forces, liberate the galaxy," the apothecary answered, standing at attention. "Then go do it," Yifeng ordered. Anos, a veteran of many battles, had never seen a warband with such a philosophy. Even Gilliman hadn't behaved this way. "Just like that, you trust us?" Anos asked incredulously. "I'm sorry," Yifeng explained. "It's not that our warband doesn't trust you, but we need to ensure you truly want to fight for the Emperor. Of course, if you're willing to accept our return to the Imperium, we'd be deeply grateful," Anos said sincerely. Yifeng, the commander of the Crimson Tide, stood before the temporary holding cell, his gaze sweeping over the 30-odd Astartes warriors assembled there. His voice was firm and authoritative. "You will be temporarily assigned to the 13th Penal Company. Any objections?" Arnos, the leader of the captured unit, stepped forward, a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. "My name is Arnos. As long as I can fight for the Emperor again, I am willing to follow your command." The tension in the air was palpable. No one could tell if Arnos was sincere, but at this moment, the 30 Astartes had no choice. Yifeng was wary. He didn't trust them, but he needed their combat strength. If they were willing to fight against chaos, they would be sent to the most perilous battlefields. Yifeng ordered, "These men need to undergo isolation and review. Remember, no one should know of their existence." He turned to Arnos. "As for the humans on your ship, the corruption of chaos is too severe. They cannot be saved." Arnos nodded solemnly. "The Iron Warriors treat humans as the best Chaos Warriors. They use them as parts and provide just enough supplies to keep them from failing at critical moments." He sighed, "But prolonged exposure to the warp. No human can withstand that level of corruption." After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng announced, "The final report of the Puki planet skirmish will state that the Crimson Tide annihilated 44 enemies." The news spread to the Hive City, plunging the entire planet into celebration. Drums and gongs resounded as the festivities, which were about to conclude, restarted in full swing. The families of the 100 new recruits to the chapter were especially proud, as if they had personally secured the victory. Meanwhile, as the planet reveled, 2 combat barges and a cruiser quietly set off for the next planet. On board, Yifeng sheepishly addressed the newly integrated Black Shield warriors. "I've arranged for you to be next to the Midnight Lord's prisoners. Hope you don't mind." Yifeng, holding a book, approached the cell housing the Black Shield warriors. His tone was casual. "How are you guys holding up? Feeling any better?" Captain Arnos was taken aback, staring at Yifeng. The once imposing Astartes now sounded like a street thug. He responded hesitantly, "Your chapter's apothecaries did a decent job. Everyone's recovering well." Though he wanted to criticize their skills as comparable to an orc painboy, he had to keep his thoughts to himself. Yifeng chuckled. "No need for formalities. You agreed to join us earlier, so now you're part of the 13th Company. Let me tell you about our policy on dealing with prisoners." The next few hours were filled with Yifeng's relentless chatter, leaving the dozen Black Shield warriors in a state of mental exhaustion. At that moment, head chef Phaline received a notification to prepare food for 13 people and deliver it to the cell. Excited, he fetched the best ingredients from the storeroom, preparing delicacies like the fluffy roasted Elichi deep-sea fish and fried Kalali crab legs. When Phaline arrived at the cell, he was nervous under the gaze of the 12 Black Shield warriors. But with his chapter master present, he mustered the courage to ask, "Chapter master, did you call for me?" Yifeng praised, "Haha, Phaline, you made this? This is a far cry from your usual cooking style." Phaline explained that he learned new techniques from a barbecue vendor on Puki Planet. Yifeng nodded in understanding and complimented, "I might just miss your cooking." Captain Arnos quickly interjected that they only needed basic supplies, but Yifeng insisted, "No way. Even the Emperor's penitents need to eat well to have the strength to fight." When Yifeng mentioned that the Black Shield warriors enjoyed the food, he declared, "If you like it, this chef will cook for you from now on." Arnos couldn't help but ask, "Commander Yifeng, does your chapter always speak to humans like this? Aren't humans supposed to kneel while Astartes sit?" Yifeng seemed to realize something and quickly said, "Oh, right. Phaline, have a seat." Captain Arnos was even more confused. "Commander Yifeng, I meant that humans shouldn't have the privilege." Yifeng cut him off, launching into another round of chatter. "Ah, Captain Arnos, you still don't get the concept of equality I mentioned earlier." Phaline felt caught in a dilemma, silently enduring the unexpected ideological education. After a long time, when even the Black Shield warriors seemed dazed, Yifeng finally stopped. Phaline. Yifeng's call snapped the old chef out of his daze. Phaline regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Yes, chapter master. What can I do for you? Remember, these individuals are of the utmost secrecy. They are our secret weapon and key to defeating the enemy. You must keep everything confidential and serve them well. From today, you are in charge of their living arrangements and cooking. Someone will bring the kitchen utensils and your personal belongings shortly. Understood? Keep it confidential." "Understood, Commander. I will complete the mission," the aide replied respectfully. Yifeng left the prison area, already bracing himself for the wrath of Grand Alchemist Situval. He could imagine Situval's furious outburst. 8 people, 8 casualties. "Yifeng, are you out of your mind? You could have just bombarded the place. Why sacrifice lives? Do you know how short-staffed we are? Do you realize how many surgeries and resources it takes to train 8 new recruits?" Yifeng sighed, preparing for the inevitable reprimand. After 35 years of recovery, Planet Atres now boasted a thriving landscape. The physical structure of the hive city had stabilized, with no more risk of collapse. The next step was to gradually clear and repair the chaotic ruins. Although the population had surged from 150 million post-war to 200 million, this was still a fraction of the original scale, less than 1/50th of what it used to be. The battle barge of the Red Tide arrived at Atres, warmly welcomed by the spaceport. As soon as Yifeng disembarked, he issued an unexpected order. "Round up all the ecclesiarchy personnel. This place is now under our control." Everyone was stunned. The people of Atres were bewildered, and the Tristein were at a loss. Someone quietly asked, "Commander, what is going on? Have you been corrupted by chaos?" Yifeng coldly replied, "You don't have the clearance to know these secrets." He firmly demanded immediate execution of the order. No one dared to defy the Astartes commander. Soon, hundreds of thousands of ecclesiarchy specialists were apprehended. A month later, tens of thousands more were brought in. Finally, Yifeng leisurely walked towards the cells to meet the detained ecclesiarchy leader. The leader, upon seeing Yifeng, angrily shouted, "Commander Yifeng, we haven't committed any violations. Why are you detaining us? You owe me a reasonable explanation, or the Imperial Inquisition will." Yifeng interrupted, "Calm down, esteemed leader. This operation is merely a cover. You have a more critical secret mission to undertake. A secret mission? And you need to detain all of us as a cover? The leader was clearly skeptical. Yifeng lowered his voice. I'll let you in on a secret. While exploring the area between the peaceful sector and the nebulous sector with the Mechanicus, we discovered an ancient derelict ship. Can you guess what was on it? An ancient derelict ship? Is it one of our ecclesiarchy vessels? Correct. It's the pilgrimage ship that went missing in the extreme sector, carrying a staff and a chain used by St. Catherine. The leader's face turned crimson with excitement. Could it be the Supreme Faith? Are the relics still there? Were they found? Yifeng nodded. Indeed, the gene stealers couldn't use these items, so they were mostly intact when we recovered them. Emperor be praised. The leader exclaimed. Where are these relics now? Yifeng showed a regretful expression. It's embarrassing to admit, but we had an agreement with the Mechanicus to use military resources to hire us. So, these ecclesiarchy relics are now in the forge world of Strolov. What? The leader screamed. Those sacred relics can't be left with those machine oilers. Yifeng continued. Exactly. These holy relics shouldn't be there. When I left, I overheard them saying the staff might contain powerful energy and wondered if they should dismantle it for study. They wouldn't dare. The leader was furious. If they do, I'll rally the entire ecclesiarchy against them. Seeing the leader's reaction, Yifeng asked, May I know your name? I am Father Philomen. Commander Yifeng, we cannot allow those relics to be defiled. Yifeng nodded. You're right, Father Philomen. But as collaborators with the Mechanicus, it's not appropriate for our chapter to intervene. I need you to represent the ecclesiarchy in negotiating with them. Father Philomen, will you take on this great responsibility to bring the relics back? Of course, without hesitation. Father Philomen's expression became resolute, as if ready to sacrifice himself for the emperor. Yifeng explained, That's why I gathered you all here. Father Philomen, the task of rebuilding faith on Astartes is ours. You will secretly go to the forge world of Strolov and negotiate. Once successful, head to the ecclesiarchy base in the nebulous sector to organize the retrieval of these relics. I understand, Commander Yifeng, Father Philomen said solemnly. I will not fail your trust or the ecclesiarchy's mission. Yifeng deliberately placed many people in a poorly soundproofed cell. Within a day, the entire ecclesiarchy personnel knew about their holy mission. Father Philomen and his tens of thousands of ecclesiarchy personnel borrowed a heavy cruiser from Astartes, using it as their ecclesiarchy vessel, and headed to the forge world. Watching them leave, Yifeng thought, Good luck, Father Philomen. I hope you get promoted and never have to return to this forsaken place. He wasn't worried about Father Philomen's failure. From the beginning, Yifeng had arranged with the Mechanicus to exchange the relics for money, as they had little use for them. Yifeng picked up the communicator and dialed the astropathic relay of Strolov. Hello, Forge World Strolov? Yes, it's Yifeng. No, I'm not here to work. Just a heads up, the ecclesiarchy folks are on their way to buy back their relics. Don't be shy. Charge them a premium. Alright, that's it. Long-distance calls drain the astropath's energy. Goodbye. On the planet Astartes, a silent revolution is quietly unfolding. Our comrades have successfully infiltrated key positions, turning the entire control system of the planet a vivid red. Now, this distant planet is firmly in our grasp, with every corner under our surveillance. In the command center, the screen flickers with red dots marking our areas of influence, covering the entire surface of the planet. Our comrades are diligently working at their posts, ensuring everything remains under our control. Brief but powerful reports occasionally come through the communication system, confirming that our rule is steadily advancing. Though this takeover has been silent, its impact is profound. From today, the fate of Astartes will be determined by us. We will reshape this world and govern this planet according to our will. However, we must remain vigilant. Although we are in control now, ruling a planet is no easy task. We need to continue consolidating our position and guarding against any possible resistance. Every decision, every command, will affect the future of Astartes. Brothers, we have taken a crucial step, but this is only the beginning. More challenges lie ahead of us. Let us join hands and move forward together to create a new era for Astartes. The Immortal Chronicles have been published on Astartes for over 30 years. Despite criticism from the state religion, it fundamentally aligns with the Emperor's grand vision of unifying humanity across the galaxy. The Empire doesn't meddle much in planetary governance, as long as the 11 tax is paid and the Emperor is worshipped. When the revised edition of the Immortal Chronicles from the Red Tide Legion arrived on Astartes, it quickly merged with the original version, sparking a massive educational reform. Even the most reluctant nobles had to admit that their days of clinging to power atop the hive cities were over. With the practical support of the Astartes, Astartes rapidly transformed towards the societal model envisioned by Yifeng. After over 30 years of development, class stratification on Astartes has quietly begun anew. Many old nobles lost their power, but new elites, including many distinguished war veterans, filled high-ranking positions. These individuals, inexperienced in wielding power, often succumb to corruption, outdoing even the original nobility in their excesses. Fortunately, Governor Trieste acted swiftly and decisively to curb this trend through exemplary punishments. In his bright and luxurious office, Trieste was deeply troubled. Despite being at the pinnacle of planetary power, problems persisted. Old comrades who once fought alongside him were jailed for corruption, and those who risked their lives to deliver supplies during wartime refused to compensate for embezzled public assets, displaying arrogant attitudes. These issues caused him endless headaches. The arrival of the Astartes struck fear into everyone. Even the most seasoned frontline commanders dared not speak out of turn. The latest edition of the Zhi Qing Chronicles introduced theories that shook many. Some old comrades, dissatisfied with the new system, plotted a coup once the Astartes left. Trieste managed to pacify them, only to hear the next day that they had been executed by the Astartes. A large number of educators were sent to the lower hive for competency tests and educational missions, amidst cries and protests. Trieste had to placate them with raises and benefits. Ultimately, these educators tearfully went to the harsh conditions of the lower hive. While the upper echelons were embroiled in turmoil, the laborers rejoiced. The people of the lower hive once again witnessed Yifeng's efforts to rescue them from suffering. The core of Yifeng's system lies in offering hope. Those who fall back have enough to eat, and those who advance can gain social status through exams. This system, providing a path for the ambitious, is relatively easy to maintain in its initial stages. To ensure long-term stability, 10 Astartes warriors are stationed on Atres, ostensibly to uphold the people's faith in the emperor. Though only 3 are visible at any time, no one dares to act rashly. In Yifeng's vision, these garrisons would rotate periodically, composed of seasoned veterans and newly trained soldiers. New recruits would be sent to the battlefield for experience during the next rotation. As for the tax issues with the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, timely payments and some local specialties would suffice to keep them at bay. Amidst the turbulent warp waves, a figure clad in patchwork robes wandered, occasionally chastising minor demons, feeling its own strength grow incrementally. An unusual peace lasted for 8 years. This might be because this remote place was meant to be tranquil, or perhaps the Empire's victories in war left chaos with no time to bother this area. Among the approximately 1 million worlds under Imperial control, only 5 were in this region, and even with rebellious planets, it barely reached a dozen. It wasn't a strategic location, so it wasn't worth a major offensive. In this corner of the peaceful star domain, guarded by the Red Tide Legion, all planets experienced good development. Atres was densely populated, Tast was harmonious, Scaria became a model of public order, and Olea thrived. These years passed in peace and stability. After the final batch of new recruits was remodeled, 47 out of the third batch successfully advanced, a nearly 50 success rate that was a testament to the Master Apothecary's skill. Yifeng looked at the Master Apothecary with deep respect, while the latter glared at him fiercely, warning him not to waste these carefully cultivated warriors. Overall, the Legion led by Yifeng had low casualty rates and significant achievements. However, at this stage, the Master Apothecary wished he could order Yifeng to avoid battles and conserve strength. Unfortunately, eliminating enemies was their unavoidable duty. It was rare to find a leader as adept at minimizing casualties as Yifeng, yet also hard to find one who used firepower as extravagantly. Nevertheless, the use of overwhelming firepower did reduce Astartes' casualties. A fleet of 6 cruisers completed their escort construction mission and transported the space manta ray carcass stored in the Mechanicum's warehouse back to Atres. Many failed Astartes were assigned as commissars in various human auxiliary forces, effectively boosting morale and eliminating the need for the 11 decimation. During this period, the enemies of the Empire remained quiet, not disturbing this region. Yifeng stood in the command room, his brow furrowed. His Black Shield warriors had been complaining for a long time about the lack of battles, and the chief apothecary, Situval, seemed to ignore his orders. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take action. "Let's go fight," Yifeng ordered. "If we don't know where the enemy is, let's hit a few rebellious planets." However, reason quickly took over. Yifeng realized the danger of acting rashly. Sometimes, you have to admit defeat. Taking 30 Astartes to provoke the Necrons is a death sentence. So, he assembled a massive fleet, 7 cruisers, 2 battle barges, and 89 frigates. This formidable fleet set course for the rebellious planets. Just as Yifeng was about to reach the first target, he received a sudden communication from Mechanicum's Mavrak. They reported a startling discovery. The captured space mantas had awakened and were swimming in the same direction, devouring all the cages that held them. Left with no choice, the Mechanicum released these creatures and secretly tracked their movements. During the long pursuit, the Mechanicum discovered a rogue planet, formed by a gathering of space mantas in the dark expanse far from the galaxy. They didn't dare to probe deeper and marked the location, immediately calling for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Yifeng decided to go personally. He thought to himself, the profit-driven mechanicum wouldn't chase space mantas so far without reason. They must have discovered something valuable about these creatures, but were reluctant to disclose it. The entire fleet then jumped into the warp, preparing for the imminent battle. Yifeng's heart burned with a desire for revenge. Last time, you chased us across the galaxy. This time, I'll show you my strength. To counter the enemy's melee capabilities, Yifeng ordered half of the macro cannon shells to be reconfigured with timed fuses. This way, even if they didn't hit the target directly, the shells would explode nearby, causing damage. Yifeng assigned each Astartes to command 3 ships, with William as the overall commander and Xiaolan as his deputy. New recruits were placed alongside veterans to learn, with the possibility of commanding if they performed well once the battle situation became clearer. The Crimson Tide fleet emerged from the warp rift, assembling 3 days' journey from the target. The battle barges took the lead, followed by a mix of frigates and cruisers. Mechanicum experts quickly boarded to modify the avian servitors, and their 8 firepower ships joined the fleet. As the fleet approached the target, special radiation detectors revealed an increasingly clear planet. However, Yifeng soon noticed something unusual. This isn't a rogue planet. It's a gigantic warship. Zooming in, a startling truth emerged. This was a colossal mechanical construct, chewed into a spherical shape by space mantas, estimated to be 10 times the size of the Imperial Fist's phalanx. The Mechanicum, upon realizing this, were determined to claim it for themselves. Both commanders simultaneously issued orders. Do not attack the mechanical planet. Their hatred for the space mantas ran deep, and neither side would allow this treasure to be further damaged. The warships accelerated, and Las cannons and Nova cannons began long-range bombardment. To avoid hitting the mechanical planet, the fleet adjusted their attack angles. The space mantas, vast in number, swarmed like a dark cloud. The Mechanicum also unveiled their specially prepared large-scale ion weapons, ready to face this thrilling space battle. Multiple weapon arrays launched over 30 missiles, which roared towards the enemy. Just before reaching their target, the missiles formed a precise formation, creating a fierce ionic storm. The storm's design allowed it to merge and intensify, like a devastating tsunami sweeping over the enemy forces. Although the struck enemies appeared intact, they were instantly killed, revealing a meticulously planned ambush. Yifeng quickly adjusted tactics, changing the course from a direct assault to a flanking maneuver around the enemy planet. The warship turned, aligning its macro cannon arrays toward the enemy, ready to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, torpedoes acted as bait to attract space manta rays, which were then obliterated by the macro cannon explosions. The battle became overwhelmingly one-sided. Despite the enemy's large numbers, our superior firepower density ensured that they were destroyed before getting close. Sensing danger, the enemy shifted strategies. All the space manta rays perched on the massive mechanical construct moved simultaneously, swarming towards our positions. High-powered bird drones activated instantly, rendering any enemy within range immobile. However, the sheer number of space manta rays quickly formed a massive tornado. The outermost rays continuously emitted ionic streams, creating a nearly impenetrable barrier against all electronic weapons. The Mechanicus and Yifeng had never encountered such a situation. They were stunned to find that missiles and torpedoes lost control upon entering the whirlwind, and even the Mechanicus's prized ionic waves couldn't halt the enemy's advance. Only light lances could penetrate the barrier and inflict damage, but given the vast number of enemies, the casualties were negligible. Relying solely on light lances to annihilate the enemy would take an eternity. The two sides re-established communication, and the Biosage and William began discussing countermeasures. It's clear that the enemy's defense perfectly counters our electronic close-range attacks. We're running out of options, William said gravely. Indeed, I can't fathom how they bypassed the torpedo's insulation layer and disabled our machine spirits, the Biosage mused. William interrupted. Now's not the time for that discussion. We need an effective strategy to eliminate the enemy. Based on my calculations, using just the light lance array, it would take us 67 years to destroy the visible enemy forces. After a brief pause, the Biosage proposed, we suggest sending battle barges into the eye of the storm for elimination actions. Sure, let's just wipe out the entire fleet in one go, William retorted sarcastically. Commander William, we're not joking. The Biosage replied sternly. Nor am I, Biosage. We absolutely reject this proposal, William firmly responded. At that moment, Yifeng interjected, Gentlemen, now is not the time for infighting. Clearly, the storm is formed based on their numbers. I suggest our fleet disperses, forcing them to split into multiple storms, after which we can execute crossfire elimination. With no better plan, they decided to give it a try. 17 capital ships and several escort vessels divided into 17 fleets, scattering in all directions. However, the enemy's ionic storm did not disperse but instead charged directly at the largest battle barge, Dawnlight. William, Direct the other ships to head straight for that massive mechanical construct, Yifeng ordered decisively. Sure enough, after some pursuit, the enemy realized Yifeng's true target was their big sphere. The space manta rays immediately changed direction, hurriedly flying back. Trying to turn around? Let me give you something to think about. The battle barge's bombardment cannons fired mercilessly. Though the long distance reduced their power, the deterrent effect was significant. The space manta rays finally dispersed, splitting into multiple groups to prevent the fleet from approaching. Once divided into 17 groups, even if they formed ionic storms, their electronic interference couldn't penetrate standard missile insulation. Enemy casualties quickly mounted. Following the principle of engage if possible, retreat to warp space if not, the fleet continuously wore down the enemy's forces. Yifeng had anticipated this, scattering specially designed ionic torpedoes during the skirmishes. These torpedoes would explode immediately upon damage, catching the enemy off guard even with a slight touch. As the distance closed, the bird drone's coverage became limited, and enemies began breaching into point defense cannon range. The Dawn Light's macro cannon array finally unleashed its firepower, creating a wall of flames and metal in the void. Fury-class interceptors roared out of the hangar, maneuvering deftly to engage nearby enemies. With various weapons firing simultaneously, the battle barge showcased its true might. Meanwhile, the tech sergeant had secured the STC fragment and was working to calm the agitated machine spirit. The void shields and reactors were operating normally, with radiation levels within standard thresholds, but the powerful weapon arrays frequently misfired, as if the enraged machine spirit desired to tear the enemy apart. For the warship, executing the Astartes command's tactical maneuvers was extremely taxing, pushing all systems to their limits. Suddenly, all the space manta rays abandoned their attack and regrouped on their mechanical core, emitting ionic streams to form a sturdy ionic defense layer. With the pressure from the manta rays lifted, the warships unleashed their full firepower. The Mechanicus personnel fired first, with light lances penetrating the ionic layer, though weakened, still managing to destroy some internal enemies. At this point, an internal dispute erupted within the Mechanicus. Do not fire such powerful weapons. They will damage the mechanical construct inside. One member shouted passionately. These are the weakest weapons we have, another retorted. Any weaker, and we won't penetrate the enemy's defenses. If we can't destroy this enemy, the mechanical core will still belong to them. And you think you can destroy it? The first person questioned. What if we hit a critical spot and cause a massive explosion? This is the great gift of the Omnicia. As the Mechanicus members argued vehemently, the space manta rays suddenly responded to their attack. A colossal beam of pale green light, spanning hundreds of meters, suddenly erupted from the surface of the mechanical planet. This energy blast, resembling a massive laser blade, sliced through the silent void of space in an instant. In the blinding green light, a fire support ship belonging to the mechanical cult had no time to react before it was struck by the terrifying force. The ship's hull disintegrated instantly under the violent impact, scattering into countless fragments. The energy wave from the explosion rippled through space, silently proclaiming the power of this sudden attack. Everyone was startled. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.